in a land of fire, within the village of Konoha. Why? 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 A torrential downpour fell, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The young Sasuke knelt upon the ground, cradling his head in despair. He desperately wished to deceive himself into believing that all he had witnessed in Tsukuyomi was mere delusion. Yet, the sharp pangs of pain emanating from his bitten lip served as a constant reminder, piercing through his consciousness like needles. This sensation, tinged with a metallic sweetness, seemed to compel him to remember that unforgettable moment. Brother, why? Why did you? Sasuke, you have not misjudged. It was I who annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. This was merely a test of capacity. I believe you too shall tread this path in the future. Thus your astonishment is unwarranted. Is it too difficult for you to accept, my foolish brother? Indeed, for our Uchiha clan to grow stronger, it is necessary to eliminate those we hold dearest. This is the only way. I do not lie to you. Remember, it is the sole path your father as clan leader, the other Uchiha you witnessed, and myself you too shall inevitably follow. Thus, it is destined that only one of us can exist in this world. I perceive fury and hatred in your gaze. Yet you are far too weak. Sasuke, as your elder brother, I shall grant you one final promise. When you possess strength equal to mine, you may seek me out. But by then, I shall show you no mercy. The words spoken by Itachi before his departure echoed vividly in Sasuke's mind. Frame by frame, they replayed like a film, over and over again. I am truly worthless. With a furious shout, Sasuke struck the rain-soaked ground with his fist. In the next moment, crimson streams cascaded forth from beneath his knuckles, as expected. His knuckles turned white from the pressure of his grip, yet he seemed impervious to the pain. Trembling and sobbing, like a helpless child, his heart felt as though it were being stirred, a bittersweet agony unexpressed. Yet, despite the overwhelming torment, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit the Sharingan remained dormant. The sky loomed dark, mirroring Sasuke's desolate and lost spirit. At that moment, a voice, tinged with suspicion, suddenly pierced through the air. This script seems rather off, doesn't it? After such a profound shock, you haven't awakened your eyes? Are you really the second male lead? Lacking any presence here? Sasuke could not comprehend the meaning behind those words. Yet the mocking tone ignited a spark of defiance within him. Be silent. With a fierce cry, Sasuke abruptly lifted his head towards the source of the voice. But in the next instant, he was taken aback by the figure that materialized before him, because this person bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, with identical attire and expressions. Sasuke was taken aback. Even the tone and cadence of the stranger's speech recalled his own, revealing an astonishing similarity in voice. It was as if he were staring at a replica made from the same mold. Are you, perhaps the brother my mother secretly gave birth to? He found himself asking, the absurdity of the question escaping him in that moment. Strangely, his tone softened slightly as he spoke. Born a mother? Why does that sound so awkward? And you're the one who is the younger brother. The figure muttered, then suddenly displayed an expression of anger, leaving Sasuke utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend what had provoked such ire from this boy, who resembled him so closely to it was akin to being unable to fathom why his own brother had transformed overnight, slaughtering their entire clan and murdering their parents. Yet, as Sasuke lingered in confusion, the figure posed a question. Sasuke, do you desire vengeance? Do you wish for your parents to return to life? The voice was enticing, each word resonating with profound implications. Though still young, Sasuke's mind raced with realization. He understood that this individual was attempting to deceive him. Nevertheless, he found himself nodding involuntarily, uttering a simple yet laden response. I want to. Those two words were brimming with overwhelming hatred. The figure seemed pleased with Sasuke's answer, nodding and smiling. Excellent that I can assist you, but it comes at a considerable cost. Are you willing to agree? What cost? In a moment of desperation, Sasuke asked without hesitation. Yield your body to me, and perhaps when I become powerful enough, I could resurrect you. What do you think? Such a proposition sounded utterly preposterous to Sasuke. Yet, the figure spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, his face betraying no emotion. Was he mad, or was he truly a master of his craft? Sasuke observed the raindrops cascading down the figure's shoulders as if separated by an invisible barrier. He hesitated. Could this be the manifestation of chakra? Was it possible that this boy, appearing to be of similar age, was indeed a formidable jonin? With a determined resolve, Sasuke clenched his jaw. I believe in your abilities, but how can I trust your promise? Ah, I believe you're already aware of how to awaken your bloodline limit. Yet, despite the immense shock you've experienced, you remain utterly still. With your potential, seeking vengeance is a distant dream. Let me be blunt. Do you have any other options? With those words, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. That I perceive fury and hatred within your gaze. Yet you are far too feeble, Sasuke. For reasons unknown, Itachi's words suddenly resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. His expression shifted repeatedly, fists clenched tightly. But in a moment of fervor, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the shadowed figure and declared, I propose a pact with you. All I desire is vengeance. Eliminate Uchiha Itachi, and I shall depart without regret. In stark contrast to Sasuke's visage, which was marred by rage, the figure nodded with an unsettling calmness. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this task better than anyone else. In time, your name, Sasuke, will resonate throughout the entire ninja realm. If you were to awaken anew, you would once again behold your deceased parents, and, of course, your esteemed brother. Do not mention him to me. Bear in mind, my sole demand is for you to slay him. Eliminate him. Before the figure could finish, Sasuke vehemently interrupted, his voice a fierce growl. Very well, very well. Close your eyes and relax your entire being from this moment forth. Allow me to take complete control. If resigned to fate. Sasuke complied, slowly shutting his eyes. In the next instant, amidst the dim, rain-soaked night, a brilliant golden light surged forth, piercing the center of Sasuke's forehead as he knelt in the rain. It flickered for but a moment before vanishing into him, disappearing entirely. Moments later, Sasuke, whose expression had been blank, suddenly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a cunningness that belied his youthful countenance. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, his gaze ablaze with crimson fury, and with an authoritative whisper, he bellowed, Sharingan, awaken. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of annihilating the clan. You have successfully awakened a visual point allocation system. Do you wish to activate and bind it immediately? The system prompt echoed in his mind, eliciting a smile from Sasuke, ignoring the potential eavesdroppers around him. He addressed the void before him, activate and bind it immediately. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You can now view your cultivation progress at any time through your thoughts. Excellent. This is precisely what I anticipated. Sasuke nodded and slowly rose to his feet. Rather than hastily examining his newfound system in the rain, he opted to return home to change into a clean outfit. He also gathered some essential personal items before settling down. The scent of blood wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma characteristic of a rainy day, creating a disconcerting contrast. After hastily collecting his belongings, he dared not re-enter the room filled with corpses. Suppressing his discomfort, he calmly sheltered himself under the eaves. Meanwhile, with a mere thought, the system interface materialized intelligently before Sasuke's eyes. Name, Uchiha Sasuke Faction, Land of Fire. Konoha Core Level, 2-12-400, Attribute Points, 2, Note. Used for direct enhancement of the host's attributes. Skill Points, 2, Note. Used for direct enhancement of the host's skill levels. Attribute Bar. Skill Bar. Upon reaching this point, Sasuke sensed that the attribute and skill bars were likely folded. Thus, with another thought, they unfurled before him, revealing Attribute Bar, Physique, 5 Agility, for Intelligence, 1 Charm, 9. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this. The physique should correlate with chakra amount. It was well known that the Uchiha clan lacked in this regard, so he accepted it. Agility, linked to physical skills, was understandable as he was still a child and not fully developed, so he brushed it off. However, the intelligence rating of 1. What could be the reasoning behind this? Was the original Sasuke, before he assumed this body, truly a fool? As this thought crossed his mind, the corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself. Truly deserving of the title dolt, this intelligence rating is undeniably accurate. Yet, reflecting further, Sasuke chuckled. At such a tender age, possessing a charm score of 9, it seems I, Sasuke, am indeed quite handsome. As for the lack of intelligence, with this system at my disposal, I can certainly compensate for it over time. After reviewing the attribute bar, Sasuke then directed his gaze towards the skill bar. Substitution technique. Level 1. Transformation technique. Level 1. Shadow clone technique. Level 1. Chakra control. Level 1. Physical technique. Level 1. Illusion technique. Level 2. Throwing ninja tools. Level 2. The 3-body technique is at level 1. While the illusion technique has reached level 2, seemingly linked to my recent awakening of the Sharingan. As for the proficiency in throwing ninja tools, it likely stems from my previous hunting endeavors with Itachi. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly noticed what appeared to be a line of small text that had seemingly emerged in the lower right corner of the system interface. Driven by curiosity, he focused his thoughts, and in the next instant, the text indeed underwent a slight transformation. Note: levels 1 to 2 are roughly equivalent to Genin, levels 3 to 4 to Chunin, levels 5 to 6 to Jonin, levels 7 to 8 to Kage, and levels 9 to 10 are comparable to the Sage of 6 Paths. Goodness, I almost overlooked the most crucial detail. Such an important reference standard was hidden away in the corner by this system. Was it afraid I would feel disheartened upon discovering it? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Yet the system remained indifferent to his indignation. In the blink of an eye, he cast aside the momentary displeasure and, gazing at the annotations before him, felt his blood surge with excitement. Levels 9 to 10 equate to the Sage level. With this visualized system and the vast disparity of information from my previous life, could the day of my domination over the ninja world be far off? Haraha. With this thought, Sasuke rose to his full height, letting out a wild roar that resembled madness. Though the scene appeared quite abrupt, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. He had traversed from Earth. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that while watching Naruto at home, he would inexplicably cross over with the system. Even more astonishing was that his first system task was to seize the body of the young Sasuke in this ninja world. Remarkably, it was on the night of the clan's massacre. Ironically, his true name on Earth was also Sasuke. In fact, regarding names, he had discussed this with his family. He recalled that his father had initially intended to name him Sarutobi, symbolizing like the sun at its zenith. However, that day, upon hearing that his grandmother consulted a feng shui master who claimed he lacked yin virtue, they decided that he should perform good deeds and be helpful throughout this life. Thus, his name transformed from Sarutobi to the current Sasuke. During his school days, this name had made him the target of mockery among his classmates, earning him the nickname Erjuzi, the second pillar. Ironically, now that he had crossed into the world of Naruto, he had indeed become the true Erjuzi. Was this all merely coincidence? Sasuke remained unaware. Yet as he gazed at the system panel projected in the void, a smile of exhilaration curled at the corners of his mouth. He understood that nothing else mattered. What was significant was that he would leave his mark in this ninja world, making it infinitely more thrilling with the emergence of this new Sasuke. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Sasuke suppressed his excitement and directed his gaze towards the achievements section at the very bottom. Achievement, possession. 1. Achievement reward. 1. Unlocked. Could achievements be infinitely unlocked, with each unlocking granting system rewards? Gazing at the symbol denoting infinity behind the achievement, Sasuke felt as if one more glance would cause him to dissolve into nothingness. Without hesitation, he called out to the void. System, unlock the achievement reward. Ding. Achievement reward successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A sense of familiarity enveloped him. Sasuke was not surprised to draw the Great Fireball, as it was the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. However, the fact that it never truly incapacitated anyone was somewhat vexing. It seemed the time had come to depart, surely by dawn. The forces of Konoha would arrive to assess the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had endured an entire night. As he gazed at the breaking dawn, he no longer hesitated, turning to begin his stealthy movements within the Uchiha compound. Sasuke's mind was remarkably clear. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan signified that he had, from this moment onward, become a child without a protector. Thus, he could rely solely upon himself. And as one who had descended from Earth, he was no mere archetype of a typical hero. He understood a harsh and unyielding truth. One cannot exist without wealth. The same applies to ninjas. This amount of money should suffice for me to escape the confines of the Konoha novice village. After a thorough search, a satisfied smile spread across Sasuke's youthful face. With his body slightly bent and a sack taller than himself slung over his back, he stepped forward, vanishing into the morning mist while the sky remained dim. In the Valley of the End, Hidden Leaf Village. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. With a resonant shout, a young boy, fingers forming seals, felt his chest swell. The echo of his cry had yet to dissipate when an immense, blazing fireball, radiant as the sun, abruptly materialized in the air. The intense heat scorched the air, distorting the surroundings, as the colossal fireball seared the surface of the water, causing it to hiss and bubble. Even the water at the surface appeared to boil, bubbling furiously. Upon completing the ninjutsu, Sasuke withdrew his hand seals. Observing the bubbling water with a nod of approval, the power is commendable. Even if it cannot kill, it serves as a decent tool for escape and survival. With that thought, Sasuke once again opened his system attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Affiliation, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Level 4, 47,800. Attribute points, 4. Note, used for directly enhancing the attributes of the binder. Skill points, 4. Note, used for directly enhancing the skill levels of the binder. Attributes, Constitution, 9. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 5. Charisma, 24. Skill bar, Shadow Clone Technique. Level 2, Transformation Technique. Level 2, Clone Technique. Level 2, Chakra Control. Level 2, Taijutsu. Level 2, Illusion Technique. Level 2, Ninja Tool Throwing. Level 2, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level 345. It has been half a year since Sasuke departed from the Uchiha clan. During this time, he has not returned to the Uchiha even once, instead immersing himself in seclusion at the Valley of the End, a place of unique significance. With abundant financial resources at his disposal, Sasuke's strength has seen remarkable improvement over the past 6 months. Not only has his level ascended to level 4, but his attributes and skills have also undergone a qualitative leap. However, his intelligence remains a cause for concern. With a mere thought, Sasuke concealed the system panel that only he could perceive and murmured to himself, counting the days. It should be around the time for graduation from the Ninja Academy in my memories. Becoming a genin is an unavoidable path. Perhaps the literature from the academy could enhance my intellectual attributes. With this in mind, Sasuke leaped into the water. After a refreshing cleanse, he took some money and departed from the Valley of the End. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. At this moment, Sasuke had emerged from the Valley of the End and arrived at the bustling marketplace of Konohagakure. The lively atmosphere was indeed captivating. Observing the throngs of people and the array of shops, Sasuke held a skewer of dumplings and sighed with nostalgia. Not forgetting his purpose, he swiftly located a store selling ninja tools amidst the market's bustle. The shop appeared quite impressive, showcasing a diverse assortment of ninja tools. Upon entering, Sasuke was warmly greeted by the proprietor. However, before he could inquire about the prices of shuriken and kunai, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. High-grade ninja sword detected. Please check promptly. A high-grade ninja sword? Sasuke halted his steps, slightly frowning. To be honest, he would never have believed such a fortunate occurrence if it weren't for the system's declaration. Glancing around, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. There, amidst the ordinary, lay a long sword that appeared unremarkable. Yet, Sasuke was certain that this was the high-grade ninja sword referred to by the system. Scratching his nose in thought, Sasuke regained his composure and casually asked while examining the ninja tools on the counter, "How much for the shuriken, boss?" Hee. That depends on how many you wish to purchase, handsome. The items are priced at 50 each, but if you purchase in greater quantities, I can offer you a discount. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man, has a round face that disappears into a mere slit when he smiles, exuding an air of cunning. Despite his seemingly pleasant demeanor, Sasuke remains astute, refusing to lose himself amidst the flattery of little handsome guy. He is acutely aware that should he step outside, he might well be derided as a fool. Clearing his throat, Sasuke squinted and smiled, stating, "I only have 2,000, so let us be frank. How much can you reduce the price for me? 2,000? Upon realizing the potential of this lucrative deal, the boss waved his hand grandly. Leaning closer to Sasuke and whispering with a sly grin, "How about I offer you a price of 40 each? You can take 10 extra shurikens, and with such volume, I want to be at a loss." His demeanor suggested he was wary of being overheard, prompting Sasuke to feel an urge to kick him. "Wait a moment. I'm still young. Don't think you can deceive me. I've seen stalls outside selling for 31. How does your 40 constitute a bargain?" Sasuke's expression turned wary, his brow furrowed as he prepared to leave. The boss, sensing the shift, quickly blocked his path, pleading in a hushed tone, "Oh dear. Little handsome guy, you simply don't understand. While they may appear cheaper, their quality pales in comparison to what we offer here. You get what you pay for, otherwise. How could I maintain such a large establishment without going bankrupt? With his clothing firmly grasped, Sasuke hesitated, contemplating the situation before nodding slightly. You seem to have a point. Upon hearing this, the proprietor sighed in relief. He certainly did not wish to lose such a valuable customer. After all, affluent ninjas like Sasuke were a rare find. The last time he encountered a young, wealthy ninja like Sasuke was several years prior. A girl who was quite the little heiress, spending thousands on ninja tools. Rumor had it she was a member of the 3rd class at the Ninja Academy. Sasuke interrupted the boss's musings, continuing with a serious tone. In truth, the amount of money is of little consequence. In Konoha, you want to find many wealthier than me. At this, the boss smirked slightly, thinking to himself, so you're wealthy, fine. The conversation shifted as Sasuke added, however, what I detest most is being treated as a fool. No, little handsome guy, I run an honest business. How could I possibly deceive you without reason? The boss insisted, waving his hands. Yet Sasuke paid him no heed, muttering to himself, I have a habit of wanting to gain a little advantage. It makes me feel more at ease. An advantage? The boss, slightly bewildered by the unexpected remark, quickly composed himself, his seasoned mind catching on in an instant. With a broad smile, he responded, Ah, yes, indeed. We have complimentary gifts. A valued client like you certainly cannot leave empty-handed. He beckoned eagerly. Choose any of the ninja tools on this counter. Consider it the beginning of a friendship. He. Upon hearing this, a sly smirk crept across Sasuke's lips. As if a cunning plan had just come to fruition, he sauntered to the counter, nonchalantly tossing a stack of money onto it. Then seemingly carelessly grasped a rather unremarkable ninja sword in his hand. Turning to the grinning boss, he quipped, This one will do. I've got some spare time these days. This could serve as a firewood poker for me. The boss nearly stumbled in shock at this remark, thinking to himself, wealthy individuals truly are whimsical. Using a ninja tool as a fire poker? How audacious. Just then, the previously tranquil shop was pierced by a rich, magnetic female voice from outside, declaring, Boss, I want that ninja sword in that boy's hand. No matter the price, I will offer double. Sasuke paused. Who is that? She is undeniably stunning. Double? The boss murmured, then glanced at Sasuke, only to find him feigning interest in the scenery after a fleeting glance. The shrewd businessman quickly assessed the situation. Compared to a potentially lucrative client like Sasuke, double the price was insignificant. He certainly wouldn't forfeit a watermelon for a sesame seed. Turning to the unexpected beauty ninja, he bowed and apologized. I'm terribly sorry, but that ninja sword has already been given as a complimentary gift to this young gentleman. Perhaps. The woman, named Uzuki Yuin, appeared unassuming in her ninja vest, yet in truth, she was an elite jonin of the Konoha Umbu. She interrupted the boss with a wave of her hand, stating 5 times. 5 times? The boss hesitated. 5 times amounted to 10,000. Even a potential high-value client would take years to generate such profit, while here lay an immediate gain. With that thought, he turned back to Sasuke, forcing a smile. Young sir, might you consider exchanging for another gift? After all, what does it matter what you use for firewood, right? He. The boss had anticipated swaying Sasuke. Believing the young man appeared somewhat naive and generous, a classic case of a fool with deep pockets. He had encountered many such individuals before, typically easily manipulated by pride, willing to endure a loss to save face. Yet, in this instance, the boss had miscalculated. Sasuke turned his head once more, casting a piercing glare at the boss, and coldly remarked, I have stated before that I am not in need of money, yet what I cannot abide is being underestimated. Much like you are doing now, which greatly frustrates me. His demeanor remained composed, though his tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Faced with Sasuke's sudden assertiveness, the boss was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of contemplation, he steeled himself and turned to Uzuki Shiyen, saying, I apologize, but 10 times. 10 times. Upon hearing this price, the boss felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, and he could not help but swallow hard. If you cannot make the decision, I shall pursue my business with this young man instead. Though Uzuki Shiyen maintained a calm facade, the urgency concealed in her voice was perceptible to Sasuke. 10 times the price? Not only would I not part with 20,000. Even if it meant relinquishing this enchanting lady, I, Sasuke, would not easily let go of this ninja sword. Upon reflection, how could a ninja sword, highlighted by the system, be anything trivial? As the saying goes, one does not prosper without windfall, nor does a horse thrive without night grass. Truth be told, when Uzuki Shiyen initially proposed a 5-fold price, the boss could scarcely contain himself. However, considering Sasuke's youth and apparent wealth, he suppressed his avarice. Now, With the prospect of tenfold payment emerging, the boss cast aside all thoughts of Sasuke. What of honor? What of clientele? Once this transaction was completed, he could simply reinvent himself with a new business. This monumental deal was a rare opportunity. If successful, it could afford him a comfortable existence for half a year. How could he let it slip away? With this thought in mind, he turned to the placid Sasuke for the third time and coldly declared, "Our transaction has not yet been finalized. Put down the ninja sword in your possession. I shall not proceed with this deal." His tone was frigid, and even the term handsome boy had vanished from his speech. Indeed, Sasuke refrained from an immediate outburst. Instead, he glanced at the anxious Uzuki Shiin beside him, and then at the stern-faced portly boss, stating, "You accepted my money yet wish to renege? Is this how you conduct business?" In response, the boss, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out the 2,000 he had just received and tossed it onto the counter before Sasuke. "Here is your money. You may set down the ninja's sword and leave." At this moment, Su Jian clearly discerned the impatience in the boss's voice. "How absurd. You could easily seize it if you wished. I am utterly exasperated." With a sardonic smile, Sasuke rose, his gaze turning icy. "Can sold goods be reclaimed at will? In all my years, I have never encountered such a situation. I simply will not give it to you. What can you do about it?" With a resounding clap on the table, Sasuke's anger flared. Since reason had failed, he resolved to resort to physicality. The boss, with a cold smirk, clapped his hands, summoning several burly men who rushed forward, eager for a scuffle. Their faces adorned with smug grins. "Take the money from the counter and throw this troublemaker out. This is my territory, and I won't allow a mere child to exert his influence here." However, just as the thugs prepared to advance, Yu Shiin furrowed her brow and interjected, "I fear this course of action may not be wise." The boss paused momentarily, then, with a dismissive wave, replied, "My dear, you have witnessed our altercation. I have yet to provide him with any goods, thus, the transaction remains unfulfilled. Returning his money is entirely reasonable." But Yu Shiin found herself at a loss for words. Something felt amiss, yet her prolonged seclusion and training left her unable to pinpoint the exact issue. "Leave this to me. Rest assured, I will not be excessively harsh. After all, he is just a child. Once this matter is resolved, we shall proceed with the transaction." The boss, impatient, gestured behind him, and the group of muscular men charged toward Sasuke. Observing this, Sasuke smirked internally. He thought to himself, in just 6 months, my physical prowess has reached the level of a high-ranking genin. I wonder how I measure up against these ordinary folk? With a sly grin, he swiftly moved into the encroaching circle of thugs. "Be careful. Don't hurt him," Yu Shiin shouted, sensing the impending danger, though she refrained from intervening. While these men were indeed robust, they were merely ordinary individuals. Furthermore, their boss had decreed that this boy would only be subdued and tossed out. Although it was somewhat cruel to assault a child, she felt compelled to turn a blind eye for the sake of her own ambitions. The boss sneered, and Yu Shiin fell silent, but in the next moment, they were both left stupefied. With surprising agility, Sasuke, though small in stature, danced through the thugs like a butterfly flitting among flowers. In mere moments, he had sent several of them sprawling, their cries echoing in the air. None able to rise again. What? How is this possible? The chakra fluctuations. Could this boy already be a genin? Yu Shiin and the boss exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already dashed out of the shop, turning back to bellow into the interior. "Remember, you initiated this." With that, he declared that the establishment no longer deserved to exist. As soon as the words left his lips, he offered no opportunity for a response from within. His hands swiftly formed seals, transitioning with remarkable precision. In an instant, his chest swelled, and a torrent of searing flames erupted forth. Indeed, he had reached the 3rd level of the fire release. Great fireball technique in just 6 months. The air shimmered with distortion as the fierce inferno surged forth. Inside the shop, the sole practitioner of ninjutsu, Uzuki Yusumi, paled at the sight. In the next heartbeat, her delicate fingers danced, weaving through the air with fervor. She crouched slightly and struck the ground with one hand, calling out simultaneously, "Earth release! Earth flow wall!" With a resounding boom, a massive earthen wall rose majestically, akin to a city fortification. As the earth flow wall ascended, the great fireball met it head-on, unyielding in its advance. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air as the two forces collided, the steam rising from the scorched earth hissing with intensity. Before long, the acrid scent of charred vegetation permeated the atmosphere. However, Sasuke was merely a genin. Mere seconds later, as the great fireball extinguished. The formidable earth flow wall merely bore a significant crater, standing resolute yet singed. Phew. It was fortunate that this female ninja intervened. Sasuke had anticipated that Uzuki Uyasumi would act to prevent further destruction. After all, even the most despicable of shopkeepers did not deserve death. His strike was the most potent great fireball he had at his disposal, not only to test the practical strength of his third-level fire release but also to impart a lesson to the proprietor. After all, Sasuke was not one to be trifled with. Those who dared to bully him would pay a price. You are truly a ninja," the shopkeeper exclaimed from the doorway, his expression one of disbelief as he beheld the composed Sasuke. At that moment, he was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. A mere vendor of blades had provoked a genuine ninja, and one of such formidable prowess. As this realization struck him, his legs felt weak. Simultaneously, he cursed Sasuke inwardly. "If you are indeed a ninja, why do you not wear a headband? Is it entertaining to masquerade as a fool, luring others into traps?" Uzuki Uyasumi altered her hand seals, dispelling the earth flow wall and fixing a serious gaze upon Sasuke in the distance. At such a young age, he possesses the strength of a genin. Which clan does this prodigy hail from? Why have I never heard of him in Konoha? Could he be from the Hyuga clan? Perhaps Neji? No, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has white eyes, does it not? However, as Mitsuki Yuin stood at the door alongside her employer, both were momentarily taken aback. The surrounding onlookers continued to gather, intrigued. Upon hearing the employer's earlier exclamation, Sasuke felt a question rise within him. What does it mean to be a true ninja? Could it be that this cunning old man had not realized my identity as a ninja until now? With this thought, Sasuke cast his gaze towards Mitsuki Yuin and, upon reflection, found clarity. So it was the ninja forehead protector. I never anticipated that the upcoming graduation exam would hold such significance. In truth, aside from the forehead protector, Sasuke had refrained from donning clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan symbol to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, given the shopkeeper's expertise in weaponry, a conflict with someone from the Uchiha clan would have been inconceivable. Although the Uchiha clan had been decimated 6 months prior, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. In the world of Naruto, a ninja, regardless of their misfortunes, cannot be easily trifled with by mere merchants. At such a young age, possessing such strength is commendable, yet they are but ordinary folk. There truly is no need for such extreme measures. Mitsuki Yuin took a few steps closer. Although still several meters away from Sasuke, a fragrant aroma wafted towards him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, Sujin chuckled, "I have no intention of pursuing vengeance. After all, you are indoors, are you not? Very well. Let us drop the matter to avoid alarming the village's guard, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Mitsuki Yuin's tone softened, and she suggested a different course of action. However, Sasuke merely scoffed in response. Why should it end there? After a pause, he pointed at the now dumbfounded shopkeeper and exclaimed, "Does he think he can simply bully me and get away with it? You are unharmed, are you not? Besides, he is merely an ordinary person. He cannot possibly harm a ninja such as yourself, who possesses chakra," Mitsuki Yuin countered, prompting the surrounding spectators to express their astonishment. They pondered how this seemingly young child could be a ninja and yet bully the shopkeeper. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Sasuke frowned and retorted, "I possess chakra. But does that mean it comes effortlessly like the wind? I owe no favors to that foolish pig behind you. Why should he be allowed to bully me without consequence? Just because I am a ninja, must I be a martyr, allowing myself to be oppressed?" Mitsuki was left speechless, while the onlookers began to grasp the truth. It turned out that the genuine victim was indeed the ninja, rather than the comparatively weaker ordinary person. Upon observing Sasuke's youthful visage, they instinctively pieced together the scenario. It seemed that the treacherous fat man had underestimated the child's age, intending to take advantage, only to discover that despite his youth, the child was already a ninja, receiving his just deserts. The public opinion shifted abruptly, with onlookers murmuring and casting glances at the boss. Observing this, Sujin smiled briefly before coldly asserting, "You may save him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. I shall state this clearly. If I do not receive an explanation, and if I cannot release this pent-up frustration, I will return here frequently to practice my ninjutsu. After all, my talent is exceptional, and I learn swiftly. I am in need of a sparring partner." Upon hearing this, Oyushiyin's expression changed instantly. She harbored no doubts regarding Sasuke's words. The hasty confrontation had already demonstrated his formidable strength. Indeed, he was a paragon among the lower ninjas. It seemed that only the escort team could intervene in this matter. OUS sighed inwardly. However, The boss was seasoned in the ways of the world. Summoning the escort team, comprised of ninjas like Sasuke, would inevitably lead them to favor their own. In other words, there was no logic in striking one's own hand. In a flurry of panic, the boss hastily pulled out several stacks of bills. Simultaneously, he grabbed a sealing scroll beside him, plastered a grin on his face, and approached Sasuke, saying, "Young man, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and will not offer excuses. Here, I present you with 10,000 ryo, along with the kunai and shuriken you previously requested. All as a form of compensation for my error." Having spoken, he bowed his head. Yet, after a few moments, he realized that Sasuke had not accepted his earnest offering. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and added, I truly have no more to give. If you refuse, then feel free to strike me. I will not resist." "Resist?" Sasuke chuckled. If he truly decided to act, this rotund man would not stand a chance. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke accepted the money and the sealing scroll, snorting disdainfully as he remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. You had better conduct your business properly from now on, lest I hear any unfavorable remarks about you in Konoha. Do not blame me if I turn your shop into a training ground for ninjutsu. Yes. Rest assured, I had no choice before, but now I aspire to be a good man," the plump boss exclaimed, his joy evident as he nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. However, when he looked up, he was astonished to find that Sasuke had vanished. At the same time, a peculiar log had inexplicably appeared on the ground. In Konoha, at a certain street corner, Sasuke strolled casually, stating, "Come out. There is no need for stealth. We are all ninjas. Let us speak openly." He paused, slightly tilting his head, his voice low and firm. With a sudden swish, a familiar, graceful silhouette abruptly materialized in the distance behind Sasuke. "You had already discovered me. Indeed, you are remarkable." Upon hearing this, Sujin smiled faintly and replied, "Senior, you overestimate me. My current mastery of the way of ninjutsu is still insufficient in your esteemed presence." Although Sasuke was aware that he was a chosen one in this ninja realm, he had not yet reached a level of arrogance that surpassed his development. After all, there was a vast chasm between a genin and a genin. He was uncertain of the ninja's rank before him. But from her effortless display of prowess in shattering the great fireball technique, it was evident that she was far superior. Noticing Sasuke's polite demeanor, devoid of his previous sharp tongue, Uchiha Shiin removed her standard umbu mask and spoke gently, "You know the purpose of my visit. I desire the tenfold, that ninjato in your possession." As she unveiled her face, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He had not paid her much attention in the shop, but now, scrutinizing her closely, he noted her starry eyes, sun-kissed lips, a delicate nose, and skin like freshly fallen snow. Her long, graceful legs complemented her ethereal presence, accentuated by the long sword she bore on her back, exuding an air of subtle heroism. Swallowing hard, Sasuke found himself entranced, stammering, "Sister, 15-fold. This is all I can muster. Could you do me the favor of accepting this?" He added, "In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in Konoha, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Before he could voice a refusal, Uchiha Shiin promptly increased her offer. At this moment, Sasuke regained his composure and sighed. "Truth be told, I'm not in want of money. To put it differently, this matter transcends mere currency. My beautiful lady, do you understand?" Sasuke's repeated address of sister and lady caused a faint blush to rise on Uchiha Shiin's cheeks, prompting her to ask, somewhat awkwardly, "Then, what do you desire?" Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Sasuke chuckled softly, "I see that you carry a ninjato, suggesting you are a master swordsman. Therefore, if you could impart some reliable sword techniques to me, I would gladly return the ninjato in pristine condition." Though Sasuke recognized that the ninjato was a treasured item, specifically designated by the system, he also understood that the power dynamic was skewed. She was a genin, while he was merely a genin. Furthermore, her striking beauty made it difficult for him to refuse her request. Thus, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he resolved to seek a mutually beneficial exchange, willing to incur a minor loss for the sake of gaining something valuable. Sword techniques? At the mention of this, hesitation flickered across Uchiha Shiin's face. After a considerable pause, she seemed to have made a resolute decision and turned to Sasuke, saying, "My swordsmanship is quite unique. To impart it to you, I cannot decide alone. Therefore, if you truly wish to learn, you must accompany me to meet someone." "Meet someone? Your father?" Sasuke inquired. "Well, before we go, you must wait a moment. Since it is our first encounter, I must leave a good impression on the elder. By the way, Does he enjoy sake? For some reason, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement, suddenly experiencing the sensation of meeting a parent. Upon hearing this, Uzuki Yuin realized Sasuke had misunderstood and quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, no, no. My father has long since passed away. The person I want you to meet is my senior brother." Senior brother? Sasuke's heart sank, feeling as though the air had been let out of a balloon. It seemed that this enchanting lady was already taken. However, after a moment of reflection, he accepted the situation. It would indeed be strange for such a beautiful young woman to be without a partner. He consoled himself with the thought that he was still young, handsome, and charming, and thus he had no need to fear remaining single in the future. As for Sakura, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an overindulgence in anime from a past life, he felt neither dislike nor attraction towards her. "All right, I will accompany you." At this point, Sasuke realized he had no way out. He could not go back on his word. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he followed Uzuki Yuin to meet her mysterious senior brother. He had prepared himself for the worst. If all else failed, he could simply take his leave with some money. After all, with only 3 days left until the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, every moment was precious to him. He could not afford any further delays. Both being ninjas and residing in the Leaf Village, they quickly arrived at the location Uzuki Yuin had mentioned. It was a quaint little residence, exuding an air of antiquity. In front of the house lay a spacious courtyard, flanked by 2 cherry blossom trees, with vibrant flowers and falling petals creating a picturesque scene. In the yard, there was a long bench, upon which a man dressed in a ninja vest was leisurely lounging in the sun. "You're back." "Ahem. Who is this child?" Upon hearing the footsteps of Uzuki Yuin and Sasuke, the man rose to inquire. "Is this her partner? He looks rather frail." As the man scrutinized him, Sasuke met his gaze without fear. The man had long brown hair, wore a ninja headband, and sported a fitted outfit, topped with a couple's vest identical to Uzuki Yuin's. At a glance, one might consider him a handsome fellow. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was excessively pale, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. From time to time, he would cough a few times, resembling a feeble soul, his entire demeanor appearing rather listless. It seems that this is true love. Although the man was not unhandsome, Sasuke still believed that the individual before him was somewhat unworthy of the young lady in question. Upon noticing this, Uzuki Yuin hurriedly stepped forward to assist the man, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, "Jifeng, are you all right?" "Haha, I am fine, you need not worry." The man waved his hand dismissively, straightening his posture slightly as he spoke. Observing this, Uzuki Yuin let out a sigh of relief and turned to the man to explain, "I do not know his name, but he has obtained the lost ninja sword of our master, therefore." Before Uzuki Yuin could finish her sentence, the man's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What? The master's ninja sword?" In the next moment, he became aware of his own indiscretion. Suppressing his inner joy, he turned to Sasuke, who had remained silent, and excitedly said, "Young brother, the ninja sword you possess is of great significance to us. Could you possibly part with it? We are willing to pay any price." Previously, he had referred to Sasuke as a child, yet now he was addressing him as a brother. Sasuke keenly perceived this shift. However, he did not respond directly to the man's request. Instead, he smiled and respectfully countered, "Might you be called Moonlight Jifeng, Senior? Do you know me?" Moonlight Jifeng asked, initially taken aback, then filled with elation before eagerly inquiring further. Sasuke nodded, then shook his head in reply, "I was merely guessing. Upon hearing you referred to as Jifeng and noticing the ninja sword, I took the liberty to speculate. To my surprise, I was correct, haha." He pointed toward a nearby chair where a ninja sword leaned against it, beginning to display a more agreeable demeanor. Moonlight Jifeng. Regardless of his lackluster accomplishments among the elite jounin, the title of Special Jounin of Konoha was not bestowed lightly. At the very least, he was far more impressive than the current Sasuke. It is fortunate to have made this acquaintance. Observing Sasuke's endearing and amiable demeanor, Moonlight Jifeng felt a sense of relief. With a gentle smile, he inquired once more, "Young brother, could you consider selling us that ninja sword? It is truly vital to us." This time, before Sasuke could respond, Uzuki Yuin interjected, "Jifeng, this is precisely why I brought him to seek you out." "What?" Upon hearing this, Moonlight Jifeng turned to Uzuki Yuin with a look of confusion. "What is your name?" Without directly responding to Moonlight Gale, Uzuki Yuin turned to Sasuke and inquired, "You may simply call me Sasuke." Sasuke replied succinctly, unwilling to disclose his full name. After all, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan is no longer a secret, and he preferred not to find himself at the center of scrutiny. In response, Yuzuki Yuin shifted her gaze back to Moonlight Gale and said, Sasuke wishes to exchange the Leaf Village swordsmanship, which is why I brought him here. In exchange for swordsmanship? Yuzuki Yuin's brief words immediately plunged Moonlight Gale into contemplation, his brow furrowing in silence. The three individuals present fell into an abrupt quietude. The Leaf Village swordsmanship? It certainly sounded impressive. Sasuke pondered to himself. Truth be told, upon hearing such an exalted name for the swordsmanship, he felt a twinge of desire. To be named after the Leaf Village, this sword technique must be extraordinary. However, given that Moonlight Gale could not even best Maki, one wondered if this swordsmanship was merely superficial. Sasuke absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose, fully aware of what he needed to do next. Although he yearned to learn this seemingly magnificent Leaf Village swordsmanship, he also needed to consider the pride of the special Jonin. After all, strength often prevails. If he continued to press on someone's vulnerabilities, it could lead to an undesirable outcome. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Moonlight Gale, who had been silent for a considerable time, suddenly sighed and spoke slowly, Very well. Perhaps this is all part of fate's design. Sasuke has discovered his master's ninja sword, and we shall exchange it for the Leaf Village swordsmanship. Fate is not to be defied. Observing Moonlight Gale's deep sigh, Yuzuki Yuin interjected, Gale, if this is not feasible, perhaps we can persuade him further. There may still be hope. She was reluctant to see her beloved display such a troubled expression, akin to the loss of a long-missing ninja sword. There's no need. Moonlight Gale waved his hand dismissively and then, with a fluid motion, retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Sasuke, saying, This is a copy of the Leaf Village swordsmanship. It contains 2 unparalleled sword techniques within. If you find it incomprehensible upon your return, then do not bother to return it. Simply burn it. Listening to Moonlight Gale's words and observing his indifferent demeanor, Sasuke furrowed his brow. What did he mean by that? If he couldn't understand it, should he just incinerate it? Was the swordsmanship inscribed within this scroll merely a cheap imitation? After some contemplation, Sasuke raised his gaze to Moonlight Gale and asked, Senior, may I inquire if you have already mastered the 2 sword techniques contained within the scroll? Given your suggestion to destroy it if I cannot comprehend it? Sasuke posed this question with a hint of his own ulterior motives. After all, such an impressive name, Konoha Flow Swordsmanship. Even if Moonlight Gale were indeed formidable, he appeared to be merely in his early 20s, making it implausible for one so young to have comprehended the intricate legacy of a martial school. If he were to assert this without hesitation, then Sasuke would discard the scroll, for it would surely be a fabrication. Alternatively, if Moonlight Gale spoke the truth, it would imply that this swordsmanship was excessively boastful in its claims. To Sasuke's relief, Moonlight Gale immediately shook his head, as if in self-deprecation, murmuring with a bitter smile, How profoundly intricate and obscure is the Konoha Flow swordsmanship. Though it encompasses merely 2 techniques, it is as elusive and unpredictable as the stars and moon in the sky, wielding a remarkable sharpness. Despite my continuous practice since childhood, my limited aptitude means I have only just begun to grasp the threshold of its mysteries. Just begun to grasp the threshold? Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. While Moonlight Gale's combat prowess did not particularly stand out in Sasuke's memory, he was nonetheless a distinguished Jonin. Thus, his innate talent was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, even for someone of his caliber, to have merely scratched the surface of Konoha Flow swordsmanship after so many years? If Moonlight Gale was not deceiving him, then the strength of this swordsmanship must be extraordinary. Gasping in realization, Sasuke felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He had only heard of the 8 Gates technique and knew of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha, being skilled with a blade. Yet, he had been oblivious to the existence of such a terrifying legacy of swordsmanship within Konoha. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Sasuke unsheathed the ninja sword hanging at his waist and handed it over without hesitation. Simultaneously, he seized the scroll from Moonlight Gale's hand and, without even glancing at it, tucked it into his ninja pouch. Sasuke, heed my words. Should you find it incomprehensible, destroy it immediately to prevent it from falling into enemy hands, Moonlight Gale cautioned seriously. A far cry from his earlier excitement. Having received the sword, Sasuke was eager to make his exit. Rest assured, Senior, whether I comprehend it or not, I shall memorize all its contents before incinerating it. Therefore, you need not worry about the risk of it being captured by foes. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale's eyes brightened, and for the first time, he displayed a relaxed smile, saying, That is reassuring. Sasuke, it seems we are fated. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in Konoha in the future, Do not hesitate to seek assistance from me and Yuin. As long as it does not contravene our principles, I will lend my aid. Sasuke understood the implication of Moonlight Gale's words, though he did not articulate it directly. The expression on his face made it abundantly clear to Sasuke. He understood that Moonlight Gale harbored doubts about his ability to master the leaf flow sword technique. However, what he did not realize was that Sasuke's true trump card was not his innate talent, but rather the formidable system he possessed. Why should he labor to cultivate when he had a system at his disposal? Who does he look down upon? After a brief farewell to Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao, Sasuke returned to the Valley of the End. Yet, just as he set foot and prepared to unroll the scroll of the leaf flow sword technique for observation, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired leaf flow sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired leaf flow sword technique, Misty Moonlit Night. The system had detected it as well. Hearing the announcement of the two sword techniques filled Sasuke with immense joy. It felt as though his ninja sword had been acknowledged by the system. Receiving such esteem from Moonlight Gale, surely, these two techniques could not be mere trifles. With this thought, Sasuke could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within him. His hand brushed against his waist, summoning a scroll that materialized in his palm. In the era of the Leaf's White Fang, one could attain renown in the ninja world merely through swordsmanship. If he were to master this lineage of swordsmanship, wouldn't he soar to great heights? With a gleeful chuckle, he unfurled the scroll. However, before he could focus his gaze upon it, the scroll spontaneously ignited from his grasp. The sensation was akin to a piercing pain that caught him off guard, prompting Sasuke to instinctively hurl the scroll away. In the next moment, before he could rush over to extinguish the flames, the scroll had already disintegrated into a flurry of ashes, carried away by a malevolent wind, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene left Sasuke in a state of shock. All his efforts had come to naught, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression turned grim. Did Moonlight Gale, despite his seemingly honest demeanor, actually play him for a fool with a counterfeit scroll? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Yet, he was acutely aware that the disparity in their strengths was far too great. Even if he confronted him now, it would only lead to his own demise. Humph. Moonlight Gale, I will remember this debt. Mark my words. I will settle it with you sooner or later. Seething with rage, Sasuke took a seat upon a nearby boulder. At that moment, a piercing pain akin to needles assaulted his mind. It was unbearable in 2 lifetimes. He had never endured such inhuman torment. Clutching his head, he fell to the ground, rolling and banging his head in desperation. Time seemed to freeze, and he lost track of how long it had been before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As he drifted into oblivion, the sounds of chattering and chirping filled his ears. At this moment, he lay peacefully atop a colossal rock by the edge of the pond, utterly still. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered a few times, and then he gradually opened his eyes. Fortunately, I'm still alive. Sasuke murmured weakly, his gaze unfocused. He believed that the source of all his troubles lay in the scroll given to him by the Moonlight Gale. It might very well contain some forbidden technique, invisible, yet capable of leading him to his demise. That guy is determined to kill me. If he were to discover that I am still alive. He paused, letting out a sigh. It seems that Konoha is no longer a safe haven for me. Just as Sasuke was preparing to rise, a sudden brightness illuminated his surroundings, and before him, scenes resembling 3D projections materialized in the void. The scenes were composed of tiny figures, each wielding a ninja sword, deftly moving to and fro with extraordinary agility. This is the Dance of the Crescent Moon. While Sasuke was astonished by the sword techniques exhibited by the figures, a line of inconspicuous small characters suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of the void. Konoha Flow Sword Technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The characters flowed like dragons and phoenixes, intricately inscribed with an indescribable profundity. Realizing what lay before him, Sasuke was unwilling to waste even a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and, in an instant, immersed himself in the swirling sword techniques before him. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight spread across the Valley of the End, Sasuke finally opened his eyes once more. Though he had not slept throughout the night, he now radiated vigor. In his eyes, golden light sparkled, as if 2 ninja swords were poised to emerge. The first form of the Dance of the Crescent Moon, Wind Slash, accomplished. With a thunderous shout, his aura surged with overwhelming might. At that moment, Sasuke resembled a ninja sword ready to be drawn, its edge glinting with a concealed murderous intent. It seems I misunderstood the intentions of the Moonlight Gale. The previous bout of headache must have been the system's covert machinations. Damn it, the sword technique level is so high that it nearly burned out my CPU. With clarity of thought, Sasuke's mind opened up, and he summoned the system panel. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Faction, Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Dark Long Rebellion. Potential for a rogue ninja. Level, 5, 51,000. Attribute points, 5. Note, used to directly enhance the attributes of the bound individual. Skill points, 5. Note, used to directly enhance the skill levels of the bound individual. Attributes, Physique, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 8. Charisma, 35. Skills, Substitution Technique, Level 2. Transformation Technique, Level 2. Clone Technique, Level 2. Chakra Control, Level 2. Body Technique, Level 3. Illusion Technique, Level 2. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 3, 45. Konoha Style Swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Dance, Level 2, 75. Konoha Style Swordsmanship, Hazy Moonlit Night, Level 0, not yet cultivated. As Sasuke gazed at the glaring words behind the camp, a smirk involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. What does it mean to possess a rebellious nature, harboring the potential of a rogue ninja? Is this system trying to sweet-talk me? Although a hint of irritation lingered. He could not suppress a sense of pride upon witnessing the growth of his attributes. His charm was soaring, almost outpacing his intellect. Should I consider simply reclining and relying on my looks to make a living? As his imagination took flight, his gaze shifted downward, and Sasuke could not help but furrow his brow. The Crescent Moon Dance is only at level 2? Should I forcibly upgrade it using skill points? After a night of diligent practice, Sasuke increasingly sensed the profundity of the Crescent Moon Dance. At this moment, despite having effortlessly cultivated it to the threshold of understanding in a single night, advancing further would require considerable time and effort. Recalling that it took over a decade for Moonlight Gale to cultivate all sword techniques to the initial threshold, Sasuke ultimately gritted his teeth and allocated a skill point to the Crescent Moon Dance. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Crescent Moon Dance has successfully leveled up. You have consumed 1 skill point. Your current skill points are 4. Seeing the notification, Sasuke felt a pang of regret. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. It is a well-known fact that in the world of shinobi, fire release seldom proves lethal, particularly the techniques of the Uchiha clan. The Great Fireball, despite being at the level of a chunin, required an excessively long casting time, rendering it ineffective for inflicting real harm. At best, it served as a means of intimidation. In contrast, the Crescent Moon Dance was entirely different. Not only was it executed swiftly, but its lethal moves were concealed, making it an invaluable weapon in combat. Opening the system panel once more, Sasuke directed his attention to the skills section. Konoha-style swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Dance, Level 3, 98, just a hair's breadth away. Sasuke's frustration boiled over, his teeth clenched in anger. Achieving the first form, Pursuing Wind, at Level 2 was a modest accomplishment. Reaching Level 3 could be considered a significant milestone, should he inadvertently attain Level 4. Sasuke understood that if Moonlight Gale had not deceived him earlier, he would undoubtedly hold the advantage with the first form of the Crescent Moon Dance in direct confrontation. However, that advantage would only extend to the first form, the Wind Slash. His cultivation through the system appeared to diverge from the path of Moonlight Gale. The individual seeks a holistic enhancement. While Sasuke is destined to improve step by step, it is likely that only upon mastering one technique to its pinnacle will he unlock the next. This predicament leaves Sasuke feeling rather exasperated. After all, one who relies on the system finds themselves at a disadvantage, and when faced with the future, he can only acquiesce to fate. As the years slip away unnoticed, and time subtly shifts, a day passes. When the morning dawns, with the sun's rays having graced Sasuke's back multiple times, he begrudgingly rises. The previous night's rigorous training had drained his energy, making it nearly impossible for him to awaken on time. Today, however, marks the day of the Ninja Academy's graduation examination, compelling him to make his way to the school. Thus, after splashing his face with water from a pond and tidying himself, Sasuke revitalizes and confidently strides out of the Valley of the End. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, guided by the memories of the original owner, Sasuke smoothly finds his way to his designated class. However, he is taken aback by the utter chaos within. The classroom is a cacophony of noise, with young children scurrying about, laughing and playing in the aisles, corners, and even on the podium. It seems that Iruka-sensei has yet to arrive. With a wry smile, Sasuke shakes his head. Though his body has yet to mature, his mind has long since outgrown the innocence of childhood. He finds a secluded corner, sits down quietly, and lowers his gaze to summon the system panel, eager to seize the moment to practice the dance of the crescent moon. Yet, just as Sasuke's thoughts begin to stir and he brings forth the system panel, his ears catch two whispers that involuntarily draw his attention. Is that Sasuke? I'm in love with him. Ino, why do you always have to compete with me? I can overlook other things, but Sasuke is off limits. Sakura, your words are quite disheartening. Reflect on it. Throughout our lives, have I ever withheld anything good from you? To hear you say such a thing today is truly... Sigh, this is different. Sasuke is a person, not an object. As the tone of their argument escalates, Sasuke cannot help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel as though Sakura is insulting someone? He muses silently. Recognizing that Ino and Sakura are merely children, dismissing their bickering, he prepares to focus his thoughts and enter a state of training. However, at that moment, he hears Sakura shout at the top of her lungs, "Furthermore, I will not share Sasuke with you. He is mine, and no one can take him away." Humph. Sakura, your words are precisely what I wanted to say. If that's the case, let us sever all ties. Afterward, let each rely on their own abilities to see who Sasuke truly favors. Humph. A severance of ties is a severance of ties. For him, I shall not yield. Humph. Upon hearing this, the dispute momentarily ceased. Alas, this fragile sisterhood, Sakura remains unchanged. Sasuke felt a twinge of discontent regarding Sakura's attitude towards Ino. Although the entire situation stemmed from his own allure, he believed that regardless of the irreconcilable conflicts, Ino had always considered her friend first. Thus, he thought it inappropriate to raise his voice publicly, causing such a sincere friend to lose face. This transcended mere principles of conduct. It was a matter of character, too self-centered, too domineering. Just then, an unexpected notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value 2. Current charm value has risen to 37. Gazing at the message visible only to himself, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a wry smile and shake his head, pondering, alas, this wretched charm of mine. How did I acquire these 2 points? It dawned on him that they must have originated from the jealous quarrel between Ino and Sakura. He suddenly recognized a daunting possibility. With the current rate of growth in his charm value, there might come a day when all the beauties of Konoha would be in a frenzy, unable to resist. If it reached that point, attracting too much attention could prove troublesome. If he didn't find a way to manage it swiftly, Konoha would surely take notice of him. At that moment, remaining inconspicuous in the novice village would be impossible. With this thought, Sasuke felt a pang of distress. He never imagined that one day he would be troubled by his own handsomeness. Perhaps after school, he could adopt Kakashi's style and wear a mask? He found this to be the only reasonably prudent solution. After all, emulating Kakashi's ninja mask was far more visually appealing than wrapping his face in bandages like Zabuza. Although he had overheard the entire argument between Sakura and Ino, Sasuke kept his eyes tightly shut throughout, resembling a statue, arms crossed, completely unmoving. Yet, in a corner unseen by him, a golden-haired boy with blue eyes glared at Sasuke with a look of fury, gritting his teeth. How infuriating. Sakura adores you. And yet you feign indifference. With clenched fists, the boy's cheeks, marked with birthmarks resembling a cat's whiskers, contorted with irritation. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Despite the cacophony in the classroom, the argument between Sakura and Ino was unmistakably loud, and those around them could hardly miss it. He could hear them clearly. Not to mention Sasuke, who was even closer to the two girls. After a moment of contemplation, the blue-eyed, golden-haired youth could no longer contain himself. He approached Sasuke's desk, slightly bending his legs, and, as if spring-loaded, leaped onto the desk in front of Sasuke in the blink of an eye. The desk shook violently, but the boy steadied himself, crouching slightly as he fixed his gaze on Sasuke and slowly spoke. You insufferable brat. Stop pretending to be asleep. Today, if you do not apologize to Sakura, I will not let you off the hook. With his eyes closed in contemplation, Sasuke was pondering what kind of mask to purchase after school to conceal his striking features when he suddenly felt the desk before him shaking. He chose to ignore it. For after all, they were merely children in this room. Being overly concerned would only diminish his own stature. However, as he thought this, a series of shouts broke through his reverie. What on earth? Sasuke was not angry. He merely felt bewildered. Furrowing his brow, he slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock as he turned to face the blue-eyed, golden-haired boy before him, exclaiming in disbelief, Prince? Who exactly? Was this person squatting in front of him? Sasuke understood all too well. It was Naruto. The shock outweighed all else in his heart. He never anticipated that he would meet the leading man of the Hokage in such a manner for the very first time. Yet, that was merely a thing of the past. Now, having inhabited Sasuke's body, the protagonist was, without a doubt, himself. I say, even the Sage of Six Paths cannot save you. With that thought, Sasuke's expression remained impassive as he calmly responded, "What did you say?" The bland words, coupled with his cold demeanor, appeared as blatant provocation in Naruto's eyes, which were already frenzied. His goddess, Sakura, was watching nearby. Why was he acting like a fool? Charging forth for love? It was not to assist the insufferable Sasuke in his arrogance. Seeing this, Naruto bared his teeth, glaring fiercely as he reiterated, "I said, you detestable guy, apologize to Sakura quickly, or I, Naruto, will not let you off." What? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, finding Naruto's behavior utterly nonsensical. It was one thing to have feelings for Sakura, but this was simply juvenile, coupled with an unseemly display of infatuation. Do not speak of Sakura. Any girl would distance herself from you as much as possible. How infuriating. Do not feign ignorance with me. I, Naruto, aspire to be the Hokage. I am not so easily deceived. Upon hearing this, Sasuke shook his head in bemusement, thinking to himself how amusing this individual truly was. Was he attempting to intimidate with mere background noise? With this thought, Sasuke touched his nose, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape. Just as he was about to engage in further banter with this overly dramatic Naruto, Sakura, seemingly recovering from the scene, shouted from a distance, "Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Come back here." This is utterly embarrassing. Her voice dwindled, and by the end, a line of black markings adorned her forehead. With clenched fists and a rigid posture, she bowed her head so low it seemed she wished to disappear into the ground. Hearing his goddess's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then murmured in confusion, "Sakura, why? I am doing this for you." Yet he remained frozen at his desk, crouched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Sakura had suddenly become angry with him. After all, he was standing up for her. Sasuke chose silence, not wishing to involve himself in such melodrama. He mused, "The saying about unrequited love leading to nothingness is indeed grounded in truth, Naruto. Forcing a sweet potato does quench thirst, but it is not truly sweet. Why bother?" The scene was undeniably dramatic. Following Sakura's two exclamations, the classmates in the room began to grasp the situation involving the three of them. Yet, no one spoke, as if the moment had frozen in time. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shikamaru had been feeling rather downcast these days. As the most outstanding genius of the Nara clan, he found little joy. His father, Nara Shikaku, was far too stringent, smothering him with excessive care and concern. Consequently, day after day of relentless effort had gradually drained his interest in everything, not just in female classmates but in all gossip as well. Of course, aside from sleep one day, he rose early and told his father a white lie. Then, he excitedly rushed into this classroom at the Ninja Academy. Did he enjoy school? No. It was precisely for this reason that he could evade the early study session at the Nara household and indulge in a brief slumber here. Although it was neither painful nor irritating, it nevertheless left Shikamaru exhilarated for over 2 days. Yet, the heavens were unkind. Before long, the once tranquil classroom became a cacophony as the number of students increased. This should have been Shikamaru's nightmare. However, his adaptability was remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, he overcame this challenge, transforming the clamor into the Nara family's specially composed lullaby. He had lost track of time, having no idea how long he had been asleep. At one moment, Shikamaru's legs beneath the desk kicked out, causing his entire body to jolt. Suddenly, he awoke with a start. So quiet? Could it be that Iruka-sensei had already arrived? Or had I slept until the graduation exams concluded and the Ninja Academy had closed its doors? Startled from a near-death slumber. Pondering this, in the next instant, Shikamaru sat upright with remarkable straightness. However, in the following moment, he was taken aback. He noticed that all his classmates were staring at him with wide eyes, some with mouths agape, as if their jaws might drop at any moment, utterly motionless. This was clearly a typical expression of astonishment. Seeing this, Shikamaru felt even more perplexed. He thought, am I not merely catching up on some sleep? Why do you all look as if you've seen the Hokage with such excitement? No, it seemed they were not looking at him, but rather at something behind him. Shikamaru remained in a daze for a few seconds before his mind connected the dots. Yet, curiosity soon took hold. What could possibly be behind him that could quiet these seemingly mad individuals? With this thought, Shikamaru, driven by intrigue, prepared to turn around and join in the commotion, eager to uncover the juicy gossip. However, the distance between the desks was exceedingly narrow, making the space feel constrictive, rendering Shikamaru seated in his chair akin to a squeezed biscuit. Turning around was a challenge, and even exiting his seat seemed a daunting task. Thus, with no other option, Shikamaru propped himself up with his arms, his bottom seemingly fused to the chair, and leveraged his weight to pivot toward the back without hesitation. Naruto was crouched atop his desk, utterly still. It felt as though his soul had been siphoned away, his azure eyes devoid of luster. He could not fathom why his goddess, Sakura, had suddenly become angry with him. He had done nothing wrong. In fact, he had been defending her honor. His heart felt as though it were being twisted by a knife, and his body felt weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable force struck his backside. It felt as though someone had delivered a fierce kick to him from behind. Half-crouched, Naruto's center of gravity was already precarious. Suddenly, without warning, an unknown force struck him from behind with tremendous impact. Instantly, his body swayed and leaned forward, propelling him directly into an unexpected kiss with the expressionless Sasuke before him, as if it were fated to occur. The lips of the two youths met perfectly, creating an exquisite and seamless connection, a match made in heaven, profoundly romantic. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino. For faces were left in utter bewilderment, as if time itself had been frozen by a mysterious force, enveloped in a surreal romantic atmosphere. After a long pause, the peculiar tension in the classroom began to dissipate, akin to glaciers melting, following Sakura's startled exclamation. No, this cannot be real. My idol's first kiss. It belongs to me. Ino, regaining her composure, gritted her teeth, her golden hair practically smoking with fury. Sakura, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, turned and smashed the desk beside her with a single punch, sending shockwaves through the nearby boys, who paled and hurriedly retreated to safety. Naruto remained motionless, seemingly reveling in the kiss, yet inside, his heart had turned to ashes the moment their lips met. It was over. His first kiss, meant for his beloved Sakura, had instead been claimed by this detested rival before him. Tears of frustration began to cascade down his cheeks as despair enveloped him. Just then, Shikamaru, who had been struggling to turn around, witnessed the passionate scene and frowned, instinctively shuddering. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the two still locked in their embrace and murmured, I just woke up from a nap, and suddenly I feel a chill at my back. What could that be? Shikamaru did not finish his thought. In the next moment, as if reacting to a sudden shock, he disregarded the risk of revealing his abilities and activated his family's secret technique, the shadow imitation jutsu, to clear the obstructing desk and flee in haste. Though he appeared quite disheveled, his eyes sparkled with the joy of narrowly escaping a harrowing situation. Is this really happening? Oh, I see now. Naruto has feelings for guys. No wonder he was acting so erratically before. His true aim was to get closer to his crush, Sasuke. No wonder Naruto has taken a liking to him. Not only is he quite handsome, but he almost rivals me. Oh, please, keep quiet. With that face of yours. Even if I bestowed upon you an explosive tag, it would merely count as a cosmetic enhancement. How dare you even think of comparing yourself to Sasuke? Though I am aware that this is a forbidden romance, I cannot help but wish for them to become a couple. Sob, sob. Have you never contemplated what Sasuke must be feeling at this moment? As Sakura shouted, the atmosphere quickly reverted to its previous cacophony. The students began to murmur amongst themselves, with the boys' imaginations running wild, while the girls involuntarily conjured images of exceedingly archaic male affection in their minds. The chaos in the room reached a near breaking point. Amidst the turmoil, be it despair, astonishment, or excitement, an exceedingly confident voice rang out from within the noisy classroom. My first kiss is not something to be casually taken away. Naruto, you are inadequate. Aside from beautiful women, you are even less so. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed imbued with a certain enchantment that silenced the classroom once more. The students froze, then turned to the source of the voice. There stood a young man clad in black shorts, his eyes downcast, arms crossed, leaning quietly against the wall. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting a strand of his bangs and causing it to dance lightly, much like the carefree demeanor of the young man himself. He appeared to embody the legendary art of disguise, yet it did not evoke any discomfort. Rather, it seemed that this was the quintessential way to present such a guise, a pinnacle of artistry. How could there possibly be two Sasukes? Could this be his brother, Yusuke? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Sasuke remained seated, sharing a kiss with Naruto. Yet, inexplicably, Another identical Sasuke leaned against the wall. It was as if the scene was intentionally crafted for the spectator's understanding. In the next instant, a loud bang erupted in the classroom. Suddenly, the Sasuke that Naruto was kissing dissipated into a small wooden log, perfectly cut and evidently pre-prepared, not something unearthed from the Ninja Academy. This is a substitution technique. Shikamaru, from a prominent family, immediately grasped the situation and gasped in astonishment, unable to contain himself. Unlike Shikamaru, the other ordinary classmates were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. No. Sasuke's first kiss still lingered. It remained intact. In a state of utter despair, Ino, upon witnessing this, was instantly revitalized, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Sakura, too, cautiously shifted her position, as if fearing that the desk beside her, which she could easily crush with a single punch, might tarnish her image as a lady in Sasuke's eyes. Blushing shyly and lowering her gaze, was Sasuke subtly hinting at something beyond mere friendship? Almost simultaneously, Ino and Sakura found themselves pondering the words Sasuke had just uttered. Their fingers entwined, cheeks flushed like two ripe apples, standing there, inviting admiration. Everyone harbored their own thoughts as an eerie silence enveloped the classroom once more. Unbeknownst to the students, Irika had quietly opened the classroom door and was staring blankly at Sasuke from a distance, lost in confusion. For someone of Sasuke's age, not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy or promoted to a Genin, to successfully perform the substitution jutsu, a legitimate ninjutsu, was indeed a rare feat. What astonished Irika even more was that, in that critical moment, not only an average Genin but even a Chunin like himself might not have reacted swiftly enough to execute the substitution jutsu in time. How had Sasuke managed to do it? In other words, just how extraordinary was Sasuke? Was this young man truly the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan? Irika immediately noticed the clan symbol on Sasuke's back. Having taught numerous students at the Ninja Academy, he could hardly recall the names of anyone beyond a select few, such as Shikamaru and Ino from the three prominent clans. Of course, Naruto was a special case, having been advised by the third Hokage to receive exceptional care. However, from this day forth, he was certain he would never forget one individual, Sasuke, a young man adorned with the Uchiha crest, destined to rise as a new star in Konoha. The Uchiha truly was a family of prodigies, with Itachi in the past and now this remarkable youth emerging. It was a pity. Irika leaned against the doorframe, gazing at Sasuke in a daze. Just then, a student finally noticed him at the doorway and exclaimed, "Irika-sensei is here." At the sound of this announcement, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity, quickly returning to its previous orderly state. Upon witnessing the scene, Irika couldn't help but smile gently, regaining his composure as he leisurely strolled to the center of the stage. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "I trust you are all aware of the significance of today. After several years of companionship, we must now part ways. I shall not elaborate further, but I wish all of you in this classroom a smooth graduation and the attainment of satisfactory results. Now, let the graduation examination commence. The topic of this examination is the shadow clone technique. When I call your name, please come to the podium in succession to demonstrate your skills. As for the final results, they will be dispatched to the temporary accommodations assigned to each of you 3 days from now. Do not be anxious. Perform to the best of your abilities. If you falter, there is always next year to try again." Irika conveyed a plethora of encouraging words to the seemingly bewildered students below. However, as time progressed, it became evident that the expressions of many in the classroom grew increasingly somber. The mere mention of next year's opportunities before the exams even commenced hinted at the formidable nature of the graduation examination. Mikawa Shurhei. Now, Yinushoken. Now, Inazuka Kuda. One by one, characters that Sasuke had never even heard of took the stage. Yet, the outcomes were starkly revealing. With each resounding thud, peculiar and distorted clones dissipated into white smoke before they could fully materialize, rendering them into nothingness. Following this, despondent faces returned to their seats. Lost in their thoughts, Sasuke had quietly returned to his seat at the back of the room. At this moment, Naruto sat beside him, head bowed in silence. Lost in contemplation, Sakura occupied the space behind Naruto, her cheeks slightly flushed as she occasionally stole glances at Sasuke, who sat with his eyes closed in quietude, her gaze filled with affection. Ino had somehow maneuvered to be directly behind Sasuke, her lips pressed together lightly, her throat occasionally emitting a mischievous chuckle, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of a more risky nature. Sasuke was well aware of their gazes, but remained indifferent. With no distractions of romantic entanglements, his mind was solely focused. He summoned the system panel, immersing himself in the dance of the crescent moon while retaining a sliver of attention for Iruka's roll call. Haruno Sakura, 1 shadow clone. Ino, 1 shadow clone. Nara Shikamaru, 1 shadow clone. Naruto, I am testing you on the shadow clone technique, not the transformation technique. Moreover, what exactly did you transform into? As Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru successfully executed their shadow clones in succession, Iruka's satisfaction was palpable, and even the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease. However, as soon as Naruto appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving Iruka utterly astonished. Could it be that he lacked sufficient chakra to perform the shadow clone technique? Yet, he astonishingly possessed enough chakra to execute the transformation technique. One might argue that he had mixed up the two techniques due to inattentiveness in class. But the shadow clone technique is fundamentally simpler than the transformation technique. It is illogical for him to master the latter while failing at the former. Naruto, you. Observing Naruto lost in thought, standing motionless and dazed, Iruka inquired with concern. At his words, Naruto snapped back to reality, responding in a disheveled manner before silently returning to his seat. This boy, Naruto. Surely he is not grappling with some psychological issue? It seems prudent to report this matter to the third Hokage. If that fails, perhaps I should consult Ibiki. He might offer Naruto some psychological guidance, which could yield positive results. Though he did not voice it, Iruka was already devising a plan in his mind. Time passed, and finally, Iruka's voice resonated through the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke? His tone was serene, yet his face betrayed the excitement coursing within him. Sasuke, the burgeoning star on the horizon. He was the first prodigy Iruka had personally trained. He was eager to witness the limits of this exceptional talent. Sasuke acknowledged the call and, without hesitation, gracefully approached the podium. Before Iruka could utter a word, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a series of afterimages. With a fierce gaze, he declared, "Done." Before the echoes of his voice faded, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the podium. White smoke billowed forth, resembling an array of mushroom-shaped clouds. Witnessing this, the onlookers in the classroom gaped in disbelief, their jaws slack. Yet, before they could voice their astonishment, dozens of solid shadow clones materialized, filling the entire podium. Two of these clones, unable to find space, humorously piled atop one another, perched on Sasuke and Iruka's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Iruka, taken aback, stood speechless, mirroring the astonishment of the other spectators. What level of skill is this? Has Sasuke secretly advanced to CH Nin? Yet, that seems implausible. I recall that the most outstanding genius from my generation, Kakashi, was merely a genin at this age. Yet the Sasuke before him. Iruka's expression became rigid, his thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and ultimately arrived at a rather unadorned conclusion. This was undoubtedly the most exceptional class I have ever taught, unparalleled in history. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Jian chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, the system notifications echoed in his mind with fervor. Ding. Congratulations, host, charm value 2, now elevated to 39. Ding. Congratulations, host, charm value 5, now elevated to 44. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Current level, 6. Please pay attention to the system panel and address any deficiencies promptly. Truly a child of the Uchiha clan. Gazing at Sasuke, Iruka couldn't help but recall a genius named Itachi from a few years prior. He too belonged to the Uchiha family and was said to be the eldest son of the clan leader Fugaku before the massacre, possessing an astonishing talent. At this moment, for reasons unknown, the figures of both boys began to merge in his mind. Strangely, Iruka felt no sense of dissonance in this subconscious action. This clan is incredibly gifted. Thank goodness. Otherwise, just as Iruka was mumbling and lost in thought, Sasuke, having regained his clarity from the earlier excitement, turned to Iruka with a smile and asked, "Iruka-sensei, do you think I passed?" Upon hearing this, Iruka was momentarily taken aback. He turned, gathered his thoughts, and with a wry smile, nodded slightly, saying, "You passed, but the results won't be available for a few days. Until then, you can wait in the dormitory assigned by the school for the notification." Although he spoke these words, inwardly he couldn't help but critique Sasuke fervently. It was utterly extravagant. A mere rookie, yet to become a genin, displaying such formidable shadow clone techniques, and still had the audacity to inquire if he had passed. If it weren't for the fact that there were no rankings in the graduation exam, Irika, would unilaterally declare, in terms of talent, at your age, Irika would gladly refer to you as the strongest. Oh, then I can rest easy, Sasuke replied, nodding with a smile. He then waved his hand, causing the numerous shadow clones on the podium to dissipate into thin air like wisps of smoke. The more Irika observed Sasuke's confidence, the more he appreciated it. A talent like this appearing in Konoha was nothing short of a boon. Reflecting on this, he felt as a teacher he ought to say something. Considering Sasuke was indeed one of his students over the years. As Sasuke dispersed his shadow clones, he promptly approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Sasuke, you are the most gifted child I have ever encountered. After graduation, follow the assigned mentor diligently, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly shine brightly in Konoha. Competing for the position of Hokage is not beyond your reach. Although Irika's words were impassioned, Sasuke merely smiled faintly and casually replied, Thank you for the compliment, teacher. But I am not as exceptional as you say. As for the Hokage, I have no such ambition. The road ahead is long, and I do not wish to make promises that would burden me. Simplicity is quite sufficient. Competing for the title of Hokage? Your words may deceive those in this room. Perhaps some of them, being young, might genuinely believe it. But to use such rhetoric to entice Sasuke? Spare yourself the effort. Not even you, Irika, nor even Sarutobi Hiruzen could sway him. Upon hearing Sasuke's mature response, Irika shook his head, feeling a pang of disappointment. To him, Sasuke was remarkable for his age, yet what good was that? A youth without ambition, no matter how great their talent, would ultimately fade into obscurity. Ignoring Irika, Sasuke prepared to return to his seat, awaiting the conclusion of the exam. Just then, Naruto, seated not far away, suddenly leaped to his feet, pointed at Sasuke, and shouted, Hey, you annoying guy. With such talent, why don't you aspire to compete for the position of 5th Hokage? The sudden outburst startled Sasuke. However, upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, he found himself speechless, thinking, I am indirectly paving the way for your future. To think you would be the first to question me. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Sasuke shook his head and replied, Everyone has their own aspirations. Actually, Before he could finish his sentence, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. Instantly, his legs gave way, and he toppled backward. Sasuke, Irika exclaimed in shock. He had no idea what had suddenly befallen Sasuke. Seeing him collapse, he immediately activated the body flicker technique, teleporting to Sasuke's side. In mere seconds, Sasuke's consciousness emerged from the haze, slowly opening his eyes. He experienced a moment of disorientation before his surroundings came back into focus. What just happened to me? Did I skip breakfast and suffer from low blood sugar? The first part was a reflexive utterance, while the latter was a conjecture in his mind. Before Sasuke could comprehend the reason behind his sudden fainting, Irika, who was supporting him from behind, remarked, Sasuke, you are still quite young. Upon hearing this, Sasuke instantly grasped the subtext of Irika's words. He rose excitedly and inquired, Irika-sensei, do you know why I fainted just now? In response, Irika nodded, his brow furrowing as he spoke gravely, Sasuke, I recognize your exceptional talent. However, your age remains a significant factor. If I am not mistaken, based on the solidity of the shadow clone technique you previously executed, what you just performed was not merely a shadow clone, but rather the corporeal multi-shadow clone technique, correct? At this point, Sasuke chose not to conceal the truth and openly nodded in acknowledgement. The multi-shadow clone technique had been classified as a forbidden jutsu by the 2nd Hokage. Do you know why? Why? Sasuke instinctively queried, pondering that while it was indeed forbidden, Naruto had consistently employed it from beginning to end. The reason being, if the caster's chakra reserves are insufficient, this technique could potentially drain the user of all their chakra in an instant. The consequences could range from fainting, as you just experienced, to fatality. Exhausted to death? Sasuke's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that the cause of his recent fainting spell was the multi-shadow clone technique. Alas, the moment he activated the Sharingan, his deficiency in chakra became glaringly apparent. Reflecting on this, Sasuke couldn't help but mentally scoff. This was indeed a critical vulnerability for him. If he did not devise a solution to the Uchiha clan's dilemma of chakra depletion upon activating the eyes, mastering every potent jutsu in this ninja world would be futile, for without chakra, one cannot perform. With this thought, Sasuke furrowed his brow once more. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the graduation examination concluded. After escaping the affections of Ino and Sakura, who had both ardently professed their feelings for him. He returned to the dormitory temporarily assigned to him at the Ninja Academy. Seated on his bed, with a mere thought, the system panel materialized before Sasuke in the void. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Faction, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Darkly rebellious. Possesses the potential of a rogue ninja. Level, 6, 52,000. Attribute points, 6, note. Used for direct consumption to enhance the attributes of the binder. Skill points, 5, note. Used for direct consumption to elevate the skill levels of the binder. Attribute bar, Constitution, 14. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 44. Skills, Shadow Clone Technique. Level 3, Transformation Technique. Level 3, Clone Technique. Level 3, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Level 3, Chakra Control. Level 3, Taijutsu. Level 3, Illusion Technique. Level 3, Ninja Tool Throwing. Level 3, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level 3, 75, Konoha-style Swordsmanship. Crescent Moon Dance. Level 3, 99, Konoha-style Swordsmanship. Hazy Moonlit Night. Level 0, Not Yet Trained. Gazing at the empty system prompt board before him, Sasuke was engulfed in a blend of joy and concern. Although his overall strength had significantly increased due to his recent charm upgrade. Particularly noteworthy was the near advancement of the Crescent Moon Dance. Yet, upon observing his meager physical attribute of merely 14, he furrowed his brow in dismay. No wonder a mere use of the Shadow Clone almost led to his demise. This chakra amount is pitifully low, isn't it? As this thought crossed his mind, Sasuke was abruptly seized by a suffocating sensation, as if a hand had gripped his throat. If a single multiple Shadow Clone nearly incapacitated him, then his current chakra level would suffice only for a single Great Fireball. This cannot stand. System. Allocate all my attribute points to physicality. Ding. Congratulations, host. Physicality successfully increased to 20, consuming 6 attribute points, leaving 0 points remaining. No sooner had Sasuke's command left his lips than the system chimed with the successful transaction notification. A wry smile crossed his face as he lamented the hard-earned 6 attribute points now reduced to 0. Yet, he recognized the necessity of this sacrifice. The foundation of every ninja lies in their chakra. Lacking an adequate chakra reserve renders even the most formidable 6 paths level ninjutsu futile. Lost in contemplation, a system notification suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Current level, 7. This indeed was a pleasant surprise. Examining the panel, he noted a slight enhancement across all attributes. His physicality now stood at 24 points. Without hesitation, Sasuke allocated the single attribute point gained from his recent level up to physicality, instantly elevating it to 25 points. As time flowed relentlessly, another 10 days slipped by. During this span, Sasuke did not step foot outside his dormitory. He became consumed with an obsessive fervor, confining himself within his room to refine the Crescent Moon Dance through the system. However, to his dismay, despite substantial progress guided by the system, the final 1% of the progress bar for the Crescent Moon Dance remained stubbornly stagnant. The sunlight cascaded into the room when suddenly, a knock at the door abruptly shattered the tranquility within. Is anyone there? Have the results finally been released? With a gentle exhale, Sasuke rose to his feet and answered the door. Is it the graduation results? A young man clad in a ninja vest stood before him, seemingly in his 20s, not yet aged. Upon witnessing Sasuke's exuberance, the young man smiled and replied, Haha, congratulations, you have successfully graduated from ninja school. This is your graduation certificate, and, of course, a notice of further education. It contains the information regarding your assigned class. I must take my leave now. Remember to report to the designated location indicated in the notice. Before the messenger could finish his words, he swiftly departed. The sounds of his footsteps gradually faded, until his figure disappeared around the corner, and the echoes of his voice dissipated into silence. Gather on the rooftop of the ninja school, Class 7, Kakashi's team. Kikigafukai? Fate is indeed inescapable. Without scrutinizing the graduation results in detail, Sasuke casually tucked the notice away. With a mere thought, he dismissed the system panel before him and turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. On the rooftop of the ninja school, Sasuke had presumed himself to be among the early arrivals. However, upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered that Sakura and Naruto had arrived even earlier. Sakura, as usual, upon seeing Sasuke, was instantly captivated. Meanwhile, Naruto glared at Sasuke with a face full of resentment, baring his teeth in displeasure. In response, Sasuke merely offered a faint smile, his expression betraying no emotional upheaval. Regardless of their reactions, he nodded towards them and leaned against the railing of the rooftop, beginning to appreciate the panoramic view of the Hidden Leaf Village. The 4 statues on Hokage Rock came into view, contrasting sharply with the closely knit array of shops below. Though compact, it bestowed a sense of unique tranquility upon Sasuke. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek. Breathing in the summer's distinctive scent of grass and foliage, Sasuke suddenly felt a stirring within and gradually lowered his gaze. The wind, formless and invisible, yet omnipresent. It nourishes silently, never announcing its presence. The wind, the softest of all things in the world. Drawn sword to cleave the wind. The wind flows freely. A fist raised in defiance, yet it remains troubled. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, an epiphany struck through his mind. In the caress of the gentle breeze, something extraordinary seemed poised to be grasped by Sasuke. He was on the verge of enlightenment. No one could discern whether he was comprehending the principles of wind-type chakra or mastering the first form of the tri-horned moon dance, or perhaps delving into the unfathomable depths of nature's power. In the stillness of the surroundings, a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, swirling around him. It was as if he had donned a gossamer cloak of leaves, exuding an air of disdain and profound mystery. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the atmosphere, just as Sasuke was grasping the fleeting glimmer of enlightenment in his mind. In an instant, a figure materialized out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. "Kakashi-sensei, you finally arrived." Naruto exclaimed excitedly, as if he were already familiar with him. Even Sakura, who was meeting Kakashi for the first time, was momentarily taken aback before shyly joining in with a few words of greeting. In contrast to Naruto and Sakura's enthusiasm, Sasuke let out a sigh and slowly opened his eyes. If Kakashi's arrival had sparked a moment of clarity and inspiration for him, then Naruto's exuberant shout had utterly shattered any chance of continuing that introspection. Perhaps this was the retribution of the protagonist. With a heavy heart, Sasuke turned to glance at Naruto, whose face was adorned with a silly grin. Had he not known Naruto's nature, he might have been tempted to hurl several shuriken at him by now. "Oh, well, heh. Kakashi." Feeling slightly embarrassed by his first tardiness, yet welcomed warmly by his students, scratched his head and introduced himself. "I am Kakashi, your future instructor for Team 7. Suppressing his disappointment, Sasuke looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, slender man with silver hair who had appeared out of thin air. Although most of his face was obscured by a mask, Sasuke could discern enough of his features to conclude that Kakashi was quite the handsome fellow, perhaps even on par with himself. Sensing a slight chill in the atmosphere, Kakashi smiled once more and said, "Since you will soon be my students for the foreseeable future, why don't we take a moment to introduce ourselves? It will help me get to know you better." As he spoke, the only visible eye narrowed amiably, giving him an approachable demeanor. "I'll go first," Naruto volunteered enthusiastically. His goddess, Sakura, was fortunate enough to be in the same class as him. Such an opportunity to showcase his talents was not one he would let slip by. "My name is Naruto. My dream is to become the Hokage of Konohagakure. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. Oh, and Sakura. Ahaha." His voice rang with fervor, his expression radiating confidence. Before she could finish her words, she doubled over in laughter, resembling a clever fool. Upon hearing this, Sakura instinctively clenched her hands, lowering her head in silence, instantly feeling the weight of social embarrassment. Sasuke smirked, nearly unable to contain himself, thinking, comparing Sakura to ramen, "You're quite something, Prince." Meanwhile, Kakashi, in his usual affectionate manner, was not merely indulging in idle chatter. With a mere glance, he quickly grasped the nature of the connection between Naruto and Sakura. Observing the situation, it seemed that Naruto's prospects were rather slim. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi, perhaps to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, suddenly burst into laughter again and said, "Indeed, young people should boldly express their aspirations. Your journey is long. Even if there are obstacles, who knows what the future holds." While these words sounded like mere platitudes to Sasuke, they invigorated Naruto and Sakura, sparking a light in their eyes, causing their faces to flush with excitement, as if they had been invigorated by an elixir. Sensing his words had taken effect, Kakashi turned to the visibly thrilled Sakura and inquired, "And you, Sakura?" Sakura paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "I am Sakura Haruno, commonly referred to as Sakura. My dream is to become an exceptional medical ninja and to be with the person I love when I grow up." At this point, her face reddened further, resembling a ripe cherry, utterly enticing. Even Naruto, who often acted like a fool, was momentarily captivated. After a brief hesitation, she continued, what I like most. What I like the most is... Stumbling over her words, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, leaving Naruto in a state of anxious anticipation. It's Sasuke. With that declaration, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, cautiously stealing a glance at Sasuke, looking utterly charming in her shyness. At that moment, as Sakura uttered those words, it was as if a heart-wrenching sound echoed in the air, resonating with both Sasuke and Kakashi. No, Sakura, how could you say that? Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into despair. He had thought that once Sakura revealed her type, he could strive towards that ideal, believing that eventually persistence would lead to her liking him. Little did he realize that Sakura's affection was solely directed towards Sasuke, not a type. In response, Sasuke remained as inscrutable as ever, betraying no emotional turmoil. However, upon hearing these words, Kakashi furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, it seems the relationships among my three students are rather tangled. Perhaps I should have a word with the third Hokage afterward, to see if we can separate them. After all, early romantic entanglements at this age could adversely affect their training in ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, as if the previous incident had never occurred, Kakashi forced a laugh and turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, haha, I have been eager to meet you for several days now. Irika-sensei mentioned you a few days ago, claiming you to be the most talented ninja he has ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Sasuke smiled, stepped forward, and humbly replied, you flatter me, Kakashi-sensei. I am truly not as exceptional as Irika-sensei described. I am merely an ordinary graduate. Kakashi paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ah, young yet modest and composed, you truly are a promising talent. Please introduce yourself. I believe not only I, but Sakura and Naruto as well, would be interested in learning more about you. Without acknowledging the expressions of Naruto and Sakura at that moment, Sasuke respectfully responded, I am Sasuke. I have no dreams. Do you like that? I suppose everyone likes beautiful things, that's about it. His succinct words left Kakashi momentarily speechless. He tentatively inquired, is that all? Is that all? Sasuke nodded with certainty. Surely, with the talent you've displayed, you must have aspirations that are grander than Naruto's, such as the ambition to become Hokage? At this, Naruto's chest swelled with pride. Having been overshadowed by Sasuke, he finally felt he had gained some ground. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke found it amusing. Only the son of the Hokage could aspire to be Hokage. After all, Konoha has only had 4 Hokage thus far. This pattern is not difficult to discern, is it? Could Kakashi be secretly probing my intentions on the orders of the third Hokage? With this thought, a subtle, cunning smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. He then waved his hand dismissively and replied casually, Hokage? That is not something for someone like me to consider. Although I am still young with a long future ahead. Life is fleeting. I have always believed that some things, if one is born with them, one may possess for a lifetime. Conversely, if one is not born with them, no matter how deeply one may yearn, the likelihood of obtaining them is slim. As for me, Sasuke, I do not harbor grand ambitions. I merely wish to be an ordinary genin of Konoha, content to be with the one I cherish. That alone suffices. Kakashi-sensei, do you consider me to be lacking in aspiration? A flash of crimson light flickered, and my Sharingan had unknowingly awakened. A professional smile graced Sasuke's lips. Yet his gaze was fixated intently on Kakashi, scrutinizing his expression, which remained unwavering despite the weight of his words. Kakashi frowned slightly. The instant Sasuke unveiled his Sharingan, an inexplicable chill coursed through Kakashi's heart. Though Sasuke was merely a genin at this moment, the penetrating gaze of those crimson eyes suddenly enveloped him in a disquieting sensation. Was it merely an illusion? Why did I sense a hint of murderous intent in this boy's Sharingan? Kakashi pondered silently. Despite his inner turmoil, his demeanor quickly returned to its usual calm as he said, Excellent. You possess a passionate spirit. It's no wonder you're so handsome. Kakashi, ever the seasoned veteran, swiftly thawed the icy atmosphere with a few light-hearted words. Upon hearing this, Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. He thought to himself, why can't Kakashi-sensei praise me in front of my goddess? Instead, he keeps lavishing compliments on that guy, Sasuke. Alas, my goddess feels ever more distant. What shall I do moving forward? Being with the one I love? Did Sasuke's words in this moment carry a hidden implication for me? Sakura's fingers intertwined nervously. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade as she lowered her head. With her pink hair cascading around her, she appeared undeniably enchanting. Through the momentary insight provided by his Sharingan, Sasuke surmised that he had perhaps overthought the situation. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly pressed a hand to his forehead and stepped back. Feigning ignorance as he addressed Kakashi, "I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. My Sharingan just activated, and I am still adjusting. Furthermore, my chakra reserves are quite limited, leading to my recurring issue." Observing this, Sakura immediately rushed to support Sasuke, her face filled with concern. For the first time, Sasuke chose not to reject Sakura's kindness, deliberately portraying himself as fatigued to mask the earlier incident of his Sharingan scrutiny. Recurring issue? Kakashi paused for a moment before realizing that this must pertain to the incident Iruka had mentioned about the multiple shadow clones and the subsequent fainting. The young man inwardly sighed, yet outwardly chose not to dwell on it any further. He finally seemed to delve into the subject. Speaking in a low tone for the first time, "The reason I called you all here today is twofold. Firstly, it is to become acquainted with each of you. Secondly, I must inform you about a minor test regarding your promotion to the rank of Genin tomorrow." A minor test? Upon hearing this, Naruto's focus instantly shifted from his animosity towards Sasuke to the matter at hand. In truth, he was acutely aware of his unstable chakra control. Previously, he had harbored little hope for passing the graduation exam. To his surprise, he had stumbled through and graduated, even finding himself in the same class as his goddess, Sakura. Thus, the mention of yet another test left him feeling uncertain. Indeed. Kakashi nodded at Naruto and continued to elucidate. "This is a project that every graduate must undergo to be promoted to Genin. It is the Bell Test." A few minutes later, Kakashi succinctly outlined the rules of the Bell Test. In essence, it was quite straightforward. The 3 members of Team 7 needed to work together to touch the bells attached to Kakashi's waist. Once the bells rang, the test would conclude, and the trio would officially become Genin of Konoha. However, while this may sound simple, the execution was as challenging as scaling a mountain. Who is Kakashi? He is an elite Jonin of Konoha, renowned throughout the entire ninja world. And who are the members of Team 7? They are not even Genin yet. Although the assessment merely involved ringing a bell, if Kakashi chose not to go easy on them, it was likely they would never even catch a glimpse of him. Naruto was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite his seemingly naive demeanor, he was sharp when it mattered. With a cheeky grin, he inquired, "So, Kakashi-sensei, will you go easy on us when the time comes?" Anticipating Naruto's question, Kakashi swiftly raised his hand to interject. "No, every ninja has undergone this trial, and I believe you can succeed as well." Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, and with a glint in his eye, he stubbornly pressed on. "But, Kakashi-sensei, was your teacher an elite Jonin like you?" This question was undoubtedly clever. After all, elite Jonin are not as ubiquitous as ramen, they are rare. Should Kakashi concede that his teacher was merely an ordinary Jonin, Naruto would have successfully ensnared him in a trap. If he insisted on not going easy, it would be challenging to refute that claim. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then turned to face Naruto. As if his thoughts had drifted far back into the past, he murmured, "No." Haha. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Naruto was so elated that he jumped with excitement, exclaiming, "Haha. Even your teacher is not an elite Jonin, Kakashi-sensei. So, do you not wish to lower the difficulty of our test tomorrow?" This time, even Sakura, for the first time, gave Naruto a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained indifferent, appearing utterly unconcerned, calm, and unruffled. He initially thought his cleverness had triumphed. But after half a minute, Kakashi murmured again, "My teacher may not be an elite Jonin, but he possesses the strength of a Kage. I believe he is not inferior to the 3rd Hokage." "What?" Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Moments later, Naruto despondently slumped onto the ground behind him. At this moment, he regretted having a mouth at all. He had merely wished to secure a chance to pass the test. Now, his calculations to persuade Kakashi to lower the test's difficulty had backfired spectacularly. The crux of the matter was that Kakashi had just declared his teacher to possess Kage-level strength, a rank significantly higher than that of an elite Jonin. Consequently, not only was the prospect of a lowered difficulty out of the question, but whether Naruto's reminder might actually lead to an increased challenge had become an unsolved mystery. After a lengthy pause, Kakashi seemed to have received some instruction. In the next moment, without greeting the trio, he vanished from sight. "Sasuke, what should we do now?" Sakura asked, recalling how she had previously helped Sasuke when he pretended to faint. Having grown somewhat familiar, she rushed over to grasp Sasuke's arm, swaying it as if playfully flirting. Watching from the side, Naruto's face turned a shade of green. What to do? He forcefully shook off Sakura's delicate hands. Sasuke nonchalantly replied, "No need to worry. Tomorrow, I will take action." Sakura exclaimed. Damn, this guy is getting away with it again. A crisp sound echoed in the ninja tool shop as Sasuke sighed and shook his head helplessly. Boss, you are not still holding a grudge over our last unpleasant encounter, are you? How many ninja swords is this now? Can you not give me that one that doesn't tea-break? Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression soured, and he replied with trepidation, Oh dear, Sasuke, how could I dare? What you currently hold is undoubtedly the finest ninja sword available in our shop. I swear. I am not deceiving you. The shopkeeper, bending and nodding, seemed earnest. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that the shopkeeper might genuinely be truthful. And he inwardly grappled with a dilemma. What should I do now? Without a suitable ninja sword, I cannot perform my crescent moon dance. Would that mean I would be half-sealed in my abilities before even facing Kakashi? Glancing at the broken sword in his hand, he fell into contemplation. His chakra levels were not promising, and his physical skills were rather mediocre. At this moment, his most formidable weapon might be the crescent moon dance. However, if he were unable to utilize it due to the lack of an appropriate sword, it would be utterly frustrating. With this thought, Sasuke took a deep breath and, refusing to give up, turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, Sir, having been in this trade for so many years, could you not think of a solution for me? As long as you can help me resolve this matter, the issue of payment is negotiable. Merchants are driven by profit, yet fortunately, as long as the payment is adequate, their efficiency is commendable. Thus, Sasuke decided to take a gamble. Employing his final strategy, desperation breeds innovation. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper appeared troubled and paused before responding slowly, Young Master Sasuke. Even if I were to find someone to custom make a new one for you, considering your elusive swordsmanship, the new blade might not withstand your demands. Moreover, did you not specify that it must arrive by tomorrow? His tone was courteous, yet each word cut deep. After listening patiently, Sasuke felt disheartened. After a long silence, he sighed and replied, Then I shall find my own way. Without harboring much hope, just as Sasuke reached the door, the shopkeeper suddenly called out to him, Wait a moment. Sasuke halted. Is there something else? The shopkeeper pursed his lips, as if he had something to say, but hesitated, fumbling for words. Noticing this, Sasuke frowned. His tone tinged with annoyance. I have already compensated you for those subpar broken swords, have I not? Is there something about this that displeases you? His mood soured further due to the lack of a suitable ninja sword, and now, with the shopkeeper stammering, anger surged within him, causing his words to carry a hint of ire. Seeing this, the shopkeeper turned pale and quickly waved his hands in explanation. No, young Master Sasuke. Please do not misunderstand. I just suddenly thought of a way to meet your needs. But, what do you mean by but? The moment those words left his lips, Sasuke could no longer remain still. Finding a suitable ninja sword has become more than just a necessity for tomorrow's test. It is crucial for his future ability to wield the dance of the crescent moon. The boss leaned in, whispering conspiratorially into Sasuke's ear. You might consider seeking out that enchanting female ninja who wished to purchase your ninja sword the other day. She is indeed a ninja, primarily employing the ninja sword. We mere mortals are powerless in this regard, but I trust that, as a ninja, she will surely possess the means. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Brilliant! If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about that. He expressed his gratitude with a swift motion, slapping a stack of bills onto the nearby counter. Before the boss could fully comprehend the situation, an explosion of white smoke enveloped the spot where Sasuke had just stood, leaving only a log in its place and a bewildered boss staring in disbelief. After a moment, the boss slowly regained his senses. But instead of attending to the pile of money on the counter, he dashed to the door, shouting into the void, Young Master, please do not mention to that female ninja that it was my suggestion. Sasuke, of course, did not hear the boss's desperate cry. At that moment, he had already darted to the doorstep of Tsukikage Hate. Approaching, he was greeted by the familiar scenery, the cherry blossom tree, the bench. However, unlike his previous visit, he now witnessed a couple tightly embracing beneath the cherry blossom tree. Caught off guard by this display of affection, Sasuke smirked to himself, pondering. No wonder the esteemed elite J-Nin has such poor physical condition and perpetually dark circles under his eyes. With the way you two are fawning over each other, it's only a matter of time before something tragic occurs. Lost in thought, he inadvertently stepped closer, finally catching the attention of the two lovebirds. Tsukikage Hate released the delicate hand of Atsuki Yuin and turned to see Sasuke. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. Sasuke? You've come. Is there something in Konoha that you cannot resolve on your own and require my assistance? Upon seeing Sasuke, he immediately understood the situation. He had previously promised Sasuke that should he fail to master the Konoha-style swordsmanship, he would promptly incinerate the scroll and, as compensation, would be willing to lend a helping hand. In his mind, it was only natural for Sasuke to struggle with the Konoha-style swordsmanship. Yet he was taken aback by how quickly the day requiring his intervention had arrived. Upon hearing Tsukikage Hayate's words, Sasuke instantly grasped the intent behind them. He chuckled softly, then stepped forward respectfully, replying, "Moonlight Gale, you truly guessed correctly. I do have a small matter that I absolutely need your assistance with." Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale smiled and waved his hand grandly, saying, "No worries, just speak your mind. I shall not go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's lips curled into a sly smile as he fixed his gaze on Moonlight Gale, stating, "This is what you said. If I reveal it, you must promise not to retract your words later." Furrowing his brow, Moonlight Gale suddenly felt that something was amiss. After a few seconds, it seemed he grasped the situation. He scrutinized Sasuke before cautiously responding, "Sasuke, I must lay my cards on the table. Though I promised to assist you once, I will not engage in any actions that violate the regulations of Konoha. This is my code as a Konoha ninja. Do you understand?" Chuckling lightly, Sasuke shook his head. "Rest assured, senior, this will not contravene Konoha's regulations, not even on the fringes." "Well, if that's the case, then go ahead and speak." Moonlight Gale breathed a sigh of relief. "I wish to borrow a sword." "What?" At this revelation, both Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yuin displayed expressions of shock. Borrow a sword? To the couple, these words were far more jarring than borrowing money. Their immediate thought was of the ninja sword they had retrieved using the Konoha-style swordsmanship. They wondered if this lad, unable to master the Konoha style, intended to renege on their agreement and reclaim the sword. With this thought, Moonlight Gale's expression darkened further. At that moment, Uzuki Yuin stepped forward, looking at Sasuke and stating firmly, "We will not return that ninja sword to you. After all, this was our prior agreement, and you consented to it. Therefore, we cannot retract the deal simply because you failed to master the Konoha-style swordsmanship." Her tone was resolute and unwavering. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke appeared slightly taken aback. After a few moments, he waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Sister Yuin, it seems you have misunderstood me." "Misunderstood?" Uzuki Yuin was momentarily stunned by his words. Then, with disbelief, she asked, "Are you not here to reclaim that ninja sword?" Sighing dramatically, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. "That sword is of such significance to you too. How could I possibly attempt to take it away?" Upon the utterance of those words, the once silent Moonlight Gale appeared somewhat bewildered. Turning to Sasuke, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Did you not just say you wanted to borrow a sword?" "Indeed. But my purpose here is not to borrow that particular sword. Rather, I seek to borrow a more durable ninja blade from you, Gale-senpai." "Durable?" Moonlight Gale and Uzuki Yuin echoed in unison, exchanging knowing glances that hinted at their deep familiarity. It was unclear whether their synchronized reaction stemmed from years of companionship or the startling nature of Sasuke's request. Why not simply visit the ninja tool shop for a durable ninja sword? Moonlight Gale's inquiry revealed his understanding of Sasuke's intent. Realizing that Gale grasped his reasoning, Sasuke decided to be forthright. "It is not that I am unwilling to go to the tool shop, but the quality of their ninja swords is woefully inadequate. They cannot withstand the force of my Tsuki no Mai." "What?" Sasuke was taken aback by the fervent reaction of the two. Could this revelation be more sensational than merely borrowing a ninja sword? "Senpai, what is with your expressions?" "I merely wish to borrow a sword. I intend to return it. The primary reason is that I am to participate in Kakashi-sensei's test tomorrow," Sasuke tentatively explained, but before he could finish, Moonlight Gale stepped forward. Gripping Sasuke's arms tightly, his excitement palpable. "You mean to say that the ordinary ninja swords at the tool shop cannot endure the power of your Tsuki no Mai?" Sasuke felt a twinge of apprehension at Gale's fervent demeanor. He pondered, "Is this fellow considering abducting me for analysis due to my superior mastery of Tsuki no Mai?" A shiver ran down his spine as he forced a smile. "Senpai, what are you doing? Do you think he might be deceiving us?" Uzuki Yuin interjected. Her brow furrowed as she leaned closer to Moonlight Gale. In response, Moonlight Gale shook his head, suppressing his own excitement as he cautiously replied, "That cannot be the case. Yuin, do not forget that mastering Tsuki no Mai to a certain degree requires a high-tier ninja sword. This was imparted to us by our long-lost master. Not even we have reached that level. If Sasuke has attained such a state, could it be that he was informed by our missing master?" The logic struck Uzuki Yuin. and she awakened to the realization. Indeed, in this world, only we, the siblings, along with our long-missing master, are privy to this secret. If it was the master who disclosed it to Sasuke, it seems illogical that the master would return to Konoha and not come to see them. With this thought in mind, Uzuki Yuin and Sukekage Shifeng once again turned their gazes toward Sasuke. Their eyes resembled those of individuals who had encountered a long-extinct rare creature in Konoha, fixated and unwilling to divert their attention even for a moment. Haha, I assure you, esteemed seniors, I speak nothing but the truth. Rest assured, I swear I have not divulged even a fraction of the secrets of Konoha's flow swordsmanship, Sasuke intended to convey. Therefore, there is truly no need for you to silence me. However, before he could finish, Sukekage Shifeng interjected, Sasuke, you need not fear. We mean you no harm. Could you possibly demonstrate your crescent moon dance for us? Only then can we ascertain whether you are being truthful. This is genuinely of utmost importance to us. Observing the hopeful expressions on Sukekage Shifeng and Uzuki Yuin, Sasuke, despite not activating his Sharingan, sensed no malice emanating from them. Instead, what he felt was a pure anticipation. With that thought, Sujin nodded. All right. Sukekage Shifeng released his grip on Sasuke. Not lingering, Sasuke took 2 steps back, his right hand sweeping across his waist. In the next instant, a shuriken appeared prominently in the palm of his hand, glistening coldly and exuding sharpness. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke firmly grasped the shuriken and executed a gentle slash forward. In the next moment, this seemingly effortless strike resonated with a crisp clang of metal against metal, echoing throughout the courtyard. With a soft thud, half of the shuriken fell to the ground. Sukekage Shifeng and Uzuki Yuin, fixated on this scene, felt their pupils constrict, and simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment, minor success in wind slash. Minor success in wind slash. Sasuke mused silently. The data for Crescent Moon Dance, wind slash on the system panel is currently at level 399. According to the system's metrics, this corresponds roughly to a CH9 level of swordsmanship. Could this be what Sukekage Shifeng referred to as minor success? Pondering this, Sasuke turned to Sukekage Shifeng and respectfully inquired, esteemed senior, does your notion of minor success imply that I can now shatter ordinary ninja tools upon initiating the Crescent Moon Dance? After a prolonged silence, Sukekage Shifeng finally sighed and responded thoughtfully. This signifies that the first form of the Crescent Moon Dance, wind slash, has entered the realm of minor success. I truly did not expect that within mere days you would attain such a level of mastery. Sasuke, you are the most extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy I have ever encountered. Though it may seem abrupt, would you be willing to join me and Yuin in the covert operations of Konoha? The words were remarkably candid, and Sasuke could discern the fervor in the eyes of Sukekage Shippu and Uzuki Yuki. However, feeling a bit bashful, he scratched his head and replied, I apologize, Shippu-senpai. It's not that I don't wish to, but I have already joined Kakashi-sensei's Team 7. Furthermore, I am to participate in Kakashi-sensei's Genin test tomorrow. That is why I shamelessly came to borrow your sword. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, a look of disappointment instantly washed over the faces of Sukekage Shippu and Uzuki Yuki. Their expressions resembled that of someone who had missed out on a fortune, appearing rather dismal. Yet, Sasuke had no intention of saying anything further. After all, when it came to strength, while Sukekage Shippu was certainly an elite jonin, he paled in comparison to Kakashi. A prolonged silence ensued. Just as Sasuke was about to take his leave, believing they were unwilling to lend him the sword, Sukekage Shippu, seemingly having just recovered from his shock, suddenly turned to Sasuke and eagerly inquired, by the way, have you comprehended the art of T-Tun? T-Tun? Sasuke's expression turned quizzical. He scratched his head in feigned ignorance, replying, I'm afraid I truly do not know. How could that be possible? To Sasuke's surprise, Sukekage Shippu remained undeterred by his response, furrowing his brow and murmuring, if you've already reached the minor completion of the first slash of the wind, how could you not have grasped T-Tun yet? After a moment, it seemed he came to a realization, then looked at Sasuke, who stood there with a peculiar expression, and remarked, I understand now. You must have attained your speed too quickly, which is why you haven't fully integrated the dance of the crescent moon. Allow me to demonstrate T-Tun for you. Pay close attention. This might provide you with crucial insights. A demonstration of T-Tun? Sasuke pondered. He then glanced at the enchanting Uzuki Yuki beside him, as if struck by an idea, and quickly raised his hand to interject. There's no need, Shippu-senpai. It's not appropriate to do so in broad daylight. It was unclear whether Sasuke's intervention came too late, or if Sukekage Shippu chose to disregard his counsel. With a swift change of hand seals, Sasuke Shippu's figure began to fade before Sasuke's very eyes, as if he were being erased from existence. Witnessing this spectacle, Sasuke's pupils dilated in astonishment. This was not merely a matter of him being overly dramatic or inexperienced. Rather, the current situation suggested that Sasuke Shippu had melded seamlessly with his surroundings. In less than 3 seconds, the shadow of the Moonlight Gale reappeared before Sasuke. Observing the astonishment etched on Sasuke's face, he chuckled and began to elucidate. In truth, I merely wish to ascertain how long a genius such as yourself can sustain the use of the transparent technique. How long, indeed? Sasuke comprehended the implication, realizing why the Moonlight Gale had ascended to the rank of an elite jonin. Regardless of his strength, the mere ability to cloak oneself in invisibility would render any intelligence-gathering endeavor effortless. It dawned on him that he had previously misunderstood the technique. It was indeed transparent and not penetrative. With this revelation, Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, though he remained uncertain whether to feel disappointment or gratitude. He then smiled and shook his head, stating, "Senpai, I must confess, I have yet to grasp the transparent technique." After a brief pause, he added, "At this moment, apart from my understanding of the wind slash, I have yet to comprehend anything else." What? At this pronouncement, both the Moonlight Gale and the Moonlit Evening were taken aback once more. Was it truly necessary to master the dance of the 3 moons one step at a time? The Moonlight Gale fell into a state of introspection, beginning to doubt the correctness of his training methodology upon hearing Sasuke's words. Sasuke had not anticipated that his candidness could lead to the unraveling of an elite jonin's resolve. Tentatively, he inquired, "Esteemed seniors, since the hour is late, I shall not intrude any longer." Without a second thought, he turned to leave, pondering that perhaps this ninja sword was not meant to be. He had yet to solicit their assistance and had already inadvertently caused one of them to retreat into silence. If they bore no ill will towards him, he thought he should count himself fortunate and hasten his departure. However, just as he reached the doorway, the Moonlight Gale seemed to awaken from a nightmare, calling out, "Sasuke, wait." Alas, he was a moment too late. With a sigh, Sasuke turned back to the Moonlight Gale and asked, "Is there something further you wish to discuss, senpai?" At that moment, Sasuke discreetly summoned all his chakra, prepared to execute a technique to evade should the Moonlight Gale turn hostile. Yet, the Moonlight Gale remained still and responded, "By the way, did you not seek a ninja sword to wield the dance of the 3 moons? Oh, are you truly willing to lend me your sword?" As he spoke, Sasuke was already poised to take action. This was his first direct encounter with a jonin, and he dared not underestimate the situation. A loan of a sword? In jest, perhaps fearing his own retreat, he deliberately uttered those words to lower his guard. Yet, at that moment, Moonlight Shifeng did not draw the hidden sword from his back. Instead, he gestured towards Mitsuki Yuin beside him. This immediately elicited a look of astonishment on her face as she exclaimed, "Shifeng, are we truly going to give Master S sword to him? Master once said it was meant for you," but before she could finish her sentence, Moonlight Shifeng interrupted with a wave of his hand, stating, "With my talents, I will likely never make use of that sword. You know, the only ninja tool capable of withstanding the minor wind slash technique is the sword left by Master. However, there is no however. The ninja sword must be bestowed upon a fated individual. It does not belong to me. If we were to forcefully retain it, it would only gather dust in obscurity. It is better to let it shine alongside Sasuke. I believe that one day, with his exceptional talent, he will elevate the leaf flow sword technique to great heights. The entire ninja world will come to know that, apart from physical techniques, illusion arts, and ninjutsu, there exists a swordsmanship unparalleled in the world." Coughing, caught up in his fervor, Moonlight Shifeng was interrupted by his own fit. In an instant, Mitsuki Yuin acquiesced to his words and retrieved the ninja sword from within the house. Holding the sword, Moonlight Shifeng gazed at it for a considerable time. At a certain moment, he let out a howl to the heavens. Then, directing his voice toward the figure standing at the door, he called, "Sasuke, this ninja sword is yours in the future. You must ensure it does not suffer any indignity." Coughing again, the long sword transformed into a beam of light and soared toward Sasuke. His eyes brightened, without a moment's hesitation. He leaped into the air and grasped the sword firmly in his hands. As the sword was unsheathed, an inexplicable chill enveloped the air. Without a second thought, Sasuke declared, "First style of the crescent moon dance, wind slash." With a fierce shout, he leaped into the air, his body like a shooting star, the sword akin to a gentle breeze. In the next moment, with a swift slash, a cherry blossom tree, large enough for several people to embrace, was effortlessly severed in half, silent and swift. Such a fine sword. As he descended, Sasuke looked at the ninja's sword in his hands. At that moment, the blade was covered in a layer of iron filings resembling wall plaster. With a slight shake, the filings scattered with the wind. Immediately, a piercing sword cry sliced through the air. This is... Stunned, Sasuke stared at the sword in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. He then turned to the elder Moonlight Surefoam and Mitsuki Yuin beside him and asked, "Is this sword perhaps called the sword? Is this a trial name?" To Sasuke's astonishment, upon hearing his inquiry, both Tsukikage Shippu and Yuzuki Yuin appeared even more exhilarated than he, the wielder of the sword. "No, senior, what does trial name mean?" Not understanding, he decided to inquire further. Once he realized that Tsukikage Shippu had no malicious intent, Sasuke cast aside his lingering doubts and directly asked, "A trial name signifies that this ninja sword has acknowledged you and wishes for you to bestow upon it a new name." What? Hearing Tsukikage Shippu's explanation left Sasuke utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that the very ninja sword he held could recognize its master. Could it possibly be an artifact of the caliber akin to that of the legendary tools? "Senior, how am I to name this ninja sword?" "It's quite simple. You merely need to channel your chakra onto this blade and inscribe the name you wish to give it." Tsukikage Shippu's excitement escalated to the point where he began to gesticulate animatedly. "Is it truly that straightforward?" Sasuke murmured to himself. At that moment, Tsukikage Shippu's expression grew serious as he interjected, "No, Sasuke, you're mistaken. This ninja sword possesses a spirit. Even if it can accept a trial name, it requires you to do so. Others need not even contemplate it." "Is it genuinely that miraculous?" Sasuke harbored doubts. After all, if Konoha possessed a ninja tool of such caliber, how could he have remained oblivious in his previous life as an anime enthusiast? Sensing the hesitation in Sasuke's eyes, Tsukikage Shippu acted without a moment's delay. He pointed, and a surge of chakra coalesced between his fingers. In an instant, he inscribed his name upon the ninja sword, just as the name was etched. Before Sasuke could discern the strokes of the inscription, the name astonishingly vanished without a trace. "Incredible! It is indeed true." Sasuke's heart surged with elation. He had not expected to discover a treasure of such magnitude in Konoha right from the outset. However, a moment's reflection plunged him into contemplation. What sort of name should he bestow upon this extraordinary ninja sword? The blade. A sudden inspiration struck him as he recalled Naruto's father's sword of ninja love. "Ninja love is unattainable. Throughout my life, I will maintain clear boundaries, harming none, and certainly will not engage in any grand gestures of righteousness. Perhaps a more imposing name would suffice. Let us call you the Sword of Greatness?" No sooner had he uttered the words than the sword trembled violently in his grasp, nearly slipping from his fingers. All right. I shall not name you the Sword of Greatness. Calm down. With a wry smile, Sasuke felt the weight of his decision bearing down on him. He understood that should he choose a name lacking in substance, this sword might very well turn against him. Such a precious treasure. How could Sasuke allow it to slip away right beneath his nose? What name could he bestow upon this ninja sword to ensure it would not turn against him? After pondering for what felt like an eternity, a sudden spark ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his fingers together, channeling chakra, and inscribed the characters Indra upon the blade. The Sword of Indra? Observing Sasuke's impulsive decision, both Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. The name appeared devoid of any profound significance, almost resembling a mere human name, unremarkable and ordinary. Moonlight Gale, perplexed, inquired, "Sasuke, is Indra your nickname?" Sasuke chuckled lightly, responding with an air of mystery. "You could say that." A vague answer that only deepened the intrigue for Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao. If it was indeed a nickname, why the ambiguity? Just as their bewilderment intensified, the sky above Konoha village suddenly darkened ominously. In the next moment, ominous clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and streaks of lightning tore through the sky like fissures, ripping apart the heavy gloom. Why is it suddenly going to rain? Yuzuki Yugao mused, gazing skyward. Yet at that very moment, the sword of Indra in Sasuke's grasp began to tremble as if infused with life itself. "Are you excited?" With a resounding clang. It seemed to answer Sasuke's query. In the blink of an eye, the sword of Indra slipped from his grasp, soaring towards the heavens. With a crack, the leaden clouds parted, and a colossal bolt of lightning struck the sword with tremendous force. The dark clouds loomed over the village, while the sword's brilliance illuminated the sky. Wrapped in the lightning's embrace, the sword sang with an intensified resonance, as if unwilling to yield. It let out a fierce cry and ascended once more into the boundless sky. What? What is happening? Gale, do you understand? Yuzuki Yugao tentatively asked, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Moonlight Gale, without turning to face her, responded in a somber tone, perhaps only our master truly comprehends the nature of this phenomenon. Konoha, root. This familiar aura, could it be the power of the six paths? How is that even possible? Danzo gazed out at the crackling lightning in the distance, his one-scarred eye wide with disbelief. He glanced at his own left forearm, meticulously wrapped, murmuring to himself as if addressing another or attempting to rationalize with his own thoughts. After a long moment of contemplation, he shouted towards the doorway, F in the mountains. Hasten to send forth individuals to capture every soul within that realm enveloped in thunderous light. Remember, do not let anyone discover this, especially those from the Umbu. Understood? Yes, Lord Danzo. A mere acknowledgement echoed from outside the door, swiftly accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, fading into the distance. Clang. It is uncertain how much time had passed when, at a certain moment, the sword of Indra descended, striking the ground before Sasuke. Thunderous light crackled around it, exuding a chilling radiance. It resembled a ferocious beast poised for the hunt, awaiting Sasuke's command, ready to pounce. What a magnificent sword! Sasuke grasped the sword of Indra, drawing it from the earth, and as he did, a fierce wind accompanied by the sound of thunder surged forth. Sasuke, I can already perceive a considerable number of Konoha's Umbu and Root ninjas swiftly approaching our location. You must seal this sword to prevent any unforeseen complications. The Moonlight Gale, true to its nature as a reconnaissance expert, sensed the danger before the other ninjas could draw near. Recognizing the urgency, Sasuke dared not to delay further. With a swift motion, a scroll materialized at his waist. In the next instant, with a flourish of his brush, he inscribed a sealing jutsu, effectively cloaking the aura of the sword of Indra, under the luminous moonlight, at the witching hour when no soul roamed. Sasuke sat cross-legged in the back courtyard of the Ninja Academy, slowly opening his eyes. Rising to his feet, he made another motion at his waist. In the next moment, a scroll, the thickness of his forearm, manifested in his grasp. Release. With a simple alteration of hand seals, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a ninja sword in response. Its form was as light as a breeze, returning to simplicity, undoubtedly not an ordinary weapon. As he caressed the blade of the sword of Indra, Sasuke sighed. At this moment, the once formidable sword of Indra had transformed into an exceedingly inconspicuous ninja sword. Its gleam had dimmed, rendering it unremarkable, resembling a piece of scrap metal, even inferior to an ordinary ninja sword. Yet, this was precisely what pleased Sasuke. After all, he now possessed a treasure of great value. His current status was unique. To avert any unforeseen incidents, it was wise to remain cautious and proceed beyond the novice village. Lost in thought, suddenly, a system panel interface appeared before Sasuke's eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment. Reclaiming the six paths ninja tools, your level has now risen to level 8. Note, the sword of Indra, indestructible, unbreakable. A ninja sword of immense potential and growth. As the system notification concluded, Sasuke wore a bewildered expression, tinged with disappointment. He realized that the sword of Indra lacked the unique ability to absorb chakra, unlike the Goto Gomu, despite its grandiose claims of being indestructible and unbreakable. Yet Sasuke understood deep down that it was merely a fade, akin to a wife cake devoid of a wife, or a bowl of braised beef noodles lacking substantial beef. All of it was nothing more than deceptive advertising. However, despite this realization, he soon found himself at peace. Without hesitation, he allocated the single attribute point gained from his upgrade to his constitution. Simultaneously, the system's notification chime resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 9, achievement package unlocked, Phoenix Fire Technique. Would you like to unlock it immediately? Unlock. Sasuke did not falter. He would not let such a tracking ninjutsu slip through his fingers. In tandem, he again directed the attribute point from his upgrade towards his constitution. Yet this time, no further upgrade occurred. He understood this was a normal state of affairs. Otherwise, he could merely linger here, exploiting the bug, and upon emerging, directly confront the Sage of Six Paths. With this thought, he concentrated. And the system's attribute panel materialized once more in the void before him. Name: Uchiha Sasuke Faction, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Darkly inclined, Potential for defection. Level 9, 52,000. Attribute points 0. Note, can be consumed to enhance the binding attributes. Skill points 8. Note, can be consumed to elevate the binding skills. Achievements. Possession acquired 6 pads level ninja tools, attributes. Constitution 37. Agility 26. Intelligence 18. Charisma 74. Skills. Substitution technique. Level 4. Transformation technique. Level 4. Clone technique. Level 4. Multiple shadow clone technique. Level 4. Chakra control. Level 4. Taijutsu. Level 3. Genjutsu. Level 3. Ninja tool throwing. Level 3. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Level 4. 10. Konoha style swordsmanship. Crescent moon dance. Level 3. 99. 999. Note, promotion imminent. However, a bottleneck in comprehension has arisen. The host may choose to expend 1 skill point to bypass this. Konoha style swordsmanship. Hazy moonlit night. Level 0. Not yet cultivated. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Level 2. 89. Promotion imminent. He still looked quite impressive. The increase in charisma made him wonder if this flawed system intended for him to simply recline and live off others, gazing at his significantly higher charisma than others. Sasuke smirked, unsure whether his expression was one of resignation or pride. In any case, as Naruto would say, damn it, he's showing off again. He glanced again at the skill panel, aware that upgrading his constitution would gradually enhance his ninjutsu. However, there seemed to be no reaction regarding taijutsu, genjutsu, or swordsmanship. This led him to deduce that even with the system, he could not afford to be complacent. He would have to exert effort in taijutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship himself. Yet, what thrilled him was the imminent promotion of Crescent Moon Dance to level 4. That is indeed the pinnacle of nin level swordsmanship. It is essential to note that if I can elevate the Moonlit Dance to level 4 tonight, my chances of success against Kakashi tomorrow will certainly be enhanced. As for Naruto and Sakura, it is not that I lack trust in them. Rather, Sasuke believes that one must rely on oneself in all matters. Ultimately, depending on others is unreliable, and given that I bear a system, if I need to rely on my teammates for such trivial matters, then my efforts would be in vain. As for the imminent upgrade of the Phoenix Fire technique, it was completely disregarded by Sasuke. Although his chakra has progressed rapidly, it is merely sufficient for his needs. Should he create several shadow clones, he might find himself in a dire situation of exhaustion. Thus, he has no intention of upgrading this technique. After all, a level 2 genin proficiency is adequate. With this thought, Sasuke exhaled slowly, suppressing the turmoil within him. After sealing away Indra's sword, he sat cross-legged and once again entered a meditative state to grasp the final insights of the moonlit dance through the system. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. As the first crowing of the rooster echoed throughout the tranquil village of Konoha, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Alas, it seems that attaining a sudden enlightenment of the moonlit dance is impossible at this moment, despite a fervent effort throughout the night. The system's panel remained stagnant at a minuscule 0.00001, as if the journey of comprehension were endless. Perhaps it is best to let it be. It appears that I cannot circumvent this obstacle in the short term. After much contemplation, Sasuke ultimately resolved to expend a precious skill point to forcibly elevate the level of the moonlit dance. It is not that he wished to abandon his efforts, rather. The stubborn 0.00001 made him recall the system's note following the moonlit dance. Note, promotion imminent. However, a bottleneck in comprehension has occurred. The host may choose to consume a skill point to bypass it. What a ridiculous notion of a bottleneck. This is clearly a forced expenditure. Sasuke vehemently condemned the system's shamelessness in his heart. Yet, helpless against its unyielding nature, he gritted his teeth and consumed a scant skill point. Ding. Congratulations, host. The moonlit dance has successfully upgraded to level 4, 12. Is that all? With a mere thought, a skill point vanished into thin air. However, to Sasuke's surprise, this time, despite the considerable cost, he did not gain any enhancement in level. It seems I must strive harder in the future. Otherwise, even with the system's assistance, surviving in the village will not be an easy feat. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, after solidifying his recently elevated swordsmanship, the sun had risen high in the sky, its warm rays illuminating every corner of the training ground. Hey, Sakura, are you feeling hot? Perhaps you should walk behind me. Getting sunburned wouldn't be flattering. No need for that. How about we grab some ramen together after your test today? It has come to my attention that Uncle Eli's household has recently introduced a new product. However, I am currently focused on my weight loss journey. The voices of Naruto and Sakura drifted into Sasuke's ears from afar. Perhaps due to his training in the dance of the crescent moon, Sasuke's senses have been significantly heightened. Thus, despite the distance between them, he could hear them clearly. Ah, the relentless pursuit of affection, only to end up with nothing. Prince, with such a splendid background, why do you lack ambition? Exhaling a breath laden with fatigue, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and rose to his full height. Sasuke, you arrived so early. Sakura called out from a distance as he stood up. Oh, I merely couldn't sleep last night due to excitement. You and Naruto aren't late either. He chose not to explain that he had been waiting here since the previous night. As Sakura approached, he replied calmly. With her warm cheeks pressed against his cool demeanor, Sakura, blushing, timidly inquired, "SAS. Sasuke, after our test today, would you like to celebrate with some ramen?" Her words stumbled out, her face betraying her shyness. Huh? Naruto, overhearing this, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wasn't she on a diet? Why was it acceptable for this annoying guy, but not for him? How infuriating. Sasuke did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at the bashful Sakura and then at the dejected Naruto before asking, with a peculiar expression, "Is it a gathering?" No, not exactly. It's just the two of us. I'll treat. It seemed she had expended all her strength to utter that brief statement. Sakura dared not raise her head, her gaze fixed on the ground, her heart racing even faster after speaking. Suppressing a smile, Sasuke replied with a stoic face. Then I shall decline. I didn't sleep well last night. I need to get some rest. Rest? Well, can you what? Sasuke feigned ignorance. Teasing her deliberately. Why was it that, despite knowing he was teasing her, she felt no anger? Instead, she found Sasuke increasingly handsome. Sakura mused to herself. Yet, no matter how thick-skinned she might be at her age, she couldn't bring herself to say the words "I can keep you company in bed," which sounded rather risky. Embarrassed, she buried her face even lower. Ding. Love from Sakura received, charm 1. Sasuke sighed inwardly upon hearing the sudden notification in his mind. So it seems that being too handsome can also be a burden. Just then, two swift sounds echoed through the air. Two familiar figures suddenly materialized before Sasuke. Upon witnessing this, Sujin was taken aback and promptly approached with utmost respect, inquiring, "What brings you two esteemed seniors here? Are you passing through on a mission?" The two individuals were none other than Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuin. In response to Sujin's question, Moonlight Gale chuckled and remarked, "We have come, of course, to witness firsthand the extraordinary talent that I perceive in you, Sasuke. You have no idea how much your sister Yuin doubts my judgment. So, I brought her along to see for herself. My insight is undoubtedly correct. Please do not let me down." It was as if he had transformed into a different person, akin to unshackling some inner turmoil. Moonlight Gale appeared exceptionally cheerful today. Engaging in conversation with Sasuke, a smile consistently gracing his lips. One must not harbor arrogance, yet it is imperative to possess a resolute spirit. If even a Jonin expresses this sentiment, how could Sasuke continue to be excessively modest without undermining their words? With this thought in mind, Sasuke reciprocated with a respectful bow, assuring, "Rest assured, seniors, I will not disappoint you in today's assessment." Ha, that is splendid. Truly worthy of my admiration. Give it your all. The future of Konoha will be laid open before you. Moonlight Gale continued to exuberantly encourage. However, there was an unspoken truth lingering in his words. Today, Sasuke exuded an indescribable aura of sword intent that enveloped him, unwavering and persistent. This subtle intent was imperceptible to others, discernible only to those who had trained in the leaf sword techniques, like Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuin. Yet, they chose to remain silent on the matter. In stark contrast to Moonlight Gale's sudden exuberance, Yuzuki Yuin's point of observation was markedly different. Although she was equally astonished by the sword intent emanating from Sasuke, her attention swiftly shifted to Naruto. How could Naruto and Sasuke be placed in the same class? While others may be unaware of Naruto's background, Yuzuki Yuin was well acquainted with his history, having once been a substitute member after Uchiha Obito's demise. Prior to Kakashi's departure from the Umbu, the three of them had shared a camaraderie. It was likely due to Sasuke's prodigious talent that this arrangement was made. Realizing this, Yuzuki Yuin understood entirely. Proximity breeds influence. Having a genius like Sasuke subtly positioned beside Naruto would undoubtedly benefit his growth. With this thought, she redirected her gaze to the bashful Sakura standing nearby. A frown creased her brow as she pondered, why does this girl, with her rather unremarkable chakra fluctuations, find herself in the same class as Naruto? Given Naruto's unique status, surely any of the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans would have been a more fitting choice for her. Ah, the keen observations of young women. Oh, their thoughts are always remarkably astute. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sakura, then cast a glance at Naruto, who was occasionally sneaking glances at Sakura. She concluded, "Oh, I see now. It seems that Naruto has secretly sought out the third Hokage. This young man, despite his youth, he has already found his future wife." Upon this thought, Yuzuki Yuin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and shake her head. She recalled the arduous romance she had with the swift Moonlight, who was also part of the Umbu. The sweetness of today was hard-won through years of adjustment. To her surprise, Naruto, at such a tender age, had already discovered true love under the clandestine matchmaking of the third Hokage. Although Yuin kept her thoughts to herself, a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. The second Hokage was indeed quite comfortable. About yesterday's incident, those people did not trouble you, did they? With Naruto and Sakura present. Although Sasuke did not explicitly mention the calamity brought upon by Indra's sword, upon hearing those words, Moonlight swiftly reacted, smiling. Of course not. Do not forget. I am a special jonin of the Umbu. At this, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Better safe than sorry. His wings were not yet fully developed. Thus, it was wise to proceed cautiously. Just as Su Jian was contemplating these matters, a swish echoed. A tall figure appeared out of thin air at the scene. "Oh, Moonlight, Yuzuki? What brings you two here?" Kakashi noticed Moonlight and Yuzuki immediately. He discreetly glanced at Sasuke, pondering whether these two had come in connection with the thunderstorm over Konoha yesterday. As this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Truth be told, he found Sasuke far more appealing than Naruto. Not only did he bear a striking resemblance to Kakashi's youthful self, but his talent was also remarkably similar. Resolving in his mind, Kakashi thought, if these two intended to trouble Sasuke as his teacher, it was imperative that he find a way to aid Sasuke. Haha, Kakashi, it's been a while. You might not know, but... What? In fact, Sasuke has long been secretly taken under my master's wing. So, even though my master has disappeared in recent years, strictly speaking, Sasuke is my and Yuin's junior disciple. Junior disciple? Kakashi observed the expressions on Moonlight and Yuzuki's faces, realizing they were not jesting. Noticing Sasuke nodding calmly in his direction, he thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Could it be that you two have come today to seize the opportunity to gauge your junior disciple's strength through me?" Haha. Moonlight laughed heartily, saying, "Kakashi, although you were the top genius in our generation, I do not mean to belittle you. Had my junior been born a few years earlier, it is likely that your position as the foremost genius of Konoha would have been in jeopardy." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kakashi finally stood before the trio of Team 7, ready to delve into the crux of the matter. He spoke with a grave demeanor. "Before we commence the test, I shall reiterate the rules one final time. You three must unite and cooperate with one another. The rules are quite simple. You must ring the bells that I hold in my hand to pass the test." As he spoke, Kakashi hung the small bells, roughly the size of half a palm, at his waist. "And Naruto, remember, young man, do not resort to petty tricks. In the true battlefield, no one will show you mercy, and I will not go easy on you during this test either." Upon hearing this, Naruto's previously calm expression soured. He was unaware of how he had even graduated, let alone face Kakashi's full might from the outset. After a brief pause, he swallowed hard and slowly leaned closer to Sasuke and Sakura, furrowing his brow as he whispered conspiratorially, "I think we should devise a more prudent strategy and catch Kakashi-sensei off guard. We can start like this, then proceed like that. And finally." While Naruto spoke animatedly, Sasuke, however, seemed to let the words enter through one ear and exit through the other, paying no heed to the plan. At some point, he slowly closed his eyes and shifted his body towards Kakashi, standing resolutely. His aura steadily intensified, resembling a sharpened blade poised to unsheath, its brilliance unmistakable. A gentle breeze caressed the edges of Sasuke's hair, sending leaves dancing through the air. An invisible tension began to coalesce in the atmosphere, steadily rising. In a fleeting moment, a solitary leaf drifted past Sasuke. The next instant, as if responding to an unspoken signal, Sasuke's eyes flew open. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. "Sakura, what do you think of my plan, Naruto began, only to be interrupted by her retort. "I don't think it's a good idea. After all, among the three of us, Sasuke is the most capable and impressive. Let us listen to his suggestions instead." Sasuke, wait. Don't act on your own. Naruto and Sakura were still stealthily plotting their ambush against Kakashi. However, in the blink of an eye, Naruto realized that Sasuke had already transformed into a whirlwind. Dashing away on his own, desperate to call out to him, it was too late. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a sudden burst of speed, Sasuke closed the distance and formed hand seals as if a blooming flower, crafting intricate gestures. With a surge of energy filling his chest, a colossal fireball, blazing like the sun, erupted forth in response. Observing the solidity of the chakra, it is evident that it has reached the level of a nin. Truly, he is someone I have chosen wisely. As the scorching heat approached, Kakashi remained unfazed. In response, he merely performed a few simple hand seals. The next moment, with a resounding crash, a 3-meter-high earthen wall slowly rose from the ground. Like a screen, it firmly intercepted the fireball unleashed by Sasuke, keeping it beyond the earthen barrier. This was one of Kakashi's signature defensive techniques, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The moist soil clashed with the searing fireball, each struggling against the other. Before long, the moisture and vegetation within the soil were scorched, sending up billowing smoke, and a distinct aroma of burnt grass and wood permeated the air, nauseatingly potent. Yet, amidst the thick smoke where the two were obscured, several shurikens suddenly shot out, glinting ominously and razor-sharp. Oh, a feint to the side. So this was his backup? Quite interesting indeed. With a soft chuckle, Kakashi deftly produced a kunai from his waist. Whoosh! A flurry of shuriken flew like shooting stars, rapidly darting towards Kakashi. Despite their considerable number, their accuracy was lacking. Only a few shuriken struck their target, which Kakashi effortlessly deflected. The remaining multitude scattered chaotically across the grass, rocks, and tree trunks. Sigh. While it is commendable for someone his age to possess such combat awareness, it is still insufficient when facing an elite like Kakashi. Uzumaki Yuin sighed at the sight. Although Sasuke was merely a child, she had unwittingly begun to regard him as an equal and a beacon of hope for the future of Konoha since the moment she recognized the bond with her sword yesterday. Beside her, Sukeke Jika seemed to detect her tone of reluctance and, far from being anxious, chuckled. Things are not as simple as they appear. Perhaps, Yuin, you have indeed underestimated Sasuke this time. What? Yuin did not quite grasp the meaning behind Jika's words. Just then, as the swirling smoke began to dissipate, a figure suddenly emerged into view. It was Sasuke. Refusing to be discouraged after a failed attempt, he swiftly drew a scroll from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll unfurled like a flag, billowing in the wind. Biting his thumb, he tasted the blood, and with a decisive smack, Sasuke struck the sealing symbol on the unfurling scroll. With a burst of white smoke and the resounding cry of a sword, a sharp blade soared into the air. Before the onlookers could discern what emerged from the billowing smoke, the tension in the atmosphere thickened. In an instant, the sword of Indra materialized in Sasuke's palm. With a resonant clang, the sword emitted a shrill cry, seemingly imbued with life, its sharpness evident. In the next moment, Sasuke leaped into the air, a solitary figure with his blade, exuding an overwhelming presence as if embodying the spirit of Rain Village. He lunged toward the dazed Kakashi, piercing through the air with his sword. The first form of the crescent moon dance, wind slash, execute. This. Gazing up at that figure growing larger in his vision, Kakashi was taken aback. Is this boy truly attempting to kill me? The atmosphere thickened with a chilling aura of menace. It surged like a river reversing its flow, the oncoming sword force becoming increasingly formidable. Realizing this, Kakashi could no longer afford to be complacent. Even as an elite jonin, he could not withstand such boundless murderous intent. Should he attempt to endure it, he would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. Moreover, this was merely an official exam from Konoha. What was the worth of risking his life for a few hundred ryo? With this thought, Kakashi's body surged with lightning chakra. In the next instant, he swiped with his left hand, causing the kunai to spark with arcs of lightning, wrapping around it like a veil. With a resounding clang, the clash of metal echoed throughout the training ground of Konoha. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave radiated from the center of Sasuke and Kakashi, spreading wildly in all directions. From a distance, it resembled a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that persisted endlessly. This chakra potency. In the realm of swordsmanship, I, the Moonlight Gale, shall deem you the strongest. Protecting the side of Uzuki Yuga with his arms, Moonlight Gale disregarded his own safety, shouting fervently as if possessed. Is this the true extent of his power? No wonder Sakura is enamored with him. If I were in her shoes, I would likely feel the same. I say stop. Naruto, what on earth are you thinking? You aspire to become Hokage. How can you be defeated by the challenges before you? Sasuke is merely a temporary obstacle. I shall surely surpass you in the future. Sasuke was undeniably handsome, a fact Naruto was reluctant to admit. But the truth was evident. Coupled with the formidable strength Sasuke displayed at that moment, Naruto entertained a rather absurd notion. If he were to transform into a beauty that Sasuke adored through some romantic ploy, would they not then live happily ever after together? Sasuke, 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 this is you, the truest version of yourself. I swear for a lifetime that you are the man I wish to marry. I am utterly in love with you. Sakura turned away, though the shockwaves surrounding her caused her to sway unsteadily, yet even so, she trembled all over, her cheeks aflame. It felt as though she had married Sasuke, this man as swift as the wind, right then and there, an ineffable happiness enveloping her. She yearned to merge her very essence with Sasuke's being, to bask in his warmth, to melt into his form, vowing to never part for eternity. With a resounding crash. While it was indeed remarkable that Sasuke could wield such astonishing swordsmanship at his age, it could not conceal the vast chasm that lay between him and the elite Jonin. Perhaps with the talents Sasuke displayed, he would one day surpass the illustrious Kakashi. Yet, that time was certainly not now. With another thunderous sound, in the contest of strength, Sasuke ultimately succumbed, sent flying by Kakashi's overwhelming chakra. Though Kakashi's kunai, imbued with lightning, shattered under the force of Sasuke's Indra's sword, it inflicted not the slightest harm upon Kakashi. With a metallic clang, the Indra's sword was sent hurtling away, embedding itself forcefully into a nearby stout tree trunk, vibrating and buzzing as if it were alive. Alas, the disparity in strength was still too great. Azuki Yukari sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. Sukikage clenched his fist tightly. With Sasuke's defeat, he longed to rush forward and personally challenge Kakashi with his crescent moon dance. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Firstly, his crescent moon dance could not rival Sasuke's skill. At least, he could not evoke the same deadly intent as Sasuke had in his first move, Wind Slash. Secondly, despite being a Jonin himself, he stood no chance against Kakashi. Acting on impulse would only lead to his own humiliation. Sasuke, this guy, he won't be harmed. Will he? Sakura and Naruto gasped in shock. At that moment, even Naruto, who had always been at odds with Sasuke, revealed a hint of unspoken anxiety in his cerulean eyes. His resentful gaze, akin to a pouting spouse, was undeniably proud. But just as Sakura and Naruto prepared to rush forward to catch Sasuke, who continued to fly helplessly through the air, suddenly, bang! The Sasuke who should have been uncontrollably hurtling backwards transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dispersing in an instant. What? The five onlookers were equally astonished. That extraordinary sword strike had merely been a shadow clone-esque doing. Yet, before they could recover from their astonishment, another loud bang echoed. Then, the four watching saw Kakashi's back enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, as a kunai that had been lying on the ground vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Sasuke's figure materialized, leaping high into the air with a graceful flourish. With fingers slightly curled, resembling a hawk poised to capture its prey, Sasuke charged forth with an unstoppable momentum, aiming directly for the bells that swayed in the wind at Kakashi's waist. A cunning smile danced upon his lips as he proclaimed with pride, "Kakashi-sensei, I shall graciously accept your bells." What? The onlookers gasped in unison, utterly astonished by Sasuke's combat awareness, honed as if through decades of meticulous training. The layers of strategy intertwined seamlessly, an endless cycle of ingenuity. At that moment, they echoed their earlier sentiments, akin to a recording device, lost in disbelief. Is this truly your ultimate tactic? Kakashi mused, tilting his head to observe Sasuke's form. If this were a test of individual prowess, he would unhesitatingly grant Sasuke full marks. However, this challenge was inherently designed to assess teamwork. Kakashi recalled how his own mentor, the fourth Hokage, had tested them in a similar vein. Thus, he thought, I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I cannot allow you to pass just yet. With this realization, a sly smirk graced Kakashi's masked visage. A mere shift of his hands. And with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a neatly severed log that plummeted to the ground. What? The four spectators were once again left in sheer astonishment, as if they were incapable of articulating anything beyond those two words. They had lost count of how many times they had expressed their disbelief, yet their shock remained palpable. Sasuke, however, appeared oblivious to the log at his feet, standing still with a triumphant grin, hands on his hips as he watched the unfolding spectacle. Is it over? He pondered. Surely, Kakashi, is this necessary? It's merely a test. Are you truly so rattled by Sasuke's extraordinary talent? Moonlight and swift winds bore witness to this scene, and a surge of frustration coursed through them. But at that moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly materialized before the stunned Naruto, reaching for his collar with intent to launch a surprise attack, isolating them one by one. Not good. Kakashi intends to ambush Naruto. Yuzuki's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed. Despite her immediate warning, it was too late. Naruto's face reflected sheer terror, while Sakura stood frozen, devoid of any means to resist. The only one capable of countering was Sasuke, who remained motionless on the distant lawn, arms crossed, as though he had willingly forfeited. Just as Kakashi, brimming with confidence, prepared to seize the terrified Naruto, an unexpected bang resonated through the air. White smoke dissipated, but this time, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto did not transform into a log. To his astonishment, he had transformed into Sasuke. Nearby, Sakura's emerald eyes brimmed with confusion. Although he was the one closest to Sasuke at that moment, he too was unable to discern whether this Sasuke was a mere shadow clone or the real body. As Kakashi reached out in midair, a sly grin played on Sasuke's lips. In the next instant, his red eyes flashed ominously, and he bellowed, "Activate the Sharingan." Like a clarion call, Kakashi found himself unexpectedly drawn into a realm drenched in crimson. Though it was a mere moment, he felt ensnared and unable to escape. The Sharingan. He had actually awakened it. Just before succumbing to the illusion, Kakashi suddenly realized that he had always believed that at Sasuke's current age, even a prodigy like him would require a couple more years to unlock such power, akin to his lingering sense of indebtedness towards Obito. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that not only had Sasuke awakened his eyes, but he had also refrained from using them initially. Was this a display of restrained strength? Good heavens, when did such a genius emerge in the ninja world? With this thought, Kakashi's heart raced, and his pupils constricted in astonishment. But in the next moment, ensnared by the illusion, his consciousness plunged into that blood-red domain. His body felt increasingly heavy, as if weighed down by immense forces. Now was the time. As Kakashi's hand fell powerless to his side, Sasuke sensed an opportunity, albeit fleeting. If he let it slip away, he would gain nothing. With that thought, Sasuke summoned every last bit of chakra within him, and in a mere flicker, he seized the bells from Kakashi's waist. However, the stark disparity in their strengths rendered the power of a single Tomo Sharingan's illusion insufficient to bridge the gap. Just as Kakashi momentarily lost focus, clarity returned in an instant. The truth remained. If this were a test of individual prowess, he would undoubtedly allow Sasuke to shine. However, the true purpose of this examination was to assess teamwork. Thus, no matter how exceptional Sasuke performed at this age, Kakashi would not yield even a fraction of his strength. Sasuke truly embodied the man I sought. He was undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, lost in thoughts of an unspoken affection. Occasionally, she swallowed nervously and giggled foolishly, completely oblivious to the fact that Kakashi had already awakened from the illusion, mere feet away. At that moment, the swift winds of the moonlight revealed that the highest-ranking ninja present was alert. Being a sensory ninja by nature, he quickly noticed Kakashi's return to consciousness and urgently called out, "Sasuke, be careful. Kakashi has awakened." At this pivotal moment, he disregarded all regulations. Sasuke had already exceeded expectations with his remarkable performance. How could you, Kakashi, a distinguished elite jonin, still dare to engage earnestly with a junior? Have you no shame? Since you, Kakashi, show no mercy, do not blame me, the Gale of the Moonlight, for my disregard for the rules. Although the call of the Gale of the Moonlight was timely, Sasuke appeared utterly oblivious, his hands clasping the bells, remaining motionless, a foolish grin adorning his face. This is disastrous, inwardly lamented Uzuki Shien. Regardless of the vast chasm in their abilities, Sasuke was still her junior. Yet, how could she accept his defeat? But what good is this unwillingness? As the Gale of the Moonlight and Uzuki Shien surrendered, and Kakashi smiled, believing victory was assured, Sasuke's figure suddenly dissipated like ethereal smoke, leaving no trace behind. Immediately, Kakashi staggered, his outstretched hand grasping at nothingness. How? Could he still employ the body flicker technique at this moment? Could the long-held rumor of the Uchiha clan's general lack of chakra be false? Staring blankly at his empty right hand, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. At that very moment, from the treetops not far away, Sasuke's calm voice resonated. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." The sound of bells ringing finally filled the air, signaling the conclusion of the test within these brief minutes. However, it was not the sound that Kakashi had anticipated from his waist, but rather the chimes emanating from Sasuke's hands. Did Sasuke emerge victorious? Uzuki Shien, her delicate fingers slightly curling, felt tears welling in her beautiful eyes. She could not fathom why, at this moment, she was overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Though Sasuke had merely seized a pair of bells from Kakashi, it felt as if he had triumphed over him with the Leaf-S sword technique, radiating pride and exhilaration. Bravo! Indeed, he is the greatest prodigy of the Leaf's sword technique. The Gale of the Moonlight exclaimed repeatedly, brimming with excitement. He understood that the Leaf-S sword technique was on the verge of revival, with this moment marking the ascent of Sasuke, a rising star. Sasuke, such a man, does an ordinary girl like me truly deserve him? Uzuki pondered. In contrast, Ino was also not lacking in beauty, if she were a bit more proactive. With Sasuke, the breeze tousled the man's handsome hair, making him appear as if sculpted by the heavens, perfectly balanced. An excess would seem frivolous, while a deficiency would lack masculinity. Sakura, gazing intently, felt a flush of heat envelop her, discomfort overwhelming her senses. Meanwhile, an inexplicable sense of crisis arose within Sakura as she silently vowed to diligently cultivate her skills and keep pace with Sasuke. This man, she decided, would be hers no force. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could deter her. In this contest, if one were to identify the most humble, it would undoubtedly be Naruto. The tale commences with Kakashi's attempt to capture Sasuke, which led to the emergence of a clone that bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto. Upon witnessing Kakashi reaching for the doppelganger, Naruto's mind crumbled in confusion. How is there another Naruto? Who am I? Where am I? Why did Kakashi-sensei not come for me, but instead for a mere clone? As time progressed, the questions soon surfaced. Yet, a new dilemma arose. For Naruto abruptly realized that none present acknowledged his existence. Not even Sakura, nor the trio of Kakashi, Moonlight Gale, and Uzuki Yugao glanced in his direction, treating him as though he were invisible. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with each individual seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Naruto, upon noticing this, refrained from speaking, suppressing his bewilderment within, rooted to the spot in apprehension. At that moment, Sakura emerged from her reverie, suddenly questioning, "Wait, where has Naruto gone?" With her exclamation, the others finally became aware that Naruto had vanished without a trace. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance as Sasuke playfully jingled a bell in his hand. In tandem, he altered his hand seal, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the nearby foliage. An inconspicuous rock transformed into the very likeness of Naruto, who stood there, utterly bewildered, resembling a great fool. Transformation technique. Kakashi was taken aback, nearly leaping in shock. What kind of combat intelligence was this? What immense chakra was at play? Was he still merely a genin? In that moment, Kakashi's mind inexplicably recalled Irika's words when he spoke of Sasuke. "Kakashi, I swear, that kid named Sasuke is undoubtedly the most remarkable graduate I have ever taught. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Trust me, if you miss this opportunity, Konoha may never witness such a prodigious talent again, and you will regret it for a lifetime. Is it truly as extraordinary as you claim? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Believe it or not. Were it not for our shared service under the third Hokage, I would never divulge such fortunate news to you for free." Scenes from the past flickered through Kakashi's mind like a fleeting slideshow. Yet in Kakashi's mind, the memories lingered vividly and with remarkable clarity. It seemed that Irika had perhaps been overly cautious at the time. Frowning, Kakashi pondered, "Is it over? Has this test concluded so abruptly?" It wasn't until Naruto reverted to his true form that he realized the peculiarity of the situation, accompanied by an unsettling sense of unreality. Clearly, this was a team endeavor, yet both he and Sakura had not even made a move before the test ended. He glanced at his goddess, Sakura, only to find her cheeks flushed, her emerald eyes fixated on Sasuke, brimming with unspoken affection. A wave of jealousy surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto rushed to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura and I haven't even participated yet. That guy has stolen all the limelight." Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi nonchalantly retorted, "The rules are clear. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Do you harbor any other thoughts, Naruto?" Gritting his teeth, Naruto defiantly responded, "Yes. I demand a rematch." Sasuke should not bask in the glory alone. Kakashi inquired with feigned seriousness, "Are you certain?" Then, as if casually, his gaze drifted towards Sakura in the distance. "Absolutely. One cannot be careless about such matters." After all, Naruto's statement was abruptly interrupted by Sakura's voice calling from behind, "Naruto, stop being foolish. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's superiority? If you truly wish for a rematch, why not challenge Kakashi-sensei like Sasuke did? Sasuke and I are off to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. We had planned to bring you along, but who knew? Upon hearing the prospect of dining with Sakura, Naruto instantly forgot his earlier demand for a rematch. He hurriedly approached her with a playful grin, saying, I'll go. I'll go. There is no way I'd miss it. Sasuke interjected, Kakashi-sensei, how about we all go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate? Today marks the joyous occasion of our promotion to Genin. Sounds good. We're quite hungry as well, Sakura chimed in sweetly. Given the intricate ties between Kakashi and the two, it was not long before the group of 6 reached a consensus to head directly to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate and simultaneously partake in the Leaf Village headband ceremony for their promotion to Genin. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement of becoming a Genin. Achievement Unlock Gift, Konoha-style swordsmanship, Third Moon Dance, Second Form, Starlight. Would you like to unlock it immediately? That night, after returning from the celebration at Ichiraku Ramen, Sasuke heard the system's notification echoing in his mind. Unlock. With a flash of understanding, Sasuke unlocked the potential without a second thought. Instantly, a torrent of unfamiliar images surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Sharp pangs of pain coursed through his body, akin to needles piercing his flesh. Realizing immediately that this was a precursor to a significant advancement in his swordsmanship, he clenched his teeth, summoning his willpower to maneuver his heavy body. While his mind still retained some clarity, he forcefully threw himself onto the bed in his dormitory. As his nearly collapsing body felt the softness beneath him, his consciousness was swiftly engulfed by an invisible hand, pulling him into chaos, rendering him senseless. Sasuke fell into a deep slumber, not even having the chance to remove his clothes. When he awoke again, it was already the following morning. The resounding call of the morning echoed throughout Konoha, pulling Sasuke from his haze. So, this is the second form of the dance of the crescent moon? Indeed, it is extraordinary. This time, through the system, he had effortlessly mastered the second form, Star Treader, merely by taking a nap, and he had even started at level 3. However, the only downside was that he had yet to level up. Yet, a series of favorable impressions had unknowingly skyrocketed his charm value. At this moment, his charm had astonishingly reached 114 points. With a mere thought, he opened the system panel, examining the historical records of his charm value sources. Shock from Kakashi Hatake 10. Admiration from Kurenai Yuhi 25. Emotion from Yugugo Yuzuki 20. Devotion from Sakura Haruno 50. Stubbornness from Naruto Uzumaki 10. Cross-dressing Brainstorm 55. Upon reaching the last entry, Sasuke rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as though he had encountered a ghost. Stubbornness yielding 10 was one thing. But what on earth was this cross-dressing brainstorm? His face turned pale. This peculiar notion had contributed 55 points, which, astonishingly, surpassed Sakura's by 5 points. What on earth was going through Naruto's mind? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Sasuke, and he murmured to himself with a smirk, could it be that this guy has been swayed by me? No, Naruto, while I am indeed handsome, you must not stray from the right path. What about Hinata? Wait, don't you have feelings for Sakura? With this thought, Sasuke's inner turmoil erupted, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. It was one thing to be appealing to people of all ages, but to captivate both genders was truly overwhelming. At the Ninja Academy, time flew by. And before long, 2 hours had passed. It was now noon. Sasuke received a message relayed by Kakashi's subordinate, stating that a D-rank mission had arrived, and Team 7 needed to prepare and head to the Hokage's office promptly. If a deal can be struck with the employer, Kakashi will lead the 3 members of Team 7 on their inaugural mission as newly promoted Genin tomorrow. Sasuke understands that the first time is a serious matter, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, without delay, upon receiving the news, he hastens to the Ninja Academy to rendezvous with Naruto and Sakura. Ah, ha ha. Sasuke, you've come. How splendid. Upon arriving at the academy, Sasuke is taken aback as Naruto is the first to enthusiastically rush over. They exchange playful banter and jovial gestures, as if they are rather close. Something feels off. This fellow must be up to no good. Contemplating this, Sasuke instinctively recalls the previous conversation regarding the allure of cross-dressing. A shiver runs down his spine as he thinks, could he possibly be? With a wary glance at Naruto, who is making exaggerated faces, Sasuke grows increasingly cautious. It seems the old adage holds true. Boys must indeed protect themselves when venturing out. A few minutes later, in the restroom. Haha. Sasuke, why don't you just stay here quietly for a while? Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Naruto finishes speaking, several shadow clones erupt in a cloud of white smoke. Seeing Sasuke ensnared in his scheme, bound like a zongzi, Naruto grins triumphantly before darting away behind the restroom door. Moments later, from within a stall, another figure identical to Sasuke emerges. With a swift hand sign, the bound Sasuke bursts into a puff of smoke, leaving only a severed rope on the ground. What on earth is this guy up to? Furrowing his brow, Sasuke ponders for a moment before cautiously following the trail left by Naruto. I just want to experience this. Is that too much to ask? At this moment, Naruto has transformed into Sasuke's likeness. Meanwhile, Sakura sits on a nearby bench, lost in thought, occasionally chuckling. Her face blooming like cherry blossoms, utterly enchanting. Perhaps, it's better to reconsider. Naruto initially intended to disguise himself as Sasuke to have a heartfelt conversation with his goddess, Sakura. He harbors no ulterior motives, he merely wishes to know her better. Who knows, through his efforts, perhaps one day Sakura might come to like him just as she does that insufferable Sasuke. Yet, the first time undertaking such a covert operation, especially concerning his beloved goddess, is daunting. While he can entertain the thought beforehand, when it comes to action, he finds himself unable to surmount that hurdle. SAS. Sasuke, you can sit here. Just as Naruto hesitates, the nearby Sakura suddenly notices him. With a bashful expression, her words stumble forth, yet her tone is remarkably gentle. I swallowed hard, and Naruto, filled with an inexplicable courage, approached with a flushed face and a sense of excitement. Sakura, would you like to have dinner together tonight? He stammered, scratching his head in a flustered manner, unsure of the determination it took to articulate such a sentence. Upon hearing this, Sakura turned her head in astonishment to look at Sasuke beside her. With a teasing grin, he appeared unusually playful today, leaving her with a strange feeling. To be honest, were it not for his handsome visage that occupied her thoughts, she would have preferred to believe that it was Naruto making the invitation rather than the aloof idol who had always been indifferent to her. Yet, just as this flicker of doubt arose, it was swiftly swept away by the surge of hormones coursing through her. With a delicate bite of her rosy lips and a blush gracing her cheeks, Sakura shyly pondered. Could it be that my idol has finally been moved by my genuine feelings? A small cluster of flying fluff brushed past Sakura's blushing face, stirring her cherry blossom-colored hair, and gently tugging at her heartstrings. It felt as if a cat had lightly scratched her. In that fleeting moment, her throat tightened, her breath quickened, and she spoke in an increasingly alluring tone. SAS. Sasuke, actually, I. She struggled for words, her cheeks aflame, yet unable to articulate even a fragment of her thoughts. Naruto, too, sensed the heat radiating from Sakura. Even his usual obtuseness could not mask the undeniable tension in the air. Swallowing hard, he awkwardly inquired, Sakura, you. Strangely, the words he had meticulously rehearsed in his mind refused to escape his lips, as if a cotton ball had lodged itself in his throat, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Their gazes locked, an innocent thread of emotions swiftly entwined their hearts, binding them together in a lingering connection. It was as if an invisible sentiment was slowly fermenting in the air, becoming increasingly palpable. Their breaths grew heavier, and Sakura's doe-like eyes brimmed with sincerity. In the next instant, she gently closed her verdant eyes, her lithe form relaxing as she unconsciously leaned closer to Naruto, who sat beside her. The air was thick with hormones, and the unique fragrance of youthful femininity wafted into Naruto's nostrils, leaving him momentarily dazed. Suddenly, as if fate had intervened, a cool breeze swept through, snapping Naruto back to clarity. No, I am Naruto, not Sasuke. Though I thirst for her affection, the fruit forced from the vine is never sweet. What I seek is Sakura's heart, not to possess her through such underhanded means. With that thought, Naruto hesitated no longer. He leaned back and stood up abruptly. Sakura, with her eyes closed and her body relaxed, felt this was the happiest moment of her life and the closest she had ever been to Sasuke. For this instant, she had rehearsed countless times in her dreams. However, when she realized that the anticipated warmth had yet to arrive, she slowly opened her verdant eyes once more. SAS. Sasuke, I'm sorry. I lost composure just now. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and she offered an awkward smile, though disappointment was evident in her gaze. Observing this, Naruto felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He could only scratch his head and awkwardly urge, Sakura, actually, I am. Naruto sensed he might have ventured too far this time. He longed to unveil the truth, but just then, he caught two whispers from behind him. Being a genius is great. Even beautiful girls pursue you. How enviable. You don't know, my dad told me that this Sasuke fellow, not long ago, had his entire family wiped out, and he survived solely because he was at school. Really? Isn't that just like our classmate Naruto? Indeed, upon careful reflection, it appears that both individuals are harbingers of misfortune. One has brought demise to his parents, while the other has extinguished his entire clan. Alas, ignorance may have been bliss. But now that we are aware, we must henceforth keep our distance from these two. It is said that they have successfully ascended to the rank of genin. In the future, should one desire to meet them, such an encounter may not be feasible. Who would wish to seek out these elements? Is that not inviting trouble upon oneself? Ah, but Sasuke is a prodigy, undeniably handsome. And it is said that our class is filled with beautiful girls who are enamored with him. Humph, what does his looks amount to? If he is but an orphan who, like Naruto, has brought ruin to his own clan? Hush, speak quietly. Naruto, having overheard the conversation between the two boys from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. The latter part of their dialogue eluded him. Yet he fixated on the most jarring provocation. He remained still, his head bowed, murmuring to himself, "Is that insufferable fellow also a pitiful soul like me?" For reasons unknown. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart as he recalled the harsh moments directed at Sasuke, and an inexplicable sense of guilt welled up within him, sparking a deep resonance. "Let us depart, lest we arrive late and incur the ire of Iruka-sensei," one of his companions suggested. Indeed, the conversation of the two boys resumed behind him, but Naruto abruptly snapped out of his reverie, turning sharply to confront the departing pair with a fierce shout. "Hey, you two scoundrels. Apologize to Sasuke. Do you intend to simply walk away without acknowledging your wrongdoing?" His teeth clenched tightly, fists balled, his eyes ablaze with animosity directed at the two boys not far off. Could it be that this eavesdropping fellow had comprehended their exchange? The two boys exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. They thought to themselves, "Aren't you Sasuke? Why the insistence on an apology to him? This individual must be out of his mind." Yet, upon further reflection, they recognized that they stood before Sasuke, the one who had conjured dozens of shadow clones during the graduation exam, an entity they could only dream of emulating. What if they chose not to apologize? They could very well find themselves on the receiving end of a beating, especially considering Sasuke's apparent fury at that moment. Realizing this, the formerly brash tall boy faltered, swallowing hard, stammering, sorry, is that acceptable?" The other boy had already hidden behind the taller one, trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. "It is not me you should apologize to, but to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you two not comprehend this?" In his current state of indignation, Naruto had completely forgotten that he was now embodying Sasuke's persona as he stood there. He shouted boldly, repeatedly emphasizing Sasuke's name, yet again with this refrain, "But are you not Sasuke, and is Sasuke not you?" The two boys exchanged glances. Having grown up together, they understood the implication immediately. The Sasuke is not merely seeking an apology, he is clearly looking for an excuse to deal with them. Run, hurry and flee, if they do not escape soon. Judging by Sasuke's furious demeanor, they might not just be left with bruises. With this thought, the two began to slowly retreat, and then swiftly turned to dash towards the classroom. Despite Naruto's shortcomings, he was still an upgraded genin. How could he allow these two troublesome kids, who struggled to even graduate, to slip away from under his nose? Upon noticing this, without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively channeled his chakra, his figure blurring as he positioned himself in front of the duo, gritting his teeth and seething. "You two think you can leave without apologizing? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Seeing this scene, the two felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, they understood that given the current situation, escaping a beating seemed futile. Fortunately, they were two against one. Perhaps if they worked together, one might escape Sasuke's clutches. Therefore, their only course of action was to join forces. Hoping one could flee and summon Iruka-sensei, potentially lessening the punishment for the other, they exchanged glances and then, with reckless abandon, lunged at Sasuke, one on the left and one on the right. Naruto remained oblivious to his own predicament, pondering that he merely wished for these two rascals to apologize. Yet they dared to confront him? Although his chakra often fluctuated, rendering him the weakest in Team 7. That certainly did not imply he could be bullied by two students struggling to graduate. With this thought, he clenched his fists and charged toward the approaching duo. He intended to subdue them with a single move and compel them to apologize to Sasuke. However, to his dismay, the encounter lasted but a fleeting moment before Naruto found himself pinned to the ground. How infuriating! His chakra had inexplicably vanished. Pressed against the floor, Naruto gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. The entire sequence, from Naruto impersonating Sasuke to being swiftly subdued, transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Sakura stood frozen a short distance away. While others might not recognize Sasuke's strength, Team 7 was a cohesive unit. Even if they combined forces with Naruto, the four of them would likely still be no match for Sasuke alone. But now, this defied logic. One of them gaped at his companion in disbelief. Humph. It seems there is nothing illogical about this. Perhaps Sasuke utilized some advanced technique during the previous graduation exam. It is not surprising, considering he is of the same age as us. Even if he is a genius, how could the disparity be so vast? The other scoffed dismissively, adding insult to injury as he stepped harder on Naruto's foot. Indeed, we have all been deceived by Sasuke. It appears he is merely a paper tiger. Humph. He expects us to apologize? Sasuke, if you do not offer us an apology today, we shall not let you off the hook. With no sense of reverence remaining, the two became utterly reckless. It is often said that the darker side of a person is a result of environmental influences. Yet, in truth, it is an inherent trait. Naruto gritted his teeth, a visage of frustration etched upon his face. He yearned to rise, but the depletion of chakra within him rendered him powerless to resist. How infuriating! At that moment, a seductive voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Young man, you seek power, do you not? Empty your mind and surrender your body to me, and I shall grant you inexhaustible strength, liberating you from the humiliation of being trampled upon. The tone was alluring, each word a precious gem. This was not the first time Naruto had encountered this mysterious voice. Previously, he had always chosen to reject it at the first opportunity, causing the enigmatic voice to vanish without a trace. However, this time he hesitated. If he were being bullied in a secluded corner, it might be bearable. After all, Naruto had vowed to become Hokage, capable of enduring hardship. Yet, now he stood before his goddess, Sakura. Moreover, he bore Sasuke's face as a member of Team 7. How could he bring shame upon them? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Gradually, the azure of his eyes shifted to a faint crimson, a surge of rage swelling within him, permeating the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the two who continued to mock him remained oblivious to the profound transformation occurring within Naruto, who was on the brink of an explosive outburst. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a cold voice pierced the air. Hey, you two down there. I am giving you 2.5 seconds. If by that time you have not removed your feet from the back of the dog, do not blame me for being ruthless. The tone was frigid, yet the voice unmistakably belonged to a youth. The four present were momentarily taken aback. The two who had been trampling Naruto thought, what kind of world is this? Do they not see that we have the top student of the Ninja Academy beneath our feet? How dare someone intervene in our affairs? With this thought, all four turned to seek the source of the voice. A remarkably handsome youth stood confidently, arms crossed, his gaze lowered. A gentle breeze tousling the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. An inherent confidence radiated from him, enveloping the area. SAS. Sasuke? No, that cannot be. How is there another Sasuke? If he is Sasuke, then who lies beneath my feet? The two were utterly bewildered, grappling with confusion. Yet, Sakura immediately recognized the figure perched atop the tree. It was the man she had long yearned for. Though both Sasukes appeared identical, the essence of one was unmistakably different. However, the unique aura exuded by that man was something the Sasuke on the ground could never replicate. Just as the two were contemplating whether to release the Sasuke beneath their feet, a resounding bang echoed. The blood color in Naruto's eyes faded, his chakra completely depleted. With a puff of white smoke, he reverted to his original form. Naruto. It's actually Naruto. No wonder he is so weak. The realization struck them that the figure perched atop the treetop was indeed Naruto. Instantly, both felt a weight in their hearts, recognizing that they had stirred the true master. Hastily, they removed their feet from Naruto's back and retreated a few steps, trembling as they implored, Sasuke, we understand your prowess. But you must realize this is the Ninja Academy. We are here to study, and class has already begun. Upon hearing his companion's words, the other immediately caught on, chiming in, yes. Iruka-sensei will definitely come looking for us if he can't find us after calling the roll. This statement seemed to act as an incantation. Once they spoke in unison, their faces transformed from fear to a newfound bravado. Originally intending for these two brats to apologize to Naruto and let the matter rest, Sasuke's anger flared when he heard their lack of remorse and their attempt to leverage Iruka against him. Sasuke had been observing from the treetop all along. witnessing Naruto's transformation to lure Sakura and the ensuing quarrel with these two uncouth individuals. He had heard every derogatory remark they had made about him. Yet, it was not their insults that incited his rage, it was Naruto. It was one thing to insult him. He could dismiss it as childish ignorance and later find a secluded spot to don his mask and deal with the two ill-mannered brats. But to drag Naruto into it was downright despicable. Naruto's parents had sacrificed themselves for the village, securing the peace they now enjoyed. Not only did they fail to appreciate Naruto and his family, but they also dared to conspire to isolate him? Were honest people truly so easy to bully? Not to mention, Naruto had been targeted primarily because he sought to stand up for him. If your parents are too lenient to discipline you, then today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. With that thought, a cold glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Do you intend to threaten me with Irika-sensei? His voice was frigid, and his gaze icy, causing both to shudder involuntarily. And no, even if Irika-sensei doesn't come, the Ninja Academy prohibits bullying fellow students. One of them stammered, feigning calmness. Huh. Sasuke let out a chilling laugh, offering no response to them. Instead, he turned his gaze to Naruto and spoke gravely. Naruto, go ahead. Each of you step on them just as they treated you. Remember, do not hold back. What? Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly necessary for a lower-ranked ninja to bully two children who have yet to graduate? At this moment, Naruto felt a sense of astonishment, even forgetting that their Team 7 consists merely of 3 young individuals. Upon seeing Naruto standing there with a bewildered expression, Sasuke realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears. This wretched situation. With a silent sigh, he shifted his gaze once more to the two unruly brats. The moment the two miscreants caught sight of Sasuke's penetrating stare, they understood that Naruto, bound by convention, would not dare to act. However, this madman Sasuke seemed undeterred by such constraints and was intent on confronting them directly. In a flurry of panic, the taller of the two pointed at Sasuke and exclaimed, "As Sasuke, there are rules in Konoha. You cannot attack your comrades." Upon hearing this, a smirk broke across Sasuke's face. How dare they speak so boldly? You two worthless fools are not worthy of being considered my comrades. Before he could finish his thought, Sasuke flicked his wrist. In the blink of an eye, several dark projectiles, akin to shooting stars, hurtled towards the two boys. Shoakin, glinting ominously and razor-sharp. The realization struck the two boys. This lunatic truly intended to kill us. They yearned to retreat, just as they had earlier moved their feet from Naruto's chest, but time seemed to freeze, rendering them immobile, forced to watch as the deadly projectiles loomed ever larger before their eyes. It is over. My life is forfeit, they lamented in their minds. Just then, a flash of white streaked through the air. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding scene, a series of metallic clinks echoed through the air. A man, his face masked and silver hair tousled, suddenly appeared at the scene, shielding the terrified boys. Kakashi-sensei. Both Naruto and Sakura gasped in unison upon recognizing the newcomer. Teacher? The two miscreants, hiding behind Kakashi, felt a surge of hope. They realized they were safe for the day, while Sasuke might disregard the rules due to his youth. A teacher from the Ninja Academy would never stand idly by, ignoring Naruto and Sakura's exclamations. Kakashi's voice turned stern as he directed his gaze at Sasuke perched atop a tree. Sasuke, your actions have crossed the line. Speaking to one's teacher in such a manner is inherently disrespectful. In response, Sasuke leaped down, his expression unyielding as he replied, Sensei. You know as well as I do that had I truly intended to strike them with full force, my target would not have been the ground, but rather them. It was assumed that Sasuke would acknowledge his misstep and let the matter rest. After all, attacking comrades is a serious matter, albeit one that might not incur significant punishment in Konoha. However, should the situation escalate, it could very well leave a mark on his record with the third Hokage, potentially jeopardizing his future as a ninja. Kakashi was taken aback by Sasuke's obstinacy, his demeanor reflecting complete disregard. Frowning slightly, Kakashi's tone shifted, revealing his displeasure as he retorted. What I mean to say is that your actions are exceedingly foolish. If there are any grievances, you can convey them to your teacher, and we shall arbitrate for you, rather than skirting the edges of Konoha's established rules as you are now. Foolish? Sasuke scoffed, pointing at Naruto. What about those two little brats? When Naruto was struggling, they trampled on his face with arrogance. Doesn't that count as foolishness? What? Kakashi's visible eye narrowed suddenly, glancing at Naruto and Sakura's expressions beside him. A sense of unease gripped him. It became clear that this situation was not Sasuke's fault at all. In contrast, The two mischief makers behind him had transgressed far more. Although a surge of anger welled up within him, Kakashi managed to suppress it within mere seconds. Rules. Rules. How did his father perish? Why did he feel such shame that he took his own life? It was due to the failure to adhere to Konoha's established regulations. Clenching his fists and shifting his gaze, he took a deep breath, slightly turning his head towards the two troublemakers, coldly stating, "You may leave now. I assure you that Sasuke will not trouble you. However, I ask that you do not seek him out afterwards either." The two mischief makers, not to be underestimated, grasped Kakashi's intent immediately and nodded in agreement. They understood well that Kakashi feared they would return to complain, as escalating this matter could potentially jeopardize Sasuke's future. With this thought in mind, one of them, before departing, lifted his chin defiantly, brandishing a feather as if it were a command, and addressed Sasuke with a confrontational tone. "Sasuke, I know you must be dissatisfied, but while we shall not pursue this matter today, we will certainly inform our parents. So, do not even think about retaliating against us secretly. Otherwise, should anything occur, my father will surely not let you off lightly." His tone was brash, and his expression was insufferably provocative. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke's temper flared. He was no pushover like Naruto. "Is that so?" he mused, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. With a cold huff, he raised his right hand, and with a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted. In the next instant, the sword of Indra materialized in his grasp. Clenching his fingers, Sasuke delivered a fierce slash. With a thundering crash, a pair of trash bins nearby were severed in two. With the long sword pointing toward the ground, Sasuke's gaze turned frigid as he swept it across. His voice laced with icy contempt. "Look at those trash bins. How much they resemble you two brothers. You want to let me off? I am quite eager to see how you intend to make that happen." Upon hearing this, the palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Sasuke. A chilling sensation enveloped their bodies, sending shivers down their spines. The two mischievous boys trembled, their skin prickling with unease. The shorter of the two faltered, stammering, as Sasuke, "Although we may have spoken ill of you behind your back, we have already apologized. What more do you want? What do you intend to do?" His voice quivered, a facade of bravado barely concealing his fear. Noticing their deliberate omission of the prior humiliation inflicted upon Naruto, Sasuke smirked disdainfully and replied coldly, "Some actions cannot be undone. Denial serves no purpose. Apologize? Huh. Shall I kill you both and then visit your graves next year to express my regrets? Okay, kill us?" The boys absorbed nothing beyond the threat. Panic-stricken, they fled, leaving behind two trails of urine, a testament to their fright. Sighing, Kakashi remarked, "The employer has already reached an agreement with the third Hokage. We shall gather here tomorrow for your first mission." With a meaningful glance toward Sasuke, Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving the trio alone. The Land of Waves mission? Zabuza? Is that man finally coming? Sasuke pondered aloud, gazing skyward. With Kakashi gone, Sasuke turned his attention to Naruto and Sakura. At that moment, Naruto hung his head, resembling a remorseful child, silent and regretful. Sakura, on the other hand, radiated fury. Her fists clenched, her eyes blazing as she glared at Naruto. Noticing this, Sasuke approached them deliberately. Naruto tilted his head slightly, avoiding Sakura's gaze, and meekly said, "I'm sorry, Sasuke." His voice was low, head bowed in shame. Sasuke recognized that Naruto's apology transcended the incident of binding his shadow clone. It stemmed from a newfound understanding after hearing of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Nodding in acknowledgement, he said nothing further and turned to Sakura, requesting, "Sakura, could you come here for a moment? I need to speak with you privately." His tone was neutral, devoid of emotion, yet the brevity of his words suggested significance. "Privately? Could it be that my idol truly harbors feelings for me? This is Sasuke in front of me. His aura is unmistakable." With that thought, Sakura felt her cheeks flush. Fingers intertwining nervously as she followed him, her head bowed in shyness. Sasuke did not venture far, merely stepping aside to evade Naruto's presence. "Sakura, what are your thoughts on Naruto?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly. Sakura was taken aback. What did Naruto have to do with their private conversation? Especially when it was ostensibly a date between them. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sakura suddenly grasped the perplexity that had clouded her mind. Could it be that Sasuke was envious because Naruto had just leveraged his appearance to engage with her? As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of inexplicable delight bubbled within her. However, upon realizing her own indiscretion, she awkwardly replied, "As for Naruto, he is an uncouth child. Just as those classmates mentioned earlier, who relishes in teasing others. It is truly vexing." At this juncture, she noticed Sasuke's expression grow increasingly frigid, as if he had come to a realization. Instantly, Sakura clamped her mouth shut. It was true that Naruto was an orphan, but so was Sasuke. How foolish of her. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. She lamented her impulsive tongue, a mouth that spoke without thought. Despite his icy demeanor, Sasuke refrained from erupting in anger and instead coldly inquired, "I shall ask you again. Why did you choose to stand idly by when Naruto was being trampled?" Sakura, feeling the weight of his piercing gaze, trembled as she stammered, because, at that moment, I did not react in time, so... Enough. His words cut through her explanation like a knife. Your excuses are painfully contrived. Allow me to elucidate the matter. Naruto, being an orphan, is isolated by nearly everyone in the Ninja Academy. Thus, you, in a moment of thoughtless conformity, chose to remain a passive observer. And no, that's not it. Sakura quickly interjected, sensing the atmosphere shifting ominously. Yet, Sasuke's cold smile betrayed his disdain. Your eyes have betrayed you. And your arrogance compels you to lie to me with your open gaze. We are part of a team, yet I find myself profoundly disappointed in you. Furthermore, it is not only Naruto who is an orphan. I too am now left without anyone. Without uttering another word, Sasuke turned away, his form vanishing in a swift series of leaps, leaving Sakura in a state of tearful bewilderment. Am I truly in the wrong? She pondered. If Naruto had never faced isolation from everyone at the Ninja Academy, would I still harbor such arrogant prejudices against him? If that were the case, would I have truly stood by without intervening? These three soul-searching questions echoed in Sakura's heart, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Sasuke's words had stripped away the last vestiges of her shame, laying bare the filth that had long tainted her spirit for all to see. Reflecting on Naruto's past kindness towards her, she felt a deep sense of guilt. Although Naruto had his mischievous moments and could be somewhat irksome, he had never once sought to mock her. As Sasuke aptly remarked, is it truly necessary for a group to elevate themselves above others, to assume an air of superiority? The wind howled fiercely, and suddenly, thunder rumbled as torrential rain poured down. Sakura stumbled, her gaze forlorn, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the dormitory. In a short while, she vanished around the bend of the path, leaving Naruto, who observed from a distance, disheveled in the wind, murmuring to himself, could it be that Sakura's confession failed? If not, then why? Why does she appear so heartbroken? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the following day. At this moment, Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, had embarked on a mission to escort their employer, Tazuna, to the land of waves. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Yet, all three members of Team 7, including Kakashi, seemed to harbor unspoken concerns, remaining silent. Tazuna, an elderly middle-aged man with glasses, dressed modestly and wearing a warm smile, appeared exceedingly amiable. As the foremost architect of the land of waves, he possessed a keen sensitivity to the atmosphere. Shortly after departing from the hidden leaf, he sensed that something was amiss within the group. Thus, he approached the three young ninjas, gradually integrating himself into their circle. And the tension began to melt away like snow under the blazing sun. After a while, the group paused by the riverbank to rest. Ah, Mr. Tazuna, you are indeed a hero of the land of waves, Naruto exclaimed with admiration. Oh, that's quite flattering, Tazuna replied. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. It is merely my duty, just as it is for you, the ninjas of the leaf, to protect your village. It's nothing grand, ha ha ha. Seated by the river, Naruto and Tazuna engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter. Kakashi, however, had perched himself atop a tree, engrossed in a book titled Intimate Paradise. Sakura sat a distance away, head bowed, her delicate white legs swaying gently in the babbling stream. Though the scene was picturesque, her expression betrayed a profound melancholy. In contrast, Sasuke remained silent, meditating quietly to seize every moment to refine his skills with the second technique of the crescent moon dance, stepping on stars. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was a pleasant afternoon. Sasuke continued to meditate, utilizing the system for his training. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he was abruptly awakened by Naruto's enthusiastic shout. Ah, there are always unforeseen factors in the outside world, he sighed internally, slowly opening his eyes to see Naruto joyfully waving a fish, having caught it at some point, as he excitedly sprinted towards him. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto and Tazuna had engaged in a delightful conversation, and the afternoon had slipped away unnoticed. Fortune smiled upon him as he caught several small fish by the nearby stream. After roasting them to perfection and sharing them with Kakashi and Dasna, Naruto's gaze fell upon Sakura, who appeared to be lost in thought. Should he approach her? After much contemplation and lingering indecision, he ultimately lacked the resolve to do so. Given Sakura's evident anger from the previous day, he dared not provoke her further. Thus, he handed the roasted fish to Dasna to deliver to Sakura, redirecting his attention towards Sasuke, who was immersed in his training. To his surprise, Naruto reflected on their similarities. Pausing briefly and recalling the revelations about Sasuke's background from the day before, he took a deep breath and approached Sasuke. "Sasuke, here is a roasted fish," he said, his face adorned with a warm smile, as if he had never been envious of Sasuke before. Sasuke glanced at the flowing river and then at Sakura, who was still washing her feet upstream. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "Naruto, are you really that obsessed with feet? You seem to relish this." After a moment of daydreaming, Sasuke regained his composure, cleared his throat, and awkwardly replied, "I'm not hungry, really. You should eat it instead." "Not hungry," Naruto remarked, inhaling the enticing aroma of the roasted fish, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "It smells so good. Are you sure you don't want any?" Sasuke nodded, a peculiar expression on his face. "No thanks, Naruto." Receiving such a definitive response from Sasuke uplifted Naruto's spirits, and he chuckled heartily, beginning to boast. This spectacle caused Sasuke to frown, more convinced than ever that Naruto was deliberately teasing him rather than acting inadvertently. Just as Naruto walked away, Sasuke's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Reluctant to indulge in the fish, he turned away from Naruto and discreetly popped a few soldier pills into his mouth. These pills, akin to compressed biscuits from a previous life, were not particularly appetizing but were conveniently small, filling, and capable of replenishing a ninja's chakra, making them perfect for Sasuke at that moment. Having just swallowed the pills, Sasuke felt considerably better. However, just as he prepared to find a more comfortable spot to sit and meditate, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Instantly alert, Sasuke turned to locate the source of the sound, only to witness Kakashi surrounded by several masked ninjas. As the figures settled into formation, Sasuke discerned that there were 4 of them, expertly coordinating to encircle Kakashi from all angles. Clearly, they were a team of well-trained assassins. Without granting Sasuke a moment to continue his observation, in a flash, several iron chains shot forth from the sleeves of the 4 ninjas. Like a prison, they swiftly ensnared Kakashi. Upon witnessing Kakashi being restrained, the 4 ninjas flicked their wrists, causing the chains binding Kakashi to suddenly reveal menacing barbs, glinting coldly and exuding razor-sharpness. In an instant, the 4 exerted their strength, and with a sickening sound, blood erupted into the air, shrouding the scene in a crimson mist as Kakashi was reduced to a puddle of sanguine vapor. This stunned Dasna. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The figure who had just been slain in an instant was none other than a prominent member of the Leaf Village, an elite jonin, arguably the strongest beneath the Hokage. Yet now, Naruto and Sakura were equally astonished, frozen in place as if ensnared by an illusion, unable to move. Unlike the trio, Sasuke was the first to react. "This is bad. Someone has specifically hired assassins." Not far away, the 4 ninjas, seeing that the most formidable Kakashi had been swiftly eliminated, exchanged derisive chuckles. Turning to face the direction of the 7th Squad and Dasna, they muttered, "Is this all Moonlight Gale is capable of? They say the Leaf's jonin are renowned, yet it appears to be exaggerated." Ha ha ha. After exchanging glances, they redirected their attention toward the 7th Squad and Dasna. However, at that moment, a fireball suddenly materialized, rushing towards the 4 like a blazing sun. The chakra emanating from it was formidable. Could there be a high-ranking chunin hidden among them? The 4, being a cohesive unit, required no further communication. In an instant, they aligned themselves in a row, simultaneously altering their hand seals, and shouted in unison, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Their chests swelled, and in an instant, 4 streams of water converged, transforming into a water dragon several dozen meters long, a fearsome force, charging directly at the fireball. With a resounding crash, the 2 collided, sending sprays of water cascading everywhere, followed by vast plumes of vapor hissing as the fireball shrank until it was ultimately consumed by the water dragon, vanishing without a trace. Yet this was not the end. Though the fireball had disappeared, the water dragon remained undiminished in its ferocity. Like a feral beast unleashed, it barreled forth towards Sasuke. With a deafening roar, Sasuke was caught completely off guard, failing to anticipate that the 4 not only coordinated flawlessly, but also possessed a combined jutsu. In an unexpected turn, He was directly swept away by the approaching water dragon, flying uncontrollably into the nearby underbrush. Is fate uncertain? Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto gasped in horror at the sight. They had considered the possibility that Sasuke might not be a match for the four adversaries, yet they had never anticipated such a swift defeat. Their expressions contorted with rage. They resolved to confront the approaching four with unwavering determination. Do not act rashly. At that moment, Dasna seized Naruto and Sakura, who were ready to charge forward. Turning swiftly, he stepped forward and greeted politely, "Ladies and gentlemen, as ninjas, you undertake these tasks solely for monetary gain. Thus, I am prepared to offer you 3 times the remuneration of your current employer. I merely request that you spare the 3 of us today. What say you?" His tone was gentle, his demeanor humble, yet it was undeniably emblematic of a mercantile mindset. How could such a perspective possibly thrive in this chaotic world of ninjas? Ha. Upon hearing Dasna's words and witnessing his subservient appearance, one among the 4 stepped forward. A long scar stretched from the corner of his eye to his ear, rendering him particularly fearsome. He sneered, "Brothers, look at our luck this time. Who would have thought that undertaking such a trivial task would land us such a significant catch?" After a brief pause, noticing Dasna's bewildered expression, he continued with arrogance, "Old man, you are indeed amusing. You may possess wealth, but why should we let you go? Killing you means your riches, and those 2 children beside you will belong to us as well." Ha. It was as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, and at this juncture, all 4 erupted into laughter. Upon hearing this, Dasna's countenance darkened. At this critical moment, he finally grasped the truth behind the adage that wealth should not be flaunted. In this tumultuous world of ninjas, aside from the 5 great ninja villages, no other place operated on any semblance of logic. Beyond these 5 villages, be it wealth or anything else, without sufficient strength, one could find themselves bereft of all possessions in an instant. The scarred man then pointed towards Sakura and Naruto, saying, "This girl is quite attractive. I believe she could fetch a handsome price as a spy in the Mist Village. As for that foolish lad with yellow hair, he appears rather dim-witted. His potential is clearly inferior to that of the one we just fought. In terms of looks, well, they leave much to be desired. Let us dispose of them both alongside the useless old man to avoid any further complications." Indeed, the scarred man was evidently the leader of this group. Having swiftly assessed the fate of the 3 with a mere glance. How infuriating. I, Naruto, am not as worthless as you claim. Shadow clone jutsu. With hands crossed and seals formed, instantaneously, multiple corporeal shadow clones materialized in the vicinity. In the next moment, the clones charged recklessly towards the 4 assailants, and Naruto, refusing to lag behind, unleashed a flurry of shurikens, following closely behind his clones. Yet, despite his unwavering determination, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The 4 men effortlessly scattered the clones with minimal effort, while Naruto himself was sent flying by a kick, sustaining serious injuries and collapsing to the ground. Utterly foolish. The scarred man scoffed. However, at that moment, Sakura clenched her fists tightly, a formidable power quietly coalescing around her, unnoticed by anyone else. At a certain moment, a voice filled with playful reproach echoed as she could no longer endure it. With a furious swing of her fist, she charged towards a ninja approaching their trio. "You, return Sasuke to me." The ninja, seeing Sakura recklessly rushing toward him, curled his lips into a cold smile, reaching out to grasp her flailing fist. However, in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, an overwhelming force akin to a torrential flood surged forth, instantly propelling him away. Is Sakura truly this formidable? Naruto's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. At that moment, he swore never to offend Sakura again. Otherwise, given the sudden outburst of her mysterious strength, he feared he might one day be struck down by her powerful fist. How is this possible? Clearly, the scarred man exhibited a similar shock. But it quickly transformed into exhilaration as he murmured to himself, "Excellent. Truly a stroke of luck in this mission. This girl must possess some unique bloodline limit. I must capture her. She will fetch a handsome price." His eyes gleamed with madness, his tone brimming with excitement. Before his words had even faded, the remaining 3 sprang into action, determined to seize Sakura at the earliest opportunity. Sakura seemed to have only just awakened this power. At that moment, her steps faltered, her gaze hazy, and she staggered backwards several paces, on the verge of fainting. The situation appeared to be reaching its climax, seemingly destined for a dire conclusion. But just then, whoosh, several shurikens suddenly sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, aimed at the 3 ninjas attempting to seize Sakura. With a slight sidelong glance, The scarred man smirked coldly, silently contemplating. Is that kid still alive? Good. I can kill two birds with one stone by selling you alongside this girl with her potentially useful special physique. I want to have to work for half a year. With this thought, he drew a kunai, casually swinging it several times to effortlessly deflect the shurikens that should have struck vital points. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a loud bang erupted. A cloud of white smoke burst forth. Suddenly, a shuriken that had previously been embedded in the ground transformed into Sasuke's figure. Heh, so this is your trump card? Quite intriguing. The scarred man sneered, remaining unfazed as he tightened his grip on the kunai and turned to stab backward. Yet in the next moment, he froze in shock. A crimson light flashed, and the very movement he had just executed came to an inexplicable halt. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he discovered that the world around him had inexplicably transformed into a sea of blood red, devoid of any other color. This is an illusion. Being an elite chunin and the strongest within the four-man team, he immediately bit his tongue to regain clarity upon realizing he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. As the surrounding blood-red haze blinked away, a streak of sword light surged towards him. The sword surged with an unparalleled force, akin to a great river in reverse, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. In that moment, the scarred man yearned to retaliate. Yet, it felt as though he had just liberated himself from the shackles of an illusion, only to be ensnared once more in the quagmire of this oppressive sword intent. Bound by the sword's power, he found himself immobile, helplessly watching as the blade's tip loomed larger and larger in his gaze. Moonlit dance, first form, Windcleave. With a fierce shout, the longsword glided across his neck in an instant, blood flowing forth like a meandering stream, gradually gushing uncontrollably. With a single strike to the throat, both fell to the ground, leaving the scarred man clutching his gushing neck, eyes wide in disbelief as he hoarsely questioned, Who are you? A chilling smile graced Sasuke's lips as he remained poised, only turning his head slightly to reveal his silhouette, responding slowly, Konoha, Sasuke, a ninja you wish to kill, yet cannot. SAS. Sasuke, he murmured, his eyes rolling back as he, like his two fallen comrades, succumbed to lifelessness. In the distance, a survivor, battered and bloodied by Sakura's formidable strength, was struck with terror upon witnessing the scene. Realizing he had provoked a formidable adversary, he hesitated not, scrambling to his feet and fleeing in panic. Thinking of escaping? Sasuke chuckled coldly, his hands forming seals as gracefully as blooming lotus flowers, simultaneously bellowing. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The fire ropes intertwined with the shuriken, resembling a multitude of meteors, soared towards the fleeing hired ninja with relentless speed. The ninja fled in panic, yet even with his mid-level shinobi prowess, he could not escape the impending doom. For though the Phoenix fire technique may lack the sheer power of the great fireball, it possessed an innate tracking ability, relentless and unyielding. A thunderous boom erupted behind the ninja. He had already sustained severe injuries from Sakura's monstrous strength, and now, the Phoenix fire only compounded his misery. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, bent over, convulsed a few times, and fell silent. Sasuke swiftly dispatched 4 adversaries, all within the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Sasuke glance in their direction, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna emerged from their astonishment, regaining their senses. Although they were acutely aware that everything that had just transpired was undeniably real, it felt as if they had awakened from a dream, still lingering in a sense of unreality. Is this truly your strength? Naruto swallowed hard, gazing at Sasuke, contemplating silently. Sasuke, though I know you look down upon me, I shall wait for you a lifetime and strive for you endlessly until you are willing to accept me as your own. Unwavering in my devotion. Sakura's beautiful eyes were dazed, her fist clenched tightly, and she made a resolute vow within her heart. Could it be? Is this boy truly more formidable than Kakashi? But how could that be? Kakashi is an elite J-nin, and this young man named Sasuke is still quite young. Could he possibly be of the caliber of a Hokage? But how could that be? I must be losing my mind. The more Tazuna pondered, the wider his mouth gaped until his jaw dislocated, and with a wail, he suddenly awakened to clarity. Perhaps the times have truly changed. A swift whoosh pierced the air. Still enveloped in shock, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna felt a chill run down their spines, initially believing another ninja was approaching. They turned to find Kakashi, as if resurrected, appearing at the scene with a playful grin, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The trio was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Kakashi was perfectly fine. He had merely been feigning death as a tactical maneuver. With this understanding, Sakura and Tazuna had little to say. After all, one was simply relieved to be alive, while the other was entirely captivated by Sasuke's striking visage nearby, leaving no room for other thoughts. However, the headstrong Naruto was not so easily placated. Upon seeing Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor, he was instantly filled with indignation. Stepping forward, he pointed an accusatory finger at Kakashi and exclaimed, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, do you find this charade amusing? Do you have any idea that if it weren't for Sasuke just now, we would have been slaughtered? And you still dare to smile? Humph." In conclusion, Naruto huffed defiantly, appearing quite proud. "Ah, ha ha ha." Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, as he tucked away the Intimate Paradise, Season 2 volume into his pocket. Finally, a hint of embarrassment crept into the response. "Well, you see, I certainly am aware. The reason I acted as I did at that time was to foster some camaraderie within Class 7. However, I did not anticipate that this time would unfold similarly to the last test, becoming a solo performance by Sasuke, hehehe." You. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Kakashi's statement had been quite clear. It indicated that had Sasuke faltered, he would have intervened at a critical moment. Yet, unexpectedly, Sasuke had single-handedly faced off against 4ch Nin, and before Kakashi could make a move, the task was already accomplished by Sasuke himself. At this point, Naruto could hardly blame anyone else. After all, given the opportunity, Sasuke truly proved his worth. As the conversation turned once more to Sasuke, Naruto and Kakashi veered away from their previous topic. However, when they glanced back at Sasuke, their expressions changed in unison. With a swift motion, Sasuke wielded the sword of Indra, navigating among the 4 fallen corpses. Each time he passed a body, he delivered a cold, precise strike to the heart, ensuring they would not rise again. Once the dust settled, he confiscated the contents of their pockets, stowing them away. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, contemplating. This boy possesses a ruthlessness that even spares not the dead. Yet, as this thought emerged, a different perspective took hold. Kakashi mused. Perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. The ninja world is inherently brutal. Perhaps only those like Sasuke, with such decisiveness, are truly suited to be ninjas. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. Although he had grown to understand Sasuke's background, witnessing this was still overwhelming for him. Unable to restrain himself, he approached Sasuke, somewhat awkwardly saying, "SAS. Sasuke, isn't this a bit too cruel?" Sasuke waved Naruto off, signaling him to step back. Then, with a series of hand seals, he conjured a massive fireball that shot forth, incinerating the 4 fallen ninjas. After a moment, as the ashes settled and the remnants dissipated, he turned to Naruto, who stood wide-eyed in disbelief, and slowly said, "After this mission, how about I treat you to Ichiraka ramen?" With that, Sasuke shook the heavy pouch he had just confiscated from the 4 ninjas, indicating that he had indeed struck it rich. "Ah, but Sasuke, isn't this a bit?" Naruto, channeling his inner contrarian, attempted to voice his concerns, but Sasuke, unfazed by any sense of guilt, interrupted him with a hint of impatience. "The ramen is on me. But this money is rightfully taken from those 4 dead fools. What cruelty are you talking about? They attempted to assassinate us and ended up meeting their demise instead. I consider this merely a legal acquisition of interest. At present, Ichiraka ramen is abundant. One might ask, will you partake?" After a moment's hesitation, Naruto replied softly, "I will eat." With that, the matter was settled. Kakashi, Sakura, and Tazuna were nearly struck dumb by Naruto's bold maneuver. Time swiftly passed. The 7th squad, in collaboration with Tazuna, had unwittingly crossed into the land of waves. The river lay shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. In a small boat, 6 individuals were seated, accompanied by a lone ferryman. As they approached the port, Kakashi, sitting opposite Tazuna, suddenly inquired in a grave tone, "Mr. Tazuna, given the multitude of events that have transpired, do you not intend to provide us with an explanation?" Upon hearing this, not only did Tazuna, seated across from him, appear puzzled, but the 3 members of Team 7 also regarded Kakashi with bewilderment at his abrupt shift in demeanor. However, to their astonishment, Tazuna sighed heavily and slowly began to speak. "I apologize. I have deceived you all." "Deceived? Senior Tazuna, please do not speak that way. Our mission is simply to ensure your safe passage to the land of waves. So there is truly no need for concern." Naruto, having developed a close rapport with Tazuna throughout their journey, was unwilling to witness such a sorrowful expression on his face. "No, I am truly sorry, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is correct. I have misled you." Bowing his head, Tazuna could not meet their gazes. After a brief pause, he continued, "I am a bridge engineer from the land of waves. Many years ago, a group of ambitious individuals emerged in our nation. They silently monopolized all vital industries, leaving the populace in dire straits, forced to endure their exploitation for survival. Gradually, some enlightened individuals within our country began to awaken to the situation. They resolved to pool their resources to construct a mother bridge that could sustain the citizens of the Land of Waves. This bridge would serve to rejuvenate our nation's development and secure a future for the people. At this juncture, not only did the 3 members of Team 7 nod in agreement, but even Kakashi acknowledged the merit of this endeavor. It seemed a commendable initiative, self-reliance as a path to a hopeful future. Yet, at that moment, Tezuna's tone shifted dramatically, filled with indignation as he clenched his teeth and continued. However, those monopolistic merchants cannot abide our success. They continuously spend exorbitant sums to bribe high-ranking ninjas to assassinate me and threaten our investors. The recent assassination attempt was, I believe, orchestrated by them at great expense. They are aware that if I can safely return this time, the mother bridge will surely be completed, and their vile scheme will be thwarted. As he spoke, time seemed to fly by, and before long, the 3 had disembarked. At this moment, Naruto, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "But why do they go to such lengths to sabotage your efforts if you are simply building your bridge?" This time, without waiting for Dasna to speak, Kakashi crossed his arms and quietly explained, "They intend to control all the citizens of the Land of Waves to serve them. Imagine, if everyone could lead a prosperous life, who would still be willing to serve those individuals? It's outrageous. Those people truly deserve their fate." Although Naruto was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. His teeth clenched and sparks ignited in his blue eyes. Sakura, too, clenched her delicate fists, realizing that the situation had escalated to such an extent that it was no wonder the people of the Land of Waves had risen in rebellion. In stark contrast to the sentiments of those present, Sasuke furrowed his brow in contemplation upon hearing this. Were those 4 truly dispatched by the Land of Waves? Yet, it seemed they had prior knowledge of Team 7's mission, so what was going on? Sasuke suddenly recalled the words spoken inadvertently by the 4 ninjas. Too weak. A mere J-nin. The Moonlight Gale. Is this all there is? Though it was a minor detail, in the midst of the looming crisis, no one had paid it any heed. However, Sasuke heard it clearly. What did this imply? It could be of great significance. After all, Kakashi was leading the team. Yet the individual referred to him as the Moonlight Gale. Moreover, given Sasuke's training in the Konoha style of swordsmanship, which held intricate connections with the Moonlight Gale, he found himself even more perplexed. How could a mere nin hire a ninja squad be aware of a member of Konoha's Umbu? The 5 of them were engulfed in complex emotions, the plight of the Land of Waves evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from those who heard. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind swept through the jungle from behind them. Be careful. Kakashi, the most skilled among them, was the first to notice. He swiftly grabbed Dasna and leaped onto a nearby treetop. Sasuke was merely a moment behind, quickly taking hold of Sakura and Naruto, following closely. The sound of rushing wind howled past as a long blade, spinning like a fan, sliced through the air, striking a tree trunk not far away with a resonant thud. Kakashi's expression grew serious as he gazed at the massive blade embedded in the trunk, silent and contemplative. Just then, with a whoosh, another rush of wind echoed, and a tall man, wrapped in bandages, turned his back to the group, his tone icy. Kakashi, one of Konoha's few elite J-nin, truly lives up to his reputation. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's demeanor grew more solemn. Recognizing the man's appearance and the sword beneath his feet, he quickly formulated a hypothesis, if he wasn't mistaken. That blade was the infamous decapitating sword. Could it be that you are the master of silent assassination, Zabuza Momochi? With a chuckle, Zabuza felt a sense of satisfaction at Kakashi's recognition. Turning slowly, he spoke. Indeed, it is gratifying to be remembered by the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi. After all these years, I can say my time in this realm has not been in vain. Before I defected from the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village, I was among the few elite J-nin there. Since we are both elite J-nin, why not entrust this old man behind you to me today? As a gesture of friendship? His tone shifted from icy to cordial. However, as he stood atop the treetops while Kakashi and his companions remained on the ground, there was an undeniable sense of superiority concealed beneath his gentleness. Though we are both elite J-nin, we serve different masters. Thus, I am curious to know if you would still be so courteous should I refuse to comply with your request. As he spoke, he revealed his hidden Sharingan, its power radiating forth. If softness will not do, then I shall resort to force. Seeing this, Zabuza chuckled and, without hesitation, addressed Kakashi as an old friend would. I have heard many times that Kakashi of Konoha is the foremost ninja beneath the third Hokage. Today, I am fortunate to witness this firsthand. It would be remiss not to engage in a lesson, like a prologue to a grand performance, before his words faded. He propelled himself into the air with a deft leap. Summoning his sword, the decapitating blade flew into his grasp as if animated. In the next moment, the man and his weapon became one, raised high above his head, descending upon Kakashi with a fierce strike. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly as he conjured a kunai, which appeared in his hand as if by magic. Much like his battle against Sasuke, in mere instance, the kunai crackled with lightning, exuding a formidable presence that seemed to shake the very earth. The clash resounded with a metallic ring. As their weapons met, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing steel. Lightning danced around them, and mist enveloped the battlefield where Kakashi and Zabuza darted about, their forms weaving in and out of sight like phantoms. The scene was breathtaking. Is this the battle of elite Genin? How formidable. Naruto gazed in awe at the intense confrontation unfolding before him, his throat dry with astonishment. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, her expression mirroring that of Tazuna, both filled with concern. In contrast to the trio, Sasuke remained calm, his demeanor unruffled, yet internally he pondered. If he were to employ the dance of the crescent moon, how many of Zabuza's sword techniques could he withstand? As the fight raged on, both combatants exchanged blows with astonishing agility, each equally matched. But at that moment, Kakashi suddenly executed a body flicker technique, shifting his position. In the blink of an eye, Zabuza's expression changed, his pupils dilated, and he swiftly turned to brace himself with his sword across his chest, preparing to block. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not encounter the incoming shuriken. A fleeting flash of crimson light vanished in an instant, and then Zabuza's entire being sank into a state of confusion. This was not good. It was an illusion. Having survived countless battles and risen from the piles of the dead, Zabuza's combat instincts were beyond question. He did not panic, nor did he take any defensive posture. Instead, he subtly altered his hand signs, turning the situation to his advantage. Kakashi activated his Sharingan Genjutsu, and indeed, Zabuza had fallen prey to it. Elation surged within him as he thrust his kunai downward with all the remaining chakra in his body, aiming fiercely for Zabuza's vital points. Truly, as an elite Genin, Kakashi's strategy was layered and intricate, making it nearly impossible to counter. The outcome seemed predetermined, and nearby, Sasuke observed, reflecting on the situation. However, at that critical moment, a loud bang echoed. Clouds of white smoke erupted. The figure that was supposed to be Zabuza gradually transformed into a pool of clear water, dissipating into nothingness. This was indeed the water release, body replacement technique. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zabuza could execute the water release technique even while ensnared in an illusion. Losing track of Zabuza, panic surged within Kakashi. Yet, being a seasoned Genin, despite the miscalculation, his battle instincts remained sharp. Just as a shuriken struck Zabuza's replacement, a cold voice emerged from behind him. Kakashi, you have lost. What? Kakashi was shocked. But before he could react further, he felt a sudden heaviness enveloping him. The world around him began to warp and distort, as if he had been plunged into the depths of the ocean. This, how infuriating. He had fallen victim to Zabuza's water release, water prison technique. Kakashi yearned to counterattack. Under normal circumstances, he could easily break free from such a technique. However, having recklessly used his Sharingan, his already limited chakra reserves had been further depleted. At this moment, Kakashi found himself utterly drained of chakra. What? Kakashi-sensei has actually been defeated, and so swiftly at that. Naruto's mouth hung agape, his blue eyes filled with shock. Sakura furrowed her brows, her thoughts complex. She was not concerned for Kakashi's safety. She sensed that if Zabuza intended to kill, he would not simply confine him. Instead, her worry lay with Team 7 and Uncle Tazuna. After all, even a mere shadow of such a formidable elite Genin would be a daunting challenge for the three of them, all being genin. With one hand bound in the water prison technique, Zabuza altered his hand signs with the other, and in the next moment, a water clone emerged, slowly advancing towards Team 7 and Tazuna. Tazuna sighed, shaking his head in resignation, contemplating that ultimately he could not escape the clutches of fate. He was destined to perish. Perhaps by taking the initiative, he could spare the three young shinobi of Team 7. Upon this thought, Dasna stepped forward. However, just as he was about to speak, Naruto swiftly extended his hand to block his path, gritting his teeth with an expression of determination. Uncle Dasna, rest assured, we will absolutely ensure your safety. With Kakashi-sensei trapped It falls upon the three of us to deal with this bandaged figure's shadow clone. Hearing Naruto's declaration, Sakura was suddenly reminded of the words Sasuke had spoken to her a few days prior. We are a team, yet you harbor arrogance and prejudice towards Naruto. I am truly disappointed in you. We are a team. With that thought in mind, Sakura clenched her fists tightly and stepped out to stand beside Naruto. Seeing this, Dasna sighed and advised, Enough, Naruto. I appreciate the goodwill of your Team 7. However, even a seasoned elite like Kakashi-sensei cannot contend with this individual before us. Are you truly prepared to walk into certain death? Uncle Dasna, do not worry. Even so, we will absolutely not. Naruto's words were abruptly interrupted by Sasuke's hand gesture. Sasuke then stepped forward, positioning himself before the trio and gazing at Zabuza's water clone. Zabuza-senpai, since you believe victory is assured, would you care to engage in a wager with your junior? The clone, in perfect sync with its original, noted Sasuke's calm demeanor as he faced it, unfazed. Zabuza's interest was piqued, and he mockingly replied, Oh, now that I have the upper hand. Albeit with only a clone capable of action, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Unmoved by Zabuza's taunts, Naruto, Sakura, and Dasna's expressions shifted in unison. Yet, Sasuke merely chuckled, revealing a maturity uncommon for his age, and slowly stated, as someone entrenched in the ninja world. You must be aware that Konoha currently stands as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, I am certain that if you wish to maintain your standing in this realm, you will not kill us today. You understand that such an act would cast Konoha in a poor light and subject you to relentless pursuit by its umbu. You are a mercenary. And I need not explain the impracticality of that choice to you. After all, a single contract nets only a few thousand ryo. Is it worth risking your life? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him, and he laughed heartily. Good. You, young man, possess remarkable insight for your age, and your chakra fluctuations indicate you are indeed a prodigy among your peers. For Konoha to produce such an extraordinary talent as you, I shall grant you this favor today. I would not want rumors to spread that Zabuza lacks the grace of a senior. He continued, Now, how do you wish to wager? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart surged with elation, thinking to himself that he had finally succeeded in his scheme. With a flick of his right hand, a loud bang echoed, and a puff of white smoke erupted as Indra's sword materialized in his grasp. With the ninja sword pointed diagonally at the ground, Sasuke smiled at Zabuza's clone and remarked, I just noticed the remarkable craftsmanship of your decapitating blade, esteemed elder. Thus, I dare to request a few sparring sessions to evaluate whether my leaf-style swordsmanship has reached a proficient level. Leaf-style swordsmanship? Zabuza murmured. Although he had not heard of this particular school of swordsmanship, one bearing the name Leaf was undoubtedly exceptional, possibly even a forbidden technique crafted by the second Hokage. With this thought, Zabuza adopted a cautious demeanor and lifted his decapitating blade, stating, Let us commence. Since you seek to learn from me, I shall grant you 3 strikes. Given your intriguing demeanor, 3 strikes? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart soared, though he maintained a facade of composure. Just as he took a step forward, he was halted by Naruto beside him. Noticing Naruto's knowing glances, Sasuke smiled and confidently declared, There is no need for cunning schemes. You two should abandon any thoughts of ambush. What I have with Zabuza-sensei is a fair contest. At his words, Naruto's expression darkened, his intentions laid bare, forcing him to relinquish the idea of a sneak attack. Sakura, summoning her courage, grasped Sasuke's sleeve and gazed at him with tender concern in her emerald eyes, warning, Be careful. Seeing Sakura's expression, Sasuke felt an indescribable sensation, and he gently patted her delicate hand in reassurance. Turning away, gripping his ninja sword tightly, Sasuke channeled his chakra confidently, saying, Esteemed elder, be on guard. I am about to make my move. Feel free to attack. There is no need for concern. With a whoosh, as soon as the words left his lips, Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he was engaged in fierce combat with Zabuza's clone. The clashing sounds of metal rang out in a symphony of strikes, as the duel displayed a brilliance rivaling the previous brief encounter between his original self and Kakashi. As Sasuke maneuvered with agility, the sword and blade danced like dragons and serpents, the air filled with the sound of slicing winds, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. His swordsmanship seems to have advanced significantly since just a few days ago. How can this be? It has only been a short time. Kakashi, imprisoned in the water prison, watched in astonishment as Sasuke exchanged blows with Zabuza's clone outside. As a former member of the Umbu, he was well acquainted with the leaf-style swordsmanship of Yugao and Kakashi. Though formidable, it did not appear to reach the intricate level Sasuke was exhibiting now. If all of this was the result of Sasuke's own enlightenment, it is not that it is impossible, but rather that it is somewhat difficult to believe. Considering he himself has been a prodigy among his peers since childhood, this scene even momentarily caused Kakashi to forget that he was still ensnared in the water prison. He became utterly disheartened, questioning the very essence of life. Naruto, with his mouth agape, nearly dislocated his jaw upon witnessing Sasuke's fierce prowess, stammering in awe. So strong. His tone was filled with admiration and fervor. Sakura's starry eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath growing heavier. As she transformed in her mind into the likeness of Sasuke, he is still so powerful. Do I truly deserve such an exceptional man? Her tone echoed that of a former lover. At this moment, Dasna stood frozen in astonishment, his mind racing with myriad thoughts, akin to a stampede of wild horses. Utterly astounded. This guy. I was indeed correct in my earlier assumptions. The strongest in this team might very well be this boy named Sasuke. He surpasses even Kakashi, having never been defeated all this time, and there seems to be an underlying trend of dominance. The depths of Konoha's strategies are truly unfathomable. Who could have guessed that the mightiest in the team would be a mere child? At this juncture, Dasna had entirely overlooked that Kakashi had previously battled the real Zabuza. Sasuke was currently engaged with merely a shadow clone. As an engineer, a series of formulas suddenly flashed in his mind. Given that an elite J-nin is weaker than the Hokage, thus Kakashi third Hokage. Zabuza triumphed over Kakashi. Therefore Zabuza Kakashi. Rearranging yields Zabuza third Hokage. Now, since Sasuke is suppressing Zabuza, it follows that Sasuke Zabuza third Hokage. Good heavens. It seems I have deduced something extraordinary. Could this boy Sasuke be the fifth Hokage, secretly nurtured by the third? With this thought, Dasna awakened from his stupor, his face reflecting profound astonishment. With a sharp clang, the blade of Indra clashed against Zabuza's executioner's sword, severing it cleanly in two, the halves dropping to the ground. How is this even possible? Zabuza's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He was uncertain of the true caliber of his executioner's sword, but he knew it was certainly not a mere piece of scrap to be so easily bisected. Yet the sword, without allowing Zabuza a moment to ponder further, Sasuke leaped into the air. With a flick of his wrist, several shuriken, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, shot forth like meteors towards Zabuza. Seeing this, Zabuza abandoned his previously languid demeanor, instead wielding the remaining segment of his executioner's sword, first deflecting the incoming shuriken. Then, he brought his left hand to his mouth, biting his thumb, causing blood to flow freely. In the next moment, he smeared the blood from his fingertip onto the blade of the decapitating sword. In an instant, the sword, which had been severed in two, revived as if it were a desiccated bone encountering the spring, restoring itself at a visible pace. This was the unique passive ability of the decapitating sword, blood rebirth. In other words, it was a blade that would never be rendered obsolete. A fine weapon. The ninja sword pointed diagonally at the ground, and Sasuke did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he held the sword firmly and remained still, waiting quietly. As the decapitating sword returned to its former glory, Zabuza, seeing that Sasuke did not take advantage of the situation, nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Boy, you are the most extraordinary swordsmanship genius I have encountered in my years within the shinobi world. What is your name?" "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke," he replied with a smile. He could sense that on several occasions prior, Zabuza had intentionally held back for fear of injuring him. Heroes respect heroes, and this immediately instilled admiration in Sasuke for Zabuza. Although they were not on the same side, each serving their own master, this man was commendable and worthy of camaraderie. Aha, Uchiha. No wonder such a genius has emerged from Konoha. Now that we are evenly matched, shall we continue? Sasuke smiled in response. No. I still have a few techniques yet to employ and would like to seek your guidance. Aha. Very well, unleash your techniques, this time. I shall not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke ceased the idle chatter. With a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique. And in the blink of an eye, he reappeared right before Zabuza. Seeing Sasuke leap high into the air, Zabuza's heart surged with elation. He thought to himself, although this move is impressive, by soaring into the air, I shall become a living target. However, before he could relish this thought for even a moment, his expression suddenly changed. The surrounding intent to kill coalesced, and the air buzzed with the sharpness of sword energy as chakra surged. Though invisible to the naked eye, Zabuza's keen battle sense, honed as an elite J-nin, detected an overwhelming force akin to a vast river rushing towards him from above. Such terrifying prowess at such a young age, was this still a human? Had the world gone mad? Or was it he, Zabuza, who had lost his sanity? Why had he never heard of the Konoha flow swordsmanship being so formidable? Panic surged within him, before he could remain astonished any longer. To not act was akin to conceding defeat. Realizing this, Zabuza dared not delay any further. He shifted from a single-handed grip to wielding the sword with both hands, raising it in a fiery stance from below, and struck upward to meet the descending Indra's sword. With a clang, chakra erupted, the sound nearly shattering eardrums. The violent aftermath surged from the two like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples outward in all directions. The spectacle was grandiose, rivaling that of a seasoned Genin. Suddenly caught off guard, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna were all hurled into the distance by the rampant shockwaves, coming to a halt only upon colliding with a sturdy tree trunk behind them. Meanwhile, Kakashi, ensnared within the water prison technique, remained unscathed. His pot-lid-like prison still as solid as ever. Just a little more, I could almost break free. Sasuke, you must persevere. The responsibility now rests solely upon you. Kakashi, lost in the depths of the battle, became oblivious to his predicament under another's jutsu. Hearing his murmurs, Zabuza, the one controlling the water prison, cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, an inexplicable sense of urgency rising within him. It seems I should hasten to conclude this lesson for my junior. With a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the day he clashed with Kakashi, Sasuke unleashed his technique, the first form of the crescent moon dance. Although formidable, it paled in comparison to the full force of an elite jonin, and upon contact, he too was sent sprawling like Naruto and the others before him. Was this the end, hindered by my own limited prowess? Zabuza, initially poised to strike, hesitated, murmuring to himself as he lowered his decapitating blade. However, in that moment of relaxation, a loud bang erupted behind him, and a shuriken embedded in the ground transformed into Sasuke's figure, reappearing directly behind Zabuza. What a transformation jutsu! How is this possible? What has he concealed behind him? Zabuza's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that he has been employing shadow clones to contend with my water clones all along? Beads of cold sweat began to form on Zabuza's forehead, and the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Who cultivated such a genius? At such a tender age, he possesses an extraordinary combat awareness. Is he perhaps the reincarnation of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju? From the outset of battle, Sasuke's relentless array of tactics had consistently astonished Zabuza. Yet, Sasuke showed no signs of halting. He leapt into the air, wielding his sword, and struck downwards with fervor while shouting. Crescent moon dance, first form, blade of the wind. The same technique, the same individual. However, this time, the power emanating from his true form was greater than that of the earlier strike executed by his shadow clone. Witnessing this, Zabuza dared not hesitate any longer. Gripping his blade with both hands, he prepared to employ his previous strategy once more. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Sasuke soared through the air, and a crimson glint flashed in his eyes. Instantly, Zabuza felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him. His vision turned crimson, his thoughts stagnated, in that instant. He felt as though the world was spinning, his chakra seemingly sealed away, rendering him powerless. This is bad. I have fallen victim to an illusion. Confronted with the illusion cast by Sasuke's Sharingan, Zabuza resorted to his old tricks once more. Much like when he faced Kakashi's previous genjutsu, he bit his tongue, instantly regaining clarity. However, the momentum of the sword had now turned against him. He had no time to deploy his substitution technique and could only hastily brandish his blade in defense. With a thunderous crash, another explosive sound reverberated between the two. The rampant aftershocks continued to spread. Yet this time, it was not Sasuke who suffered, but Zabuza, who, ensnared by the illusion, could not muster the strength to retaliate. After a brief moment, Zabuza found himself unable to withstand the pressure any longer, his form faltering as he staggered back several paces. Simultaneously, the large sword in his grasp was thrust backward for support. In an instant, he carved out a terrifying chasm of several dozen meters before finally stabilizing himself. This kid is simply too strong. Though he steadied himself, his arms trembled uncontrollably, akin to a sieve. At this juncture, Zabuza comprehended the truth. He had fallen into Sasuke's trap. Sasuke was playing the part of an unsuspecting underdog. Given the power displayed in that earlier strike, it was highly likely that his true strength was already nearing that of an elite nin. The distance to an average Nin was likely just a hair's breadth away. Yet, how could one so young possess such power? Realizing this, Zabuza disregarded the earlier agreement for their duel. At this point, to ensure the successful completion of his mission, he had no choice but to abandon the principles of combat. With his sword held horizontally behind him, he swiftly formed a series of hand signs. In the next moment, his chest swelled, and he bellowed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A tremendous surge of chakra coalesced. Instantly, as the hand signs concluded, the might transformed into a colossal dragon. Erupting from Zabuza's mouth and hurtling towards Sasuke not far away. Sasuke, be careful. That old man is ruthless. Sakura and Naruto gasped in shock. If they had the strength, they would have recklessly rushed to assist him, but at this moment, they could only stand by, powerless to intervene. Sasuke, glub, 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 the sound of bubbles. Witnessing the terrifying water dragon bullet technique, Kakashi, trapped in the water prison technique, was so tense that he momentarily forgot he was still submerged. In his excitement, he inadvertently shouted out, nearly choking on a mouthful of water. In stark contrast to the frantic emotions of Team 7, Tazuna observed the scene and simply laid back, executing a tactical retreat. What does it mean to be the fifth Hokage? Does a mere elite Genin truly believe he can eliminate the successor of the third Hokage? Am I insane? Or has Zabuza lost his mind? Just wait. Soon, you shall reap the consequences. The water dragon bullet technique surged forth with terrifying force. Seeing this, Sasuke was undeterred. With hands poised like radiant lotus blossoms, in the next moment, his chest swelled as if it were a resounding drum. Then, with a thunderous boom, a colossal fireball erupted forth, its might rivaling that of a water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique, he bellowed, though the declaration bore a hint of adolescent bravado. Its momentum soared to unparalleled heights. In an instant, the searing fireball collided fiercely with the dragon head formed of flowing water. Water and fire intertwined, creating a scene of contrasting extremes. In that fleeting moment, steam enveloped the air, and as the confrontation intensified, the mist thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. This was merely a water clone of Zabuza, unleashing a water dragon bullet. Had it been the combined assault of the previous 4ch Nin, the already fatigued Sasuke might indeed have struggled to withstand such a potent high-level water ninjutsu. The water mist swirled like a curtain, dividing the battlefield, plunging the scene into a profound silence. Although obscured by the fog, Zabuza's clone exhaled a sigh of relief. This boy, while formidable, was still merely a genin. Although I cannot match him in swordsmanship, I remain unconvinced that he can endure this full-force strike akin to that of a high-tier ch Nin. The battle concluded, and Zabuza reflected on the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Despite his victory in this encounter, he understood that the moment he resorted to ninjutsu, he had essentially acknowledged his defeat. Yet, even in defeat, a flicker of satisfaction danced within him. He recognized that with Sasuke's prodigious talents, this might be the last moment he could claim victory over him. In the future, with such extraordinary gifts, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Sasuke to surpass the late fourth Hokage. At that time, Zabuza mused, he could boast of having once struck down the fifth Hokage from 800 miles away with a single water technique. In this moment, his thoughts wandered to a colleague named Kekkei, who, in pursuit of profit, boasted of having injured the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, from a great distance with a single shuriken. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, such grandiose tales had significantly boosted his business. It was said that he had since joined an organization known as Akatsuki, now seemingly engaged in financial management. Zabuza contemplated that when Sasuke matured, he could emulate Kakuzu, riding the coattails of his fame to seize an opportunity for profit. As he entertained these thoughts, the usually stoic Zabuza broke into an eerie grin, a bizarre image indeed. However, as he reveled in his musings, reality played a cruel trick on him. As the dissipating mist revealed the scene, an unexpectedly familiar figure stood not far from him. How could this be possible? The foolish smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of sheer astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? You are not a genin, are you? After a long pause, Zabuza finally gathered his thoughts and slowly inquired. Sasuke chuckled lightly and replied calmly, Senpai, there is a saying in Konoha that you may not have heard. What saying? Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Zabuza's clone instinctively pressed for more information. When a Genin spars, it's like a clash of pots and pans. When a genin strikes, it's a wave that can obliterate a village. A wave that can obliterate a village? Zabuza fell into contemplation. Although he felt that Sasuke was merely spouting nonsense, he found himself momentarily unable to produce counter-evidence. In the water prison, Kakashi's lips curled as he nearly choked on water, distracted by the absurdity. This guy, even when fabricating tales, He should at least make them plausible. Pots and pans. When did I? Suddenly, Kakashi halted his thoughts and mused, it seems. When I spar with Guy, it indeed resembles pots and pans. Oh, then it's no big deal. After a prolonged silence, Zabuza turned to Sasuke and spoke slowly. Sasuke, you are the most extraordinary ninja I have ever encountered. Yet, while you may easily surpass me in the future, you have not yet matured, so you are certainly not my equal. Stand down, Sasuke. I do not wish to harm you. Though this is merely a water clone of mine, if we continue fighting, I will not hold back to ensure the mission's success. You must think carefully. With his previous foolish demeanor replaced by gravity, Zabuza's water clone spoke with seriousness. At those words, all eyes turned to Sasuke. It was evident that Zabuza held a certain admiration for him, extending him considerable respect. Should Sasuke overstep his bounds, Zabuza might resort to lethal force for the sake of the mission. And even a simple clone of an elite J-nin is not something a mere genin can contend with. Sighing, Sasuke shook his head in resignation and replied, Senpai Zabuza, I know that if you were to take this seriously, I would indeed be no match for you. However, I have one final strike that I would like your guidance on. If this last strike yields no results, I will concede defeat automatically. How does that sound? The final strike? Could it be that Konoha-style sword technique? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Zabuza instinctively recalled the previous strike, the wind cutter. His bandaged face twitched slightly, and he replied gravely, very well. I shall accept your final strike without hesitation. Excellent. Thank you for your willingness, Senpai. I will now take my leave. With that, the atmosphere fell silent once more. A gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting fallen leaves and carrying the fragrance of grass and wood. The atmosphere grew increasingly desolate, and the onlookers instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the confrontation between Sasuke and Zabuza. Memories of that fateful night flooded their minds. Recalling the techniques unveiled by the system before them, it was the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, moonlit dance, second form, Star Treader. Gradually closing his eyes, Sasuke envisioned a sequence of sword techniques materializing like a constellation as the figure projected by the system stood upon the stars, wielding a ninja sword. In an instant, he thrust forth the blade with unwavering resolve. As the stars shifted, he took a deep breath. At this moment, imbued with clarity, Sasuke opened his eyes sharply. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, his toes barely touching the ground, and unleashed the Indra's sword, which soared like a falling star towards Zabuza's clone. Yet again this move, Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Having endured 2 prior strikes with little recourse, he could no longer afford to be careless. On guard, he anticipated that Sasuke might, as before, feign an attack while secretly executing a substitution technique from behind. He swung his decapitating blade, deftly deflecting the incoming Indra's sword, all the while conserving his strength for any unforeseen developments. He sensed that if he could withstand this final strike, Sasuke's stubbornness would ensure his own victory. And the reverse would hold true as well. With a clang, the Indra's sword approached. Though it moved with the speed of a shooting star, it lacked precision, narrowly gliding past Zabuza as if a fleeting traveler untouched by the mundane world. Was that it? Had this boy truly exhausted his chakra? While guarding himself with his sword across his chest, Zabuza mused inwardly. Sasuke's lackluster final strike was, to be honest, somewhat disappointing. Yet, at that moment, the ninja sword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. In the next instant, Sasuke's figure appeared behind Zabuza as if emerging from thin air, silent and unnoticed. Gliding forward with the swiftness of the wind, he trailed a comet behind him. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Sasuke gripped the sword with both hands. A droplet of crimson blood transformed into a drop of clear water, slowly sliding off the blade and falling to the ground, nourishing the earth in silence. Zabuza's water clone's eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to face Sasuke, clutching its neck and gasping, How is this possible? You were just there. How could you? Before Zabuza's clone could finish its sentence, with a resounding crash, the water vapor erupted, dissolving into a pool of clear springs, vanishing without a trace. Could it be that Sasuke had instantaneously defeated Zabuza's water clone? How was this even conceivable? A mere genin vanquishing a clone with the strength of an elite Chunin. Was it possible that Sasuke possessed such formidable power? Though he witnessed it with his own eyes, Naruto's mouth hung agape, still reluctant to believe it. At that moment, he felt as if he were lost in a dream, enveloped in an utterly surreal sensation. Ethereal and illusory. He is so exceptional that perhaps only a lady of Ino's stature could ever be deemed worthy of him. With her head bowed and emerald eyes dimmed, Sakura felt an ever-widening chasm between herself and Sasuke, as if an insurmountable abyss lay between them. Huh, are you taken aback? A mere elite shinobi daring to confront the future 5th Hokage? Look at your own capabilities. Just wait. Having offended the future Hokage, you shall reap the consequences. In contrast to the astonishment shared by Sakura and Naruto, Dasna remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leaned back strategically. In his eyes, Sasuke had already become the irreplaceable 5th Hokage. What? This is the space-time ninjutsu of the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the Flying Thunder God technique. Within the confines of the water prison, Kakashi was taken aback, bubbles escaping his lips in shock. Yet the astonishment in his heart caused him to overlook this entirely. No. This resembles the Flying Thunder God technique, yet it appears somewhat different. After all, Sasuke's sword strike just now was undoubtedly swifter than the Flying Thunder God technique. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi fell into confusion, lingering in thought until clarity struck him. No, it's the sword. The ninja sword. Is this a higher realm of the Dance of the Crescent Moon? How could Sasuke, who has only recently grasped the sword path that even the formidable J9th Moonlight Gale had not comprehended in decades, reach such terrifying heights overnight? His emotions surged, difficult to contain. But at that moment, a loud shout from Sasuke pierced through the air. If you don't move, Zabuza, you will regret it. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had once again appeared. This time with a sword in hand, charging straight for the real Zabuza beside the water prison. Again, it was that same sword. Seeing Sasuke utilize the flying sword to shift positions once more, Zabuza's pupils constricted. Is this guy's chakra limitless? Frustration welled within him, tempting him to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, after a tumultuous battle, his chakra had already dwindled to near exhaustion. To make matters worse, Kakashi inside the water prison was likely on the verge of restoring his chakra to its full capacity. In this shifting balance of power, Zabuza dared not hesitate. He withdrew his hand from the water prison technique, and with a swift motion, activated the body flicker technique, disappearing from the scene in an instant. Simultaneously, a distant voice echoed his unwilling admission. Kakashi, today I am defeated by that kid Sasuke. Remember, it's not you I've lost to. And mark my words, I shall return. Victory. Has victory been achieved? The scene fell into an eerie silence, and Naruto felt as though he had awakened from a nightmarish dream, struggling to believe the reality before him. Then, Dasna, with uncontainable excitement, broke the stillness with a jubilant shout. Dasna hurriedly approached Sasuke, his demeanor overly enthusiastic. Grasping Sasuke's hand with excitement as he exclaimed, Sasuke, I owe you so much this time. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. In the future, you must never forget your Uncle Dasna. Ahahaha. Following this, an awkward laughter ensued. Observing this, Sasuke appeared bewildered, pondering whether this fellow had discerned something. Why was he suddenly so fervent towards him? And what did he mean by in the future? Let us expedite the journey to return Uncle Dasna. Although we are within the borders of the Land of Waves, we are not safe until we reach our destination, Kakashi cautioned. Noticing Kakashi's fatigued expression, Dasna waved his hand generously, saying, All right, let us go to my home. I will treat everyone well. However, before he could finish, Kakashi pressed his hand against his forehead, swayed unsteadily, and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. The members of Team 7 and Dasna exclaimed in alarm, rushing to Kakashi's side. A few days later, in the Land of Waves at Dasna's residence. Ah, have we finally arrived at our destination? Slowly opening his eyes, Kakashi found Team 7 and Dasna standing beside him. He realized he had been lying on a bed, unaware of when he had succumbed to rest. Sensing the replenished chakra within him, Kakashi propped himself up on his arms. He then turned to the group and said, I apologize for causing everyone trouble. Sakura glanced at Sasuke before responding. Sensei, it was Sasuke who insisted on carrying you back. The mountain path was quite treacherous. Yes, indeed. Kakashi-sensei, it was quite a feat for Sasuke after all. It was Sasuke who had saved the entire Team 7 this time. Additionally, since Sasuke had promised to treat them to unlimited ramen upon their return, Naruto eagerly nodded in agreement. At the mention of Sasuke, Kakashi's previously muddled gaze brightened, and he turned to Sasuke, asking, Sasuke, the technique you used earlier, was it the Flying Thunder God Slash? Flying Thunder God Slash? Sasuke had not considered this until Kakashi mentioned it. His technique, the second form of the Crescent Moon Dance, Star Tread, indeed bore similarities to the space-time ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God. Pausing for a moment, Sasuke shook his head, opting to respond candidly, No. This is the Crescent Moon Dance, second form Star Tread. Hihi Kakashi-sensei, would you like to learn it? Although the Moonlight Gale had previously advised Sasuke not to disclose the Crescent Moon Dance, the current form had evolved significantly due to the system's enhancements. Moreover, with Sasuke's own understanding of swordsmanship, the Crescent Moon dance had diverged from its original version. Furthermore, Kakashi was not a foreign ninja, but a comrade from Konoha. Thus, entrusting this technique to Kakashi does not constitute a breach of the vow for Sasuke. However, all valuable things necessitate a form of exchange. Free offerings often come with an unspoken price tag. If you, Kakashi-sensei, wish to learn it, then perhaps you should barter it for your Raikiri. Haha. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, and upon hearing Sasuke's words, a subtle smirk graced his lips, reminiscent of the surprise attack against Zabuza. He might be harboring some mischievous intent. Contemplating this, he cleared his throat and cautiously replied, perhaps not. My chakra reserves are currently insufficient. You should retain this swordsmanship for your own diligent study. Although the dance of the Crescent Moon primarily does not rely on chakra invocation. Akin to the 8 gates, upon hearing this, Sasuke did not press the matter further. Instead, he shifted the topic and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, speaking of insufficient chakra, was your sudden fainting spell due to excessive use of the Sharingan, depleting your chakra? At this, Kakashi regarded Sasuke thoughtfully before nodding. Indeed, it was the Sharingan's doing. Sasuke, you too possess the Sharingan. Hence, you must remain vigilant in the future to avoid collapsing in combat due to chakra depletion. Thank you, sensei. Sasuke responded cautiously, furrowing his brow. Just then, the large door was suddenly flung open. A young boy dashed in, wearing a straw hat and dressed similarly to Luffy. Upon entering, he sprinted into Dazna's embrace, exclaiming, Grandpa, you're back. Oh, Inari, my dear granddaughter, how wonderful. With that, Dazna enveloped Inari in a warm hug, his expression radiating joy. It turned out to be a girl. Sasuke observed with a peculiar gaze. Truth be told, he had not recognized Inari at first. The little girl seemed to sense Sasuke's scrutinizing stare. Turning her head to glance at the members of Team 7 before addressing Dazna with a clear voice, Grandpa, these people are all going to die. They stand no chance against Kato. Kato? The 4 members of Team 7 were momentarily taken aback by the girl's startling declaration, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Dazna, noticing their confusion, awkwardly explained, children speak without a filter, my friends. This child has lost her parents at a young age and is quite outspoken. I apologize. Sasuke was the first to sense an anomaly in this statement. And he promptly asked, Uncle Dazna, who is Kato, as mentioned by Inari? Why do I get the impression that this child seems quite fearful of him? Upon hearing this, Dazna sighed and replied, Kato is the one who has vowed to eliminate all the backers involved in the construction of the Mother Bridge. The Zabuza you encountered earlier was likely hired by Kato to assassinate me. In the Land of Waves, many have already perished at the hands of Kato. Alas, though I may not be the first, I fear I shall be the last. My tone is laced with resignation, each word a dull echo of despair, prompting a collective frown among my companions. Indeed, while our escort mission is now complete, it is wise to avoid provoking those we cannot confront. As Team 7 prepares to return to Konoha, Kato, with his vast wealth, can easily employ the same tactics to manipulate Dazna and his associates as he pleases. With this thought, the 4 of us fell into a contemplative silence. However, at that moment, Naruto suddenly sprang forth, gritting his teeth and shouting defiantly, Hey, you little brat named Inari. Aunt Naruto will one day become a hero akin to the Hokage. I refuse to be intimidated by Kato or anyone else. His fervent declaration rang out, electrifying the air. Yet, Inari, confronted by this unexpected outburst, merely shook his head, sighed deeply, and responded with a tone far beyond his years, Sigh. The last ninja who spoke like you is rumored to have grass 3 meters high on his grave. If you wish to survive, you should leave this place swiftly. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits plummeted. What did he mean by 3 meters high? A man who vowed to become Hokage would fear such tales? I tell you, I, Naruto, will not leave. Just watch, you little brat. As Naruto reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, Sasuke and Sakura quickly intervened to restrain him, despite their attempts to hold him back. Sasuke couldn't help but regard Inari with newfound respect. It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone immune to Naruto's verbal onslaught. After all, even figures like Obito and Nagato had fallen prey to Naruto's words in the unfolding narrative. In contrast, Inari, though young, displayed remarkable clarity of thought, truly a rare find. Furthermore, Sasuke harbored no doubts about Inari's words. Had the leader of their team been anyone but Kakashi, an elite jonin, not even Sasuke, no matter how skilled, could hope to take on an elite jonin alone. If that were the case, their fate would surely be one of utter annihilation. Time passed swiftly, and it had already been a full day since Team 7 had visited Dazna's home. The sun shone brightly, and the scenery was delightful. Kakashi leaned on his cane as he led the 3 members of his team into a nearby forest. The woods, not far from Dazna's residence, were filled with trees thick enough for 3 people to encircle. In the summer heat, it provided a refreshing respite. Kakashi-sensei, since your injury is not yet healed, what brings us here? Naruto inquired, glancing at Kakashi, who was limping along with the aid of his cane. Ah, Kakashi chuckled. Although we are currently engaged in a mission, we must not neglect our training. Having not taught you anything since you joined Team 7, I shall commence your first lesson in chakra control today. Chakra control? The 3 members of Team 7 looked bewildered. However, in an instant, Sasuke's expression shifted. The mention of chakra control suddenly reminded him of the moment he first activated the system, where this concept seemed to have been introduced. Before Sasuke could ponder further, Kakashi, noticing the trio's confusion, continued, chakra control, as the name suggests, evaluates a ninja's ability to manage their own chakra. In the ninja world, it is often the case that a ninja's chakra volume may not be extraordinary, yet their mastery over it is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, if one's chakra volume is lacking but their control is superb, could the exceptional ninja you refer to be you, Kakashi-sensei? Unaware of Sasuke's peculiar expression, Kakashi pressed on. Chakra is divided into 5 elemental transformations, residing in a ninja's dantian, circulating through the limbs and body, and ultimately released through hand seals to manifest as various jutsu. Therefore, mastering chakra control not only significantly conserves chakra expenditure, but also accelerates the formation of ninjutsu. It is of utmost importance. After a brief pause, Naruto asked, Kakashi-sensei, I think I understand most of that. But you mentioned there are 5 elemental transformations of chakra. What exactly are those? Hiki. Kakashi replied with a smile. They are wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth. Each element has its counter. Wind defeats lightning. Fire defeats wind. Water defeats fire. Earth defeats water. And lightning defeats earth. These 5 elements are interdependent, perpetually cycling and thriving. Of course, this is merely the foundational elemental transformation. Beyond this, there are yin and yang attributes, bloodline limits, bloodline purges, and bloodline inheritances, among others. However, these are not for you to grasp at this moment. For now, focus on familiarizing yourselves with the 5 basic elemental transformations. Upon hearing this explanation, Naruto and Sakura felt overwhelmed, while Sasuke appeared contemplative. At that moment, Kakashi pointed to a sturdy tree trunk nearby and declared, your training task for today is to exert your utmost effort to control the chakra within you. The standard for success is to achieve something akin to this. Pausing briefly, Kakashi leaned on his cane and, before the captivated audience, effortlessly walked sideways up the tree trunk as if magnetized to it. Then, he hung upside down, grinning mischievously at the 3 below and said, you see, it's quite simple. Simple? The 3 members of Class 7 exchanged glances, silently thinking that what he was suggesting was akin to performing magic, and how could he dare to call it simple? It seemed Kakashi had seen through their thoughts. As he chuckled lightly and continued, well, when I say simple, it truly depends on the individual. Some possess an innate talent for this, succeeding at the first attempt. Others, however, may find it a tad more challenging. If you don't believe me, why not give it a try and see if any of you possess the kind of genius I speak of? His provocative tone swept over the trio without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Naruto immediately turned their gazes toward Sasuke, wondering if he might be the one with greater talent. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, if you want to praise Sasuke, just say it directly. No need to be so roundabout. We can handle it, they thought. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Sakura and Naruto's faces as they stared at him, Sasuke cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. He understood what they implied. Caught in a difficult position, he decided to break the awkward silence. All right, I'll give it a try first. With that, Sasuke focused his mind, channeling chakra through his body, and it swiftly gathered in the soles of his feet. Step by step, he moved forward, each footfall leaving an impressively deep imprint in the ground. Suddenly, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he leaped toward a towering tree. Wow, that's incredibly fast. Naruto gaped, having lost count of how many times he had worn such a foolish expression. How could he be so shameless about a man? Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled with admiration as she whispered, is this the man I can never catch up to? He is truly so handsome. The two were hopeful, expecting Sasuke to effortlessly succeed. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, after only a few dozen steps up the trunk, Sasuke unexpectedly flipped and fell from the height. How? How is this possible? Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Sasuke stood frozen, furrowing his brow in silence. This was the first setback he faced since acquiring the system and stepping into the world. Although no one was disparaging him at that moment, he still felt a pang of discomfort. His expression shifted like a kaleidoscope, revealing his inner turmoil. See? I told you so. Not everyone possesses the talent to control chakra. Kakashi remarked, mercilessly adding salt to the wound at the sight of the most extraordinary Sasuke faltering. Hearing this, Naruto took a deep breath and, fueled by determination, charged forward without hesitation. Yet, in the next moment, as expected, he fell in a disarray. Help! I might need to learn how to use a crutch like Teacher Kakashi, with stars in his eyes and in a daze. Naruto murmured as he lay on the ground. Regarding this lively Naruto, both Sasuke and Sakura were rendered speechless, their faces lined with exasperation. Sakura, having already attempted, now it was your turn. At that moment, Kakashi reminded them once more, glancing at the disheveled Naruto not far away. Sakura could not help but swallow hard. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, she did not charge ahead recklessly. Instead, she elegantly approached a tree trunk, gradually gathering her chakra, stepping upward with measured strides. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Sasuke and Naruto's eyes. Sakura showed no signs of falling. Step by step, she walked steadily, arms outstretched as if traversing a tightrope. Though slow, her finesse was evidently superior to the failures of Sasuke and Naruto beside her. Naruto and Sasuke widened their eyes, rendered speechless. They had been outdone by a girl. Though reluctant to accept it, the undeniable truth lay before them, not far away. Kakashi observed the two, who seemed as lifeless as wilted vegetables. With a smile, he teased, Sasuke, Naruto, one of you has boundless potential, while the other aspires to be Hokage. Are you truly going to slack off just because of such a minor setback? How can you achieve greatness in the future? His words jolted Naruto awake. He clenched his fists and suddenly, as if invigorated, shouted, Yes, I am meant to be Hokage. I will never give up. Although this declaration was immensely motivating for Naruto, it had little effect on Sasuke. Training? Talent? Sasuke believed he possessed no true talent, merely a fade. In other words, without the aid of the system, the original owner of this body, even with his entire clan wiped out, struggled to even awaken his eyes. With such qualifications, how could one speak of talent? Contemplating this, Sasuke focused his thoughts, simultaneously commanding within, System, elevate my chakra control to level 3. Ding. Chakra control successfully upgraded. Now at level 3, consuming 1 skill point. Current skills, 4, level 8. This skill point expenditure did not result in a level up. After such a prolonged period and the significant investment of a skill point, Sasuke felt a twinge of disappointment at not leveling up. But at that moment, Kakashi seemed to notice the dejection on Sasuke's face. Thus, with a determined expression, he spoke again. Sasuke, in truth, hard work can indeed bridge the gap left by talent. This time, as long as you can successfully ascend the trunk of this tree within 3 days, no, within 2.5 days, I promise to return and teach you a technique of lightning release. What do you think? Upon hearing the mention of lightning release, Sasuke was instantly roused from his despondency. He had not anticipated such a reward. After all, he had long desired the lightning blade. With this thought, he forcefully concealed his inner delight. He had also discerned that Kakashi likely did not intend to teach him lightning release at this moment. Otherwise, he would not have imposed a time frame of 2.5 days. Thus, Sasuke looked up, deliberately feigning trepidation, and inquired of Kakashi perched in the tree, Teacher Kakashi, is it truly only 2.5 days? Might you extend the time a little? After all, I am still just a child in response. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, coldly refusing, that is not possible. 2.5 days is already the utmost limit I can accept. Initially, I had considered granting you 3 days, but seeing your current state, I could not bear to be so harsh, hence the concession. A sly smile crept at the corners of Sasuke's mouth as he continued. Well then, this is quite difficult for me. It is a considerable challenge. Teacher Kakashi, if I succeed, you want to go back on your word, will you? Hearing this, Kakashi waved his hand again, his tone somewhat displeased. Rest assured, I will not retract my words. The only obstacle standing between you and acquiring lightning release is yourself. Of course, should you exceed the time limit or fail to learn it, you cannot blame me. After speaking, Kakashi glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke. There was one detail he had not disclosed to the trio. The greater the amount of chakra a ninja possesses, the more difficult it is to control it. Naruto had suffered the most due to the presence of the nine tails sealed within him. Sasuke was next in line, although Sakura appeared to have succeeded on her first attempt. This paradoxically indicated that among the three, she possessed the least talent. After Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke stood on the trunk, momentarily dazed. He then dropped the pretense, grinning broadly as he addressed Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, you must not forget what you said earlier." What do you mean?" Upon hearing this call, Kakashi was abruptly pulled from his reverie. Observing the slight smirk on Sasuke's lips, he felt an inexplicable unease. "Teacher Kakashi, do not worry. I merely wish to say that I am going to challenge myself again. Please don't run away, run away." Kakashi's throat constricted as he feigned calmness. You may begin. I will not be leaving just yet, all right." Without delay, Sasuke approached the trunk with the same confidence as Sakura, raising his hands slightly before slowly closing his eyes. What on earth is he up to? Did you really think that emulating Sakura would enable you to successfully control the chakra within you? Naruto gazed at Sasuke's actions, utterly perplexed. If I had known, I would have pretended not to understand. Overshadowed by Sasuke, I wonder if he despises me, deliberately mocking me in this manner. With her fingers entwined, Sakura's thoughts were tumultuous. This guy, from what I observed earlier, did not seem to be feigning. Could it be that he was intentionally acting, rather than merely clumsy? If that were the case, it still didn't add up, as I had not made any commitments to him prior to this. No matter how cunning one might be, foreseeing the future is an impossibility, is it not? With this thought, Kakashi sighed in relief. Easing his tense emotions, it seems I may have been overthinking this. Indeed, achieving a successful advancement in chakra control to the level of a chunin. This sensation is truly unparalleled. Within his dantian, chakra surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, flowing naturally and ceaselessly. As Sasuke focused his mind, he suddenly took a deliberate step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He moved slower with each stride, as if showcasing his skills. His feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Naruto was left in astonishment, inadvertently giving himself a hearty pat on the back. Murmuring, could the secret to chakra control be to emulate Sakura, ascending gradually, and the slower, the better? Upon witnessing this, Sakura's eyes widened, and her thoughts raced. Could it be that he was merely pretending all along? Was it to prevent us, his lagging companions, from feeling inferior? He truly brings me to tears. Alas, I've fallen for this trick again. I wonder, is this fellow truly a member of the Uchiha clan? All the Uchiha I have encountered are passionate and impulsive, driven by their emotions. Yet here is Sasuke, possessing a multitude of ulterior motives. Kakashi silently scoffed. After taking several steps, Sasuke began to feel the exertion set in. Is this what it means to control chakra at the 3rd level? Sasuke felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With each advancement, he only received a meager number of skill points. Now, he had a mere 4 left, and the thought of spending them further was utterly unappealing. Despite having been acquainted with the system for a while, he had yet to fully comprehend its workings. In other words, what if one day he finally grasped it, only to discover that he needed a substantial amount of skill points to level up? That would be a tremendous loss. With that in mind, he disregarded everything else. Kakashi had mentioned mastering chakra control to ascend trees. Yet he never specified that chakra must concentrate at the soles of his feet for a gradual ascent. With this realization, Sasuke felt the chakra within his dantian surge once more. In an instant, tendril-like chains erupted from his calves, strikingly manifesting before him. Immediately, the chains seemed to come alive, wrapping themselves around the trunk, securing Sasuke's feet firmly in place. This is possible. Naruto and Sakura stared in astonishment. Kakashi, however, was taken aback, his eyes narrowing into slits as if he had entered sage mode. After a moment, he managed to steady his emotions and murmured, "Good gracious. I merely intended for you to familiarize yourself with chakra control. Yet here you are, even manipulating chakra into physical form. Such a concept. Concealing a multitude of intricacies, I am truly impressed by your cunning." In the blink of an eye, Sasuke, resembling an octopus, utilized the small tendrils of chakra he had conjured to swiftly dart over to Kakashi's side. With a smile, he inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, when might you teach me that lightning technique?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's lips curled slightly. He thought to himself, it seems this fellow has long been eyeing my lightning technique. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Rest assured, I won't be deceitful. After we return, the Chunin exams will soon commence, and I will impart the lightning technique to you before the test. Consider it a trump card to ensure your success. There's no need to rush." To Kakashi's surprise, Sasuke displayed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. This elicited a sense of admiration in Kakashi. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but his temperament is also commendable. If he refrains from any reckless actions in the future, competing with Naruto for the position of Hokage may not be out of reach for him. In a secluded corner of the Land of Waves, a masked girl inquired, "Are you all right?" In the dimly lit room, she stood by Zabuza's bedside. Her long hair elegantly styled, her demeanor fragile yet resolute. "I'm fine, Haku. You know me. Compared to before, these minor injuries are nothing," Zabuza replied, lying on the bed. His complexion pale, and after a few words, he began to cough lightly, looking exceedingly weak. "Is it a recurrence of old injuries?" Haku pondered aloud. "Since Kakashi is so formidable, perhaps we should abandon this mission. The world is vast. Where can't we go together?" Zabuza sighed. "You know, I am a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Were it not for their relentless pursuit, I would not be living this life of dependence. However, even though the world is vast, where would a person like me be welcomed? Haku, you have followed me for many years, and I understand your intentions. But given the current situation, it would be better for you." Before Zabuza could finish his sentence, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. In rushed a short, rotund man. He held a cigar between his teeth, one hand gesturing towards the bedridden Zabuza with a torrent of curses. Behind him trailed two fierce-looking ninjas, each gripping a kunai, their presence ominously intimidating. "Damn it. This is your promise to me about completing the mission? You, an elite jonin from the hidden Mist Village? You can't even handle a mere fisherman. Yet you dare to play dead here?" As he berated, he approached Zabuza's bedside, reaching out to pull back the covers. Just then, a pair of delicate hands seized the blustering man firmly, her tone icy as she threatened, "Kato, while we may be temporarily residing here, we are not your lackeys. You would do well to show us some respect. Otherwise," with a sudden exertion of strength, Kato yelped in pain, akin to a slaughtered pig. Observing this, the two ninjas behind him narrowed their eyes and swiftly unsheathed their kunai, preparing to charge forward. However, at that moment, the temperature in the room plummeted, a chilling frost sweeping through the air. Before the two armed ninjas could advance, a petite figure, Haku, had already appeared before them in an instant. Two sharp ice needles poised perilously at their throats, penetrating just enough to send a chill down their spines. The two ninjas swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, their expressions tense. Kato, taken aback, had not anticipated that Zabuza's mysterious companion possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly subduing the two middle-ranked mercenaries he had hired at great expense with a single move. Swallowing his apprehension, Kato feigned calmness, fully aware that Zabuza was the one in charge here, not the enigmatic woman. Turning to Zabuza, he declared, "I brought you here to work, not to flaunt your power in front of me. If you have the capability, I assure you that pursuers from the Mist Village will not catch you. If you lack the ability, then get lost. I do not harbor idlers, and I have no intention of offending the entire Mist Village for an inconsequential person." His tone was arrogant and his attitude uncompromising, prompting Zabuza to glare at him with a fierce intensity. As the sun reached its zenith, the night had passed unbeknownst to him. Exhaling a heavy breath, Sasuke slowly rose. At the same time, he felt the system quietly retracting. "Are you here to gather herbs as well?" Just as Sasuke was about to take a step away, a melodious female voice called out from behind him. "Someone?" The ability to approach him silently without detection heightened Sasuke's vigilance. He stepped back, pivoting swiftly, and found a striking girl clad in a pink kimono, her pure and charming demeanor standing out before him. She carried a flower basket, her smile radiant, with eyes resembling autumn waters, narrowing into a delicate slit, captivatingly beautiful, evoking a sense of aesthetic bliss. This was the first time Sasuke had encountered such an innocent maiden in the ninja world. For a brief moment, he forgot his earlier vigilance, standing transfixed in place, lost in thought. Hee, are you here to gather herbs too?" the girl asked, noticing Sasuke's dazed gaze. Hee, I am training here. I just got a bit flustered a moment ago." Sasuke scratched his head, his face flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. "You seemed quite frightened of me just now. Am I that intimidating?" she inquired once more. No. Sasuke hastily waved his hands. A girl so lovely. He certainly did not wish to leave her with an impression of a creepy stranger. He quickly added, "That was merely a professional habit. My name is Sasuke, a ninja. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful miss. May I have the honor of your acquaintance?" In his excitement, Sasuke nearly let slip the mannerisms from his previous life before his reincarnation into the ninja world. The girl, slightly taken aback by Sasuke's eagerness, smiled and replied, "My name is Haku. I am here to gather herbs as well. Pleased to meet you. Haku? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression momentarily froze. Could this striking maiden be the subordinate of Zabuza from the Land of Waves? An awkward silence enveloped them once more. Observing this, Haku smiled again and changed the topic. I heard you were a ninja. You seem quite impressive. But may I ask, what drives such intense training? This was a profound question. If anyone else had posed it to Sasuke upon their first meeting, he would have turned and walked away, dismissing them entirely. Yet this individual was different, intertwined with Zabuza in subtle ways. Despite being on opposing sides, Sasuke had developed a favorable impression of Zabuza from their last encounter. After a pause, he solemnly replied, Perhaps you will laugh at me for saying this, but from the very first day of my training, I have harbored a singular ambition to become the strongest in the ninja world, to eradicate the 5 great nations, conquer the fractured powers, and bring an end to the chaos of the ninja realm, securing peace for all generations to come. The strongest in the ninja world? Haku mused. Is this quest for the sake of one person? One person? At her words, Sasuke immediately thought of Zabuza. He then smiled and said, Everyone has their ties. But I refuse to sit idly by and accept my fate. On the contrary, I will exert all my strength to make this ninja world remarkable because of me. One person? No, I desire it all, the entirety of the ninja world. He raised his right fist, fingers clenched tightly, exuding an aura of dominance. All of it? In a hushed murmur, thoughts drifted far away. The snow fell relentlessly, the world enveloped in a frigid embrace. Beside a garbage bin, a small girl huddled, clad in scant clothing, trembling from the cold. The indifference of humanity was palpable. Though a few passed by, they remained oblivious to her plight. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt on the verge of surrendering to slumber. Yet at that moment, a tall figure slowly crouched down and asked in a calm, deep voice, Would you like to come with me? As this thought struck her, a flicker of light flashed before her eyes, and she snapped back to her memories. Perhaps when one has something to protect, they will find a way to grow stronger. She mumbled this softly to herself. The figure, Sasuke, was momentarily taken aback, pondering the saying that echoed in his mind. A woman is gentle, but for her children, she is fierce. Suddenly, he was struck with a revelation. Could it be that Bai was carrying Zabuza's child? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, thwarting a seasoned elite like Kakashi was quite a feat for someone of Zabuza's caliber. Yet now, it made sense. What if she was merely trying to save money for her unborn child? With this realization, Sasuke turned to Bai and said, I understand your sentiment, though I cannot aid you significantly. Our meeting is fate, so accept this token of goodwill as a parting gift. I have matters to attend to. Please extend my regards to my elder brother. Farewell. Without another word, he vanished from sight in a flurry of movement, leaving behind the entirety of the money he had acquired from the 4 rogue ninjas. He held Zabuza in high regard, and since they were in need, he thought it prudent to extend a favor, repaying the kindness Zabuza had shown him in teaching him the way of the sword. Moreover, he wished to prevent Zabuza and Bai from becoming entangled with the likes of Kato over financial matters. Is this fellow truly so affluent? Bai pondered. Or does he simply act this way in the presence of a beautiful girl? Upon opening the bag, she discovered a stack of bills. Momentarily taken aback, she shook her head and gazed at the distant figure of Sasuke as he disappeared, softly murmuring to herself. In a corner of the Land of Waves, within a humble abode, Bai entered, her slender waist adorned with a decorative knot that swayed alluringly with each step. Oh, that lad is quite remarkable. Did you just exchange words with him? Zabuza, bare-chested and wrapped in bandages, turned to inquire, intrigued. Indeed, that young man is exceptional. Do you know what he told me his training goal is? To become the foremost figure in the ninja world and subsequently unify it, ushering in an era of peace for all eternity? Truly, he embodies the spirit of a youthful tempest. Upon hearing Zabuza mention Sasuke, Bai responded with great enthusiasm. Haha, not only does he possess a distinctive personality, but he is also quite handsome. Have you not taken a liking to that pretty boy? Oh, I never would have imagined that beneath your usually cold exterior, you would harbor jealousy over a mere young scamp? At these words, Bai set aside the bouquet she was holding, gazing at Zabuza with a gentle smile. No, that's not it. I, Zabuza, have traversed the ninja world for half my life. What have I not witnessed? How could I possibly feel envy toward a mere child? Zabuza crossed his legs, his expression on the chair decidedly awkward. He, observing this, Bai seemed to revel in her little triumph, lightly covering her lips and giggling. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Here, this is a parting gift from that young lad. I suspect he may have surmised the nature of our relationship. Sighing as he accepted the stack of bills Bai offered, Zabuza remarked. That boy, Sasuke, possesses talent, cunning, and most importantly, ambition. Such qualities are scarce in the so-called righteous Konoha, save for the root division. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too detected considerable ambition in his gaze. Thus, I doubt his previous words were mere jest. At this juncture, after a moment of contemplation, I expressed her concerns. By the way, are we truly going to oppose Team 7? Is it worth it for that useless Kado? Sigh. In response, Zabuza sighed again. As if merely mentioning the matter weighed heavily upon him. It is not a question of worth. Currently, I am being hunted by the Mist Village, and you, due to your bloodline limit, are unwelcome in the Land of Water. Our options for survival are exceedingly limited. The reason we hide in this secluded land of waves is precisely because the Land of Water looks down upon it. But consider this. If we were to stir even the slightest commotion in this desolate place, would the ninjas from the Mist Village not catch the scent of blood? Upon hearing this, Bai's lovely face bore a slight frown. So we have no path of retreat left. We must take a gamble. If we succeed in this endeavor, we can remain hidden in the Land of Waves for the long term. Perhaps, with a stroke of fortune, we could find refuge here until the end of time. The sudden declaration of sentiment was somewhat intoxicating, plunging the room into silence. At a certain moment, perhaps to alleviate the awkwardness, Zabuza abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, when the time comes, we merely need to eliminate that old man named Dazna. As for Team 7, we shall simply hold them off. After all, we cannot take Sasuke's money for nothing. At this point, Zabuza recalled the two swords that had once pierced the heavens. With a sigh of nostalgia, he lamented the passage of time. The youth had swiftly faded away. Time flew by, and before one knew it, half a month had passed. During this period, the members of Team 7 took turns safeguarding Tazuna. Tazuna, in this time, endeavored with the workers of the Land of Waves to complete the construction of the Great Naruto Bridge. On this particular day, the weather was stifling. The air above the bridge was thick with mist. Sasuke was on a break, leaving only Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura to stand guard. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The trio from Team 7 was taken aback, their momentary stupor quickly dissipating as they rushed toward the source of the sound. There, they found Tazuna, clutching his head in despair, kneeling in anguish before a row of lifeless workers sprawled on the ground. Damn it! Could it be that Kado is scheming behind our backs? Naruto gritted his teeth, his fists clenched in rage. As a medical ninja, Sakura approached the fallen workers and checked for their pulses, shaking her head at Kakashi, indicating that there was no hope left. Kado, you heartless beast! Tazuna cried out in torment. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Kakashi, who had been deep in thought, spoke solemnly. They should not have been killed by Kado's men. This revelation stunned everyone. If it wasn't Kado's men, then who could it be? Sensing their confusion, Kakashi furrowed his brow and explained gravely. They fell silently, hidden within the mist. Look, the fatal wounds are merely shallow cuts on their necks. Aside from that, there is nothing else. They even bore expressions of tranquility as if they had completed their work before death. If I am not mistaken, they likely perished at the hands of Zabuza's silent assassination technique. Upon hearing this, the three of them turned pale. Zabuza? Could that terrifying figure have returned? Naruto and Sakura were not overly concerned, as Kakashi was by their side. However, Tazuna's heart sank at the realization that Sasuke was nowhere to be found. To him, Sasuke was the designated successor to the Hokage, and now he was inexplicably absent. He even began to suspect that Zabuza had somehow foreseen their movements and intentionally evaded them. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with Kakashi's words, a booming laughter resonated throughout the fog-laden bridge. The voice arrived before the figure, causing the group to exchange alarmed glances as they turned to locate the source. Emerging from the mist was a tall silhouette, a massive sword resting upon his shoulder. It was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Unlike before, however, this time he was accompanied by a petite figure trailing behind him, wearing a mask. One can determine only that the age might not be too advanced, yet nothing else can be discerned. Upon reaching a certain distance, Zabuza clapped his hands, reminiscent of that day, and remarked with commendation, truly deserving of the title of the foremost copy ninja among the younger generations. To deduce so swiftly from such scant clues that it was I, truly remarkable. Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself before the crowd, furrowing his brow, and solemnly inquired, Zabuza, we have crossed blades before. Are you here today to pursue a relentless vendetta against us? Haraha. As if he had heard the most ludicrous jest, Zabuza retorted, relentless vendetta? Who exactly is seeking an unending feud with whom? From what I gather, your mission is to escort, but does that old geezer behind you include the subsequent guardianship? How does he know that? In truth, It was only when Team 7 approached the Land of Waves that they became aware of it. This revelation instantly aroused Kakashi's suspicions. Yet at that moment, Naruto abruptly stepped forth, pointing at Zabuza in indignation. Hey, that despicable fellow, are you even human? Uncle Tazuna is constructing a bridge for the people of the Land of Waves. Do you not possess even a shred of compassion as a fellow citizen? The river breeze howled, and visibility was exceedingly low. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza shrugged and jested. Apologies, but I hail from the Land of Water, not this forsaken Land of Waves. This provoked Naruto further. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zabuza and angrily retorted, then how is your assistance to that scoundrel Kato any different from aiding a bandit? How dare you consider yourself an elite shinobi like Kakashi-sensei? You are utterly unworthy of being compared to him. Trembling with rage, his tone was piercingly sharp. However, Zabuza merely laughed heartily and exclaimed, Ha ha ha. That is the most amusing joke I have heard. Little one, you speak so eloquently? If I am aiding a villain, pray tell, as a wandering ninja without missions or commissions, what am I to eat? What am I to drink? A sheep grazes, the grass withers, the sheep is innocent. A wolf devours the sheep perishes, and the wolf is irredeemably guilty? Haraha. Konoha is truly lofty, to scold one teetering on the brink of starvation for not consuming meat porridge? Shifting the conversation, he turned to Kakashi and continued, Kakashi, instead of allowing your subordinates to accuse me, why not have a candid discussion with him about the dark deeds the Konoha Anbu and Root have committed over the years to expand their power? I am unaware of them. You live in luxury, and that is justice. We wandering ninjas, striving to survive in the crevices of life and death, are deemed evil. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Having spent time in the presence of Zabuza, he was well aware that his claims were not entirely unfounded. However, at this moment, Naruto leaped forth, gritting his teeth in indignation. You're spouting nonsense. How could an elite jonin like you lack a livelihood? Surely, you can take on a few escort missions? If worst comes to worst, you could rent out your unused ninja tools, right? How could you possibly go hungry? Hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza erupted in laughter. You are correct, but no one would seek out wandering ninjas like us for escort missions. Furthermore, the 5 great ninja villages have monopolized this line of work, leaving us with only the nefarious dealings you speak of. As for renting ninja tools, spare me. I truly cannot fathom how you, emerging from the same class as Sasuke, could be so vastly different from him. Let us settle this. As soon as the words left his lips, Zabuza coldly commanded, and suddenly the masked figure known as Haku darted forth, transforming into a whirlwind and charging directly at Dazna, who stood behind Team 7. Dazna, upon witnessing this, faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Sakura, standing beside Dazna, shielded him. Meanwhile, Naruto, seeing Haku rush towards him, a ninja of his own age, recklessly charged forward. Be careful. The speed of Haku, akin to a gust of wind, instilled an unsettling feeling within Kakashi. Observing Naruto confront this rushing figure, Kakashi hesitated only briefly before following suit. Yet, at that moment, a slicing wind rushed past, and before he knew it, Zabuza's massive blade was poised merely half a meter before him. Let the young handle their affairs. But if a fight is to ensue, the opponent should be me. Should it not? Zabuza stated coldly, his sword crossed over his chest. Was it possible to bypass Zabuza and rush to aid Naruto? Certainly. However, Sakura would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Zabuza's formidable presence. If Kakashi chose not to assist Naruto, it was likely that Naruto would be overpowered by the boy who had just transformed into a whirlwind. Yet, if he did intervene, Dazna would surely fall prey to Zabuza's merciless blade. Caught in a dilemma, Kakashi finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was a calculated gamble. The only solution to their predicament was to defeat Zabuza in the shortest time possible. With this thought, Kakashi's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, and he coldly asked, Zabuza, considering we are all elite jonin and understand the hardships of training, I shall ask you one final time, do you truly intend to fight to the bitter end? Haha. It is you who wish to engage in a fight with me, Zabuza, to take away my means of livelihood, and yet you do so brazenly. Come, enough with the idle chatter. If you desire battle, then let it commence. It seems Zabuza had long harbored discontent towards Kakashi. With that, he swung his massive blade and charged forward with great speed. As Kakashi observed the situation, he swiftly reached for his waist with his right hand. In the next moment, a shuriken mysteriously materialized in his palm, glistening ominously and exuding an air of lethal sharpness. The clash of metal rang out as the executioner's blade met the shuriken. And the two combatants engaged in a rapid and fierce battle, their forms a blur of movement. Curse you. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto exclaimed as he sprinted forward, his hands forming seals. Suddenly, several tangible shadow clones emerged, manifesting before him. Bai, adorned with a mask that concealed her expression, appeared unperturbed. Her demeanor calm. Upon witnessing the clones, she merely lifted her delicate hand slightly and then flicked her wrist with a subtle motion. Whoosh. In an instant, a barrage of ice needles shot forth like a torrential downpour, racing towards Naruto with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions followed in succession, accompanied by plumes of white smoke as the clones dissipated. Ugh, this is infuriating. This person is extraordinarily formidable. As dozens of clones were obliterated, Naruto slumped to the ground, rendered powerless. Ice needles protruded from his legs, each as long as his forearm, creating a chilling sight. Rest assured, in consideration of Sasuke, I shall not take your life. However, you must behave and refrain from hindering our endeavors. Bai spoke in a calm, emotionless tone, a stark contrast to her previously delicate demeanor. To think she is a woman. Upon hearing the masked ninja's voice for the first time, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. In his perception, female ninjas of this age should resemble his goddess Sakura. Yet, he had not anticipated that this formidable presence before him would be so overpowering. Before Naruto could ponder further, Bai's words had barely left her lips when she flicked her wrist once more. Whoosh. Again, a flurry of ice needles surged towards the vital points on Naruto's thighs. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, as the needles pierced Naruto's legs, a thunderous explosion reverberated. The figure slumped on the ground suddenly burst into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. This is merely a shadow clone. Beneath her mask, Bai's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure, scanning her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Just then, a pair of hands seized her feet with an iron grip. Simultaneously, Naruto's voice echoed from below. He did not expect this, did you? In that moment, he felt as if Sasuke had possessed him. A surge of inexplicable pride swelling within him. In the land of waves at the home of Tizuna, a tremendous crash resonated within the household, causing the woman occupied with chores to tremble slightly. She was Inari's mother, a gracious widow. You must be the daughter of that old fool Tizuna, aren't you? Before Inari's mother could recover from her surprise, a brazen voice boomed from the entrance. As she turned, two unfamiliar men loomed ominously at the door, their sinister smiles chilling her to the bone. Who are you? Her voice trembled, anxiety etched across her features. Clutching the mop tightly in her hands, she fixed her gaze on the unwelcome intruders, quaking in terror. Who are we? Heh. One of the men sneered, stepping forward and brandishing a knife, delivering a casual slash. In an instant, the mop handle she held was severed in two. The woman gasped, but at that moment, a blade was pressed against her delicate neck, glinting coldly, razor sharp. Who am I? The man retorted with a mocking laugh, licking his crimson lips. I believe your father, Dasna, is well aware of the trouble he has stirred with those he ought not to offend, isn't he? You were sent by Cardo. The woman's eyes widened in horror. Though a mere housewife, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, come with us. I trust that old fool Dasna will soon arrive to reunite with you. Another man chimed in with a sinister tone. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen door, as if something had been disturbed. Is there someone else? The second man, a ninja despite his ineptitude, burst into the kitchen, easily dealing with the defenseless ordinary person. Mere seconds later, he emerged, dragging out Inari, who trembled uncontrollably. As he noticed Inari's shivering form, a thought struck him. I seem to recall this little one was claimed by Dasna's son. Since he's not a blood relative, we might as well eliminate him to avert future complications. With a heart hardened by countless misdeeds, they had become numb to their own cruelty. What they truly feared was not a stronger ninja dispatching them, but rather the revenge of those they had spared in their youth when they found themselves vulnerable. In a moment of desperation, the woman cried out, disregarding her own safety. If you dare lay a finger on Inari, I will immediately take my own life. Her voice rang with resolve, her expression unwavering. The two men exchanged glances, momentarily lowering the knife aimed at Inari, lost in thought. The gleaming blade loomed ominously, the mother in anguish and despair. Inari, who had just glimpsed a sliver of hope from Naruto in recent days, felt it fading away. All of it was a deception. What effort could alter fate? What struggle? Naruto, you are deceiving me. A fisherman's son like me can never contend with fate. Not to mention fate. I cannot even stand against one of Cardo's subordinates, let alone save my own mother. Effort. What use is it? Would surrendering the fish I fought so hard to catch spare my mother from their clutches? Does the arduous endeavor of constructing the land of waves mean that my deceased father will resurrect? This is a fallacy, an utter fabrication. My heart roars like a surging river, stirring tumult within. The shadow of Naruto in my mind gradually fades. The sunlight dims, as if dark clouds loom ominously over the city, threatening to engulf it. After a prolonged silence, the man who has seized the woman, noticing her concern for Inari, shifts his gaze and declares, "Since you care so much for this lad named Inari, why not take him along? When that old fool Dasna arrives, your family will be perfectly intact." Upon hearing this, the woman trembles violently. No, you cannot take Inari. If you do, I shall bite my tongue and end my life." One of the men, seeing the woman prepare to resort to her previous tactics, glances at his companion and suggests, "After all, the boy is not her biological child. Perhaps we should let it go." He is hesitant to stir trouble, recognizing the significance of this step in Cardo's plan, which must not falter. However, the man holding the woman retorts, Do you truly believe this woman's deceit? What? The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If I were opposed to Lord Cardo, I would also claim that my son was not my own. After all, should I perish one day, I would still leave a legacy, would I not? Upon hearing this, the other man suddenly comprehends. So that is it. She dares to threaten us? Go, break the boy's legs, show her a lesson, let her know not to be so defiant. No, the woman screams in despair, feeling the grip on her weakness tighten. Yet the man holding her draws closer, his voice a twisted whisper. Madam, quiet now. You wouldn't want us to harm your son, would you? The woman is engulfed in profound despair, realizing she can no longer issue threats. After all, a broken leg is far preferable to death. The man, knife in hand, grins malevolently as he approaches step by step. Yet Inari, with vacant eyes, stares blankly at the knife, lost in a daze, having abandoned any thought of escape. The knife is raised high, aimed directly at Inari's legs, accompanied by a chilling whistle, reminiscent of a demon's wail. In that moment, the woman shuts her eyes in despair, tears streaming down like a fountain. But at the critical juncture, a glimmer of cold light flashes and vanishes in an instant. Suddenly, a figure materializes out of thin air. The individual is not tall, but possesses an extraordinarily handsome visage. Armed with a ninja sword, he stands silently, as though he has always been present in the room, unchanged. It is none other than Sasuke, having returned from his training. Are you human or ghost? The man who had just raised his knife above his head, upon witnessing the scene, was so startled that he stumbled backward. However, regaining his composure and exchanging a knowing glance with his companion, he fixed his gaze sharply on Sasuke, intending to launch a simultaneous sneak attack. Although Sasuke did not observe their expressions, it appeared as though he could discern their thoughts. Gradually, he turned to the side, pointing to his own neck and then gesturing toward the 2 men. What did he mean by that? In response, both men instinctively touched their own necks. But soon their gazes shifted to the side, as if they had caught sight of something. What did they see? 2 headless corpses, with blood gushing forth, stood silently, unmoving. The clothing draped over them seemed oddly familiar. Murmuring in disbelief, their consciousness began to fade, and then, in an instant, darkness enveloped them as they succumbed to eternal slumber. A piercing scream shattered the air, and a woman fainted, collapsing straight to the ground. Sasuke, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly executed a technique to eliminate the 2 intruding lower ninjas. The woman's reaction was entirely understandable. However, Inari's response took Sasuke by surprise. He noticed not a trace of fear in her eyes, but rather a glimmer of hope. What could this mean? Sasuke found this peculiar. Yet recalling that Kato had targeted the family of Tizuna, he surmised that Team 7 was likely engaged elsewhere. Without further hesitation, he turned to Inari and inquired succinctly, "Did Naruto and the others go to the bridge?" Indeed. Inari nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Sasuke began to leave, but was halted by Inari's voice. "Thank you, Sasuke brother." Sasuke felt bewildered by her gratitude. He paused, turning around to find that the hope in Inari's eyes had intensified, akin to a spark yearning to ignite a fire. His curiosity piqued, he asked, "What do you thank me for?" He could not fathom that Inari, at such a tender age, would express gratitude for his lethal actions. As he pondered this, Inari's voice rang out in excited tones, "Thank you, Sasuke brother. You have restored my faith in what Naruto brother told me in private. Truly thank you." This revelation intrigued Sasuke further. Naruto spoke to you privately before? What did he say? Inari responded with fervor. Naruto brother told me to work hard, and that the beautiful things I desire would come to fruition. I had always doubted him. Even when those two villains held my mother hostage, I was engulfed in despair. But witnessing you eliminate those two evildoers, I now believe. Hard work truly yields results. I will strive to become a strong person like you when I grow up. Her small fists clenched tightly, and in her sparkling eyes, a flame of determination flickered, vibrant and unyielding. One might have anticipated that Sasuke would concur with his viewpoint, drawing closer to affectionately tousle his small head, much like a father would in his lifetime. However, at that moment, Sasuke stood at the doorway, sighed, and shook his head, saying, "Although I recognize that such words may seem cruel to a child like you, I must express my true thoughts. I do not endorse Naruto's belief that effort alone guarantees the fulfillment of one's desires. That notion varies from person to person. Naruto may succeed, but others may not." Inari was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a statement from Sasuke. In an instant, a look of confusion returned to his face. Observing this, Sasuke sighed once more and continued, "I believe that choice is far more significant than effort. Only by understanding what you truly desire and striving for it can you gradually take control of your destiny. Otherwise, the so-called effort leading to dreams is merely self-delusion. Does a sheep, by grazing diligently, escape the fate of being devoured by a wolf? Clearly not. Yet when a sheep grows sharp fangs and dares to fight in time, its destiny of being eaten may very well change. Do you understand what I am saying?" The reason for Sasuke's sudden outpouring of words was rooted in his sympathy for Inari, this ambitious child. She resembled a lost lamb, seeking a way out but encountering obstacles at every turn, her fragile spirit on the verge of collapse. As for Naruto's incessant chatter, it would be best to temper it. For him, there is nothing wrong with his path. After all, if the story unfolds as it should, he will undoubtedly become the 7th Hokage, realizing his initial dreams. But what about ordinary people? Inari desires to live free from oppression, to secure a hopeful future for the Dasna family. Should she continue to be swayed by Naruto's words for a lifetime? Or should she resign herself to a life of fishing, hoping that someone like Kato will not bully her? This would be akin to shrouding Inari's eyes, rendering her like a donkey, endlessly yearning yet ultimately squandering her life. Though Naruto harbors no malice, does this not inadvertently make him an accomplice to Kato? Choice outweighs effort. Inari stood still, repeatedly echoing Sasuke's earlier words. It seemed as if she had grasped something profound, yet it eluded her like a fleeting dream. Seeing her struggle, Sasuke pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to bear the thought of Inari, at such a tender age, straying from the right path. Thus, he waved his right hand, and a scroll soared before Inari. This is a scroll for the basics of chakra manipulation. If you wish for your family to live well, the first step is to seize control of your own fate. The scroll had been a gift from the owner of the ninja tool shop, who had slipped it into the sealing scroll to curry favor with him. It held little value for someone of Sasuke's caliber and had remained untouched in the sealing scroll. At this moment, it was perfectly suited for Inari. As a culmination of a benevolent bond, devoid of any expectation for reciprocation, I merely wish for a good person to find peace throughout their life. With the scroll in hand, Inari lowered her head in astonishment. After a prolonged moment, it was as if she had awakened from a dream. Upon lifting her gaze, the handsome figure at the doorway had already vanished without a trace. A sudden sense of urgency surged within her, akin to losing something precious. She hurried to the entrance, her delicate hands cupped into a trumpet shape, and called out anxiously into the distant mist, "Brother Sasuke, when I grow up, can I still come to Konoha to find you?" In an instant, as her words faded, a youthful voice emerged from the fog, replying with a gentle resonance, "Little girl, the mountains are high and the rivers long. Perhaps by then I shall no longer be in Konoha." The voice lingered, echoing in the air. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of Inari's eye. At such a tender age, she could not fathom the reason, yet a profound sense of loss quietly blossomed within her heart. Previously, Naruto's figure had swiftly faded from her mind, but in this moment, Sasuke's image remained indelibly etched in her consciousness. "Brother Sasuke, when I grow up, I will surely return to find you. Wait for me. Inari will catch up to your pace, forever by your side in the future." In a moment of bewilderment, a single conversation with Sasuke became a lifelong entanglement. Regret filled her heart, lamenting that she had not been born at the same time as him. Ensnared in nostalgia amidst confusion, she removed her straw hat, and with 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks, her long hair danced in the wind. In that instant, she had matured. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet in the depths of little Inari's eyes, all had transformed into the essence of that person. Meanwhile, on another front, one couldn't help but acknowledge the formidable combat instincts displayed. Looking down, she saw Naruto clutching his legs, grinning foolishly, entirely oblivious to the thoughts occupying his mind. Turning away, Bai, concealed beneath her mask, wore a look of disappointment as she shook her head. I take back my previous words. Suddenly, thoughts of Sasuke crossed her mind, and she pondered the vast disparity between individuals. One was an unparalleled genius, composed and steady, as if honed through decades of experience. The other was a carefree fool, laughing and joking, resembling a simpleton in his youthful exuberance. To add to her astonishment, how could these two be placed in the same class in Konoha? What connections had this foolish boy leveraged? With her thoughts racing, Bai regained her focus. She raised her delicate hand once more, launching several ice needles towards Naruto's vital points. Although this would likely inflict severe injury upon him, she was aware that Naruto would not perish. In her determination to expedite the completion of her mission and alleviate the pressure on Zabuza, she had resorted to this drastic measure. After all, sparing Naruto's life was already a significant concession to Sasuke. In the distance, Zabuza and Kakashi remained locked in a stalemate. Bai, intent on swiftly concluding her task, ultimately resolved to strike Naruto with greater force. The ice needles, each the length of her forearm, whistled menacingly through the air as they hurtled toward the unsuspecting Naruto, who continued to smile foolishly. However, just as the ice needles pierced through Naruto's form, a resounding bang echoed. Naruto's figure dissipated in a cloud of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. What? It was merely a shadow clone. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai was taken aback, her expression reflecting sheer astonishment. However, before she could regain her composure, several figures of Naruto had already surged forward silently from behind. Surprise. Unexpected, isn't it? A voice boomed mockingly. Just as Bai turned to identify the source, she was met with a flurry of kicks that sent her soaring through the air. With a clang, Zabuza exerted a bit more force onto this decapitating blade, causing the two combatants, who had previously been at a standstill, to part ways instantaneously. Frustration welled within him as he glanced sideways, observing Bai's form fluttering aimlessly like a withered leaf on the water's surface. Losing patience, Zabuza seized the moment of separation from Kakashi and shouted, "Bai, stop dawdling. Reveal your trump card. If we linger, that brat will return, and we'll be in a predicament." With her slender arms supporting her weight, Bai gradually rose to her feet, adjusting her mask with a delicate touch. Turning to Naruto, she remarked, "So, you're merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. If it weren't for your insufficient chakra, I might have truly been defeated by you." Naruto, grinning with a hint of youthful bravado, replied, "Hee, although you're formidable, I, Naruto, am destined to become Hokage. I won't be as pitiful as you suggest." Bai nodded slightly, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Very well, then. I shall not hold back any longer. You would do well to tread carefully, otherwise you may find yourself facing dire consequences." Her tone playfully belied the elegance she exhibited while donning her kimono. Naruto, taken aback by her words, realized this was his first encounter in combat against a girl. Were it not for the mission, he would have preferred to feign illness. In the moment of his bewilderment, Bai swiftly formed a series of hand seals. With a thunderous crash, an octagonal wall of ice rose around Naruto, encasing him securely, as if he were a trapped beast. Caught in this icy enclosure, Naruto found himself surrounded by reflections, each angle mirroring his own image. The illusion of reality began to blur, casting doubt upon which version of himself was authentic. At times, he felt as though he were the true inhabitant of this frozen realm, while the shadows within it represented his genuine self. Is this a bloodline limit? Kakashi observed from a distance, his eyes widening in realization as he beheld the towering ice walls. The sound of the transformation resonated clearly, even reaching Sakura and Tizuna, who were nearby. "Kakashi-sensei, what is that? What does it mean to have a bloodline limit?" Previously, during Kakashi's lesson on chakra control in the woods, he had casually mentioned this training system that transcends the 5 fundamental chakra natures. However, at that time, it was merely a fleeting reference without further elaboration. Now, after several days, upon hearing about this extraordinary cultivation system again, Sakura instinctively inquired about it, momentarily forgetting the perilous situation they currently faced. The bloodline limit is a potent hereditary power, akin to my Sharingan, which may randomly awaken one or even several unique abilities. To her surprise, this girl, who was of a similar age to Sasuke, turned out to be a ninja possessing a bloodline limit. It seemed she had integrated wind and water chakra to manifest the ice shield bloodline limit. Encountering such a rare bloodline limit ninja in such a small locale was indeed a rarity. The tone was grave. Rather than merely explaining to Sakura, it felt more like Kakashi was deliberately addressing himself and the excited Zabuza beside him. Haraha. As expected of an elite jonin from Konoha, his insight is extraordinary. Zabuza, wielding his formidable sword with ease, laughed heartily. As fellow elite jonin, he felt an immense sense of pride. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Zabuza's taunts. Instead, after a long contemplation, he turned to Zabuza and spoke slowly. Zabuza, we both understand the arduous journey to achieve the rank of elite jonin. Now, with a bloodline limit willing to follow you, you must consider carefully, do you still intend to remain at odds with Konoha? Kakashi, cunning as ever, subtly elevated his mission to the level of Konoha as he spoke. Having followed Danzo en route for many years, he understood that the more one possesses, the greater the concerns that arise. Presently, Zabuza was already a formidable elite jonin, and with a girl possessing such a bloodline limit by his side, a bright future lay ahead of him. Kakashi doubted Zabuza would foolishly abandon his family and career to engage in a feudal contest with him. Yet, contrary to Kakashi's expectations, Zabuza chuckled heartily and retorted with audacity. Kakashi, it seems you are aware that my future prospects are promising. But look at you, sheltered by Konoha. While you may not command the winds, you certainly live without want. And then there's me, like willow fluff, swaying in the breeze, living each day on the edge of uncertainty, never knowing if I will see tomorrow's sun. So, how about this? If you take a step back, perhaps we could become friends? I have a certain admiration for that lad named Sasuke. If you give your consent, I shall spare no effort in any future endeavors. His tone was grandiose, and his expression seemed genuine, causing Kakashi to furrow his brow. Naruto, you must hold on. Kakashi thought to himself. Ninjutsu, ice crystal mirror. As the hand seal shifted, the frail and delicate figure of Naruto was instantly encased within the crystalline ice wall before him. The ice barrier, glistening and translucent, towered upward, seemingly piercing the very heavens. It was infuriating. Escaping from this prison appeared utterly impossible. Shadow clone jutsu. Gritting his teeth, he altered the hand seals once more, and in an instant, dozens of tangible shadow clones manifested within the confines of the icy cage. With a mere thought, they surged toward the eight-sided ice wall. Naruto had initially believed that their numerical advantage would allow them to break through the ice and survive. However, after a tumultuous attempt, the clones were met with futility. The ice wall was as unyielding as iron, impervious to their efforts. Bang, bang, bang. In this life-threatening moment, plumes of white smoke erupted, signaling the dissolution of the shadow clones. How frustrating. His chakra was depleting fast. Clenching his fists, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The situation had taken a dire turn, plunging Naruto into crisis. It seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. With a grave expression, he drew a kunai, aiming it at the white figure not far in front of him. Was he truly at a loss? Within the ice wall, the white figure shook its head slightly. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared on each face of the ice barrier, all identical. What? Naruto halted, cold sweat dripping down his brow. Which side of the ice wall concealed the true body? He could not discern. The most perilous aspect was that a reckless assault would leave him vulnerable to a surprise attack from behind the true body. It was a situation fraught with danger. Standing frozen in place, Naruto felt tension coursing through him as he cautiously braced for any sudden onslaught. Sensing his intentions, the white figure within the ice wall flicked its wrist, and in an instant, icy needles shot toward Naruto. The sound of slicing wind rushed in from behind, causing Naruto's ears to twitch. He swiftly turned, wielding his kunai with fervor, shattering the incoming projectiles into fragments. Yet, just as he was about to exhale in relief, a calm feminine voice echoed from somewhere behind him. You have lost. Those three simple words rang like a morning bell, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. Before he could react, the white figure executed a swift kick, toppling him to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the figure transformed into a blur, soaring into the air. With another flick of the wrist, a flurry of glistening ice needles emerged, hurtling toward Naruto like falling stars. As he landed, still unsteady, the relentless assault of the white figure continued seamlessly. In an instant, Naruto found himself completely immobilized, his chakra spent and his movements restrained, resembling a hedgehog pinned to the ground. It seemed the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. With a sigh, I turned to Naruto and said, What is the need for this? However, for Sasuke's sake, I shall spare your life. It may hurt, but I doubt you will perish. Remain here obediently. And I hope you enjoy your fate. Having spoken, Bai slowly turned her delicate form, gradually merging into the ice wall until she vanished from sight. How infuriating. Am I truly to be defeated like this? I aspire to become Hokage. I cannot accept such a loss. Gritting his teeth, Naruto trembled, his azure eyes gradually shifting to a crimson hue as he muttered under his breath. At that moment, a voice echoed once more in his mind. Young one, do you seek power? Bury your reason and surrender your body to me, and you shall possess boundless strength instantly. Surrender to me. Quickly. The voice was hollow, familiar, and filled with temptation. With gritted teeth and a fierce struggle, Naruto shouted, No, I will rely on my own strength. Who are you? Leave my body. I refuse to heed your commands. The icy needles embedded in his body began to melt away. His fingernails elongated and sharpened at a visible rate, resembling claws. His eyes, once blue, were now a deep crimson. Long canine teeth protruded from his mouth, and an orange-red cloak of chakra began to envelop him. His consciousness blurred, and Naruto was becoming increasingly unrecognizable, as if teetering on the brink of madness. At that critical moment, a loud shout resonated from outside the ice wall. Before anyone could react, Sasuke's voice rang out. Hold on, beautiful, beautiful? On the bridge, everyone was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, they grasped the situation. It was Sasuke who had finally arrived. The beautiful he referred to as none other than Bai, encased within the magical ice. Bai, caught off guard by his words, turned to glance at the late-arriving Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke grinned and said, Hello there. I hope my previous gesture for Zabuza was sufficient. If not, please let me know. I understand you might be short on funds, and I'm in a relatively comfortable position. Upon witnessing Zabuza and Bai's renewed assault, Sasuke immediately thought of their financial needs. After all, if they weren't lacking in money, why would they return to confront him again? Money? One who receives a favor is often obliged to repay it. Upon hearing this, Bai, concealed behind her mask, displayed a hint of embarrassment. You recognized me after all. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. What matters is whether we can resolve this peacefully. You have your difficulties, and I can assist you. There is truly no need for hostility, is there? Upon hearing those words, Bai was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts a tangled web of uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly swayed, merging once more into the lingering ice wall, declaring, Let us engage. Words are futile at this juncture. Perhaps only through our contest can we achieve the results we truly desire. Sasuke furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. It was not that he was averse to sparring, rather, the reality that Bai was with child weighed heavily on his mind. If she were to accidentally harm the fetus, he would bear the burden of becoming an irredeemable sinner. With this thought, Sasuke replied, A friendly sparring session could suffice, but might we establish some guidelines? Bai, taken aback, inquired, What kind of guidelines? Quite simple, Sasuke responded. As with my previous spar against Zabuza Senpai, if I can restrain you, I shall be deemed the victor. You may then return home with him and live your life peacefully. If you please. The repetitive address of young lady caused Bai's cheeks to flush beneath her mask, her embarrassment palpable. Just as she wavered in indecision, Zabuza, watching from a distance, suddenly called out, Bai, agree to that boy's terms. Just be gentle, do not harm him. His tone was bold, resonating with authority. Sasuke turned his gaze toward the voice, and after a lapse of days, he and Zabuza met once more, exchanging knowing smiles and nods. Zabuza remained as he always was, upright and honorable, a quality that resonated well with Sasuke. In Zabuza's eyes, Sasuke was seen as a complex individual, possessing both righteousness and a hint of darkness, with extraordinary talent and limitless potential, worthy of camaraderie. By casting a glance at the two men exchanging glances, felt an odd sensation beneath her mask. She pondered, Is holding back truly meaningful? How should I proceed? Is this merely a game? As Bai stood there, torn and uncertain, Sasuke's voice broke through the tension. Young lady, release a corner of the ice shield. Allow me entry, and we shall commence. Rest assured, I am not as feeble as you might believe, especially if I have caught Zabuza Senpai's attention. Within the icy confines, a chill pervaded the air. Despite Sasuke's considerable prowess, he could not suppress a shiver. The ice wall was adorned with 8 ethereal figures, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Sasuke frowned, contemplating. Which one is the true Bai? Much like Naruto, Sasuke found himself ensnared in a dilemma. However, unlike Naruto, He knew that should he unleash his full strength, he could shatter the ice wall in an instant. Yet, this was Bai's bloodline limit. He feared that exerting his utmost power might lead to unintended repercussions for her. While he was deep in thought, Naruto's gaze gradually cleared, and upon noticing Sasuke standing beside him, he exclaimed, "Sasuke, how on earth did you end up trapped here as well?" A gasp interrupted his thoughts, and Sasuke suddenly awakened, turning to Naruto and saying, just bear with me for a moment. Once I defeat him, I will take you to Sakura for treatment." He had noticed that Bai had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Naruto, inflicting only a light injury amidst heavy ones. Fortunately, the Nine Tails had not lost control, otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Just as he pondered this, whoosh, Bai employed the same tactic once more, launching a flurry of ice needles towards Sasuke. Dense as rain and nearly impossible to evade. Yet, Sasuke was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing this, he raised his right hand, and with a bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, the seal was broken, and the sword of Indra materialized in his grasp. The blade swept forth, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Like a tempest unleashed, effortlessly dismantling the incoming projectiles into fragments. Bai, observing this, nodded in appreciation. He then altered his hand seals, his figure darting within the crystalline ice walls, moving with remarkable speed, leaving behind a series of elusive afterimages that were almost dreamlike. Seeing this, Sasuke began to change his hand seals, but just as he was about to unleash a Phoenix Fire technique, he reconsidered at the last moment. The Phoenix Fire possessed a tracking ability that would not relent. Should Bai inadvertently suffer a backlash, Sasuke would find himself akin to Danzo, bearing the weight of guilt. As Sasuke paused mid-formation, Bai leapt into one of the ice walls and declared, "I will not hold back, nor should you. Like your Sharingan. I am also a ninja with a bloodline limit, and I am not as weak as you presume." Bai's words were bold, yet Sasuke merely found amusement in them. In that fleeting moment, a clever strategy flickered in his mind, one that could secure victory without harming Bai. With that thought, Sasuke smiled and said, "All right, let us continue." Just as he finished speaking, Bai did not charge directly at Sasuke. Instead, he flicked his wrist, sending several ice needles straight towards the bewildered Naruto. An opportunity presented itself. The moment the ice needles shot forth from the wall, Sasuke detected the chakra fluctuations, swiftly tossing a shuriken while simultaneously activating the second form of crescent moon dance. In an instant, he shifted his position, deflecting the needles that were meant for Naruto. "Oh, is this the space-time sword technique that Zabuza lost to you?" Bai remarked calmly, though the shock was evident beneath his mask. In response, Sasuke chuckled and waved dismissively, saying, "Not at all. That was merely a water clone technique from Zabuza-senpai." "Ah, indeed." Bai nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder even the typically proud Zabuza would regard you with respect. At such a young age, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but your temperament is also rare. Should you not fall in the future, becoming the Hokage of Konoha would not be an impossibility." Upon hearing these words, Sasuke chuckled lightly, saying, "As for the Hokage, let's leave that to Naruto in the future. You are aware of my dreams. They extend far beyond the confines of our humble village. Furthermore, continuing in this manner is simply too tedious. How about we settle this with a single decisive strike?" A single decisive strike? At this proclamation, beneath his mask, Bai felt an immediate surge of tension. He had heard Zabuza speak of Sasuke's formidable sword technique. Even someone of his caliber, who surpassed Sasuke by 2 levels, had nearly met his end at Sasuke's hands. Contemplating this for a long moment, Bai finally spoke, albeit with a slow deliberation. "Very well." With a whoosh. As soon as the words left her lips, Sasuke offered no time for Bai to react, disregarding the code of conduct and launching a surprise attack. The ninja blade flew forth like a meteor, synchronized with the second technique, Star Tread. In an instant, Sasuke executed a swift displacement. Before Bai could counter, a blade was already pressed against her bare, snow-white neck. Beneath the mask, Bai's fair face turned pale, her delicate form trembling slightly. In disbelief, she inquired, How did you discern my position?" Heh. Seeing his plan succeed, Sasuke remained composed, sheathing his ninja blade. He pointed at the hem of Bai's skirt with a grin. "It was this that led me to you." Lowering her gaze, Bai noticed a torn section of her skirt, revealing a smooth, jade-like calf, clearly the result of the kunai that had just been hurled by Sasuke. Previously, when the kunai had missed its mark, Bai had paid it no heed. In this moment, she comprehended that the kunai was not meant to attack, but rather to mark her position. What a meticulous strategy! I mused internally, before letting out a long sigh and shaking her head in resignation. Alas, I concede. Let us depart. Her voice was as melodious as a lark, yet her tone betrayed a sense of weariness and inevitability. Noticing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow and called out to Bai, who was about to turn away. Wait, miss. How much do you need? Perhaps I could assist you. At this juncture, upon seeing Bai slowly turn back, seemingly hesitant, Sasuke laughed heartily and added, I forgot to mention, you needn't worry about my financial standing. As of now, I doubt anyone in Konoha possesses greater wealth than I do. I am, quite literally, left with nothing but money. This is not mere boastfulness nor fanciful fabrication. Upon my initial arrival in this world, I witnessed the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Sasuke was astute enough to plunder the vast treasures amassed by the Uchiha before his departure. Even if he were to lose everything now, he had become a genius ninja. Thanks to the system. With his current appearance and substantial wealth, it would not pose a challenge for him to simply lie flat in Konoha. I discerned the sincerity behind Sasuke's words. He sighed deeply, shaking his head as he replied, however, our situation cannot be resolved merely with money. Thank you, Sasuke. What is it? Could you share it with me? If it requires financial support, I may indeed be able to assist you. Sasuke, perplexed, thought to himself that even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be an elite J-nin on par with Kakashi. In the grand scheme of the ninja world, he wondered why he should be bound to serve that despicable Kakazu. Seeing Sasuke hesitate to divulge anything, Bai pressed on with persistent inquiries. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bai finally spoke again. We are rogue ninjas from the land of Water's Kirigakure, currently being pursued by them. Now you understand, don't you? In just a few short sentences, a sense of helplessness pervaded the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's brows furrowed in contemplation. A rogue ninja? That did not concern him. Following the main storyline, he might also find himself branded a rogue ninja in the future. However, the thought of being hunted by the 5 great shinobi villages, particularly Kirigakure, presented a significant dilemma. His initial plan to bring Zabuza and Bai into Konoha now seemed utterly futile. If he proceeded with such a plan, could he truly protect them? Moreover, would Konoha, in the name of maintaining camaraderie among shinobi villages, not consider sending them away? Noticing Sasuke's changing expression upon hearing his words, Bai spoke slowly. Thank you, Sasuke. I recognize your genuine desire to help us. Yet, your future is boundless, and this matter is truly beyond your capacity to intervene. Strive diligently. I hope one day you can realize your aspirations and traverse the ninja world with unparalleled prowess. Zabuza and I must take our leave. May fate allow us to meet again. With that, he turned away, despondent, intending to depart. However, at that moment, Sasuke abruptly seized Bai's arm. As if a thought had suddenly struck him, he excitedly inquired, Miss, do you and Zabuza have a suitable destination after leaving the land of waves? Bai shook her head, offering no reply, silently conveying her helplessness. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's spirits soared. That's wonderful. I can recommend 2 places for you. Rest assured, with both of your strengths. If you remain cautious, even in the coming years, neither Kirigakure nor the other 5 great shinobi villages would dare to act against you lightly. Really? Bai responded, a hint of disbelief in her tone. In the current turmoil of the ninja world, could there truly exist a sanctuary for them? Without further hesitation, Sasuke continued. The first place is the land of waterfalls. You can go there to seek out a scientist named Orochimaru. He was once an elite J-nin of Konoha and is now a rogue ninja. He has established a new sound village within the realm of the land of waterfalls. Dear sister, you and Kakashi must pass discreetly, without causing a stir. Trust in the hidden mist village, even if they sense any disturbance. They would never dare to provoke a formidable opponent like Orochimaru. Who is Orochimaru, you ask? He is a mad scientist. Though his insanity is evident, he is not entirely malevolent. Furthermore, one of you is an elite jonin with considerable strength, while the other possesses a bloodline limit, precisely what Orochimaru covets. Although he might exhibit peculiar tendencies should he encounter Haku, Sasuke is certain that Orochimaru would not harm them. As for the matter of possession, according to the main storyline, he should be more enticed by his own desires. Thus, with me standing guard, there is no cause for concern. Seeking refuge in the land of water with Orochimaru, following the plot, should pose no issues in reaching the climax of our journey. The land of water? Haku paused, pondering. After a moment, she hesitantly inquired again, what about the other option? Not directly refuting, Sasuke continued to elaborate. He smiled and said, the other option is the Hidden Rain Village. This place houses an organization known as Akatsuki, which wields greater power than Orochimaru, who controls the land of water. However, I believe staying there long-term is unwise. In a few years, they are likely to orchestrate significant events. If you choose to go there, do not forget to lay low when the time comes. It is a wise precaution for self-preservation. Significant events? Haku was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing as she quickly grasped Sasuke's implication. Having journeyed with Zabuza, she had heard whispers of the hidden rain village. To her surprise, it was indeed an ambitious force. Contemplating this, she suddenly paused and queried, perplexed, "Wait, how could such clandestine information about the ninja world be known to you?" Haku was somewhat skeptical, not doubting Sasuke's words, but finding him enigmatic, unlike any ordinary genin. She even pondered whether he might be the secret successor groomed by the third Hokage. To her astonishment, Sasuke burst into laughter, waving his hand with pride as he declared, "Oh, this question is quite simple. My brother works within the Akatsuki organization, and coincidentally, he is also a rogue ninja. Moreover, if you decide to join Akatsuki, I can give him a heads up in advance. When the time comes, presenting my letter will ensure you are treated favorably within the organization." With that, Sasuke patted his chest, earnestly assuring her. Haku, hearing this, smirked beneath her mask, thinking to herself, this kid is quite impressive. His brother is a rogue ninja, and he can still dig into the foundations of Konoha. As a mere genin of Konoha, to have connections with the rogue ninja from the Rain Village is quite astonishing. At such a tender age, how extraordinary you must be, Sasuke. With this thought, Bai forced himself to calm the turmoil within his heart and slowly spoke. Well, I have decided to join the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. With your brother's guidance, things should proceed more smoothly. All right, leave it to me, Sasuke replied confidently, patting his chest. One day, he would venture to the Akatsuki. This was the bond between brothers. He wished to resolve matters swiftly, to see if he could avert future conflicts between kin. After all, he now possessed a system that would gradually enhance his strength through unlocking achievements. Not to mention, his current Sharingan was a result of the system's power. Even without the Sharingan, with this extraordinary system, it was inevitable that Sasuke would one day traverse the ninja world with dominance. He merely needed to bide his time until his strength was sufficient. For now, it was best to remain cautious and first escape the novice village of Konoha. With this in mind, Bai casually waved his hand, dispersing the ice needles embedded in Naruto. Simultaneously, he removed the mask from his face, revealing an enchanting visage that could rival even Sakura's beauty. This was an even more adorable girl than Sakura. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, his wounds shallow due to Bai's restrained attack. However, as the ice needles vanished, the slight injuries continued to bleed profusely. Yet at that moment, Naruto seemed oblivious to the pain, his eyes fixated on Bai as she approached him, his cheeks flushed, almost as if his eyes were about to pop out. At some point, Sasuke had stealthily circled behind Naruto and delivered a swift kick to his backside, scolding him. "What are you worrying about? Don't stare. She is not yours to claim. If you keep this up, Hinata will be heartbroken." Meanwhile, on the bridge, beyond the ice wall, Zabuza raised his massive blade, forcing Kakashi back. The blade was positioned horizontally against the ground. With his fingers joined, he pointed skyward, embodying a formidable and ancient presence. The other hand rested upon his heart, forming a hand seal while chanting incantations. The atmosphere was intricate and mysterious, imbued with an aura of antiquity and solemnity. The moisture in the air began to condense around him, releasing a distinctive salty scent of the sea. At that moment, a chorus of voices echoed in perfect harmony with Zabuza's incantation. When he looked up, he was astonished to see Kakashi mimicking his stance, left hand pointing skyward and right hand resting upon his heart. Shocked yet undeterred, Zabuza continued his actions. "I refuse to believe that your copied jutsu with the Sharingan can surpass the original." In the depths of his mind, he silently pondered, letting out a cold snort. At that moment, as he completed the hand seals, his gaze sharpened and he suddenly bellowed, "Water release, great waterfall technique." The sound resonated powerfully, each word echoing with thunderous intensity. As soon as the words left his lips, torrents of water began to coalesce beneath their feet, swiftly merging into a vast expanse of surging waves, accompanied by an overwhelming force, rushing towards each other. With a resounding crash, the colossal currents roared, raising towering waves. The tumultuous sea surged forth like an impenetrable wall of water, reaching towards the heavens. After approximately half a minute, the ninjutsu began to wane. Only then did both combatants take a step back, creating distance between them. Gasping for breath, Zabuza, leaning against the ground with his decapitating sword, looked at Kakashi with irritation and exclaimed, "You As an elite Jonin, do you not possess your own ninjutsu? Is it truly entertaining to rely solely on the Sharingan to pilfer techniques? Although his tone bore the weight of frustration, it was understandable. No one relishes the thought of facing an opponent utilizing the same character, let alone a ninja whose own techniques are countered by their adversaries. Seemingly heeding Zabuza's words, Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector, concealing the Sharingan. He then spoke slowly. Since you wish to witness my own ninjutsu, I shall reluctantly oblige you. With that, Kakashi restrained his right wrist with his left hand. His right hand curled into a claw-like shape, akin to an eagle's talon. With a fierce gaze, he summoned a whirlwind of lightning chakra, surging violently within his palm. In an instant, the crackling energy coalesced, pulsating with raw power. Kakashi, now wielding the thunder in his palm, resembled a divine being. Despite Kakashi's formidable presence, Zabuza felt no trace of fear. On the contrary, upon witnessing Kakashi cover his Sharingan, a look of ecstatic delight spread across Zabuza's face. You have pushed me to this point. As fellow elite Jonin, I had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with you. However, for the sake of my mission, I must unleash my full strength. Remember this. I call this technique Lightning Cutter. I have shattered thunder with this move before, and this time, I shall use it to cleave through you. With a maniacal laugh, Zabuza exclaimed, Shatter thunder? Kakashi, you truly have a knack for self-aggrandizement. Do you think that by concealing your Sharingan, I cannot perceive that your chakra is nearly depleted? Come. Your lightning cutter may be impressive, but I am eager to see how you will strike me amidst the fog. As his words faded, Zabuza performed a series of hand seals, rapidly shifting through them before he softly declared, Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. The sound gradually diminished, fading like a distant echo, vanishing into the ether. As the echoes dissipated, dense fog began to envelop the area, shrouding the surroundings in a thick mist. In an instant, the figures upon the bridge appeared as if they were suspended in the clouds, oblivious to one another. Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna well. Kakashi's voice resonated from a distance. Although aware that Kakashi was not far from her, his voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and dreamlike. A splendid opportunity, yet enveloped in the same mist. Visibility was utterly obscured. However, Zabuza was renowned for his silent assassination techniques, for he could see through the fog unimpeded, moving without a sound, killing in the shadows. Contemplating this, Zabuza's lips curled into a cruel smile, akin to a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood, his gaze fierce and menacing. Clenching his decapitating sword, he prepared to charge towards Sakura and Tazuna when suddenly he froze in place, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. How could this be? As the mist gradually dispersed, Zabuza's figure slowly re-emerged before Kakashi and the others. Yet now, in addition to his sword, he was ensnared by 3 ferocious hounds, clamped onto his vital joints like iron pincers. How is this possible? Kakashi, how could you possibly locate me in the fog? Zabuza's eyes widened in incredulity as he exclaimed once more. Observing this, Kakashi kicked the scroll at his feet and calmly replied, during our previous confrontation, I discreetly retained a corner of your garment. I then summoned my nindogs to help track you down. It was as simple as that. A faint chuckle escaped him, tinged with mockery. You have made a name for yourself through silent killing, yet how could I not prepare for your mist techniques? Hearing this, Zabuza begrudgingly released his sword. His fists clenched tightly. He understood that this was the consequence of an information disparity. After all, making one's signature technique known was a foolish endeavor. He recognized this truth. Yet he was powerless to avert it. Perhaps this was Zabuza's ultimate fate, to rise and fall by the very technique that defined him. Sighing, he conceded, Kakashi, you have won. With a heavy heart, restrained by the 3 hounds, Zabuza could no longer move a muscle. Noticing this, Kakashi replied, I apologize, but for the sake of ensuring that Tazuna's family can live in peace after our departure, I must send you to another world. Lightning crackled ominously in his palm. With that, as arcs of electricity entwined, Kakashi surged forward towards the stationary Zabuza in the distance. Could it truly end this way? Gazing at the increasingly blinding arcs of lightning, Zabuza slowly closed his eyes. Before the specter of life and death, he felt not despair, but a tinge of regret. The image of Haku's graceful figure unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, like a lotus flower emerging unsullied from the mud, and untainted despite the washing of clear waters. The path is straightforward, unadorned and pure, its fragrance wafting far and enhancing its clarity. It stands as an object of distant admiration, yet remains untouched by impudence. However, everything is about to change, as the realms of yin and yang diverge. One can only lament in solitude, wishing the fair maiden well and urging her to cherish herself. Within the icy confines of the magic mirror, Naruto, are you all right? Asked Bai with a gentle smile, her eyes resembling autumn waters, her face akin to a peach blossom, enveloping one in an indescribable sensation akin to the gentle caress of spring. And no, I'm fine, Naruto stammered, wiping the blood from his nose while staring blankly. Much like a lovesick fool. Observing this, Sasuke quietly sighed. He had not anticipated that his involvement in this ninja world, alongside the system, would lead Naruto to become so inept, resembling a lecher who could hardly move in the presence of a beautiful woman. He mused, how would this affect the future princess? The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Bai, not being oblivious to Naruto's fervent gaze, felt her cheeks warm slightly as she turned her back to alleviate the tension. Yet at that moment, Bai's expression shifted abruptly, and she murmured, no, it seems. Could it be that they have arrived? But how could that be? The land of waves was so concealed. How could they possibly find this place? Noticing Bai's serious demeanor as she whispered, Sasuke approached her and asked softly, Miss, when you mention they have arrived, are you referring to the ninjas from the Mist Village pursuing you? An elite Genin and a prodigy of bloodline limits, who could instill such fear in these two at this moment? Sasuke swiftly deduced the answer. Upon hearing his words, Bai nodded, then shook her head, her gaze distant as she instinctively replied, I don't know, but just now, in that instant, I felt as if there were several unusual water-type chakra fluctuations lurking in the air. Judging from these fluctuations, the chakra levels are extraordinary. And this aura is familiar. It is indeed that of the Mist Village ninjas. The more she spoke, the more enigmatic it became. Sasuke sensed Bai's anxiety and confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and reassured her, Miss, you need not worry. Perhaps it is merely your illusion? Allow me to gather Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza-senpai to patrol the area. If they are indeed present, we shall deal with them directly. There is no need for such concern. If Sasuke's words held truth, Kakashi would willingly assist. Coupled with Sasuke's enigmatic genius and his own bloodline limit, a mere handful of Mist Village ninjas would pose little threat. With this thought, Bai exhaled softly, turning to Sasuke with a gentle gaze. Thank you, Sasuke. It's nothing, just a small effort, Sasuke replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Bai was simply too beautiful. No man could remain indifferent to her charm. However, Sasuke is not a traitor. He must not engage in frivolous thoughts. At this moment, Naruto suddenly approached, adopting Sasuke's tone, and with a foolish grin, said, I propose, dear lady, that you simply accompany us back to Konoha. Our village is the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages, and should you join us, I assure you that the Mist Village would not dare to act against you. He pounded his chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. Bai discerned the underlying implication in Naruto's words, that should she choose to join Konoha, it would be solely on her behalf, leaving Zabuza entirely disregarded. Consequently, she gracefully declined. Upon hearing this, Sasuke smirked, thinking to himself, Naruto, are you recruiting talent for Konoha or seeking a partner for yourself? You've dropped the pretense, haven to you? How shameless. As Naruto faced rejection, a profound silence enveloped the scene once more. Just then, Bai's expression shifted dramatically, her delicate form swayed, and in an instant, she transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing within the crystalline confines of the magic mirror. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. However, in the next heartbeat, Sasuke seemed to recollect something, his eyes narrowing as he exclaimed, This is bad. How could I forget that Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza are still outside? On the bridge, the biting wind howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. Zabuza found himself firmly ensnared by 3 ninja hounds, unable to move. Kakashi, channeling lightning in his palm, surged towards Zabuza. Yet at that critical juncture, space behind Zabuza warped unexpectedly. Gradually, silhouettes formed from swirling water, materializing in thin air. These were the ninjas of the Mist Village. Sensing the potent chakra imbued with water, Kakashi swiftly deduced the origins of the newly appeared ninjas. Their sudden appearance at such a pivotal moment hinted at an intent to exploit the situation, perhaps to ambush both himself and Zabuza, achieving a dual victory. As if to affirm his suspicions, the group of ninjas flicked their wrists, unleashing a torrential barrage of shurikens that cascaded like raindrops. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted to slits, akin to entering sage mode. As one of Konoha's elite Genin, his reflexes were razor-sharp. Without a moment's hesitation, he redirected his lightning-infused attack toward one of the ninjas lurking behind Zabuza. launching like a piercing arrow. In the face of imminent peril, he cast aside thoughts of Zabuza. Altering his hand seals, he executed a single-handed technique, freeing himself from the clutches of the three ninja hounds, leaving Zabuza's fate to his own devices. Whether he lived or died was a matter left to destiny. Feeling the pressure ease from his shoulder, Zabuza lifted his gaze, catching sight of Kakashi as he dashed past. Momentarily taken aback, Zabuza found himself at a loss. Yet, as a fellow elite Genin, he quickly sensed the urgency of the situation. The terrifying sound of slicing wind behind him left him utterly startled. Move. He desperately wished to act, yet the excessive loss of blood rendered him half-numb, his legs weak, and his knees felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Sighing at the sight, he lamented and decisively ceased his struggles. After my departure, take care of yourself. I shall quietly guard you from across the sea. Farewell, my hope. He slowly closed his eyes, and at that moment, scenes from his life flashed before him in a rapid succession, as if fast-forwarded. Whether bitter or exhausting, each of those memories was filled with her enchanting silhouette, lingering in his mind, unforgettable yet elusive. But just then, a warm sensation unexpectedly radiated from his neck. Almost immediately, he felt a presence behind him. A familiar figure, intoxicating fragrance, awakened memories etched deep within his soul. In the next instant, he trembled slightly, his voice quivering as he whispered in disbelief, Bye. Is that you? Those few words seemed to drain all of his strength, leaving him pale and powerless, though he was reluctant to confront the truth. The reality was merciless. Turning around, he found a once familiar delicate form cradled in his arms. Though her breath was faint, her eyes sparkled with a smile. She resembled a wilting flower, beautiful yet sorrowful. Why are you so foolish? He held her tightly, scolding her even as tears streamed down his face like a torrent. I have no regrets. Live well, and I will silently protect you from across the sea. Her slender body trembled as she softly murmured, Bye, smiling. Gently closed her eyes, her life as radiant as spring blooms, and her demise as serene as autumn leaves. She appeared to be sleeping, utterly still. Though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, it only seemed to accentuate her beauty, a masterpiece of nature. Bye. A piercing scream shattered the heavens. As he clutched her tightly, weeping uncontrollably. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the scene, the tragedy had already unfolded. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. To be honest, apart from Sakura, this was the first time he had encountered such a captivating girl. He believed he had finally found love. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and everything dissipated into nothingness. Sasuke sighed softly. Considering Bai's sudden reaction earlier and the wound on her chest now, he was convinced that this was the result of Zabuza's sacrifice to shield her. While he admired Zabuza, Kakashi was also his mentor. He felt torn, unable to express more, merely lamenting that perhaps this was the cruel hand of fate. An unavoidable tragedy he could not alter. But just then, as the fog in the distance gradually dissipated, several figures shrouded in mist began to materialize. The foremost man spoke in a sarcastic tone, truly deserving of the title copy Ninja Kakashi from Konoha, quick to react and agile in movement. I shall overlook your recent act of slaughtering our Mist Village ninjas, given our shared friendship as part of the 5 great ninja villages. The man donned a light-colored vest, wore black-rimmed glasses, and sported short blue hair, his teeth resembling a jagged edge, presenting an odd yet refined appearance. However, the large blade wrapped in bandages that he wielded, along with his defiant demeanor, starkly contrasted with his seemingly delicate persona. Those unfamiliar with him would hardly believe that such a seemingly frail scholar-like ninja could possess such a dissonant side. As Sasuke and the others remained in shock, Kakashi retorted with a hint of irritation, Overlook it? Humph. Jur, do you Mist Village ninjas think Konoha is easy prey? How dare you brazenly ambush me? I might have let the matter slide, but to hear you play the victim is utterly ridiculous. At the mention of Jur, Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. The large blade wrapped in bandages in the man's grasp was eerily familiar. It was the second of the 7 ninja swords from the Mist Village, known as the Twin Swords. Flounder. Despite Kakashi's unfriendly tone, Jur remained unfazed, responding with a nonchalant smile. You misunderstand us, Kakashi. We merely aim to assist you. After all, Zabuza is not only your enemy but also a rogue ninja we in the Mist Village are determined to eliminate. The 5 great ninja villages are interconnected. How could we harm one another without cause? Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi, my friend? The earlier statements were mere excuses, but the last 2 sentences concealed deeper meaning. The matter of assistance was not the crux. The fact remained that in ambushing Zabuza, they had also attacked Kakashi. The current situation among the 5 great ninja villages, though appearing calm on the surface, was rife with subtle conflicts. Chjur's words, seemingly sarcastic, served as a reminder to Kakashi not to stir the pot. They had indeed ambushed you. Without compelling evidence, mere words would be insufficient, even if Konoha intervened later. With this thought, Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly as he swiftly moved to stand before Team 7 and Tazuna, silent and contemplative. Observing this, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Chjur's lips. He then slowly approached Zabuza, who appeared despondent, as if his soul had departed, and coldly stated, "Why bother? Zabuza, as an elite jonin of the Mist Village, you could have met your end with honor, leaving behind a commendable legacy. Yet, you have chosen to rot in this desolate place, forever tainted. Alas! Though it is regrettable, this is a choice you made, and I bear no blame." The tone is frigid, yet as the words flow, it unexpectedly transforms into a veneer of feigned sympathy. It seems as though the words are deliberately directed towards the onlookers of Team 7, insincere and somewhat nauseating. Haha. It feels as if I have encountered the most ludicrous of jokes. If I do not unleash a howling cry to the heavens, I might as well be mad. Truly laughable, laughable to the utmost. To die for the hidden Mist Village? Does it even merit such a sacrifice? For decades, I have fought and bled for you. Drenched in the tumult of battle, yet this is the fate that befalls me. Ha ha ha. The laughter is boisterous, yet it cannot conceal the profound desolation. He then inquires in a deep voice, "Before I meet my end, I am quite curious, how did you manage to find this place so swiftly? Can you enlighten me?" Upon hearing this, Chojuro's expression remained amicable, calm and unyielding, as he smiled and replied, "Very well. In light of your previous contributions to the hidden Mist Village, I shall grant you this clarity before your demise." With that, Chojuro clapped his hands. As the applause echoed, within mere seconds, a short, stout man clad in a suit, leaning on a cane, gradually emerged from the thick fog. Kato. Witnessing this, Zabuza gasped in disbelief. His eyes turned crimson, teeth clenched, trembling with rage as he spat. "It's you. Now I understand. You were the informant. You wretched fat man. I should have heeded Haku's words and ended you. I despise you. I loathe you." His roar reverberated, brimming with animosity. In response, Kato, emerging from the mist, smiled with arrogance. "Who compelled her to injure me? I, Kato, shall not finance 2 dogs that bite their master." Humph. Zabuza. Do you truly believe I would swallow my pride after the last incident? Haraha. Upon overhearing their exchange, Sasuke finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the relationship between Kato and Zabuza was not as straightforward as he had previously assumed. It was one of mutual exploitation. One sought to evade the pursuit of the hidden Mist Village, while the other wished to employ the elite jonin for his nefarious deeds. However, some conflict must have arisen midway, leading Kato to turn against Zabuza, drawing the wrath of the hidden Mist Village, resulting in the tragic scenario at hand. This cannot stand. Such matters could be overlooked, but now that it unfolds before my eyes, if I feign ignorance, I shall inevitably find my path as a ninja obstructed and my conscience troubled. As if sensing the stir behind him, Kakashi extended his right arm, effectively blocking Sasuke's intended advance. "Sasuke, what do you intend to do?" "I am going to rescue Zabuza-senpai and bring back Haku." To see if there is still hope. Though he discerned the warning in Kakashi's tone, Sasuke appeared impervious to it, responding with unwavering resolve. "No way. This concerns the matter of the Mist Village, and we, as citizens of Konoha, must not hastily intervene for the sake of maintaining balance among the 5 great ninja villages." Kakashi slightly tilted his head, a flicker of sternness appearing in his gaze. This caused Naruto and Sakura, who stood nearby, to lower their heads, stifling the words they were about to utter. How infuriating are we truly to stand by and watch 2 lives extinguish before our very eyes? What other choice do we have? Even if we were to save them, would Uncle Dazna's family simply turn a blind eye? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi, seemingly losing patience, raised his voice with sudden firmness. "I have already arranged for their departure. They have promised not to serve Kato any longer and will leave this place." At these words, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed in Kakashi's eyes, only to dim almost immediately thereafter. He was suddenly reminded of his father, the White Fang, whose adherence to a misguided sense of duty ultimately led to his disgrace and tragic demise. He recalled Abido, who, like the young man before him, possessed the Sharingan, and who was buried alive while protecting Rin and himself. Would I allow such a fate to repeat itself with Sasuke? No. With this thought, Kakashi hesitated only for a moment before resolutely responding. "This is a matter of principle. As members of Konoha, we must adhere to our beliefs." Clenching his fists tightly, The sound of cracking knuckles echoed as Sasuke lowered his head, enveloped in silence. He resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, restless yet eerily calm at that moment. Touching the twin swords in his hands, Chojuro glanced at Zabuza, whose pallor betrayed excessive blood loss, and slowly inquired, "Do you have any final words?" His tone was gentle, yet the mockery within it intensified. Final words? Indeed. To Chojuro's surprise, Zabuza responded with unexpected tranquility. "You have sent me to assassinate the third Mizukage, Yagura. But as the Jinchuriki, he is far too formidable. I have devoted myself to your cause, yet even after my failure, you refuse to spare me. Even in this remote place? Is this the fate of the ninjas from the Mist Village? The so-called heroes you speak of?" Zabuza's voice rose in volume, seemingly intended for the ninjas following Chojuro. At his words, several Mist Village ninjas exchanged glances, deep in thought. Witnessing this, Chojuro's anger flared. The calm expression on his face twisted into one resembling a malevolent spirit. Silence. Ha ha ha. Zabuza, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appeared almost deranged. Me silent? Chojuro. You sycophant of Terumi-me. I assume that by now, you've managed to chase me while the third Mizukage has been eliminated by your schemes? You want me to be silent? Are you feeling guilty? Afraid that your disgrace might be revealed? But I, Zabuza, fear nothing. The heart has perished along with hope. In my life, I have committed countless sins, yet I shall await you by the gates of hell. Jur, you shall not die a peaceful death. The voice resonated, each word echoing with thunderous intensity. Upon hearing this, Jur could no longer suppress the fury raging within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. The bindings on his twin blades fell away entirely. Immediately, a formidable surge of chakra manifested upon the blades, reminiscent of a tumultuous river in reverse, a terrifying spectacle. You shall perish. Raising his twin blades high, Jur bellowed, ready to strike down Zabuza on the ground. Sasuke was taken aback by the sight. He was well aware of the twin blades. They were weapons capable of infinitely storing chakra power at any moment. Nurtured over time, their potential would be unleashed at a critical juncture. Once drawn, they would ensure that the target would face utter annihilation. At this moment, Zabuza's complexion was ashen, his body trembling slightly. It was evident that he had lost too much blood to evade this strike. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. This was unmistakably a sign of seeking death. No, even if I were to concede 1,000 times, I cannot allow Zabuza and Haku to perish before me, leaving no trace. For the sake of survival, Sasuke could endure. But Jur, to commit such heinous acts of murder before his very eyes, was absolutely intolerable. With a flick of his wrist, before Kakashi could sense the impending danger, Sasuke unleashed the sword of Indra, which shot forth like a meteor, leaving streaks of light as it raced towards Jur, who wielded the twin blades. Humph. Ridiculous. The moment the sword of Indra was hurled, Jur sensed its approach. Although its power was formidable in the eyes of Jur, an elite shinobi armed with the legendary twin blades, such force was insufficient. As if hearing Jur's thoughts, the ninjas from the hidden mist began to launch shurikens to intercept the incoming blade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they froze in place. For in that fleeting moment, a hand inexplicably appeared on the hilt of the flying sword of Indra. Upon closer inspection, the owner of the hand was none other than Sasuke, who had been silently standing behind Kakashi, the second form of the crescent moon dance, stepping on stars. Sasuke's figure suddenly materialized, his voice ringing with fury as his aura surged. He resembled an unyielding mountain, standing resolute, yet in that instant, imparting an overwhelming sense of otherworldliness. Sasuke, come back. Witnessing this, Kakashi was taken aback, his mask barely concealing the astonishment in his single visible eye. Engaging in a reckless battle with high-ranking ninjas of the Hidden Mist? Should they pursue this matter? Isn't Sasuke, at this moment, treading the same path as his father, Kakashi? Betraying the village's rules, he faced the scorn of thousands and ultimately succumbed to despair. With this thought, Kakashi could no longer remain indifferent. As the handprint transformed, a circle formed beneath the feet, surrounded by an ever-growing tempest of thunder. Could it be that Kakashi is about to join the fray? No. The wind-up before the attack was excessively prolonged. By the time Kakashi formed his hand seals, the opportunity had vanished. The confrontation transpired in an ephemeral moment. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already teleported to his destination using the recently employed space-time ninjutsu. All he could do now was pray that Sasuke would survive the strike from the dual-bladed flatfish. Then, he would seize the moment to advance. If he could rescue Sasuke, it would not be in vain. In this instant, he suddenly comprehended the sentiments his father must have felt when he forsook a mission for the sake of his comrades. Right and wrong are inherently intertwined, determined by the individual. Some actions must be undertaken despite the knowledge of their futility. Upon witnessing Sasuke's mastery of space-time ninjutsu once more, Jur was momentarily taken aback. He had heard tales of the previous fourth Hokage, who had also navigated the ninja world with a singular space-time technique, the Flying Thunder God. Could it be that this young man is the son of the fourth? Contemplating this, Jur felt a sudden jolt within. If it were merely an ordinary individual, it would be inconsequential. However, if he were indeed the offspring of the fourth Hokage, it could not be underestimated. With this thought in mind, Jur subtly shifted his stance, positioning his dual blades behind him. He abandoned the notion of countering Sasuke with his weapons, instead opting to wait until Sasuke made his move, ready to dismiss him with a swift kick. After all, despite Sasuke's prodigious talent, he was, at this tender age, merely a genin, posing little threat. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not afford to take any reckless chances that might result in harm to the young man. Otherwise, the situation could escalate into a conflict between their respective villages. At the moment when Chang Shirlang was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, in the blink of an eye, he beheld Zui Zhu wielding the sword of Indra, his aura suddenly soaring to unparalleled heights. Furious intent to kill relentlessly coalesces from the surroundings. It manifests almost as a tangible force, akin to rivers converging into the sea, forming streams that frantically converge upon the Indra's sword held by the assistant. At this moment, the assistant wielded his sword with a commanding grip, gazing down with unparalleled authority, and bellowed loudly, Konoha flowing sword technique, dance of the crescent moon, first form, wind slash. Suddenly witnessing this scene, Nagajuro's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Konoha flowing sword technique? How have I never heard of it before? Could it be the secret technique of the son of the Hokage? My goodness! This murderous intent! It has materialized visibly before my eyes. How many lives has he taken to hone his skills? Is it possible that Konoha, in its quest to cultivate such a god of death, resorts to the cruel act of sacrificing the living to feed his prowess? In but a fleeting moment, Nagajuro's thoughts spiraled and twisted, akin to wild grass that flourishes endlessly, impossible to sever completely, no matter the effort. However, this only lasted for a mere tenth of a second. Long Jiulang, suddenly awakening from his astonishment, no longer dared to hold back. Turning around, with both hands firmly grasping the twin blades, he pivoted and, with unwavering resolve, struck downwards into the void before him. In the distance, Kakashi's palm crackled with lightning, his face illuminated by flashes of electric light, flickering ominously. Observing Sasuke channeling that formidable sword intent, he murmured in astonishment, "This kid, after enhancing his chakra control, that strike seems to have grown even stronger. Could it be that Sasuke has become even more powerful?" Almost instinctively, as he gazed at Sasuke, who was soaring ahead with a single stroke, Naruto muttered to himself. At that moment, an absurd thought suddenly sprang to his mind. It appeared that Sasuke might be better suited to be the future Hokage than himself. Despite his diligent efforts, Sasuke, a prodigy, was equally dedicated. 1 + 1 = 2. No matter how hard he tried, would he not always fall short of Sasuke by half? Lost in such contemplation, Naruto involuntarily cast a glance at the blushing Sakura beside him. Perhaps his goddess Sakura was not worthy of someone like Sasuke after all. Sakura gazed at the unparalleled figure of Sasuke, her mind unwittingly conjuring an image. One day, Sasuke wielding a ninja sword, riding on a rainbow cloud to take her as his bride. Clad in a phoenix crown and a flowing red gown, she smiled radiantly. The two would step into the hall, and years later, they would have a daughter. Although lost in fantasy, she had already decided on her daughter's name, Sarada. Haha, the future 5th Hokage could not possibly be swayed by a mere ninja from the Mist Village. What a joke! Though a flicker of shock crossed Dazna's eyes, it vanished almost instantly. He remained steadfast in his belief that Sasuke was the successor secretly nurtured by the 3rd Hokage. It was an instinct, a deeply ingrained intuition forged through years of struggle. In other words, someone like Sasuke was destined to transform into a dragon, soaring through the heavens. Unless the 3rd Hokage suffered from senility, there was no reason to overlook such a formidable talent. The murderous intent coalesced, gathering upon Indra's sword, condensing into a single point, and surged towards the twin blades. Chakra continued to rise, wildly overflowing from the twin blades, surging upwards to meet the fierce advance of Indra's sword. With a resounding crash, The two forces collided with tremendous might, astonishingly powerful. Instantly, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted, expanding in concentric circles from the two combatants. Like a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a stone, creating ripples that lingered long after. The clash of murderous intent and chakra power ensued. Moments later, at a certain instant, Sasuke was hurled backward. Initially, his body flailed like a ragged sack in the air, spinning uncontrollably. Yet, nearly a second later, claw-like flames erupted from his legs, shooting forth like chains, piercing the air with fierce velocity. Suddenly, like tendrils reaching out, they grasped the ground until Sasuke was sent flying, stabilizing his form before gradually transforming into flickering flames that merged back into Sasuke's body. This was indeed the chakra manifestation that Sasuke had demonstrated that day. My heavens! If this continues, this prodigy may one day invent a fire-based chakra mode. The astonishment in Kakashi's eyes did not wane. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. When did such a figure emerge in the ninja world? This was nothing short of extraordinary. At such a tender age, he already exhibited the potential to create his own ninjutsu? What on earth is happening in this ninja realm? Is there no place left for the so-called geniuses of yore? Madness! I must be going insane. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the lightning blade he had just formed dissipated due to a momentary distraction, flickering out like a lost spark. The so-called genius of Konoha? Preposterous. With Sasuke standing before him, who would dare to claim such a title? Unprecedented and unparalleled. Who would dare to call themselves the greatest genius of Konoha? You, who exactly are you? On the Jianxiao Bridge, the cold wind howled. Chjur's arms trembled. As if shaken by a scythe, he gazed at Sasuke, who stood unwavering with his ninja sword in hand. After a long pause, he finally asked, Konoha, Sasuke, just an ordinary genin? Sasuke replied calmly, his expression as serene as a still pond. A genin? Chjur narrowed his eyes, wielding his dual blades, contemplating internally. He could not fathom that Sasuke was merely an ordinary genin from Konoha. How could a genin stand up to an elite nin like himself at such a young age? Absurd. If that were true, this ninja world would be utterly deranged. If Sasuke were to boast about his abilities, Chjur might have harbored some doubts. But now, the more modest Sasuke appeared, the less Chjur believed him. Had he been deceived? Sasuke scrutinized Chjur's expression, secretly reveling in his amusement, yet remained silent. Then, with a light cough and a hint of derision, he spoke deliberately. Directing his gaze towards Chjur, let us cease hostilities, or you could always report me to the third Hokage. As for the charges, feel free to fabricate whatever you like. I am indifferent. With that, Sasuke shrugged his shoulders, placing his hands on his hips, adopting an air of nonchalance. Very well, Chjur replied without a moment's hesitation. We shall call it a truce. But Zabuza is a rogue ninja from our mist village, and we must take him with us. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately objected. Why had he intervened? Was it not to rescue Zabuza? With a chuckle, he retorted, what a coincidence. Zabuza has inadvertently angered me as well. I intend to take him back to Konoha for some well-deserved punishment. If you refuse, then we shall continue. However, one must ponder carefully. Should I be provoked, the mere trifling of the hidden mist village shall not hinder the onslaught of Konoha like a dragon. As the conversation took a sharp turn, Sasuke suddenly narrowed his eyes, resolutely rejecting the notion with unyielding conviction. Observing this, Chijiro's expression shifted dramatically. At such a tender age, daring to speak to him in such a manner was audacious indeed. In this moment, even if Sasuke candidly admitted to lacking support, he would not believe a single word of his deceit. After a prolonged silence, Chijiro flicked his sleeve with a cold snort, declaring, Sasuke, I shall remember you. In the future, you had best not allow me to uncover any weaknesses, or else you shall face dire consequences. With that, Chijiro turned away, gesturing to his subordinates, who swiftly transformed into mere puddles of water, vanishing from sight. At this sight, the members of Team 7, observing from a distance, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They recognized that Chijiro had indeed retreated. After all, such a formidable individual was unparalleled even within the vast ninja world. Perhaps only the legendary Sage of Six Paths or the original Sage of the Shinobi, Hashirama, could rival him. As the mulberry leaves fall, their lushness remains. Alas! The cuckoo cries out, lamenting the absence of mulberries. Zabuza cradled his cold cheeks in his hands, embodying all his hopes in that moment. Why pursue the path of a ninja? Is not living well sufficient? No. Had I not become a ninja, perhaps I would have perished in the land of water long before encountering Haku. Ah, fate and destiny. Perhaps this is the ultimate fate of most ninjas. To arrive empty-handed and depart alone, like autumn leaves hidden within the earth, leaving no trace behind. Haku, I am coming. I only implore you to wait for me on the other shore, for there are matters I must discuss with Sasuke. At the utterance of these words, Sasuke had already positioned himself beside Zabuza, his expression profoundly complex. Zabuza-senpai, do you have any final words to impart? Waiting and hoping encompass the entirety of human wisdom. He too perceived the truth. Haku's death was akin to casting Zabuza, already ensnared in darkness, into a deeper abyss, extinguishing all hope for eternity. Given this, Sasuke respected his every choice in this moment. After a pause, Zabuza turned to Sasuke and spoke earnestly. Sasuke, upon your return to Konoha, exercise utmost caution. Why, you ask? Because I once encountered a bounty in the black market for your assassination. The reward was substantial. However, I refrained from accepting it, unaware that the target happened to be one of the members of Team 7. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brows. The revelation was utterly unexpected and surreal. After contemplating, he cautiously inquired, how did you deduce that the individual issuing the bounty was a ninja from Konoha? Sasuke pondered internally, questioning if he had indeed made any enemies in Konoha. Could it be Danzo? Yet, that seemed implausible. As a pawn and restraining Itachi, he should have been eager to offer himself up, so how could he possibly act contrary to that? Contemplating this, he heard Zabuza add, that man, due to his extravagant expenditure, was subsequently targeted by a horde of rogue ninjas upon leaving. Although I am not in need of money, my curiosity about his origins compelled me to follow. Later, you attacked him alongside others, did you not? No, by the time I arrived, the ground was already strewn with the corpses of several nin. It was a brief encounter. One could discern that the opponent was formidable, exhibiting ruthless prowess. And even if not a nin, he certainly possessed the caliber of an elite nin. My conviction that he hails from Konoha stems from the fact that I inadvertently discovered this. As he spoke, Zabuza extended his right hand, and a ninja headband emblazoned with the Konoha symbol materialized within his grasp. Sasuke accepted the headband, mentally noting this revelation before stowing it away in his ninja pouch. Thank you, senior. If you have any further instructions, I shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my ability. A person on the brink of death often speaks kindly. Furthermore, Zabuza revealing such a significant secret detrimental to himself could be considered an act of saving his own life. Such profound gratitude cannot go unacknowledged. After my death, please bury me alongside Haku. Thank you, Sasuke. Senior, are you truly resolute in this decision? Sasuke implored, somewhat unwilling to relent. So, Haraha, I would rather remain eternally with Haku on that distant shore than ever set foot in this ninja world again. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The path is fraught with thorns, demanding choices made with blood and flesh. This world is too bitter, far too bitter, were there a choice. I would not wish to start anew, for humanity is unworthy. With those final words, a smile graced his lips. Embracing Haku, Zabuza slowly closed his eyes. The two remained motionless, peacefully slumbering, akin to a pair of stones nestled together. Stillness is eternity. In an unknown forest within the land of waves, torrential rain poured and thunder rumbled. Kato ran desperately. At one moment, it seemed his stamina had reached its limit. He leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Who would have thought that the folks from Kirigakure would act even more unpredictably than I, Kato? To leave without so much as a word. This is utterly outrageous. I even took the initiative to inform you. Had it not been for my cleverness, I would have been left on that bridge, complaining incessantly. He suddenly recalled something and cursed vehemently. Those two fools, Ishikawa and Yashiyasu, can't even handle two ordinary people? Truly useless. He then thought of the two nin he had dispatched to capture the family of Tazuna. The longer they took to accomplish their task and return to protect him, the angrier he became. Upon contemplating this, he took a deep breath to regain some strength, intending to return to his lair. However, at that moment, a sudden numbness gripped his calf, followed swiftly by a piercing pain. In the next instant, Cardo lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, rolling about in agony. Simultaneously, he wailed with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I have money. If you grant me my life, I will offer you all the wealth I possess. Just let me go. Cardo was astute. Upon noticing the sharp arrow lodged in his leg, he immediately cried out for clemency. He understood well that in the current ninja world, chaos reigned, with factions vying for power. Despite the apparent unity among nations, they were as scattered as grains of sand, each secretly amassing strength. Perhaps, on the morrow or in the future, the fourth great ninja war would descend upon them. In this tumultuous time, everything was ephemeral, save for the tangible power of wealth and strength. This was true for Ishikawa and Yoshihiro. who had previously risked their lives for him, and it was equally true for the shadowy assailant who had ambushed him. Yet, just as Cardo calculated his next move, a petite figure suddenly emerged in his line of sight, becoming clearer from a haze. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of terror flashed in Cardo's eyes. It was a mere child. More precisely, it was a young girl, not much older, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. Although she was dressed adorably, her eyes burned with a cold, hateful fire. This girl was Inari, the one whom Sasuke had saved earlier. How much do you want? I can give you anything. Just please spare me. The words tumbled from his lips. Though brief, the fear in his heart had vanished, replaced by fury directed at Ishikawa and Yoshihiro. Had these two fools been by his side, he would not have been bullied by a mere child. I do not desire your filthy money, I seek your life. Her voice was frigid, as she aimed her crossbow directly at the incapacitated Cardo. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating Inari's cheeks in a flickering interplay of light and shadow. We have no enmity, and you are so young. How can your heart be so cruel? When bribery failed, Cardo hastily shifted tactics, attempting to evoke a sense of moral obligation in hopes of finding an escape. Without directly addressing Cardo's words, Inari continued. You must be waiting for those two knife-wielding ninjas who usually accompany you, correct? You need not wait any longer. They have already been sent to hell by my brother Sasuke. Soon, you shall join them. What? Upon hearing this, Cardo's composure shattered. Though he had spoken at length, he indeed harbored that very thought. What astonished him was how this young girl could see through his intentions so effortlessly. It was utterly terrifying. Who are you? He trembled as he asked. My name is Inari, the granddaughter of Dazuna. A few years ago, before nearly everyone in the Land of Waves, you heinously murdered my father. Today, I have come to collect the debt. Kato. The voice thundered like a storm. Kato, startled, quickly responded, Little girl, listen, if you spare my life, I promise to give you an abundance of wealth, ensuring that your later years are filled with comfort and ease. You are still young and do not comprehend the hardships of the ninja world. Losing a father in exchange for a life of luxury is truly not a loss. Before Kato could continue his nonsensical pleas, Inari aimed her crossbow at his heart, and with a swift motion of her wrist, Kato convulsed a few times before drawing his last breath. Wealth? Could money ever restore the life of her deceased father? With her vengeance fulfilled, Inari felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had long dreamed of this day, but in reality, faced with the formidable Kato, she had been forced to endure in silence. Yet now, everything had changed. She had embraced a new beginning, and all of this was granted to her by her brother Sasuke. The image of him involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. The torrential rain soaked her hair as she tilted her head slightly upward, her beautiful eyes gazing at the sky, her delicate lips whispering, Thank you, Sasuke brother. Time passes unfathomably, and the years shift silently. In the blink of an eye, it had been several days since Team 7 departed from the Land of Waves. At this moment, the four of them sat upon the returning boat to Konoha, each one rendered speechless, as though a hand had clasped their throats. Sasuke, cradling his execution sword, stared blankly, lost in thought. Naruto, too, kept his head lowered. The death of Haku weighed heavily on him. After all, to be moved by a ninja's fate is not something ordinary people can comprehend. Even with the ambition of becoming Hokage, there were few who could rival that resolve. Was the destiny of a ninja ultimately to end up like Zabuza and Haku? If this were true, then what Konoha had long proclaimed would merely be a cruel joke. Efforts? Sacrifices? Was the assassination of the Mizukage merely a means to an ostentatious peace, or was it truly for selfish gain? His heart was a tumult of emotions. This journey to the Land of Waves had profoundly altered Naruto's worldview. It seemed that whether he could become Hokage no longer mattered. Right and wrong, truth and falsehood. In that moment, all seemed devoid of significance. A sense of confusion washed over him. If, in the future, Sasuke were to be ambushed, would I have the courage to step in like Haku did? He glanced at Sasuke, who held his execution sword in silence. Sakura's heart was equally complicated, not lesser than Naruto's turmoil. Yet if a tragedy akin to the one in the Land of Waves were to occur, would she truly possess the courage to confront death for true love, as Haku did? After much contemplation, Sakura gently shook her head, silently pondering. Perhaps, given his innate talent. It is I who am unworthy. The river lay shrouded in thick mist, and the four aboard the vessel were lost in their own thoughts, ensconced in silence. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who was clutching the beheading sword with a vacant expression, as if his soul had departed. A chill ran through him. He feared the potential influence of Zabuza's words on Sasuke's future. Clearing his throat, He spoke in a grave tone. Sasuke, although I know you will resent my words. As your teacher, I feel compelled to caution you. Recently, your actions have been rather extreme. His tone was amiable, lacking the reproach that once characterized his speech. However, Sasuke retorted, Kakashi-sensei, I understand your intentions are for my future. But ask yourself, have my actions during this period been inappropriate in any way? Caught off guard, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, during their time at the Ninja Academy, those two rascals had bullied Naruto. And Sasuke had done nothing wrong in that regard. As for Zabuza, gritting his teeth, Kakashi replied, Zabuza's situation is a matter for their village. We from Konoha should not interfere. Today, you were fortunate. It seems that Jur was intimidated by you. However, had he not been, upon your return to Konoha, you would undoubtedly face repercussions, potentially jeopardizing your future. His tone was stern, and his expression grave. Yet, upon hearing this, Sasuke laughed. The 5 great ninja villages are truly amusing. They preach unity while engaging in open rivalry, presenting one facade while concealing another. Regulations? Utter nonsense. They speak with such arrogance, yet insist we, the lower-ranked ninjas, adhere to their rules. Zabuza-senpai is already a rogue ninja. He is no longer a part of the Mist Village. My escort mission is complete, and I have acted beyond my official duties. Thus, my intervention to save Zabuza-senpai is merely a personal endeavor, entirely reasonable and lawful. Sasuke's radical assertions plunged Kakashi into despair. It has arrived. The very concern he dreaded has manifested. Genius is indeed a blessing, yet like a fine steel, if too rigid, it may shatter, without the ability to adapt. How can one hope to grow? With this thought, Kakashi deliberately cooled his expression, his tone laced with displeasure. Do you comprehend what you have just uttered? With those very words, they could fabricate a reason to arrest you and subject you to severe interrogation. His voice thundered, startling Sakura and Naruto, who had never witnessed such fury from Kakashi. He resembled a beast of the jungle, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a resounding roar that echoed the defiance of his past, Sasuke gazed skyward, exclaiming, so if one does not adhere to their whims, they can simply discard the rules and turn hostile? With that, he set down his executioner's blade and rose to face Kakashi, his voice heavy with conviction. I have heard tales of your father, the esteemed White Fang, who forsook the so-called missions assigned by Konoha for the sake of his comrade solace. Ultimately, his so-called failures brought immense shame and loss to our village, leading him to take his own life in despair. Kakashi's countenance darkened at these words, as if he had been struck by an unseen force, his emotions roiling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet Sasuke pressed on. I truly fail to comprehend what error White Fang committed in his actions. Were the values of unity, cooperation, and team spirit we learned in the Ninja Academy merely empty rhetoric, akin to the arbitrary rules we follow? Pausing momentarily, he continued, I have also heard of your former team, which included a predecessor named Obito, who was so kind-hearted that he would assist elderly women across the street, often arriving late. And there was a comrade named Rin, who, upon encountering injured creatures by the roadside, would selflessly expend her limited time and utilize her medical ninjutsu to heal them. Yet, tragically, they both perished on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Their ages mirrored that of the 3 of us in Team 7, merely teenagers. How could such youthful souls be thrust into the brutality of war? Since the era of the first Hokage, Konoha has stood as the mightiest of the 5 great nations. What kind of righteous war could drain Konoha so thoroughly? The 3 predecessors adhered to Konoha's so-called rules, yet their fates were so grim. Enough, Kakashi interjected, pained, fist clenched tightly. The losses of his father, White Fang, and his cherished friends, Obito and Rin, were wounds he could never fully heal. Time may dull the pain, but when mentioned, it strikes with the force of a needle. While the anger in his voice held a certain gravitas, Sasuke appeared undeterred, passionately articulating, are we fighting for the benefit of Konoha, or merely serving as pawns for the selfish desires of a few? The lessons taught in the Ninja Academy may sound harmonious, yet in times of crisis, they betray us with swiftness surpassing that of turning a page. Konoha nurtured us, but we ninjas are not mere beneficiaries. We must earn our livelihoods through our missions, not receive them free of charge. They claim Konoha has made us who we are, yet without us ninjas, would Konoha even endure? I declare this. If Konoha rejects me, I shall forsake it. If the heavens turn against me, I shall pierce the heavens themselves. His voice resonated with fervor, each word reverberating like the toll of a morning bell, as Sasuke's heart and mind suddenly found clarity. As the 3 members of Class 7 heard these words, They were simultaneously struck with astonishment, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of Sasuke, as if he were a monster. Before they could fully recover from their shock, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a fierce wind howled. In an instant, Sasuke's Sharingan awakened with a snap, as ominous clouds threatened to engulf him. Crimson light surged forth, and before anyone could comprehend the sudden and extraordinary phenomenon, purple energy orbs began to surge into Sasuke's body, akin to a colossal whale drinking water, frantically entering his chakra points. Concurrently, an indescribable sensation flooded his mind. At that moment, it felt as though Sasuke was on the brink of stepping into a new dimension, unlocking a door to a realm he had never before traversed. His chakra surged with relentless might, and the sound of system notifications echoed in his mind, audible only to him. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully leveled up to level 9. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully leveled up to level 10. Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully leveled up too. The notifications continued to play in his mind. Yet Sasuke's consciousness had already plunged into a trance as the purple energy orbs infiltrated his being. Meanwhile, in a void billions of miles away from the ninja world, two figures, miraculously traversing the emptiness, suddenly halted in their tracks. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout. Both donned white garments and veils, their eyes gleaming with a white hue reminiscent of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. At one moment, the shorter figure spoke up, "Lady Peach, it seems something is amiss in that direction." Upon hearing this, the tall and lean man frowned thoughtfully and solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is an unusual presence, and it evokes a sensation that is both familiar and foreign. Akin to, despite his masculine voice, his appearance bore an exquisite beauty, his fair complexion, and a pure veil atop his head resembling a bridal gown. Were it not for his speech, any unfamiliar observer might mistake him for an extraordinarily beautiful woman. As if struck by a sudden thought, the Otsutsuki Peach paused, then gradually continued. "We must allocate some energy to investigate the divine tree." "The divine tree? My lord, with Kaguya guarding it, is it truly necessary?" the Otsutsuki-kin inquired, puzzled. "I can't shake the feeling that Kaguya is concealing something sinister. Furthermore, who wouldn't be tempted in the presence of such power? It is prudent to ascertain the situation. Better to be prepared than caught off guard," Otsutsuki Peach replied. "I shall heed your command, my lord." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki-kin offered a slight bow. In the land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, at the root headquarters, that familiar sensation once again? Is its reappearance mere coincidence? Or is someone deliberately releasing their aura to lure others? The flickering flames cast an eerie glow in the dimly lit chamber, illuminating Danzo's aged visage, swathed in bandages, half in shadow and half in light. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brows in contemplation and suddenly called out towards the door, "Kaze of the mountain." With a swift whoosh, a man materialized in the room. He bowed slowly and declared, "Lord Danzo, your subordinate is here." Upon seeing the newcomer, Danzo nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Some time ago, an unusual phenomenon descended upon the skies of Konoha, and I tasked you with investigating it. Have you come to any conclusions?" At this, Kaze's expression darkened. He pressed his lips together and, with a hint of trepidation, replied, I regret to inform you, Lord Danzo, that there are still no results regarding that matter. The Root organization is known for its ruthlessness. Failure to complete a task results in accountability, a rigid rule. However, to Kaze's surprise, Danzo did not reprimand him for his ineffectiveness. Instead, he furrowed his brow and murmured pensively, "If we could not uncover anything in Konoha, how has it mysteriously manifested now? This is becoming increasingly intriguing." A sinister grin spread across his wrinkled face. Regaining his composure, he directed a cold gaze at Kaze and commanded, "To the southwest, approximately 100 miles. Dispatch someone immediately, no. You shall lead the investigation personally. Ascertain whether there has been, or is currently, an occurrence akin to the recent phenomenon. Moreover, if it poses a threat, discreetly apprehend all individuals present at the scene. If it proves too formidable, simply observe and return to report back to me in secrecy." His tone was grave and left no room for dissent. At that moment, Danzo seemed to transform back from his earlier cunning demeanor to the cold, unyielding figure of the past. "Yes, Lord Danzo, I shall exert every effort." Kaze dared not utter a word of protest. Although perplexed by Danzo's orders, he dutifully bowed and, with a swift motion, vanished from the room. Myoho Mountain. This is one of the 3 great sacred places of the ninja world. Alongside the Wet Bone Forest and the Dragon Cave, a veritable paradise beyond the mundane realm. At this moment, Myoho Mountain exuded tranquility. Yet, suddenly, the great toad sage, seated upon the altar, opened his eyes wide, filled with an incredulous expression. His form trembled slightly, as if awakening from a nightmare. Below the altar, the two elders, Shinzaku and Jiken, sensed the peculiar look upon the great toad sage's face. After exchanging glances, Elder Shinzaku tentatively inquired, "Old ancestor, is a significant event about to unfold?" His expression mirrored concern, for he was acutely aware of his ancestor's remarkable prophetic abilities. The last time the ancestor awoke was during the Third Ninja World War, when he prophesied the emergence of a chosen one who would rise to avert calamity and uphold the crumbling foundations of the world. It will save the ninja world from its current turmoil and establish a serene order. Yet, the fourth great ninja war has yet to commence, and the prophesied child remains elusive. Why has the elder suddenly awakened with such urgency and alarm? Might there be a shift in the circumstances? In an instant, the mind of Sage Shinzaku swirled with countless thoughts. Just then, the elder, the great toad sage, urgently declared, "Quick, notify that rascal Jiraiya to come here at once. Inform him that a significant event is about to unfold, and advise him to refrain from scouting that dilapidated bathhouse." Upon hearing this, both Sage Shinzaku and Sage Jiken exchanged bemused glances. It was their first encounter with the elder's uncharacteristic levity, and they had never witnessed such anxiety upon his visage. Thus, they bowed in unison and promptly descended to relay the message. Before long, amidst a burst of white light, Jiraiya appeared before the great toad sage, grinning broadly. "Hey there. Beautiful. Mind if I touch just a little? Come on, don't be shy." "Mua, mua, mua." He pouted, eyes closed, blissfully unaware that he had already arrived at Myoboku Mountain. At that moment, an imposing voice resonated in his ear. "Young man, are you attempting to kiss your elder? Elder? Wait, why does that voice sound familiar?" As realization dawned upon him, Jiraiya opened his eyes to find the great toad sage regarding him with a knowing smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance. "This is it." Jiraiya's lips twitched, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. The awkwardness of the situation was akin to being caught in a clandestine reward scheme. His research into the realm of intimacy had been exposed. The overwhelming sensation of social embarrassment washed over him. It is often said that a person's death manifests through 3 phases. The first phase is physiological death, when the heart ceases to beat and life extinguishes. The second phase is social death, when one's own ninja village declares them deceased. The third phase occurs when the last person who remembers you forgets your existence. However, some individuals are rather unique, like the bewildered Jiraiya in this moment. He could be deemed socially dead by his village without even experiencing the first phase. Jiraiya felt a wave of despondence wash over him. Yet, the great toad sage had lived countless years and was no mere human. He waved a claw and, shifting the conversation, suddenly inquired, "Jiraiya, do you recall the prophecy I shared with you years ago when you came to Myoboku Mountain to learn sage techniques?" "Prophecy?" Jiraiya paused, momentarily taken aback, before regaining his composure. "Of course, I remember, sage. Is there accurate news regarding the prophesied child?" The great toad sage was a relic that had existed alongside this ninja world for eons, possessing unparalleled predictive abilities. Jiraiya learned this distinctly from the mouths of the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Upon hearing their words, the great sage toad nodded his enormous head, only to shake it in contemplation, declaring, "Indeed, I must have been dreaming again." Yet, it appears that this time, for reasons unknown, the prophecy has inexplicably undergone a transformation. It seems as though there has been a change in personnel, or perhaps not. In any case, Jiraiya, you must remain vigilant and attentive. We cannot afford to lag behind the other 2 great strongholds in the slightest. A change in personnel? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya was immediately reminded of the boy with the Sharingan he encountered years ago in the Hidden Rain village. Could it be that the reticent youth was indeed the prophesied child I had surmised? Contemplating deeply, Jiraiya finally spoke candidly to the great sage toad. "Sage, a few years ago in the Hidden Rain village, I encountered a young boy possessing the Rinnegan. Despite his tender age, he exhibited an astonishing amount of chakra. Along with the Rinnegan, could he possibly be the child of prophecy you mentioned? The Rinnegan?" As soon as these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, the great toad sage slowly resumed, saying, "This, too, eludes my understanding. It is a matter of time and fate. I possess the ability to predict, yet lack the means to perceive." Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya, who had previously been only partially aware, became increasingly bewildered. "Sage, what do you mean by this? What I mean to convey is that the boy possessing the Rinnegan may very well be the prophesied child, or perhaps he is not. In any case, everything must be discovered through your own endeavors. I can only offer a few hints and cannot assist you further. This. Jiraiya's lips curled slightly. Although he did not voice it directly, his mind was filled with complaints. Pondering how one could expect him to find anything when they themselves knew nothing at all. What can one accomplish after discovering it? As one ages, wisdom accrues. And considering that the great Toad Sage has lived for several millennia, it is no surprise. Observing the situation, he let out a deep sigh and spoke once more. In achieving this prophetic dream, I have not come away empty-handed. If you seek some clues, I have a few words of interpretation that may serve as guidance. Interpretation? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's eyes brightened. When the six paths converge and the true deity descends, harmony prevails, while discord heralds a transformation of day into night. Jiraiya pondered over these four prophetic statements repeatedly. After a few minutes, he furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of confusion, and inquired, "Sage, I comprehend the latter half of this prophecy. It seems to suggest that this newly anointed child of prophecy possesses great potential. If treated well, he can bring an end to the turmoil in the ninja world. If treated poorly, he may unleash chaos upon the heavens. However, what do the first and second lines signify? What does it mean by the convergence of the six paths? What is this divine being? Is this suggesting that the child of prophecy is the reincarnation of the sage of six paths? This question is undeniably intricate. Jiraiya initially thought that the worldly and wise Toad Sage would offer him some clarification. However, to his surprise, the Toad Sage replied, "Since it is merely a commentary, I too am only partially informed. I dare not interfere with your thoughts, as I am uncertain of the true meaning of these four lines. What did the sage intend by summoning me?" Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. He musters all his efforts to identify the child of prophecy within this commentary and bring him to Mount Myaboku, where they will impart the teachings of sage arts to assist him in bringing prosperity to the ninja world as soon as possible. Pausing for a moment, Jiraiya hesitantly inquired, "But, sage, does the commentary not also mention that if the child is malevolent, the heavens will change?" He pondered. What should we do if this child of prophecy turns out to be utterly wicked? In response to his words, the Toad Sage did not evade the question this time, but resolutely stated, "Since the commentary implies that the child of prophecy has the potential to save the entire ninja world, as well as the chance to overturn it, this signifies that the child's true nature leans towards goodness, of that you need not doubt. However, even the most virtuous individuals may succumb to darkness. Therefore, your task is to locate and assist him before he suffers any unjust treatment. Do you understand?" The Toad Sage spoke with conviction. As a sage who has coexisted with the ninja world to this day, he firmly believed in the accuracy of his prophetic dreams. "I understand," Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Yet, he remained somewhat reluctant. Although he did not voice it, in his heart, he resolved that after leaving Mount Myaboku, he would return to the battlefield in Amigakure where he first encountered Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, despite receiving news of their demise years prior. He reflected that the legacy he left behind was anything but ordinary. As long as they did not provoke formidable adversaries, how could they have easily fallen? At that moment, as if recalling a critical point, the Toad Sage reminded him again, "Oh, and one more thing for you to keep a keen eye on. The emergence of the child of prophecy will undoubtedly be accompanied by numerous inexplicable phenomena. If you find yourself at a loss for ideas, this may serve as a fruitful starting point. I dreamed it, rest assured." "Dreamed it, rest assured?" Jiraiya lowered his head, his expression darkening. This was typical of the Toad Sage. Had it been someone else, he would have received a hefty blow instead of lingering here. He could have spent that time pondering more pleasant matters. "What's this? Your expression suggests you are somewhat dissatisfied? Speak plainly, have you been feeling restless lately?" Just as Jiraiya continued to dwell on his inner thoughts, he found himself lost in contemplation of the Toad Sage's words. It seemed that the great sage Toad had seen through Jiraiya's subtle intentions, and with a suddenly unfriendly tone, he inquired with a mocking smile. Jiraiya was taken aback, and promptly waved his hands, responding with a cheeky grin. Where? I take pride in serving the sage." Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Waves, Sasuke, immersed in a profound state of meditation, gradually awoke from his enigmatic reverie. He glanced at the diminishing purple orbs that had invaded his body, and then at the bewildered expressions of his three comrades from Team 7. He smiled, his previous hostility dissipating, as if he had been reborn, and turned to Kakashi, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, did you not see those purple orbs?" "Purple orbs?" Kakashi's face reflected confusion initially, but soon he began to ponder deeply. To be honest, although he could not see the purple orb Sasuke mentioned, his mastery as a seasoned jonin allowed him to sense something elusive. Yet, the nature of this sensation was paradoxical. It could be felt but eluded description. Noticing the complexity of Kakashi's expression, Sasuke paused for a moment. Then with a glint in his eye, he suggested, "Kakashi-sensei, perhaps using your Sharingan to observe might yield some extraordinary revelations." Sasuke understood that this sensation was not only remarkable, but seemed to have the potential to elevate one's cultivation barriers. How could he not include Kakashi in such an opportunity? Indeed, following Sasuke's suggestion, Kakashi activated his lone Sharingan. In the next instant, the astonishment on his face flickered and vanished, suppressing his inner shock. He turned to Sasuke with a grave inquiry. "Sasuke, do you know what those purple orbs are?" In response, Sasuke shook his head and replied, "I feel the same as you, Kakashi-sensei. I only know that this phenomenon is beneficial for cultivation, but as for what it is, I truly cannot articulate it. As if some mysterious force prevents me from doing so. Kakashi-sensei, I wonder if you can comprehend my feelings?" At this, not only Kakashi but also Sakura and Naruto, standing nearby, nodded involuntarily, although they lacked Sharingan and could not see the recently vanished purple orbs. Being close to Sasuke had undeniably benefited them, endowing them with an ethereal aura. Kakashi understood the implications of Sasuke's words and, after a lengthy contemplation, finally spoke with furrowed brows. "Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, you three must never mention what transpired today. Otherwise, Sasuke, you might invite peril upon yourself." Having been part of the Root organization for many years and once a subordinate of Danzo, he was well aware of the intricacies of such matters. Kakashi was acutely aware of Danzo's ruthless and unscrupulous methods. While most were oblivious to the clandestine actions taken by Konoha in its quest for power, he was fully enlightened. Just as Konoha had once sought to unravel the mysteries of wood release, it had secretly harmed countless members of the Senju clan. This was, in fact, the very reason why the Senju clan, once the beloved lineage of the first and second Hokage, had gradually receded from the stage of Konoha. The winds of Konoha had shifted imperceptibly. As Sasuke had previously articulated, was Konoha truly striving for peace in the shinobi world? Perhaps it was merely for the selfish interests of certain high-ranking officials within the village. Upon hearing this, the members of Team 7 nodded in solemn agreement. Even in their youthful naivety, they could discern the gravity of the situation from Kakashi's expression. Thus, they took heed of the necessary precautions. The four of them settled into a meditative position, beginning to reflect on the mysterious purple energy that had recently entered Sasuke's being. The boat glided further away, gradually vanishing into the dense, swirling fog. That night, within the confines of the Ninja Academy and Sasuke's dormitory room, the following details were noted. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Allegiance, Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Though harboring a rebellious spirit and potential for defection, he possesses a clear sense of right and wrong, along with the potential for salvation. Level, 15, 55, 000, 000. Achievements, possession, successfully advanced to a lower ninja rank through personal effort, and acquired a fragment of the Six Paths power, 3. Attribute points, 3, note, used for direct consumption to enhance the binding attributes. Skill points, 11, note, used for direct consumption to elevate skill levels. Attributes, Constitution, 49. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 57. Charm, 550. Skills, Substitution Technique, Level 5. Transformation Technique, Level 5. Clone Technique, Level 5. Chakra Control, Level 5. Taijutsu, Level 5. Genjutsu, Level 5. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 5. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 5, 45. Konoha Style Swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Dance, Level 5, 99.9. Konoha Style Swordsmanship, Hazy Moonlit Night, Level 0, not yet trained. Lying on his bed, Sasuke gazed at the system projection floating in the void before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After traversing an unknown number of levels, how is it that my attribute points had only increased by a mere 3? It seems this flawed system fears my rapid advancement would render the game unplayable for others, and thus it has chosen to weaken the heroes, does it not? With this thought, Sasuke dismissed any further hesitation. Although a mere 3 attribute points offered scan enhancement to his chakra reserves, even the smallest morsel is still nourishment. As a chakra-deprived Uchiha, he found himself in a position where he had to devise every possible means to mitigate his deficiency. What should I do? Should I follow in the footsteps of the past and secretly seek out Yamato, perhaps to bite him clandestinely? However, Yamato is likely working under Danzo's command now. The question of whether he could find him seemed trivial. Even if he did, given his current level of skill, it was uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Shaking his head in frustration, Sasuke chose to abandon his thoughts. The world was vast, and he refused to believe that once he departed from the hidden leaf village, he would still be unable to discover a remedy for his lack of chakra. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden notification echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully obtained the achievement gift package distributed by the system. Would you like to activate it immediately? Note, this package is available for immediate use. Requiring no training, binding will enable it to function at full capacity. What a surprise. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming an exuberant phrase from his previous life. Quickly suppressing his excitement, he declared, "Activate. Bind." One mustn't dawdle when unboxing. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke chose to draw a card and bind it immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn and bound the top-tier illusion technique, Naraka Vision, level 5. Please check your inventory. Illusion technique? To be honest, Sasuke felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he could already unleash illusions using his Sharingan. What use was this illusion? The name achievement gift package sounded impressive, and he had anticipated drawing an opportunity to upgrade his Sharingan. Since the night of his clan's massacre, he had merely obtained a single tomo. Others might accept this, but he was the protagonist endowed with a system. A man of the wind. He could unleash a single tomo in a fit of rage. This felt somewhat akin to Elbu riding a donkey. As Sasuke lay on his bed, brooding in despair, a sudden whoosh echoed through the room. A shuriken flew in, embedding itself in the wooden headboard. Noticing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow. Rising to investigate, he spotted a note attached to the shuriken's handle. He slowly removed it, unfolding the note, murmuring to himself, "Sasuke, come out for a moment. The teacher has something to discuss with you in private." Although Sasuke had never seen Kakashi's handwriting, the scrawl on the note was crooked, as if intentionally obscured to conceal its true intention. Could this truly be from Kakashi? Sasuke's senses heightened. The events of the day, known to Sakura and Naruto, made him wonder what Kakashi could possibly be hiding regarding the earlier matter. After much contemplation, Sasuke ultimately decided to venture out. After all, he was currently within the walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even if he had recently offended Jur, it was inconceivable that he would venture out at night, crossing paths with the village's Umbu to seek trouble with him. With these thoughts in mind, he gathered himself, approached the window, and leapt out into the night. The moonlight shone brightly, and the night was serene. Amidst the dense foliage, a figure darted through the trees with the agility of a spirit monkey, swiftly navigating the branches. This figure was none other than Sasuke, who had just leapt from his window to meet Kakashi. At one moment, Sasuke suddenly came to a halt. He leaped down from the lofty branches, and two unfamiliar silhouettes materialized before his inky black eyes. Clearly, these individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time. They were presumably the mysterious figures who had previously impersonated Kakashi. As he descended, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, observing that the duo stood with their backs turned to him, seemingly reveling in their own pretentiousness, remaining silent for an unusually long duration. After a brief pause, he surveyed his surroundings once more. Detecting no other ninjas in ambush, Sasuke slowly inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your summoning me to this secluded place at such an hour?" As if responding to Sasuke's initiation of dialogue, the two figures turned around, chuckling heartily and exuding an air of superiority. "Haha, Sasuke, I truly did not anticipate that you would dare to venture out alone at this late hour. What audacity!" One of them exclaimed. "Should I commend your bravery or chastise your foolishness? At your age, how can you lack even a modicum of caution? It seems that even if we do not strike today, you will not survive for long regardless." Even if we do not strike today? Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. At this point, if he could not discern that these mysterious individuals were intent on taking his life, he would be a fool. With this realization, Sasuke refrained from making any hasty moves and instead began to observe the two men discreetly. They appeared to be middle-aged, with well-proportioned physiques clad in green ninja vests. Their faces were nondescript. After a fleeting glance, Sasuke would hardly recognize them again in a crowd. Though he could not definitively ascertain whether they were members of Konoha's Umbu or Root, the headbands they wore indicated without a doubt that they were indeed ninjas of Konoha. Having completed his preliminary assessment, Sasuke took a cautious step back, feigning panic as he trembled and asked, "You, given your ninja headbands, You must be veterans of Konoha, correct? Why? Why do you wish to harm me? I have never wronged either of you. Suppressing his revulsion, Sasuke felt as though his acting could earn him an Oscar. In response, the two ninjas erupted into laughter. No, I heard that you, Sasuke, were quite arrogant. Why do you now present yourself in such a pitiful state? They mocked, their tone dripping with derision. It appears that this man is truly made of cowardice. One does not shed tears until faced with the grave. As the two ninjas continued to jeer at Sasuke, their eyes gleamed with unabashed mockery. At this moment, he felt a surge of disgust at their demeanor. Yet, he resolutely refrained from taking action, knowing that the two individuals before him had never laid eyes on him. Sasuke surmised that there must be an unseen orchestrator behind them, someone whose identity eluded him. Who could it be? He tentatively speculated that it might very well be the underling bribed by Jur. With this thought in mind, Sasuke feigned vulnerability, saying, "Esteemed seniors, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? I have never encountered either of you, so how could I have possibly offended you?" His tone was delicate, starkly contrasting with his usual assertive demeanor, resembling that of a meek lamb. Seeing Sasuke adopt such a submissive posture led the two ninjas to believe they had him cornered. One of them, with an air of triumph, replied, "Heh. Considering you address us as seniors, I shall grant you a clear understanding of your fate today. The name Kawanakuri, I presume, is not unfamiliar to you, Sasuke? Kawanakuri?" Upon hearing this name, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, as he had only heard of the infamous Kawanakuri in passing and had no substantial recollection of him. "Surely, esteemed seniors, you cannot be mistaken? I genuinely have not heard of the esteemed name of Kawanakuri," he asserted, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. He sensed that these two might be deliberately toying with him, and that the true puppet master was likely the very Jur he had suspected. However, after a bout of hearty laughter, one of them sneered at Sasuke. "Kawanakuri? Ha ha ha. Kawanakuri is my son. Have you truly forgotten? Or are you merely playing coy with me? Just half a month ago, did you not call my son a trash can and warn them to tread carefully around your ninja sword? A trash can? Half a month ago, ninja sword." At this juncture, Sasuke finally recalled the incident. To his astonishment, it turned out that these were the same two rascals who had previously bullied Naruto, now seeking their father's assistance to silence him. With this realization, Sasuke weakly inquired, "I remember now. However, esteemed seniors, this is Konoha. Do you not fear the Umbu patrolling nearby if you were to harm me?" Ha ha. They erupted into laughter once more, their mirth almost grotesque. "Fear not. Allow me to enlighten you. We are indeed the Umbu patrolling this area. Even if other ninjas sense something amiss, by the time they arrive, you will have turned to ash, and who would suspect us?" Their tone was triumphant, their gazes cold. Yet at this moment, Sasuke's expression transformed dramatically. It was as if he had morphed into an entirely different being, fixating on the two approaching him. A cruel and cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly replied, "How delightful. I must thank you for preparing the aftermath for me." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the two approaching ninjas erupted into laughter, regarding him with the derision one might reserve for a fool. They halted, their contempt palpable as one scoffed. "Sasuke, I once believed you possessed a modicum of bravery beneath that arrogance of yours. It appears, however, that you are nothing more than a mindless buffoon. To be driven to madness by such a mere fright? This is beyond our expectations." Ha ha. Their mocking taunts hung in the air, only to be punctuated by further laughter, as if they had no fear of retribution for eliminating Sasuke on the very soil of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ha! Beneath the gilded facade lies a rotten core. This village is truly decayed to its very heart. Laugh all you wish, for this laughter shall echo as your final words in this ninja world. The derisive chuckle of the leader lingered, but before he could finish, Sasuke made a swift motion with his right hand, summoning a cloud of white smoke that revealed a ninja sword, hurtling towards the two with alarming speed. "Is this all you have?" The leader smirked, his lips curling in mockery. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a shuriken from his waist pouch and readied himself. A cold smile etched on his face. Yet, just as he prepared to deflect the incoming sword, he was met with an unexpected sight. The blade transformed before his eyes, morphing into an exact replica of Sasuke himself, materializing without a hint of smoke or sound. What sorcery is this? His thoughts raced, but there was no time for contemplation. As his consciousness began to blur, the world around him warped, revealing a headless corpse, blood gushing forth as it stumbled. In mere seconds, the figure collapsed to the ground, convulsing once before falling still. Why is he wearing the same shoes as I am?" The ninja murmured, his eyelids growing heavy, blood flooding his vision as the once vibrant landscape turned a ghastly crimson. An overwhelming wave of fatigue crashed over him, pulling him into an inescapable abyss of darkness. The second ninja, witnessing this horror, was struck with panic. Despite being an elite chunin, the sight of his comrade's swift demise sent him reeling, his legs trembling beneath him. What manner of monster is this? Could it be that such a young child possesses the power to obliterate an elite ninja in an instant? Is he perhaps the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? The shock coursed through him, even as he understood the stakes of turning to fight. The weight of despair extinguished his will to battle. We must flee, quickly, he urged, knowing that other ambu patrolling nearby would provide safety. Escaping was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Contemplating this, the surviving ninja raised his hand, and suddenly, a flare burst forth like a firework, illuminating the starry night sky with its brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with all his might. He believed that this act of signaling would instill fear in Sasuke, compelling him to retreat strategically. Both of them were aware that their actions were far from honorable. One death was a price they were willing to pay. However, he was unprepared for what transpired next. Just as he turned, a cloud of white smoke erupted before him, and Sasuke's figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. This was the body flicker technique. Yet, how could a mere genin possibly master such a high-level technique? Terror washed over him, his voice trembling. But before he could finish his thought, he caught sight of the crimson hue in Sasuke's eyes. Instantly, the entire night sky morphed into a bizarre shade of blood red. This was the elite Genjutsu, Narukami no Jutsu, that Sasuke had recently acquired through the system. It seemed this Genjutsu was not without merit. Were it not for Narukami, he doubted his meager Sharingan could contain this wretched foe. Sasuke mused. Observing the ninja before him, still frozen in shock with eyes ablaze, he exhaled slowly. And without hesitation, he raised his sword and dispatched the would-be assassin. However, just as he began to weave hand signs to obliterate the body, rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the shadowy forest, akin to the whisper of the abyss. So soon, Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. In the next moment, disregarding the lifeless forms of the two fallen leaf ninjas, he vanished into the watery embrace of the night. Sasuke had scarcely been gone for a mere few seconds when a flurry of wind-like sounds pierced the air. A group of ninjas clad in green vests and cat-faced masks quickly arrived. They were members of Konoha's Umbu and the root organization under Danzo. Among them were two familiar faces to Sasuke, the swift Moonlight Gale and the enigmatic Uzuki Yugao, both always carrying their ninja swords at the ready. From the moment they received the signal to their arrival, only a few minutes had passed, yet the perpetrator had managed to eliminate two elite chunin and escape unscathed. This individual was undoubtedly of J-nin caliber. A figure who appeared to be a medical ninja stepped forward to examine the two corpses on the ground, then rose with a grave expression, analyzing the situation. No. To accomplish such a feat in such a short time, this person must not merely be a J-nin. I suspect they're an elite J-nin, just shy of the Hokage level. No, that's not right. There's a possibility that the enemy is not alone. It could be a coordinated attack by multiple assailants. Regardless, the intrusion of a ninja into our leaf village under the cover of night is a direct provocation against us, regardless of who it may be. We must uncover the truth and ensure that no one evades justice. Indeed, the perpetrator should not have strayed far. We must pursue swiftly, for we may yet catch up. Teams 1, 2, and 3. You four shall form a group. Upon encountering the enemy, do not think of engaging directly, but signal instead. Understood. In the midst of this fervent discourse, the gathering of ninjas was filled with righteous indignation. After a brief, silent exchange, they formulated a plan and organized into teams, setting off in pursuit in all directions. Among them, Hokage and Uzuki Uyami exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Both had trained in the Leaf Village's swordsmanship. Yet they had distinctly sensed the presence of that very technique upon the two lifeless bodies. What could this mean? Was it the work of Sasuke? No. Although Sasuke had indeed trained in the Leaf Village's style, he was merely a lowly genin. How could he possibly possess the ability to swiftly eliminate two elite chunin and depart with such ease? No. There was another possibility. Their master had returned. But if their master had indeed returned, why would he not seek them out? Moreover, why would he wish to slay two unrelated leaf chunin? Hokage and Uzuki Uyami found themselves in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, their minds clouded with confusion. Yet they refrained from divulging this lead to their colleagues in the Umbu. After all, he was their master. In the absence of the complete truth, it was unwise to betray their own. The sun shone brightly. dispelling the shadows of the previous night. As he pushed open the door, a shaft of sunlight poured into the room, enveloping Sasuke, who exhaled slowly. Relieved, it seems those pursuing me have not uncovered any clues. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled to himself and murmured, perhaps I had been overly concerned. In such a depraved leaf village, as a mere Umbu ninja earning a meager salary, risking my life is hardly worth it. Sasuke was confident that, given his display of prowess yesterday, the Umbu pursuers would undoubtedly perceive him as a jounin or even an elite from another village. The one who stands out often becomes the target. Such provocations were clearly not directed at him. Who would willingly take on that role? As he walked, Sasuke found himself in good spirits. Soon, he arrived at the designated meeting place discussed by the members of Team 7 the previous day. However, the presence he sensed caused him to halt abruptly. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "Is that Gaara? Could the figure hiding in the trees, pretending to be foolish, truly be the future Kazekage, Gaara?" Rather than approaching directly, Sasuke understood that this individual, if his suspicions were correct, was still a cynical and rebellious youth at heart. He was secretly hiding in the trees, watching the play unfold. With a mischievous thought, Sasuke stealthily approached like a sly fox. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Naruto sighed. Where on earth is Sasuke? Did he oversleep? Sakura, should we go wake him up? Wiping the sweat from his forehead and squinting at the glaring sun above, he proposed weakly. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, her fatigue evaporated instantly. Absolutely not. Sasuke is a man of both prodigious talent and striking beauty. How could he ever be late? Naruto, with a vein throbbing on his forehead, thought to himself. This ISNT jealousy toward Sasuke, honestly, do these two even correlate? However, he only dared to voice this inner critique silently, knowing that expressing it aloud in front of Sakura would likely result in a hefty beating. As both were lost in their musings, a child's excited voice suddenly rang out nearby. Boss, you're finally back. By the way, I've had a new idea about that harem technique. Let me show you right away. Ninja art, harem. Stop. Sakura's dreamy vision of a blissful life with Sasuke was abruptly interrupted. Frowning, she turned around. But before she could see what the child intended to demonstrate, she noticed Naruto's strange expression as he dashed forward, covering the child's mouth. What? Sakura looked on in confusion. Naruto scratched his head and finally explained, Sakura, this is Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, and also my little brother. What? Sakura jumped in astonishment. The grandson of the third Hokage is your little brother? Goodness, Naruto, what exactly are you? Like a pig's nose and a scallion. Are you trying to pull my leg? Humph. Boring. With that, Sakura turned away, no longer paying Naruto any heed, unconvinced by his absurd claims. From the moment Konohamaru excitedly blurted out his first line, he had been silenced by Naruto's hand. Confused and unable to express his thoughts, the atmosphere finally calmed down, allowing him to lean closer to Naruto's ear and whisper dreamily, Boss, I've never seen you so timid before. Are you afraid of something? Hearing this, Naruto playfully gave Konohamaru a light smack on the back of his head. You little rascal, what are you saying? I'm your boss. Show some respect. Rubbing the back of his head, Konohamaru looked aggrieved. He glanced at Sakura, then at Naruto's mischievous eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed with excitement, Oh, boss, I get it. This lovely big sister is your new girlfriend, right? Haha. You truly are perceptive, my friend. At this, Naruto burst into laughter, sheepishly scratching his head. Just as he was about to offer a vague explanation, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped the two from behind, reminiscent of being stalked by a wild beast, causing their hairs to stand on end, an ineffable sensation. Naruto, what did you say? In an instant, a venomous voice emerged from behind them, belonging to Sakura. At this moment, both Naruto and Konohamaru felt an even deeper chill creeping down their spines, as if the summer heat was utterly overshadowed. No. Sakura, hear me out. No, allow me to explain. You know me. I was merely joking. If it's about showing off, that's up to Sasuke, not me. Furthermore, go to hell. With a resounding thud, a large bump resembling a gourd appeared atop Naruto's head in the blink of an eye. Konohamaru was left utterly stunned. It dawned on him that his leader had inadvertently provoked this formidable woman. It seemed not only did she harbor no affection for Naruto, but she also appeared quite irked. With this realization, the little boy, though small, swiftly turned on his heels and fled. You, wait for me. Just a moment ago, Naruto had considered using Konohamaru as a shield. After all, he was just a child, and even Sakura, despite her fierce temperament, would likely not unleash her wrath upon a kid like she would on him. But upon turning around, he was left dumbfounded. Konohamaru was escaping even faster than he could. Thus, the three of them found themselves in a chaotic chase, with two fleeing and one pursuing. The scenario resembled a farcical spectacle, absurd yet amusing. However, at that moment, the fastest of the trio, Konohamaru, collided headlong into someone, losing his balance and landing squarely on the ground. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Naruto and Sakura halted, gazing at the two figures that stood before them. One was a man and the other a woman. The man donned a black tracksuit with strange runes adorning his face, and he carried an enormous, bandaged object on his back, the nature of which remained a mystery. The woman, strikingly beautiful, boasted radiant golden hair that shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and she carried a large fan on her back, a confident smile gracing her lips. It was evident that both individuals hailed from affluent backgrounds, as the children of ordinary families would not exude such self-assured arrogance. As the trio scrutinized the suddenly appeared pair, the man seized Konohamaru by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. He cast a glance at Naruto and Sakura, then shifted his gaze back to Konohamaru. His voice icy as he declared, "I detest incompetent monkeys who jump around indiscriminately. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to impart a profound lesson." The atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence. Sakura and Naruto stood frozen in place, initially believing the man was jesting. Was it truly necessary to resort to violence against a mere child who accidentally bumped into you? Is this individual deranged? Yet, in the next moment, they were utterly taken aback. They presumed that the man was merely attempting to intimidate Konohamaru, but he slowly raised his other hand, evidently intent on inflicting genuine harm upon him. How infuriating! In response, Naruto could not hold back his voice of protest. With no time to form hand seals, he charged forward, fist raised, determined to confront the arrogant man before him. As Naruto swung his fist, teeth clenched and rushing towards him, a fleeting look of disdain flickered in the man's eyes. In an instant, he merely flicked his pinky finger. Suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, Naruto felt his footing give way beneath him. The next moment, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground, utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? Sakura clenched her fists, her brows furrowing slightly. She had not seen the man make a move, yet inexplicably, Naruto had collapsed right before her eyes. Just as Sakura stood there, at a loss for what to do, a strikingly beautiful woman interjected, "Kankuro, enough is enough. He is merely a thoughtless child. There is no need for us to be as cruel as other ninjas." Kankuro, upon hearing this, responded with a cold smile. "I am merely teaching this young one a lesson. If he leaves the protection of Konoha, losing an arm or a leg would be the least of his worries." Heh. Sighing, he added, "It's futile to reason with someone as fixated as you are on puppetry. Just try to go easy on him." With that, Kankuro turned his gaze back to the Konohamaru he controlled, a signature villainous grin spreading across his face. He lifted his hand, but just as he was about to strike, a sharp whoosh cut through the air. Suddenly, pain shot through his wrist, causing him to release his grip on Konohamaru. He stumbled back several steps, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned his surroundings. In a trembling voice, he shouted, "Who is there? If you have the skill, step forward and show yourself." Though his tone was commanding, the panic in his expression betrayed his unsettled mind. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a voice rang out, laced with nonchalance, "That's enough. If you're going to show off, at least do it with some discernment. You really shouldn't lay a finger on that boy. Furthermore, is this the conduct one would expect from a ninja of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the despair that had plagued Sakura and Naruto moments before was replaced with astonishment. They turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. There, atop the treetops, stood a remarkably handsome young man, his appearance as radiant as a precious gem. A gentle breeze lifted his bangs, and with an undeniable charm, he exuded an ethereal quality that drew people in, making them yearn to hold him close. "Sasuke." Sakura clasped her hands together, resting her chin upon them, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How could such a man, possessing both strength and beauty, exist in Konoha? Could he possibly be the son of the legendary 4th Hokage? Kankuro swallowed hard, his face a portrait of astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. To think that Konoha harbored such a handsome man. If he were to pursue me, I would be entirely opposed. With a gulp, Tamari fixed her mesmerizing gaze on the captivating figure before her. As the sole daughter of the current Kazekage of Sunagakure, her standards were not easily met. Many young talents from her village had been infatuated with her. Even some handsome suitors who privately declared their willingness to be her devoted servant, should she permit it. Naturally, That individual was promptly expelled from Sunagakure by Temari's swift hand. After that incident, she believed finding love in this ninja world would be a daunting challenge. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke's arrival reignited hope in this princess of Sunagakure, who had always held herself in high regard. "Boss, that guy is so handsome," Moegi said, wiping his nose in a daze. The disparity seems unfathomable. Upon hearing this, he surveyed the crowd's reactions. Naruto, holding his forehead, murmured in frustration, "This is bad. He is showing off again." Meanwhile, on Sasuke's end, notifications chimed in. Ding. Admiration from Sakura 1 ding. Praise from Kankuro 1 ding. Worship from Moegi 3 ding. Affection from Temari 10 ding. Naruto's helplessness 20. Alas, my damned charm. Sasuke stood atop a tree branch, arms crossed, sighing inwardly. With a charm value of 550, it seemed only a matter of time before both genders would be enamored. If Madara were present, he would likely declare, "In terms of beauty, I would proclaim you the strongest." The scene fell into a profound silence, as if everyone, regardless of gender, was collectively captivated by the man who resembled the wind. Just then, a chilling voice abruptly disrupted their reverie. "Kankuro, who permitted you to act in Konoha? What a disgrace." I am Gaara. Kankuro and Temari, jolted from their astonishment, turned towards the voice, their expressions transforming entirely. The previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by an unmistakable trepidation. When had this red-haired figure appeared? Naruto and Sakura also stood in shock. The individual not only exuded a frosty tone and haughty air, but also bore a massive gourd on his back. A swirling haze of sand enveloped the surroundings, appearing both elusive and eerie. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the reaction of Kankuro, who had previously dispatched Naruto without a trace of hesitation. Upon the appearance of a certain individual, he exhibited a palpable fear akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat. Despite having been insulted, his demeanor starkly contrasted with his prior attitude towards Konohamaru. He was so humbled that he dared not utter a single unnecessary word. "Ah, you finally found your voice. I have been observing you for quite some time," Sasuke remarked casually, arms crossed and a relaxed expression adorning his face. At that moment, Gaara, empowered by the prowess of his mother, though lacking the status of a shadow, was nonetheless approaching the level of a near-shadow ninja. He was eager to gauge the disparity between himself and this formidable peer. Sasuke, contemplating a slightly flippant remark to test his current strength, was interrupted as Gaara suddenly leapt down from the treetops. In a swift change of demeanor, he spoke warmly. "I apologize for our previous rudeness. I extend my apologies on behalf of my comrades." The phrase "never strike a smiling face" rendered Sasuke momentarily speechless, leading him to abandon his earlier schemes. "Very well, we shall be more mindful next time. Let us depart," he thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he prepared to lead his companions from Konoha away from the scene. At that instant, Naruto surged forward, his expression fierce, teeth clenched, and warily inquired, "Hey, given your forehead protectors, you must be ninjas from Sunagakure, correct? While the 5 great shinobi villages maintain a relationship of friendship and cooperation, your sudden and unannounced appearance in Konoha raises suspicions regarding your intentions." Naruto's words jolted both Sasuke and Sakura into realization. Indeed, what could the Sunagakure ninjas be doing here? Causing disturbances in Konoha? Before either could voice their inquiries, Temari stepped forward, raising her hands in a placating gesture. "Please, do not be alarmed. The reason we are here is simply to participate in the Chunin exams being hosted by Konoha. Here, this is our admission ticket. Take a look." As she spoke, Temari produced 3 palm-sized admission tickets from her pocket, which bore hastily scribbled information. Although she claimed to be showing them to all 3, her gaze and the hand offering the tickets were exclusively directed at Sasuke. The unexpected turn of events caught Sasuke off guard. He instinctively reached out to accept them. However, just as he was about to grasp the tickets, he felt a gentle tug from Temari's pinky finger on the back of his hand, sending a peculiar sensation coursing through him. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Goodness, there seems to be something peculiar about Temari," he mused, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The sensation had been oddly enchanting, akin to the delicate touch of a cat's paw, leaving him with a tingling feeling and an undeniable flutter in his heart. Just then, the moment hung in the air. Naruto suddenly inquired loudly, "What on earth is the Chunin exam?" This immediately interrupted the silent exchange between Sasuke and Temari. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Temari chuckled, her cheeks flushed, and quickly explained, "Well, the Chunin exam is simply the test for Genin to advance to Chunin. As the name suggests, it's that straightforward." Upon hearing that he could potentially ascend from Genin to Ch so swiftly, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go, go, go. Sasuke, Sakura. We must hurry back to see Kakashi-sensei. Opportunities like this are fleeting. In an instant, Naruto seemed invigorated, pulling along Sasuke and Sakura, ready to depart, inadvertently neglecting Konohamaru beside him. Just as the trio prepared to turn away, a voice emerged from behind. Wait, you, what is your name? Although the voice bore no chill, Sasuke discerned a hint of caution. Turning around, Sasuke smiled politely at Gaara and his companions, stating, I am Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, from Team 7 of Konoha. Sasuke understood that with the Ch exam approaching, this individual would inevitably become his adversary. Given Gaara's courtesy, there was no need for him to be discourteous. Hence he graciously revealed his identity. I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, remember. I am destined to become Hokage. Disinterested, Gaara merely glanced away, dismissing him. A ninja who could not even best Kankuro was certainly beneath Gaara's notice. You, the one with the red hair, stand still. Dare you to spar with me? I will show you what it means to be the fiercest in Konoha. After a moment of stunned silence, Naruto appeared to awaken from his stupor, gritting his teeth and glaring, ready to charge at Gaara. Observing this, Sasuke acted swiftly, grabbing Naruto to restrain him. Simultaneously, he noted Gaara had halted, seemingly intent on teaching the reckless Naruto a lesson. Thus, to divert their attention, Sasuke cleverly turned to Temari, exclaiming, That beautiful lady. Me? Temari pointed at herself, uncertain as she looked at Sasuke. Yes. While managing the still boisterous Naruto, Sasuke nodded vigorously, responding emphatically, Yes, it's you. Perhaps we could share a meal sometime to get to know each other better? Get to know each other better? As Temari's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, she shyly nodded and murmured, I am free 24 hours a day. I will be waiting for you at the inn by the eastern edge of the village, Sasuke. You may come find me whenever you wish. With each word, her head lowered further until, from a distance, she resembled a bashful child. Huh? Sasuke, you. Naruto stared in disbelief. The others present stood frozen, their eyes fixated on the two who were arranging a meeting. Even the typically stoic Gaara bore an expression of incredulity. He began to question his own judgment. Was this fellow truly his rival? Dressed in flamboyant attire, he had the audacity to invite his sister in front of a crowd on their very first encounter? Could his instincts have been mistaken? Sasuke, however, remained unfazed by the peculiar gazes. After all, he harbored no intentions of courting Temari or engaging in any scandalous behavior. Satisfied that his objective was accomplished, he took hold of both her hand and swiftly vanished from view. Hey, Sasuke, wait for me. I haven't boarded yet, called Konohamaru. Gaara remained silent, while Kankuro merely observed. Temari, slightly blushing again, resembled a ripe cherry as the air became thick with the scent of burgeoning romance. In that moment, Gaara suddenly interjected, devious intentions? Should either of you dare harbor such thoughts about Sasuke, you must first consider whether your abilities are sufficient. Could it be? Was he truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Kankuro's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling as he murmured. In the Hokage's council chamber, the room was filled to capacity, each row of individuals standing with utmost solemnity. After a prolonged silence, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally spoke. The Chunin exams will commence in half a month. As the hosts, we must remain vigilant to prevent any unscrupulous elements from taking advantage of the situation. As soon as his words echoed, the assembled ninjas responded in unison. Pleased with their reaction, the third Hokage nodded approvingly and continued in a grave tone. Now, do any of you have recommendations for promising newcomers to participate in this Chunin exam? Placing his pipe to his lips, he regarded the crowd before him. His query was not made lightly. In fact, few possessed the credentials to respond. As anticipated, just as the third Hokage's words faded, the graceful Yugao stood up from across the room. She brought her hands together in a gesture reminiscent of a ninja salute, stating, Teammate, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, hereby apply to participate in the Chunin exam. Observing this, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, slightly nodded towards Yuhi Kurenai. Shortly thereafter, Asuma stepped forward, a toothpick held between his lips, forming a similar hand sign. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji applied to participate in this Chunin exam. Witnessing his grandson step up, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction, his stern countenance softening with a touch of warmth. Asuma and Kurenai were a couple, and their synchronized actions elicited a series of contemplative sighs from the third Hokage. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, applied to participate in this Chunin exam. As anticipated, Kakashi, the elite jonin leading one of the 3 new teams, followed suit. This was no surprise to the 3rd Hokage, as he had intended for Kakashi to guide Naruto in his training, hoping for rapid advancement. Thus, Kakashi's emergence was expected. However, at that moment, an incongruous and anxious voice suddenly broke through the hall. I do not agree. Hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly and turned to see Iruka, teeth clenched, gazing at him with deep concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kakashi responded, "Iruka, what is the meaning of this?" Unyielding. Iruka shot back with defiance. Both Naruto and Sasuke are still too young. They are unaware of the inherent dangers of the Chunin exam. Surely, we all understand that. Everyone present knows what Naruto is truly like, and I need not elaborate. What I must say is that I have recently discovered a prodigious talent, even more extraordinary than Kakashi in his youth, and that is Sasuke. He is the most remarkable genius I have ever encountered. If nurtured correctly, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Leaf Village and may even ascend to the position of Hokage. But if such a promising child were to face any mishap or setback during the Chunin exam, would we not be jeopardizing his future? Are we not potentially severing a vital path for the resurgence of Konoha? His tone was impassioned, appealing to reason and sentiment alike. Yet, upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage's previously warm smile vanished, replaced by a stern visage as he fell into contemplation. Uchiha Sasuke? A prodigious talent? A potential successor to the Hokage? His mind inevitably drifted to Uchiha Madara. In the past, his own teacher, the 2nd Hokage, had defied his elder brother's wishes, treating the Uchiha clan with suspicion and constant scrutiny. Ultimately, as expected, the Uchiha could not contain themselves, unleashing the Ninetales through the Sharingan in their bid to rebel against Konoha. In summary, prior to his departure, the teacher defined this clan as a restless group that must be constantly guarded against, with the appropriate moment for their eradication always in mind. Yet now, the Uchiha clan has been entirely purged, vanishing overnight, leaving only Sasuke and his brother. What he did not anticipate, however, was that this remaining individual was a once-in-a-century genius. This is utterly outrageous. According to Iruka, this young man possesses the absolute strength to contend for the position of Hokage against Naruto? No. Such momentum must not be allowed to flourish. Perhaps the upcoming Nin exams could provide the necessary assistance. Aside from Danzo, perhaps no one else would fathom the darkness harbored within the heart of the otherwise benevolent 3rd Hokage. The scene fell into an immediate silence, akin to a turbulent current where no sinner wished to involve themselves, everyone refraining from conversation and instead focusing on the 3rd Hokage, who was persistently clenching his pipe. At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly remarked, "Sasuke is indeed a genius. I must concede that he is the most talented ninja I have ever encountered, even surpassing my own abilities." Upon hearing this, the gathered ninjas were taken aback. They had previously assumed that Iruka was merely exaggerating out of affection for his student. Yet now, even Kakashi, once hailed as Konoha's foremost prodigy, acknowledged that he was inferior to this boy named Sasuke. Who exactly is this Sasuke? Kakashi had once been a dominant force, now ranked among the elite alongside the Sannin beneath the 3rd Hokage. And yet, this figure, akin to a myth in Konoha, openly admitted that his talents did not match those of Sasuke. My heavens, is the ninja world about to undergo a monumental shift? This revelation is simply astounding. As the individuals within the room were engulfed in disbelief, Kakashi swiftly changed his tone, adding, "But you must understand, even if Sasuke is extraordinarily gifted, should he falter in the face of adversity, becoming complacent and dispirited, he will ultimately be unfit for great responsibilities and will never evolve into an exceptional ninja. While Sasuke and Naruto are indeed your students, they are also my subordinates now. A fine gem must be polished, and good steel requires tempering. I cannot allow them to languish in a greenhouse, squandering their potential for a lifetime. I am not advocating for their downfall, but it seems premature at this stage, considering they are still merely children. Furthermore, children? During the 3rd Great Ninja War, were we not of the same age as they are now?" However, the two continued their spirited debate. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, who had been quietly puffing on his pipe, suddenly interjected with a commanding voice, "Enough." Upon hearing this, both parties fell silent, awaiting the 3rd Hokage's next words. After a brief pause, he began to speak again. "Let us proceed as Kakashi has suggested. Although the era of the ninja wars has long since passed, however, the current situation is far from clear, and there are constant covert disputes among the various ninja villages. Reflecting on the past hardships, I believe we must not forget the agonies of war. Appropriate challenges serve as a refinement for the prodigies of Konoha. This word I is particularly nuanced. Once this was uttered, even Irika, no matter how foolish, could not possibly retort. For to do so, in front of so many witnesses, would be tantamount to undermining the dignity of the third Hokage. Striking a blow to his face, he could not comprehend why the usually benevolent third Hokage had suddenly become so distant. Yet, at this juncture, he felt utterly powerless. Only able to silently pray that Naruto and Sasuke would safely navigate the Chunin exams without any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, on another front, a few days later, at the ninja school along a shaded path. Alas, I never expected that Kakashi-sensei had already registered us for the Chunin exams. Naruto, with his arms propped behind his head, expressed his anticipation while leisurely making his way to the examination venue. Beside him were Sasuke and Sakura, each holding their own examination permits. Unlike Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke exhibited no astonishment regarding the Chunin exams. As a traveler from another world, he was well aware of the main storyline. He kept his thoughts to himself, pondering silently. But at that moment, a sudden green figure darted towards the trio, heading for the school building. Caught off guard, both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. However, the figure approached too swiftly. They attempted to intervene. Yet their bodies felt as if they were immobilized, unable to keep pace with their thoughts. In this critical moment, several fiery claws erupted from Sasuke's lower legs, gripping the ground fiercely. Seizing the opportunity with quick reflexes, he took a step forward, using the momentum of the figure flying into his arms. He slightly twisted his waist and securely caught the unexpected arrival, diffusing the sudden awkwardness. This, small. Just as Sasuke began to speak, he abruptly halted. For lying in his embrace was none other than Lee. Good heavens! Who could have done this to him? As Sasuke was engulfed in astonishment, another voice suddenly interjected. This time, the rush was even more frantic than Lee's arrival. Sasuke's mind raced, activating his Sharingan in an instant. Yet, upon seeing the next figure, he couldn't help but smirk, for it was none other than the adorable Tintin. With no time for hesitation, Sasuke deftly tossed Lee aside and extended his arms, effortlessly catching the flying Tintin. A fragrant aroma wafted into his senses, soft and sweet, causing Sasuke's heart to flutter momentarily. Thank you. A delicate voice reached Sasuke's ears, bringing him back to reality from his daze. With a light cough, he gently set down the cheerful Tion in his arms and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, I am Sasuke. May I ask your names, fellow students? It was essential to maintain a facade, after all. It is customary for normal individuals to exchange names upon first meeting. Thank you, Sasuke. I am Rock Lee. You are truly impressive. Why have I never seen you in Konoha before? Are you a new student this year? Upon seeing Sasuke nod, Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that new students are now this formidable? If his instincts were not misleading him, this individual was undeniably another prodigy, rivaling Niji. I am Tion. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are from Class 3. If you have the chance, do come by and play with us, she said, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze lowered as if she dared not look upon Sasuke's charming visage. Yet, she could not resist stealing glances at him, appearing quite endearing. Next time? For sure, Sasuke responded with an awkward smile, recalling that he had yet to settle his debts with Temari. And now he found himself inexplicably entangled with Tion as well. Alas, this wretched charm of mine, damn it. That guy has charmed yet another. Naruto, lurking behind, wore a face of envy and resentment, while Sakura appeared utterly resigned. Sasuke was undeniably exceptional. He was growing increasingly handsome. The number of girls who would be drawn to him in the future would only multiply, while she would just have to take things one step at a time. After a brief introduction, the group became more familiar with one another. However, as the five of them approached the front corridor, they encountered two individuals blocking the path of a large group of examinees, standing imperiously in front of room 301, exuding an air of arrogance as if they intended to prevent anyone from entering. Seeing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Ninja Academy had completely abandoned its principles. With that thought, he stepped out of the line and confidently approached the two obstructing the entrance. Hey, you think you two are fit to participate in the Chunin exams? Stop messing around and go back. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The two ninja at the door shouted arrogantly. Despite the multitude of examinees present, not a single one dared to act, as if they were waiting for someone to take the initiative. Perhaps the previous misfortunes of Lee and Tion had left a lingering shadow over this group. Just as everyone was looking around, Sasuke suddenly emerged from the crowd, smiling as he declared, "Stop pretending. This is not even room 301, and you aren't candidates. Just drop the act. This is getting tiresome. Time was of the essence," and Sasuke was uncertain whether this was part of the examination. As the words left his lips, the Sharingan flashed with a crimson light, and then, astonishingly, the sign above the classroom, marked 301, twisted and transformed into 201. What? This sign was a mere illusion. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the gathered candidates were momentarily taken aback. Gradually regaining their composure, they turned their gazes towards Sasuke. It seemed that Sasuke had spared the dignity of the two individuals. Suddenly, one of them bellowed in fury, looking for death. "You must be eager to be thrown out. Heh, so tiresome." As a fist came hurtling toward him, Sasuke merely smiled faintly, raising his hand to point with a single finger. A tremendous shockwave erupted. The simple yet potent sword energy and chakra clashed, unleashing a cacophony of sonic booms. The crowd was struck with awe. They had anticipated that Sasuke would meet the same humiliating fate as Lee and Tenten before him, but in the next instant, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Sasuke remained completely unperturbed. Meanwhile, the candidate he clashed with stumbled backward, retreating several steps. Steadying himself, a loud bang resounded, and a cloud of white smoke dissipated. An entirely different figure emerged before the onlookers. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was not a mere candidate, but a fully grown examiner from Konoha. Ahem. The man cleared his throat, glanced at his now-reverted companion, and chuckled wryly. This guy must be the once-in-a-century genius that Kakashi-sensei spoke of. Incredible. Compared to him, I feel as though my previous studies have been in vain. Another examiner, reveling in schadenfreude, chuckled. Heh, serves you right for doubting. Who is Kakashi-sensei? A genius he recognizes is certainly not to be underestimated. The dialogue between the two examiners reached the ears of the candidates, leaving them agape in astonishment. Simultaneously, Sasuke's mind was inundated with notifications, akin to an explosion. Ding. Shock from the Sound Ninja Trio 3. Ding. Secret admiration from Tenten 5. Ding. Jealousy from Naruto 3. Ding. Exasperation from Sakura 5. Ding. Byakugan from Neji 20. Neji's Byakugan? Among the notifications, Sasuke's attention was immediately drawn to this particular one, which elicited a bemused smile. He thought to himself, "Wait, Neji, did I offend you? On our first encounter, you shot me a disdainful look?" Time flew swiftly. Team 7, along with the larger group, completed their registration, each holding their respective admission cards. Following Sasuke's initial display of prowess, he had not only garnered the attention of the proctors, but had also become the talk of the candidates, now aware of this sensational figure from Konoha. Just as Team 7 exited the classroom after finishing their registration, a cold snort echoed from behind. "Hey, what's your name?" "Huh?" The trio of Team 7 turned at the sound, only to behold a boy with completely white pupils, arms crossed, and an arrogant expression fixed upon them. Beside him stood Tenten and Lee, whom Sasuke had previously rescued. "Neji?" Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, turning to face the boy, yet he refrained from replying. After all, Lee and Tenten were already acquainted with him. Given his newfound fame, it was implausible that Neji was unaware of his identity. After a brief pause, Naruto chuckled heartily, stepping forward and scratching his head as he declared, "Ha! I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is..." However, his introduction was abruptly interrupted by Neji, who coldly interjected, "I was inquiring about the one behind you." "The one behind me?" Naruto thought, perplexed. Isn't that exactly what I was about to introduce? Was this wide-eyed fellow not addressing me? With that thought, Naruto turned around, only to find no one behind him but Sasuke. Confusion washed over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Sasuke, sensing the situation, felt displeased. Neji, fully aware of his name and having shot him a disdainful glance earlier, now chose to put Naruto on the spot by asking again, did he perceive himself as amusing? With that thought in mind, Sasuke grasped both Naruto and Sakura by the hand, disregarding Neji entirely, and turned to leave. Neji made no attempt to retaliate, and soon the trio of Team 7 vanished from sight. "Neji, you..." Lee glanced at Neji, uncertainty clouding his features as he asked, "Are you planning to challenge Sasuke?" In response, Neji shook his head, stating, "That guy is formidable. I would like to, but not here." "But you..." Tenten hesitated to continue. "I simply find him intolerable, though I cannot pinpoint why. It's just an unsettling feeling. However, I feel better now." Upon hearing this, both Lee and Tenten were left speechless. A few minutes later, the trio of Team 7 reached the first floor. just as they prepared to exit the Ninja Academy. Lee's voice suddenly echoed from the second-floor platform. Wait, huh? The three members of Team 7 halted in their tracks. Turning around, they observed Lee with one hand behind his back, the other confidently extended, his gaze steady as he addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, I acknowledge your strength. Now, I wish to challenge you. Apart from that guy Niji, you two are worthy to be my opponent. At this proclamation, the expressions of Team 7 varied instantaneously. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto boldly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with confidence. Sasuke, you need not intervene. Give me 5 minutes, and I will handle this. My opponent is not you, Lee retorted, his brow furrowed, an expression unyielding. At that moment, Sasuke inquired, Lee, your sudden desire to challenge me, do you perceive me as a hypothetical adversary akin to Niji? From the very first day of his training, Lee harbored the ambition to surpass Niji, a sentiment that was not lost on Sasuke. His inquiry was a subtle attempt to gauge whether Lee had any ulterior motives concealed beneath his determined facade. The last thing they needed was for a friendly spar to escalate into a serious confrontation. As he contemplated this, Lee's cheeks flushed slightly, and he shyly turned to Sakura, confessing, in truth, there is an aspect to this. Moreover, I wish to prove to Sakura that I am not inferior to Sasuke, because I hold deep affection for you. Sakura, would you consider going out with me? With that, Lee bowed his head deeply, lending a sense of ritual to his declaration. Sakura, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a look of disdain. She found this thick-browed fellow utterly unappealing. Panic surged within her, prompting her to instinctively retreat towards the back of the group. Observing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This was an opportune moment to impress the goddess before him. He resolved not to let it slip away. With that thought, Naruto charged forward without regard for decorum, fists clenched, shouting as he lunged at the still-bent Lee. Expecting yet another defeat, Naruto anticipated a familiar exchange before being knocked down. However, as he reached Lee, just as he swung his fist, Lee effortlessly extended a finger and tapped it lightly. In an instant, Naruto's full-force strike missed entirely, and with the momentum working against him, he was swiftly brought down by Lee. But the spectacle did not end there. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was off balance, Lee lowered his stance and swept his right leg with ease, simultaneously shouting, Konoha Great Whirlwind. With a resounding whoosh, Naruto was sent spinning through the air. When he finally came to a halt, stars danced before his eyes, and his tongue lolled out, resembling a bewildered creature. Ah, this thick-browed fellow is surprisingly formidable. Sakura, hiding behind Sasuke, instinctively covered her mouth in shock, her emerald eyes wide with disbelief. Sasuke sighed inwardly, reflecting on Naruto's misfortune. Not only had he robbed Naruto of his spotlight, but the simple act of trying to show off led to a humiliating thrashing by Lee. Now, Naruto looked utterly foolish. While the physical damage was minimal, the embarrassment of faltering before Sakura was profoundly humiliating. Since it has come to this, let us engage in a straightforward contest. Determining superiority without the threat of life and death, Sasuke proposed. Absolutely, Lee exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. One could hardly tell whether he might lose himself in the heat of the moment. In the blink of an eye, as Sasuke's words faded, he transformed into a gust of wind, leaving behind afterimages as he charged towards Lee. In mere moments, the two were locked in combat. A series of crisp sounds echoed between the two as their palms clashed in a rhythmic cadence. The fleeting shadows that danced between them captivated Sakura, who stood nearby, her mind swirling with bewilderment. Is this truly the speed of humanity? She murmured to herself, pondering whether she could endure even a second under such intensity. A bead of fragrant sweat trickled down her forehead, and as she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Was it the thrill of excitement? Or was her infatuated heart conjuring up some scandalous imagery? Lost in her own whimsical reverie, Sakura remained oblivious to the world around her. Meanwhile, Naruto, dazed and starry-eyed, had yet to regain his composure, drooling like a bewildered puppy. The fierce battle between Sasuke and Lee raged on, their forms intertwining in a whirlwind of movement. Sasuke refrained from taking advantage of Lee, engaging him in a fair exchange of martial skills. However, gradually, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him like a tempest, each strike aimed at his vital points, the speed escalating with each moment. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke struggled to hold his ground, feeling increasingly isolated. Yet, this was merely a friendly sparring match, not a boss battle. He hesitated to call upon Sakura or Naruto for assistance. After a decisive blow that created some distance, Sasuke resolved to emulate Naruto's earlier tactics, opting to employ a powerful ninjutsu to bring this contest to an abrupt conclusion. Lee's prowess in taijutsu is formidable. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his defeat once his stamina waned. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Lee had yet to unleash his formidable 8 gates. With some distance established, Sasuke let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. His hands formed seals. His chest swelled as he prepared to unleash his most potent technique, the fire release, great fireball technique. However, fate was not on his side. Lee, unwilling to surrender in the heat of battle against a rival of such caliber, saw an opportunity and immediately vanished from sight. Where did he go? In a bid to conserve chakra, Sasuke had refrained from activating his Sharingan before Lee unlocked the 8 gates. Consequently, when Lee suddenly accelerated, Sasuke found himself utterly losing track of him. The sensation of being out of control was utterly disconcerting. An unsettling anxiety surged within him, akin to a flood threatening to overflow. In truth, Sasuke's instincts were sound. Everything transpired in an instant, a mere flash of lightning. Before Sasuke could retract the great fireball or activate his Sharingan to locate Lee, he felt a sudden rush of wind behind him. There he was. The combination of keen intuition and heightened alertness allowed Sasuke to discern Lee's whereabouts immediately. Yet, before he could retaliate, a swift movement brought Lee's powerful kick crashing into him, launching Sasuke into the air. Damn it, you sly fox. In the midst of the air, Sasuke's teeth ground together in frustration. He thought to himself. Though he did not rely on his appearance for sustenance, it was no excuse for anyone to mar his visage. In other words, the world of ninjas is unpredictable. Should he find himself in dire straits in the future, resorting to his looks for a living would not be out of the question. But now, with his face marred, how could he ever hope to rely on his appearance if he fell from grace? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. It was supposed to be a contest. Yet that fool, Lee, was taking it far too seriously. However, despite his inner turmoil, he found himself powerless to voice his protest. Although thoughts whirled chaotically in Sasuke's mind, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With no Jonin around to intervene, he realized that if he did not come up with a plan, he would undoubtedly suffer this indignity. Resolutely, Sasuke clenched his teeth, and with a subtle flick of his pinky finger, a hint of a relieved smile finally graced his lips. What? Sasuke actually. The turn of events was so swift that Sakura, watching from the sidelines, was rendered utterly astonished, unable even to voice her objections. Could it be that Sasuke would truly succumb to this thick-browed fellow? Would he be all right? As Sakura clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Lee suddenly conjured multiple afterimages, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the uncontrollable Sasuke. With a slight movement of his pinky, the bandages wrapped around his arms unfurled like flags, liberating and fluttering in the air. Sasuke, it is all over. With unwavering resolve, Lee did not hesitate. He swiftly ensnared Sasuke with both arms, the bandages following closely behind, tightening their grip. 2 figures spun together like a drill, and in the next moment, they plunged headfirst toward the cold ground. Stop. At that moment, Sakura finally cried out. Was this fellow truly intent on killing Sasuke? What enmity could be so great? They had only just met, and Sasuke had even helped him once before. A blend of urgency, anger, and confusion intertwined within her, and at that moment, Sakura even entertained thoughts of vengeance against this thick-browed man. With a resounding crash, the floor shattered, creating a deep pit several meters wide. Lee sprang up from the ground with a flourish, one hand behind his back and the other extended, striking a pose as he proclaimed, Sasuke, you have lost. Lying motionless in the cold pit, Sasuke offered no reply. Sasuke. A cry escaped Sakura's lips, her emerald eyes brimming with tears. Her entire body trembling as she dashed towards Sasuke without a second thought. But just then, with a bang, white smoke erupted. In the blink of an eye, the Sasuke lying in the pit exploded, instantly transforming into a neatly severed log. Meanwhile, from the high platform on the second floor, Sasuke's cold laughter echoed, Hey, Lee. It seems you're a bit premature in your celebration, don't you think? What? A substitution technique. As the two turned toward the sound, they beheld Sasuke standing majestically atop the high platform, arms crossed, exuding an air of unparalleled pride. Sasuke, whether it was excitement or the overwhelming relief of survival, Sakura could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Furrowing his brow, Lee regarded Sasuke with solemnity, declaring, Indeed, he is a genius on par with Neji. I shall have a serious match with you. With that, Lee released the weights from his legs, crossed his arms, and felt his chakra surge with an unstoppable force. akin to a river in full spate. What? This fellow had not even unleashed his full power moments ago. Upon witnessing this, Sakura's heart sank, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop. This is not the Chunin exam venue. You cannot do this." Her urgency rendered her speech somewhat incoherent. However, Sasuke merely gestured for Sakura to step back. His tone growing cold as he replied, "Sakura, stand down. This matter is between Lee and me." He did not go all out. So how could I have revealed even a fraction of my true strength? A genius like Niji? Lee, you should reconsider your shallow understanding. Niji is not even my equal. His words dripped with arrogance, reminiscent of a villain. Why such bravado? It was merely because Lee had previously provoked him. After all, one does not strike the face of another without consequence. Yet, this fool had just invited such a response. Sasuke was beginning to suspect that it was intentional. Now, he was furious. Intentional or not, he had to reclaim his honor. He cared not for bonds of companionship. Life and death were trivial matters. He would not shy away from a fight. The atmosphere was charged, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. As Sasuke and Lee faced each other with palpable tension, suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, Sasuke summoned forth a cloud of smoke, and the sword of Indra materialized before him. As if sensing its master's fury, the sword sang with a resonant cry, piercing the heavens. Sasuke, wielding the ninja blade, appeared as an invincible warrior, standing apart from the world. Tears brimmed in Sakura's emerald eyes, ready to fall. It was only at that moment she realized that Sasuke had indeed held back until now. The murderous intent escalated, spiraling out of control. At this moment, the pent-up anger within Sasuke had reached an unprecedented height. With the sword raised, he intended to make Lee remember this encounter for all eternity. "Unleash your shackles and open the 8 gates," he commanded, his gaze piercing and frigid. "Or else, you shall never have the opportunity." "What? How do you know?" Lee stammered. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sasuke, who stood like a mountain, crushing him beneath its weight, he hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his ultimate technique. After all, his teacher, Guy, had forbidden him from disclosing the secret of the 8 gates before the Chunin exam. However, given the overwhelming aura emanating from Sasuke, should I stubbornly choose not to open the 8 gates, my chances of victory would scarcely reach even 30%. Just then, to my astonishment, Sasuke was the first to speak, revealing a secret he had long sought to conceal. Could it be that Master Guy had secretly taught this fellow the 8 gates? Contemplating this, and sensing the urgency of the situation, Lee hesitated no longer. Since Sasuke was already aware of my secret, why not engage in a thrilling battle? It would serve as a warm-up for the Chunin exams, proving that sheer effort could surpass the untamed genius of Niji. The first gate of the 8 gates. With a fierce shout, I crossed my arms before my chest, as waves of blue chakra began to coalesce around me, akin to the rising tide. The formidable pressure was reminiscent of a ferocious beast on the verge of awakening, its heavy breaths causing my watermelon head to sway wildly. Humph! Is it here? With narrowed eyes, I gripped my ninja sword, poised for action. But at that moment, a sudden whoosh, a green figure materialized out of thin air. In the next instant, a pair of large hands gently patted me on the shoulder. In that fleeting moment, the chakra I had just gathered dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind, vanishing into nothingness. Might Guy, the illustrious Guy Sensei? Sporting the same watermelon hairstyle and clad in his signature green tracksuit. Upon closer inspection, Sasuke realized that this was none other than Guy Sensei, who had nearly delivered the final blow earlier. "Lee, did I not instruct you not to reveal your trump card before the Chunin exams?" Upon noticing Lee turn to him, Guy swiftly delivered a kick to Lee's rear. Rubbing his backside, Lee wore a disgruntled expression. "But, Guy Sensei, are you certain that you haven't taught that special technique to any other students besides me?" "Other students?" Guy appeared bewildered. He knew Lee was a straightforward individual who would never lie. After a brief pause, he patted Lee's shoulder and said, "Lee, you are a rare gem of hard work. In all of Konoha, there is no one else capable of mastering the technique I have taught you. Not Niji. Not even the ancient prodigy Kakashi speaks of." Upon hearing this, Guy expected Lee to respond with his usual fervor, shouting exuberantly about the essence of youth. However, to his surprise, Lee's expression was peculiar as he pointed towards Sasuke atop the platform and said, "Sensei, he is the prodigy Kakashi spoke of, a once-in-a-century talent. The reason I insisted on using the 8 gates is that without it, I would undoubtedly be unable to defeat this guy. He is simply too strong. Furthermore, he had long been aware of the existence of the 8 gates technique, and even urged me to use it, claiming that if I did not, I would lose my chance to open it." His words flowed forth like a rapid-fire barrage. The tone was a blend of 3 parts grievance, 3 parts relief, 3 parts gravity, and a final part of resentment. What? With a raised brow, Kai thought to himself, how does this brat Sasuke know about the 8 gates of Uchiha? Yet, upon further reflection, Kai soon found solace. His expression shifted, the corners of his mouth twitching as he grimaced inwardly, Kakashi, you old rascal. Teaching your disciple is one thing, but why expose my secrets? Just wait until I have my chance to settle the score with you. He mused internally, filled with fervent emotions. In the realm of ninjas, patience breeds tranquility, yet taking a step back only fueled his anger further. That night, in the dormitory of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to release the pent-up frustration that left him sleepless. Just when it seemed unbearable, a sudden chime echoed. Alert and focused, the system made its appearance, nearly overwhelming Sasuke. What is this nonsense? This wretched system? I've already been bullied to this extent, and you still wish to jest with your master? Sensing Sasuke's agitation, the system responded with unexpected empathy. Ding! Do not be angry, host. Due to your previous fierce battle with a specialized body technique ninja, you have inadvertently triggered the system's reward mechanism, earning a mysterious body technique. Would you like to open it immediately? Hesitation was not an option. Hearing this, Sasuke's spirits lifted. Without a moment's thought, he exclaimed, open it, open it, open it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the body technique, 7-day breathing method. Please check your rewards. 7-day breathing method? Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk. Upon hearing the term body enhancement technique, he had initially assumed it referred to the 8 gates of Uchiha. How ironic that not only was it not that, but it was also a decrement from 8 to 7, a count that fell short of his expectations. As if reading Sasuke's disappointment, a line of small text suddenly appeared before him. Note: 7-day breathing method. First activation 8 gates of Uchiha, 2nd gate rest gate. 2nd activation 3rd gate life gate. 3rd activation 4th gate door of dearth. 4th activation 7th activation 8th gate death gate. Note: before the 4th activation, for each level increased, the holder's oxygen exchange efficiency will improve by 300%. Through oxygen exchange, the latent potential of the human body will be activated, resulting in a visibly enhanced speed for the practitioner during this period. From the 5th activation onward, the practitioner will undergo a qualitative transformation, progressing level by level, step by step, altering the very heavens and earth. Not only will it further awaken the hidden potential within the practitioner, but it may also consume or even take away the practitioner's life. Thus, caution is advised in its use. The 7-day breathing method. Sasuke's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. This was the unique 8 gates of Uchiha destined for him. Sasuke. With a long howl, he seemed to lose himself in madness. With a focused mind, Sasuke sat cross-legged, suppressing his joy, and re-engaged the system for an all-nighter. The following day dawned bright and clear, sweeping away the shadows of the night. Sasuke, brimming with vitality, arrived early at the examination hall to meet Naruto and Sakura. Initially, he believed he had arrived with ample time to spare. However, upon observing the solemn expressions on Naruto and Sakura's faces, he realized he had, in fact, arrived late. It was uncertain how long they had been waiting. As Naruto and Sakura glanced up once more, they finally spotted the person they had been hoping to see. Approaching Sasuke, they stood before him, one ahead and the other behind. Despite Sasuke's tardiness, Naruto refrained from his usual mockery. Instead, he spoke to Sasuke with a somewhat bashful tone. Sasuke, victory and defeat are the natural order of a ninja. We lost this time, but we can strive to surpass him. There is truly no need to dwell on failure. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled, realizing that Naruto and Sakura had mistakenly thought he was brooding over yesterday's events. No need to worry, he said, looking at your expressions. It seems I am the one who arrived late. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. From yesterday's experience, I have come to understand that one must not be overly modest, especially if one is an extraordinary talent. While it is true that the tallest trees catch the fiercest winds, one must not lack in presence. From now on, I shall show no mercy to anyone who dares to provoke us. His tone was calm, yet his eyes held a glint of menace, causing both Naruto and Sakura to shudder slightly, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity in Sasuke's demeanor. With that, the trio pushed open the door and entered the examination hall, albeit a tad late. However, the moment they stepped inside, Naruto and Sakura were taken aback by the scene before them. It felt as if their throats had been constricted, rendering them speechless. The classroom was densely populated with ninjas, all adorned with headbands indicating their various villages. Most wore fierce expressions, giving the impression that they were all malevolent figures. The sheer number of them created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite this, Sasuke remained unfazed, his demeanor unshaken. The events of the previous day had imparted a crucial lesson: when your name is known by all, when you have been exposed to the light and can no longer hide, there is no need to cower any longer. Life and death should be viewed with indifference. If one is challenged, one must confront it head-on. If anyone resists, simply charge at them. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Fame, much like a fattened pig, invites predation. If one does not grow fangs, anyone will be tempted to carve a piece from them. In the midst of this awkward tension, a soft warmth suddenly enveloped Sasuke from behind. Following that, the lingering fragrance of a girl wafted into his nostrils, persistent and intoxicating. "Sasuke, it's been so long. I've truly missed you," came a playful, teasing voice. It resembled the flirtatious banter of young lovers, igniting a fierce anger in Sakura. "Ino, let go of Sasuke." Sasuke remained silent, prompting Ino to question Sakura's impatience. Ino clung tightly to Sasuke's neck with her delicate, pale arms, exuding a charming allure. "Stop with the you. If you have the courage, be as bold as I am. Perhaps Sasuke-kun might prefer girls like this?" Before Sakura could respond, Ino retorted. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "Once again, it's you, Ino. I hope there will be more of such antics in the future. Would you like some chips?" Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, a chubby boy approached with a cheerful grin, clutching a large bag of chips and munching away as if he hadn't eaten in ages. "Choji Akimichi? You know me? It's a pleasure to meet you. Especially on the first day?" Choji beamed, his face jiggling with delight like a jovial Buddha. "It's so annoying. Exams again. In a battle of ninjutsu. Do you really think the enemy will hand you a test paper?" Shikamaru complained, his arms crossed, revealing dark circles under his eyes that suggested he had not been resting well lately. After Shikamaru's group finished their introductions, Hinata's team from Class 8 approached to greet Sasuke's Class 7. All three classes, being newcomers, exchanged introductions in a congenial atmosphere. Suddenly, an individual emerged from the crowd. His hair was styled in a neat part, dyed silver, and he wore glasses. His hair bobbed as he walked, exuding a distinct flair. Kankuro? No, he seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? Is he Kabuto Yakushi? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sasuke paused for a moment, then was taken aback. Kabuto had arrived. Was Orochimaru far behind? The thought thrilled Sasuke. It wasn't merely that Orochimaru coveted his body, but he himself was eager for Orochimaru's sage techniques and cursed seal. While Sasuke was lost in contemplation, Kabuto approached the group with a warm smile. "Hello everyone, I am Kabuto. You may call me Kabuto Yakushi. Like you, I am a newcomer participating in the exams for the first time." Seeing that Kabuto was both pleasant in appearance and eloquent, the crowd relaxed their guard. Noticing this, Kabuto continued, "Does anyone have information about the participants in this exam? We could exchange details to better prepare for the upcoming challenges." Exchange information? The three classes exchanged glances. Naruto, ever the straightforward one, stepped forward and asked, "We don't have any information, but could you show us what you know, Senior Kabuto?" "Indeed. These cards can only be unlocked by my chakra. Which participant's information would you like to see?" It was as if he were an NPC. Kabuto, with utmost clarity, reached into his ninja pouch and retrieved a handful of cards adorned with various designs. Rather than becoming hostile due to the lack of information exchange, he assumed the role of a benevolent senior. Which contestant? Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a pang of difficulty. To be honest, aside from the individuals standing before him, he truly couldn't name anyone else. Moreover, given that everyone was present, it would be rather inappropriate to pry into other secrets right before them. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly stepped forward and inquired in a deep voice, "Rock Lee, Niji, Gaara." Rock Lee, D-rank missions completed, 31, C-rank missions, 21. Notably, this individual possesses nearly zero capacity in areas apart from taijutsu. Niji Hyuga, being in the same class as Rock Lee, has completed a similar number of missions. Yet his abilities are more balanced. Before the exams commenced, he was heralded as the strongest contestant from Konoha. At this juncture, Kabuto paused his discourse, smiled, and looked up at Sasuke, saying, "Of course, with your sudden emergence, Sasuke, the accuracy of this data seems to have diminished overnight. Haha." He appeared to be jesting, yet it also bore the semblance of flattery. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Was this loud proclamation an attempt to incite trouble? Although Team 3 had not made an appearance, Sasuke was aware that Niji, Lee, and Tintin were undoubtedly concealed among the crowd in this classroom. Nevertheless, he had already gained notoriety and felt no fear of provocations. If Niji intended to use Kabuto's goading to instigate a quarrel, Sasuke was more than ready for a confrontation. Within the examination hall, amidst the throng, Lee pondered, did we not teach these individuals a lesson yesterday? Niji squinted his eyes. Although he claimed to be indifferent to the so-called Konoha's #1 genius, the label, once affixed, was not easily shed. Lee hesitated for a moment, then replied with a hint of reluctance and trepidation, no. While Sasuke did face some setbacks, afterward, the sensei felt. At this point, Lee involuntarily recalled the imposing presence Sasuke exhibited when he drew his sword. Noticing Niji's typically calm demeanor now appeared unsettled, Tintin quickly interjected, Niji, let us avoid unnecessary trouble. Teacher Guy advised us to remain low-key before his departure. Furthermore, this Nin exam gathers geniuses from every village, so I understand. As the only female ninja among the trio, Tintin's words, though sweet, effectively quelled Niji's simmering anger. This even prompted Lee, who witnessed the scene, to reflect deeply. At this moment, he was suddenly struck by a peculiar illusion. It seemed that Niji's previous provocations towards Sasuke might very well stem from jealousy towards Tintin. Could it be that Niji harbored feelings for Tintin but maintained a facade of indifference? With this thought lingering, Lee discreetly cast a glance at the expressionless Niji. Lost in contemplation, he was filled with doubt, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Meanwhile, Gaara, hailing from the Sand Village, had completed 10 D-rank missions, 3 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission, although his attributes remained a mystery. The revelation that he had accomplished a B-rank mission was astonishing to Naruto, who exclaimed almost instinctively. The mere mention of a B-rank mission transported him back to the myriad experiences he had endured in the Land of Waves. He pondered whether this B-rank mission was indeed of a higher caliber than the one he had previously faced. At that moment, Kabuto interjected with additional information. It's not merely a matter of completing a B-rank mission. Not only did he accomplish it solo, but he did so efficiently and without injury. This statement, delivered with a hint of jest, sent a chill through the newcomers, save for Sasuke. The notion of single-handedly completing a B-rank mission unscathed was almost laughable. Did this individual fancy himself the Kazekage? Amidst the crowd, the more Kankuro observed the boisterous blonde boy, the more his aversion grew. He glared at Naruto from a distance, his teeth gritted in silent fury. You may indulge your whims with your yellow and red-haired antics, but my Sasuke is not to be swayed by such trivial distractions. He is mine, and no one shall lay claim to him so easily. Tamari, pouting slightly, shot a discontented remark at Kankuro. Honestly, even if you two were tied together, you wouldn't stand a chance against Sasuke. As for stray thoughts, that's for you to worry about. Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat vacant stare, clearly hadn't slept well the night before. I've had enough. I'll teach that blonde a lesson. As Kankuro prepared to take action, Gaara abruptly pulled him back. With a glare, he coldly admonished, do you still crave humiliation from the last incident? Do you wish to reenact it before this crowd? But I'm confident I can take down that loud blonde with a single blow. Kankuro retorted, his voice lowered but laced with reluctance. Are you certain you can also defeat Sasuke in one strike? Gaara's tone turned ominous, revealing his growing displeasure. Kankuro found himself at a loss for words. Remember, our mission this time is to create chaos at will. If we return home with nothing, we'll face the consequences. Gaara threatened softly, causing Kankuro to shiver slightly, their expressions instantly reflecting a complex array of emotions. Thus, this examination is akin to a hidden dragon lying in wait. Should a ranking elimination system be implemented, the chances of us newcomers succeeding would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Although such sentiments may seem disheartening, the tone of the pharmacist's words conveyed an undeniable levity. No matter. I am a man determined to become Hokage. As he spoke these words, Naruto paused momentarily, then suddenly turned to face the intimidating assembly of fierce ninjas before him, shouting with fervor, I, Naruto, shall defeat each and every one of you, refusing to concede. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The ninjas, initially taken aback by this audacity, soon displayed expressions of menace. Who were these individuals? They were not the sheltered flowers nurtured in the warmth of Konoha. They were wolves, battle-hardened and relentless, having fought for their village for years. One glance at their eyes revealed a readiness to strike at the slightest provocation. In response, Sakura was the first to react, rushing forward to pull Naruto back while offering an apologetic smile. Yet, despite her efforts, the ninjas across the room remained devoid of any goodwill. The atmosphere became palpable, thick with tension, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, both oppressive and perilous. "Hey, TOS, can you really hold back?" A voice emerged from the crowd. Belonging to a trio adorned with the headbands of the Sound Ninja, TOS, a hunched, unassuming ninja with a slight stature, bore a large, furry object on his back, resembling an elderly man carrying an oversized pot. He chuckled softly. "I had no intention of drawing attention during the Chunin exams in Konoha, but this blonde brat has compelled me." No sooner had he spoken than TOS vanished into thin air, a mere illusion dancing before the eyes of the gathering. Despite the throng, he moved with the grace of a butterfly weaving through flowers, not disturbing a single ninja in his path. Soon, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the three classes of newcomers felt an ominous presence descend upon them, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Trouble. Before anyone could react, an individual adorned with a metal bracer appeared suspended in midair, charging directly at Naruto. The onlookers gasped, contemplating how Naruto, with such lofty aspirations, could dare provoke such fearsome adversaries in front of so many. Was he simply courting danger? His speed is astonishing. Though Naruto was brash and brimming with youthful exuberance, he was not oblivious to the peril at hand. Instinctively, he sought to counterattack. Yet TOS moved with such velocity that Naruto scarcely perceived how he had materialized before him. Damn it, how can this guy be so formidable? At this moment, the indiscreet Naruto began to feel a pang of regret. Enduring a beating was one thing, but in front of so many witnesses, he had tarnished not only his own reputation, but also that of the entire Hidden Leaf Village and the honor of Team 7. Alas, I was wrong. If heaven could grant me a chance to start anew, I would say. He continued to dwell on his remorse, his azure eyes fixed on the ever-growing figure before him. Just then, a furious roar pierced through the atmosphere. Humph. The first activation. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena, resonating like the resounding beat of war drums, deafening in its intensity. TOS, hailing from the tumultuous land of waterfalls, had undoubtedly stained his hands with the blood of countless adversaries. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere shout from Sasuke? With no hesitation, his form soared through the air, his right fist encased in metal, slicing through the wind with a terrifying force as it aimed menacingly at Naruto. Seeking death, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and just as everyone expected Naruto's punch to land, Sasuke's fingers converged, transforming into a blade. One hand was poised behind him while the other pointed like a sword at TOS. In the next heartbeat, a resounding boom filled the air. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Sasuke delivered a strike akin to the one that had felled Naruto just the day before. His finger descended with the gravity of fate itself, a mere touch that bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. TOS suddenly lost his balance, crashing to the cold ground below. How could this be possible? This individual countered my attack. Could his speed truly surpass the very speed of sound? TOS braced himself on the ground, lifting his head in disbelief as he stared at Sasuke before him. He struggled to comprehend that this boy, younger than himself by an unknown number of years, had so effortlessly dismantled him, shattering his once indomitable ninja path. No, it must have been my momentary lapse. I simply didn't evade in time. If given another chance, I will not allow this brat to succeed so easily. This marked the first time TOS had been so easily defeated, yet this was not the most damning aspect. The true calamity lay in the fact that TOS had cultivated a formidable reputation. He was renowned. And now, before so many witnesses, he had been vanquished by Sasuke. If he did not reclaim his honor immediately, how would he navigate the world after the Chunin exams? With this thought, TOS slowly rose from the ground, his eyes burning with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon Sasuke, speaking slowly. "Kid, I didn't wish for this, but you have forced my hand. Perhaps you are unaware of who I truly am, but you are as good as dead. Even the third Hokage cannot save you." His voice rasped like a demon's whisper, and his gaze was as frigid as the ice of September. "Ha." He laughed, his bravado palpable. Yet Sasuke found amusement in his words. "The third Hokage can't protect me? Do you truly believe yourself to be the legendary Rikudo TOS? I fear you not. I, Sasuke, do not fear you. Let me issue a warning to you and all the ninjas, known or unknown, who stand with you. In Konoha, I care not how you wreak havoc. However, before you strike, ensure you know whether your target is someone I hold dear. Otherwise, should you come to Konoha, there shall be dire consequences." His tone was commanding, each word a thunderous declaration. Upon hearing this, the ninjas within the classroom exchanged glances, though they appeared fierce and menacing. Their bloodied pasts were undeniable. Yet, the world of ninjas was one governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. They are ruthless, yet not foolish. They possess a profound understanding of cause and effect, aware that those who take lives are invariably met with death in return. Thus, before taking action, they meticulously investigate their opponent's strength, ensuring that they can indeed prevail before striking. Unlike the likes of Toss, who recklessly charges forth like a madman, such individuals, no matter how formidable, are destined to fall before even stronger adversaries. Silence enveloped the classroom as Sasuke's words left everyone in a state of shock. However, it was Toss who first regained his composure. Fixing his gaze on Sasuke with a cold smile, he remarked, "Sasuke, I advise you not to be overly zealous in your youth. This vast world of shinobi is not merely a domain where a single leaf genius can reign supreme." Sasuke responded with a laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. "Is being young synonymous with restraint? Toss, I know you're eager to reclaim your lost pride from me. Go ahead. Don't let me regard you with contempt." Though Sasuke may be perceived as a slacker, with little understanding of the rules of Konoha apart from his handsome appearance, he had gleaned wisdom from the recent incident involving the Kawamaki clan. He understood that in Konoha, regardless of whether the conflict arose within one's own village or another, initiating a confrontation was a grave mistake. In essence, the first to strike would be the one to suffer. Hence, Sasuke learned from his previous lessons and resolved to wait for Toss to make the first move, allowing him to counterattack, thus framing his actions as self-defense, while also providing an explanation to Kakashi and Konoha. As Toss could no longer contain himself, he slowly raised his metallic arm, aiming it at Sasuke, and spoke with a deliberate tone, sound, wave, penetration, second activation. The two exclamations resonated almost simultaneously, intensifying the already tense atmosphere in the classroom to a near breaking point. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, as the two were on the verge of confrontation, clouds of white smoke erupted, and several figures emerged from within. "Stop. This is a testing ground. No fighting is permitted." The foremost figure, Ibiki, maintained a serious expression, his voice icy as he commanded. Upon seeing him, Sasuke instantly tempered his formidable presence. Ibiki was someone he recognized. Disobedience could lead to being apprehended by Konoha's Umbu for interrogation. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, his identity was already unique, and now he had unexpectedly drawn attention. Thus, he became acutely aware, silently resolving not to allow such a person to exploit any vulnerabilities he might possess. Toss, too, felt an air of caution. Upon hearing Ibiki's command, he lowered his arm and ceased his words. It wasn't solely Ibiki's admonition that intimidated him. Rather, during their earlier exchange, he had sensed Sasuke's chakra surging dramatically, exponentially increasing in potency. Recalling how easily he had been defeated by Sasuke before, the sudden revelation of his newfound strength left Toss feeling apprehensive and ready to retreat. He is indeed arrogant, but he is not a fool who lacks awareness of the situation. The opportunity has presented itself, and he is merely taking advantage of it. Why do I feel as though that Tosu fellow is at a disadvantage? Kanjiro's throat rolled, and he spoke in a trembling voice, lowering it. "You are not mistaken." Gaara's expression was icy as he refrained from glancing at Kanjiro and Temari, calmly explaining, "These two are not on the same level. If the examiner from Konoha had not intervened in time, I believe that by now, should Sasuke desire it, Tosu would already be a corpse." "What? No. Tosu is also quite strong. You should not. Do not rely on your limited understanding to speculate about experts." Without waiting for Kanjiro's astonishment to manifest in words, Gaara turned his head and glared at him, replying, "Otherwise, one day, your negligence will cost you your life." "Kanjiro. Temari. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for your written test." At this point, Ibiki paused, glancing at both Sasuke and Tosu. Without showing any leniency, he coldly declared, "This is Konoha, and I am in charge here. This time, I will overlook the matter since it is your first offense. However, should you knowingly repeat such behavior next time, regardless of the reasons, both parties involved in the fight will have their examination qualifications immediately revoked." Sasuke, perhaps due to a fleeting intuition, felt as though Ibiki's gaze was deliberately directed at him during this admonition, as if the warning was intended solely for him. Revoking examination qualifications? It was as if Sasuke had not heard Ibiki's threat. He was utterly indifferent to the notions of Jonin and Chunin examinations. In other words, were it not for the demands of the main storyline, he would much rather be cooped up in his dormitory, studying the system, rather than confronting Ibiki here. Soon, the brief interlude concluded. Everyone in the classroom exchanged their admission tickets for seating tags. However, Upon sitting down and encountering the papers laid before them, their expressions collectively shifted. The exam paper was limited in the number of questions, yet a cursory glance revealed its daunting difficulty. Judging by the solemn expressions on the faces of everyone in the classroom, it was likely that no more than 10 individuals could manage it. Sasuke sat in his chair, his demeanor notably grave. Damn, why do I constantly feel as though Ibiki has been deliberately targeting me since his arrival? If earlier Sasuke was uncertain and thought he was merely overthinking, he now harbored a confidence of 70%. This was not only because he was unfortunate enough to be seated in the front row, but also because Ibiki was directly in front of him, wearing a mischievous grin as he fixated on Sasuke, exuding an unsettling aura. Sasuke felt an overwhelming urge to confront the man and deliver a couple of well-deserved blows. The script feels all wrong. Although Sasuke has nearly forgotten the anime of his previous life, some main storylines still linger in his memory. The purpose of this examination is to assess the ability of ninjas to gather intelligence, rather than primarily testing their reserves of chakra. Moreover, in the original narrative, Sasuke did not occupy such a conspicuous position in the front row. Instead, he sat further back and ultimately succeeded in passing the exam by utilizing his Sharingan to discern the writing actions of those in front of him. Yet here he finds himself inexplicably seated in the front row. This is not replication at all. Wait, in the original storyline, Naruto seems to have submitted a blank paper. Ultimately, it appears that as long as one does not easily forfeit, they will directly pass the examination. As his thoughts crystallized, Sasuke experienced a moment of clarity. He then crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began to meditate under Ibiki's watchful gaze. Has this kid given up? Indeed, such a once-in-a-century genius, failing to grow, is destined for a fate of unfulfilled potential. Ibiki mused, observing the motionless Sasuke with a sly smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Gaara covered his left eye with his right hand. As tiny grains of sand surged from his palm, an eye, formed from the essence of a fool, suddenly levitated above the classroom, recklessly seeking its answers. The method was not particularly subtle, yet it fell within the acceptable parameters of the Konoha examiners. Just as Sasuke had surmised, Gaara continued to copy the answers from the living source within the classroom without any examiner confronting his acts of cheating. However, just as Gaara was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his sand eye inadvertently caught sight of Sasuke, who was soundly asleep directly beneath him. But that was not the most astonishing part. The most astonishing revelation was that the paper before Sasuke was completely blank. What on earth is happening? Gaara's mind faltered, and the sand eye nearly fell onto Ibiki's head. Shocked, he muttered uncertainly to himself. Could this guy be sabotaging his two teammates? But what benefit would that bring him? If he lets his teammates down, would he not also face disqualification? The more Gaara pondered, the more bewildered he became. He thought he had a grasp on Sasuke, yet witnessing such behavior left him utterly perplexed. Byakugan. The veins around Niji's face tightened instantaneously. The bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan activated its X-ray vision. Compared to Gaara's sand eye, this was akin to a divine tool for cheating. However, fate is indeed whimsical. Just like Gaara, after completing his exam, Niji could not resist activating his Byakugan to see how Sasuke was faring. However, upon closer inspection, Ningxi's body shuddered, and he let out an involuntary exclamation. This fellow is actually slacking off? But does he not possess the same bloodline limit as I do with my Sharingan? How could this be? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, distinct from Gaara's line of reasoning, Ningxi suddenly noticed Ibiki standing before Sasuke. Oh, no wonder. This unfortunate soul is indeed having a rough time, facing Ibiki-sensei directly, a truly dismal predicament. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, a smug smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Ninjutsu, mind transfer technique. Ino flashed a playful grin, her charm radiating, forming her hands into a heart shape. She temporarily seized Sakura's body. Shortly thereafter, she memorized the answers, retracted her mind transfer, and completed the exam. Ino's beautiful eyes inadvertently began to drift toward Sasuke, who sat not far ahead of her. So handsome. Even his silhouette is utterly captivating. Wiping away a drool, her enchanting gaze appeared somewhat entranced. As one of the heiresses of the three prominent clans, Ino had encountered her fair share of handsome men. Yet, Sasuke stood out as the most extraordinary of them all. He possessed an indescribable aura, akin to aged wine, intoxicating and irresistible. Suddenly, Ino noticed Sasuke's motionless, arms-crossed stance. Upon this realization, an inexplicable anxiety surged within her. Like a worried young bride, her cheeks flushed as she thought, Sasuke is sitting right in front of Uncle Ibiki. Will he be unable to activate his bloodline limit in time? Should I use the mind transfer to assist him? If that causes Sasuke-kun to fall in love with me. At this thought, her cheeks reddened. Yet, she hesitated, contemplating. But Sasuke is not Sakura. He is a boy, and I am a girl. If I activate the mind transfer and we switch bodies, would Sasuke do something embarrassing with my body? Oh dear, how mortifying. Clenching her legs together, Ino's face flushed as if scalded, occasionally lowering her voice with a silly giggle. Nearby, Shikamaru and Choji exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had come over their classmate. Could it be a failure of her jutsu, causing her to become flustered? As if playing a jest with everyone? When the time for answering the exam papers concluded, Ibiki presented a particularly tricky choice and directly threw it at the candidates in the examination hall. Now, I would like you to answer the final bonus question. A bonus question? At this proclamation, the candidates in attendance exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Observing this, Ibiki wore a triumphant smile and declared, before revealing the final bonus question, I must warn you all. This is a question that concerns all of your trio teams. Regardless of whether the question is easy or difficult, you must think carefully before acting. To withdraw means that your teammates will also be eliminated simultaneously. However, if you choose not to withdraw and inadvertently fail to respond correctly, you and your companions will forever lose the opportunity to advance to the rank of Chunin. What? It was as if they had conspired beforehand. Upon hearing this, the multitude of examinees in the examination hall collectively exclaimed in unison. This iteration of the exam was nothing short of a hellish ordeal. Among those present, not every candidate was like the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, participating in the Chunin selection for the first time. Some had participated in the exam so many times that even they struggled to recall the exact number. Finally, under the immense pressure of Ibiki's formidable presence and the psychological implications of his words, candidates within the classroom began to rise, taking their two companions with them. Departing in despondence. Though their faces bore signs of reluctance, all of them, whether they left or remained, understood clearly that not withdrawing equated to a reckless gamble. Failing to pass would mean they were effectively sabotaging their own futures. A man, born into this world, should not languish in mediocrity for long. Yet, if one cannot even succeed in a simple Chunin exam, would not all future aspirations become mere illusions? 1, 2, 3 in just a brief span of 5 minutes. More than half of the examinees had already exited the classroom. Most of these candidates were not young, clearly. They were not participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved, and thus dared not take the risk. Observing this, Ibiki laughed heartily. As if deliberately, he lowered his gaze towards Sasuke, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and mockingly inquired, Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? The final test is about to commence. No one made a move. Clearly, the remaining candidates were either entirely unafraid or completely indifferent. The others might belong to the former category, but the exceptionally skilled Sasuke belonged to the latter. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and stood up. Oh no! Sakura felt a sinking sensation in her heart. In her anxious state, she had momentarily forgotten about the unpredictable variable that was Naruto within Team 7. If Naruto were to withdraw, it wouldn't matter how high her score was. Even Sasuke's extraordinary abilities couldn't withstand the ramifications of Naruto stepping forward, leading the examiner to declare the trio disqualified. Niji smirked slightly. This guy really is quite unfortunate. Gaara remarked. I think I suddenly understand why this fellow has been so lackadaisical before Ino exclaimed, This is bad. Uncertain whether to secretly convey a message to Uncle Ibiki through heartfelt means, one wonders if he might show leniency for the sake of one's father. Some revel in delight, while others are engulfed in worry, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. However, just as Ibiki was poised to announce the fate of the three from Class 7, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, invigorated as if charged with energy, and proclaimed with fervor, I am Naruto. I aspire to be the Hokage in the future. I shall never yield to you. At this declaration, the audience, save for Sasuke, was momentarily stunned into silence. Although they were likely restrained by the examination's decorum from openly expressing their discontent, internally they were in turmoil, questioning why one would stand up to emphasize their status, as if to assert their importance or flaunt their affiliation with Sasuke's class. Ibiki, who had been intently observing Sasuke, had completely overlooked Naruto's presence until this moment. Suddenly, a grave and conflicting realization struck him. Naruto and Sakura appeared to be in the same class as his targeted Sasuke. Ibiki, remember that boy named Sasuke. Make him experience some hardship. You understand my meaning? The subordinate understood. A recollection of the previous night's conversation with the third Hokage flickered through Ibiki's mind, filling him with complexity. He pondered the contradictory nature of his instructions to care for both Naruto and Sasuke, despite their opposing needs, which now bizarrely converged into a singular concept. After much contemplation, he could only manage a wry smile, reflecting, it seems the third's intentions are exceedingly difficult to decipher. Is it possible that age has clouded his judgment? How could his decisions be so contradictory? Nevertheless, he resolved to take things one step at a time, recognizing the abundant opportunities related to Sasuke, while also wary of inadvertently dragging Naruto into a predicament from which there would be no escape. Years of navigating the complexities of Konoha's upper echelons had finally granted Ibiki a glimmer of hope. With a sudden transformation in demeanor, he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations! All of you have advanced to the second round of the examination. Congratulations, indeed." What? Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt as though they were on a roller coaster, their minds swirling in confusion for several seconds, as if their brains had momentarily stalled. Eventually, it was the audacious and somewhat foolish Naruto who stood up first, candidly asking, "Ibiki-sensei, why? If it were anyone else, it would be one thing. However, as Naruto scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, he picked up the blank test paper on his desk and said, "But I submitted a blank sheet." At this, the majority of the exam participants could no longer contain their amusement, thinking to themselves how there could still be such a naive individual in the ninja world. Who could possibly know if one submitted a blank sheet? Besides, as long as one passes, who would seek discomfort for themselves? Upon hearing this, Ibiki couldn't help but smirk, internally berating, "Why even ask? Have you forgotten who your father is? How dare you question me? This rascal, was it intentional or merely accidental?" Though Ibiki was internally fuming, his years of experience in the high echelons of Konoha had sharpened his awareness. If he were not astute, how could he have held a prominent position for so long? Having been specially promoted by the third Hokage, swiftly, he regained his composure and laughed heartily, as though he had harbored no negative thoughts at all. "Well then, scratching my nose, I must say, I believe this question posed by Naruto resonates with all of you examinees. I shall not elaborate further. Those who understand, understand. Those who do not, should ponder it well. I trust that reaching this stage means you are not lacking in intellect, and will surely grasp my reasoning behind this. All right. Now, everyone disperse. Return to your homes and find your mothers. Tomorrow at this time, your responsible teachers will inform you of the location for the second round of examinations. I must remind you that this second round will take place outside, without any proctors overseeing it. Thus, should anyone choose to settle personal scores in secret, we will absolutely not intervene afterward. So I ask, is there anyone among you who intends to retreat at this moment?" At this point, Ibiki set aside his jovial demeanor, his tone turning grave. However, having come this far, which of the assembled ninjas would be willing to forfeit their future prospects? No one responded. It seemed Ibiki's previous remarks had been entirely overlooked by all present in the examination hall. Excellent. The meeting is adjourned. With a command, all examinees rose to leave. Yet, Sasuke, seated in the front row, remained utterly still, his eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. Noticing this, Naruto frowned and approached Sasuke's side, intending to rouse him. However, he was abruptly halted by Sakura, who tugged at him from behind. "We should leave first and wait for Sasuke outside. I'll explain everything once we're out." Sakura whispered cautiously, her tone urgent. "But there are no buts. Just come with me." With that, Sakura exerted her strength, forcibly ushering Naruto out. While Naruto was carefree, Sakura was far from it. From the very beginning, Ibiki had noticed the peculiar glances that Ibiki cast at Sasuke. Now, as Sasuke feigned sleep and remained utterly still upon departure, it struck her with clarity. Sasuke undoubtedly had something he wished to convey to Ibiki. They required a private space for their discourse. Indeed, this was evident to all who had left, save for the dramatically inclined Naruto. As Naruto's last murmurs faded around the corner, the examination room transformed into a realm where even a pin drop could be heard. Ibiki remained the sole examiner, while Sasuke had morphed into a unique candidate. After a lengthy pause, Ibiki took the initiative to break the silence, stating, "Cease your charade. Everyone has departed, leaving just the two of us. Surely, you linger here for a reason?" Upon hearing this, the previously motionless Sasuke immediately raised his arms and lazily stretched. He then stood, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. I did have certain inquiries for you, sensei. However, it appears I have come to an understanding just now. Therefore, there's no need for you to concoct an excuse to deflect my questions. In response, Ibiki erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the examination room. Once his mirth subsided, he regarded Sasuke with a measure of admiration, replying, "Truly, you are a worthy pupil of Kakashi. So young yet so astute, aware of when to advance and when to retreat, with such extraordinary talent. Alas, it is regrettable that you do not conceal your brilliance. It seems destined for a premature end, what a pity." Observing Ibiki's theatrical demeanor, Sasuke allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips before retorting, "I believe you must have questions for me, sensei. Given the joyful occasion of today's success, I chose to remain. If you have no inquiries, I shall take my leave and return home." Sasuke had no time to engage with the seasoned veteran of Konoha in endless banter. He had hoped to extract some useful clues about who might be covertly targeting him within the village. Yet, it appeared that hope was futile. "Haha. I find myself increasingly fond of you," Ibiki exclaimed. "Let us not dawdle. Your words pique my curiosity. How does a mind as meticulous as yours prepare to submit a blank paper, much like Naruto? Do you, with your prodigious talent, not wish to participate in the Chunin exams early, preferring instead to cultivate your skills for another year?" Ibiki understood that all geniuses possess a certain arrogance. Kakashi had been one such individual, and Sasuke likely resonated with him in that regard. Yet, what perplexed him was the seemingly indifferent demeanor exhibited by Sasuke at this moment, which triggered Ibiki's compulsive desire for a comforting and precise answer. He chuckled softly. Upon hearing his words, Sasuke seemed to perceive the thoughts of Ibiki, and with a slight smile, confidently declared, "Even if you do not announce a blank submission, I can still pass. I will find my own way to succeed." "What method?" Ibiki instinctively inquired, immediately grasping the genius's psychological workings, his expression tinged with excitement. "I will incapacitate all the proctors in this examination room, and then use genjutsu to compel you to award me a satisfactory score." "What?" Upon hearing Sasuke's proclamation, Ibiki's first reaction was disbelief. This boy must be mad. To incapacitate all the examiners? At such a young age, he relished boasting. But surely there are limits. Does he truly believe he can speak so brazenly before an elite like myself? The thought ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Ibiki, with a disdainful glint in his eyes, retorted, "Humph. Were it not for the fact that we are in Konoha, I would genuinely like to see how you intend to employ your methods to secure a satisfactory score from me." "Ah, you are mistaken, teacher. Even in Konoha, one can." "How brazen of you." Ibiki's words were abruptly cut short. In that moment, the scene before him transformed into a sea of blood. Sasuke's form gradually dissipated before his very eyes, vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he found himself inexplicably affixed to a massive pillar of shame, reminiscent of Christ. This is indeed genjutsu. I have unwittingly fallen prey to this boy's illusion. But how could this be? I am a seasoned nin. On the cusp of becoming a nin, how could a mere genin so effortlessly ensnare me? Trembling, Ibiki's astonishment grew, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, at that moment, fragments of leaves began to drift through the void before him, gradually coalescing into Sasuke's visage. The specter, standing upon the blood sea, slowly spoke, his gaze icy. "Ibiki-sensei, how does it feel? Do you wish to experience what you desired? Are you satisfied now?" Enveloped in the surreal blood-soaked illusion, though bound, Ibiki's shock outweighed his fear. "You, at such a young age, possess the ability to control me with genjutsu. Truly, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan." After uttering this, Ibiki fell into a prolonged silence, his thoughts obscured. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, he began, "All right, I concede your prowess. Please dispel the illusion. I acknowledge your strength. For you indeed embody the rare genius Kakashi spoke of." With this, he assumed that Sasuke would promptly release him. After all, he was currently the examiner for this nin exam, under the watchful eyes of many. Even if Sasuke harbored grievances within, he would never be foolish enough to act against himself at such a moment. However, to his astonishment, the next moment, Ibiki found himself at a loss. Emerging from the sea of blood was a strikingly handsome face, adorned with a mischievous smile, gazing at him with ill intent. "Teacher Ibiki, do you truly wish to slip by unnoticed?" A chill ran through Ibiki's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. Striving to maintain his composure, he forced a strained smile and awkwardly inquired, "What is this, Sasuke? Did you not claim you had no questions for your teacher?" With a cold laugh, Sasuke retorted, "Indeed. But before dispelling the illusion, do Do you not intend to explain who instructed you to target a mere impoverished student like me? At these words, Ibiki's pupils abruptly contracted. How did this boy know? Could it be that he was perceptive enough to see through the fade? Yet, how could someone so young possess such cunning? Was he perhaps the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Though shocked internally, Ibiki feigned a casual smile towards Sasuke, stating, "Perhaps you are overthinking it. I truly have no idea what you are referring to. We bear no grudges, so why have you persistently sought to undermine me from the very moment we met?" Sasuke smirked, "I am merely the proctor. Furthermore, Kakashi has been boasting about you being a once-in-a-century genius, which piqued my curiosity to observe you more closely. I never anticipated that you would be so sensitive." Seemingly caught, Ibiki's face contorted with frustration. "Stop pretending, no matter how adeptly you disguise it. Do not forget that my bloodline limit allows me to discern even the subtlest expressions on your face. Do you think I cannot see through your insincerity? Speak up. I genuinely do not wish to resort to violence against you. Teacher, we are both merely workers in Konoha, earning a meager salary each month. What is the point of risking our lives?" After a few moments of hesitation, Ibiki finally furrowed his brows, casting a conflicted look at Sasuke as he warned, "I will not divulge anything. As someone who has been through this, I sincerely advise you. The waters here run deep, for a promising young child like you. It is best to keep one eye open and the other closed. It would be wiser for you to play the fool and pretend nothing has occurred today. For the benefit of us both." Unmoved, Sasuke could no longer tolerate Ibiki's evasiveness. He erupted, "Isn't this just a scheme? You keep trying to stall me, don't you?" As he spoke, Sasuke's figure gradually emerged from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, he summoned a kunai into his palm. You Sasuke, I advise you not to do anything foolish. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Silence, will you?" As blood surged around Sasuke, he approached Ibiki, who was nailed to the cross, and struck with a kunai. Ah! A scream echoed, shaking the very earth. Yet, in this moment, no one could hear it, for Ibiki was ensnared in the genjutsu of the Sharingan. If it were Kakashi, a fellow wielder of the Sharingan, facing this predicament, he might have fared better. However, Ibiki was far too ordinary. Caught off guard and ambushed, he was utterly helpless against Sasuke's simple illusion. "Sasuke, you traitor of Konoha. Konoha raised you, and yet you dare to betray your masters." Ah! Before he could finish his words, in this blood-soaked realm, several identical shadow clones emerged, each wielding a kunai, systematically targeting Ibiki's vital points. "Konoha raised me? Do you, Ibiki, truly represent Konoha? Or do those who secretly command you to target me embody the will of fire that represents the village?" Sasuke's tone was frigid, though he tormented a Konoha ninja. His expression betrayed no emotion. To his friends, he offered fine wine, yet to the wolves who sought to harm him, he wielded only cold kunai. "You, stop. I beg you. I will tell you." Beads of sweat trickled down Ibiki's forehead. As a key member of Konoha's Umbu interrogation unit, this was the first time he experienced the thrill of being interrogated. "I will speak, Sasuke, but if you know anything, you'd best not regret it." Unmoved by his words, Sasuke's numerous clones struck once more with their kunai. "Stop. It's Lord Third Hokage. The Third Hokage. Are you satisfied now? The Third Hokage, that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen?" At this revelation, Sasuke abruptly halted. Observing the battered Ibiki before him, he sensed a glimmer of truth in his eyes. "The Third Hokage intends to eliminate me? Not only secretly, but at such a critical juncture as the Chunin exams? The true motive behind this must be glaringly obvious. He fears that my currently displayed talents may threaten the future of Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan has always been at odds with the higher-ups of Konoha. Now, I am one of the last embers of the Uchiha clan. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will rise again with the spring breeze. Could it be that this old man is intent on eliminating me before his demise, to pave the way for Naruto?" Unlike the other members of the 12, Sasuke did not harbor such lofty aspirations. To dream of becoming Hokage? Without sufficient backing, can one truly covet such a position? The second Hokage was the brother of the first. The third was the disciple of the second. The fourth was the disciple of the third. If we were to follow the original narrative from before my transmigration, thus, the fifth Hokage is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first. The sixth, Kakashi, is the disciple of the fourth, while the seventh, Naruto, is the son of the fourth and the pupil of the sixth. What a fascinating lineage we have here. One would feel quite embarrassed to claim the title of Hokage without a few layers of background buffs, wouldn't he one? Just as I was contemplating this, Ibiki suddenly let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "Sasuke, now that you are aware, doesn't your heart feel rather conflicted? With a cold smile, Sasuke retorted. That is none of your concern. Your sole task now is to forget everything that has transpired here. Forever keep your mouth shut. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ibiki's face froze, and he trembled as he said, Sasuke, this is where it ends. I advise you to be merciful. If you spare my life, I will certainly not divulge today's events lightly. However, should you kill me here, rest assured, you will not emerge unscathed. With a slight smirk, Sasuke calmly replied, Are you afraid? But rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. However, your fragile psyche may need to endure a bit of discomfort. What? Ibiki was momentarily perplexed by Sasuke's words. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a crimson flash from the corner of Sasuke's eye, as he bellowed, Naraka, appear. In the examination room 302 at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Ibiki was about to speak when suddenly his knee buckled, and he found himself leaning forward involuntarily. What is happening to me? His body seemed to betray him, and his mind was a blank slate. He experienced an inexplicable sensation, as though he had forgotten something of great importance. Yet, he was unable to recall it amidst the mounting pressure. At that moment, Sasuke, quick on the uptake, caught him. However, his expression suggested he was struggling to contain his amusement. With a silly grin, he occasionally glanced towards Ibiki. What mischief is this lad plotting now? Eyebrows raised. Ibiki queried with irritation, What are you laughing at? Nothing. I merely wish to remind you, Professor Ibiki, to refrain from rewarding yourself too liberally. Otherwise, given your current state, you might find yourself incapacitated rewarding myself. The words left Sasuke's lips, leaving Ibiki, the seasoned veteran, momentarily at a loss. It took a few moments for realization to dawn upon him. His lips twitched, and he felt utterly flustered. Upon reflection, he thought it must be that rascal Kakashi. Why must he drag his students into his private research on the paradise of affection? Nonetheless, I must wonder if my sudden inability to function stems indeed from an overindulgence in rewards of late. Regardless, it appears that I must exercise restraint of late. With this thought in mind, after a considerable pause, Ibiki cleared his throat as if to mask his embarrassment, glancing at the still chuckling Sasuke, and retorted with a hint of annoyance, All right. Instead of emulating Kakashi's bad habits, you ought to prioritize your studies at your age. Sasuke, unfazed by any semblance of decorum, leaned in closer and mischievously grinned. Ibiki-sensei, you see, I am both gifted and handsome. The number of girls pursuing me is considerable, hence, I am truly compelled to acquire some extracurricular knowledge, he added with a teasing tone, and Ibiki-sensei, you've been secretly rewarding us. Could it be that you're still single? Go away. Find somewhere cooler to linger. With a swift motion, Ibiki shook off Sasuke's arm. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stormed out. It seems that the rewards from the system achievement package are not entirely without merit as he gazed at the corner where Ibiki had disappeared. Sasuke's smile gradually transformed from relaxed to serious. That old man is quite devious. I had intended to warn you before Orochimaru invaded Konoha, but since you lack foresight, do not blame me for being unkind. Clenching his fists tightly, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. With a mere thought, he dismissed the floating system panel before him and departed with purpose. A night passed without incident, and dawn arrived swiftly. On this day, Sasuke received news from the Ninja Academy and promptly made his way to the 44th testing ground, known as the Forest of Death. There, he spotted Mitarashi Anko, a figure not too old but in the prime of her vitality, appearing before him, clad in a ninja mesh undershirt with a simple, unadorned coat draped over. She exuded an air of confidence and grace. However, that was not the focal point. The emphasis lay on the two prominent features below her neck. Sasuke was taken aback to witness someone slightly less formidable than Tsunade in this setting, and her stunning beauty was akin to a youthful version of Tsunade herself. Sasuke, why are you always the last to arrive? At that moment, the renowned Naruto approached with a cheerful smile. True to form, he was brimming with his usual banter. The first to speak. Cough Sasuke, momentarily flustered by the interruptions, managed to divert the conversation. However, just then, it appeared that all the other candidates had gathered after Sasuke's arrival. Standing at the entrance of the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko spoke up. Everyone. Reaching this point signifies your unwillingness to abandon your future. Nevertheless, regarding today's second examination, as an examiner from Konoha, I feel it necessary to remind you once more. This trial, regardless of life or death, will not be overseen as closely as the first examination. Thus, theoretically, this stage could lead to someone's demise. Now, if anyone present wishes to withdraw, they should step forward. It is not too late. After all, No one will mock a person who recognizes the reality of the situation. Although Yukimaru's words sound quite alarming, the expressions of all the candidates merely shifted slightly before they fell silent. At that moment, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, this examination is not ordinary. Perhaps you should withdraw for now and wait until." "No, I want to stay with you all. We, Team 7, are a whole, and I absolutely cannot fall behind." Sakura rejected the suggestion outright, without a second thought. Since the incident with the Kawamoto family, she had silently vowed to keep pace with Sasuke. She understood that with her innate talent, she might drift further from such an exceptional man as Sasuke, but she would not yield. This was her current ninja way. As the two stood there, momentarily stunned into silence, Sasuke slowly spoke up, "You two need not be troubled. When the exam begins, just stand behind me. There is no need for you to intervene. I am eager to see who dares to lay a hand on us." His eyes narrowed, his tone calm, yet at that moment, an air of regal authority emanated from Sasuke, compelling both Naruto and Sakura to shudder involuntarily as if they were being constrained by an invisible force. "All right." Just then, Yukimaru, after a long silence, sighed and said helplessly, "Since everyone here is unwilling to give up, please line up to sign the waiver. Before that, I will explain the rules. Based on our recent tally, there are currently 26 teams participating. Therefore, we have decided to split all teams in half. One half will hold the Heaven Scroll, while the other half will possess the Earth Scroll. The Death Forest is a mere 10,000 meters away, though not extensive. It is fraught with peril. At the center of the Forest of Disappointment, you will find a tall tower. I will be waiting for you there. However, prior to that, the teams that reach the tower must possess 2 scrolls to be considered to have passed. During the journey, you may employ any means necessary to obtain your own second scroll. Remember, regardless of life or death, by any means necessary." Once the waiver forms were signed, the scrolls were distributed among each team. It was the Earth Scroll. Holding the scroll, Naruto lowered his voice and whispered to the distant candidates. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded. "The scroll will remain with me. You two stay behind me." After a moment of contemplation, Sakura hesitantly remarked, "Sasuke, you are the strongest among us. After the previous incident, it is unlikely that any candidate here does not recognize you. Alternatively, we could turn the tables and place the scroll in either my possession or Naruto's. Perhaps this would provide us with another layer of security." Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded in agreement. This indeed offers an escape route. After all, if we lose our scroll, it effectively signals the premature conclusion of the exam. However, if the Earth Scroll were entrusted to Sakura and me, it would be akin to placing all our eggs in one basket. Should we encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary within the Forest of Death, the 3 of us could split up and act independently. Just then, Sasuke smiled slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the Earth Scroll from Naruto's grasp and declared solemnly, "I understand your concerns, but you must realize that we cannot evade the final step. The scroll we hold is the Earth Scroll, which means that if we fail to obtain the Heaven Scroll before reaching the central tower, even if we all pass through unscathed, it would ultimately be for naught." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura fell into silence. Indeed, this stage seems deliberately designed to eliminate the weak. Furthermore, they possess the Earth Scroll. The winds of change are relentless. If one seeks to stir trouble, do those holding the Heaven Scroll not have the same intentions? Moreover, prior to this, no one was aware of whether their respective teams had obtained the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll. This implies that upon entering the Forest of Death, everyone would resort to any means necessary to succeed. If conflicts were to escalate, bloodshed would be an inevitable consequence. Whoosh! The gates of Trial Ground 44 swung open, and pairs of figures surged forth like streaks of meteors, swiftly vanishing amidst the dense thicket of trees. Meanwhile, in Team 7, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Finally, trailing behind Sasuke, he timidly inquired, "SAS. Sasuke, while everyone else rushes ahead, should we really be dawdling here?" Upon hearing this, Sakura also gazed with narrowed eyes at the composed Sasuke leading the way. Sasuke smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, "Haste makes waste. Moving quickly is not remarkable. The true skill lies in going far." After a pause, Naruto pressed on, "But I genuinely fear they might reach the front and set traps for us. If that happens, won't we be at a disadvantage?" In truth, Naruto's concern was not a matter of possibility but an inevitable reality. Yet, upon hearing this, Sasuke merely smiled and said, "I am doing this intentionally, not by accident. The reason for our slow pace is to allow them time to prepare their traps." "What? Both Naruto and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances. He thought to himself, today, Sasuke seems peculiar, wild even, distinctly different from his usual self. Ever since that spar with Lee a few days ago, it felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, exuding confidence and arrogance. This change conveniently spared us the trouble of searching for this group. I intend to make them aware that, in the face of strength, all schemes and machinations are futile. Stay close. The real spectacle is only just beginning. The three members of Team 7 were unaware of how long they had been walking. Just as Naruto and Sakura were about to unconsciously exhale a sigh of relief, suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted between them. Immediately, white smoke billowed forth, dust swirling, obscuring their vision. Moments later, as the thick smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, three ninjas with ominous expressions, wearing conical hats, appeared side by side not far from Sakura and Sasuke, one tall and two short. At this moment, the tall ninja abruptly waved his hand and said, "You two go ahead and scout the way. I have my own fun to attend to here." His voice was chilling, akin to that of a venomous snake, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, the two behind him responded like subordinates, nodded, and in a flash, disappeared from the scene. Sasuke and Naruto were gone. Sakura's face blanched in terror. Without even engaging in battle, they had already lost a member. It was indeed an inauspicious start. It's all right. Sasuke crossed his arms, his dark eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Naruto was swept away by the blast. He seems to be unconscious. You go check on him. Leave this to me. He spoke almost mockingly, as if taunting the tall ninja before him. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Imitating me? He. The tall ninja, noticing this, licked his lips, his pale face reminiscent of a corpse, as he fixed Sasuke with a cruel smile. Before leaving, Sakura couldn't help but glance back. Yet that single glance sent her into a tremor of fear. Tears streamed down her face, and she retreated in despair. In less than a second, Sasuke snapped out of his daze, realizing that Sakura had unwittingly fallen victim to an attack. He scoffed coldly and stepped forward, activating his Sharingan. He raised his hand and shouted, "Naraka Path." His eyes flashed with a crimson light, resembling a river of blood, filling the surroundings in an instant. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, the next instant, Sakura astonishingly awoke from her recent nightmare. Turning, she saw the familiar handsome face before her. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Sasuke's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Sasuke, you're not dead. You're not dead. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. If you had died, how would I live?" Wah. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback. Encountering Sakura felt akin to awakening from a nightmarish dream. Her delicate frame trembled, drenched and vulnerable. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for emotions. To be candid, he held a certain disdain for Sakura's character, selfish, perhaps even heartless. Yet, to be fair, her intentions and actions towards him were undeniably commendable. Sighing softly, Sasuke gently patted Sakura's shoulder and reassured her, "Everything will be all right. Leave this to me. You should check on Naruto. If you delay any longer, he may soon become a meal for the giant serpent." What? At his words, tears brimmed in Sakura's eyes, though confusion clouded her expression. Just then, from a short distance away, a tall ninja grinned ominously and remarked, "Impressive. At such a tender age. You've effortlessly shattered my illusion. Truly worthy of the acclaim you've received as a prodigy. I must admit, I'm beginning to appreciate your audacious spirit." Silence enveloped the scene, the stillness palpable. Following Sasuke's direction, Sakura cautiously left the ravaged site, heading towards the location where Naruto was ensnared within the serpent's grasp. Meanwhile, only Sasuke, arms crossed, and the sneering tall ninja remained. After a considerable pause, as Sakura's figure vanished from sight, Sasuke spoke with a smirk. "You've shown yourself to be somewhat discerning, sparing Sakura from hardship. Now, it is time for us to discuss our own matters." The tall ninja chuckled heartily. "I find myself increasingly admiring you. Not only is your talent unparalleled for one of your age, but your audacity is also exceptional. Tell me, shall I kill you? Or shall I let you go?" The intent behind his words was unmistakable, a veiled offer of alliance. Yet Sasuke merely smiled, appearing unfazed by the underlying implications. With a light laugh, he candidly declared, "Orochimaru, I am aware that your presence here today is motivated by desire. All this talk of admiration and courage is mere pretense. The truth is, you covet my Sharingan, do you not?" At this revelation, Orochimaru's eyes widened momentarily, only to be replaced by a contemplative expression. Filled with swirling thoughts, How did he see through my disguise? Was it a slip during our earlier confrontation? Or perhaps his brother had sent him a warning? Damn Itachi. Perceiving the fleeting panic on Orochimaru's face, Sasuke boldly continued, "Let us speak plainly. Your desires, while not base, are transparent. To put it simply, even if you had not sought me out today, I would inevitably come looking for you in pursuit of power." After a brief pause, Sasuke extended his right hand, a wicked grin spreading across his palm. "Bring it forth. Reveal your sincerity. Perhaps it might genuinely move me." He chuckled softly. "I am quite uncertain as to what you are implying." His expression was cold, yet his tone betrayed a hint of vulnerability. "When you gaze into the abyss, remember that the abyss gazes back at you." Orochimaru, perplexed, had not anticipated that his initiative would render him ensnared in Sasuke's cunning trap, leaving him in a passive position. Noticing this, Sasuke smiled. "Curse seals, you'd best not tell me you lack them. Otherwise, I shall hold you in contempt, dear Snake Uncle." The phrase Snake Uncle momentarily stunned Orochimaru, more so than Sasuke's mention of cursed seals. However, this took only a fleeting moment before he regained composure. With a knowing smile, he replied candidly, "Very well. I presume your brother, Itachi Uchiha, must have whispered the secrets of the cursed seal to you. After all, given my understanding of Konoha's higher echelons, the third Hokage might not even be privy to such secrets, and if he were, I doubt they would share them with a remnant of the Uchiha clan." Remnant? Although the word stung, Sasuke remained unfazed. On the contrary, he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. It was my brother who informed me. Snake Uncle, spare me your elaborate tests. Provide me with a copy of the cursed seal in your possession and leave the scroll with me. We shall discuss the rest after my departure from Konoha." Having encountered countless individuals, Orochimaru recognized the sincerity in Sasuke's eyes despite the wildness of his demands. He nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly turned his gaze toward Sasuke, a smile gracing his lips. "Sasuke, you have truly surprised me. Indeed, I possess what you seek. However, these are precious items, and thus I have a trial for you. Should you pass, I shall immediately fulfill all your requests." "What are the rules of the trial?" Without hesitation, Sasuke crossed his arms and asked decisively. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile as he replied, "I trust Kakashi has already evaluated you. Yet, I feel compelled to reassess your abilities." At this juncture, Orochimaru drew a string of bells from his waist, holding them aloft with a grim smile. He then regarded Sasuke once more. "I am aware that you have undergone the bell test against the lower ninjas, merely needing to ring the bells. However, today is unlike any other. Your talents astonish me, and I wish to increase the difficulty of this challenge." "Quit the theatrics and state the rules plainly," Sasuke replied, impatience creeping into his voice. In truth, since mastering the 7 breathing techniques, he had longed for a vigorous battle. "Ah," Orochimaru chuckled. "I want you to seize the bell from my grasp, not merely to ring it. Can you accomplish that?" With a cold scoff, Sasuke, proud and striking, replied, "I thought you required me to defeat you. If that is the case, then be cautious, Uncle Snake." No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he vanished from the branch where he stood. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly manifesting, he formed hand seals with fluidity. As Sasuke's most devastating fire technique, a massive fireball, radiant as the sun, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Orochimaru, who stood idly in the distance. Impressive power. It seems you are indeed a rare talent, unencumbered by the Uchiha's lack of chakra, a true rarity." Upon witnessing this, a fleeting spark ignited in Orochimaru's eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals with his right hand, and in the next moment, his body melted into a puddle of clay, vanishing into thin air amidst the oncoming flames. After a moment, his form began to coalesce again in the distance, a smug smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Your abilities are commendable, but your combat awareness is lacking. However, this is a common flaw of youth. Perhaps in 2 years, you will show a different aspect." Yet, before Orochimaru could finish his self-satisfied musings, his expression abruptly shifted. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt into the air. A deafening explosion echoed. From the scattering dust below, a remarkably familiar figure surged forth, his crimson eyes gleaming, wielding a gleaming kunai aimed directly at Orochimaru. Simultaneously, he bellowed, 7 days breathing technique. First activation. Begin." With a whoosh, Sasuke shot forth like a piercing arrow, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air, charging towards Orochimaru, who now hovered in midair. Witnessing Sasuke's speed dramatically increase, Orochimaru was both astonished and elated. Could it be a forbidden technique that temporarily transcends human limits? From the looks of it, is it the 8 gates released by Might Guy from years past? With a fierce shout, Sasuke burst forth from the dust. A palpable golden chakra aura enveloped him, shimmering like flames, radiating an impressive spectacle. You were destined to lose, Uncle Snake. Indeed, as Sasuke proclaimed. Orochimaru found himself suspended in midair, devoid of any foothold, resembling a living target. Yet, he merely smiled, betraying no sign of anxiety. Is this truly your means to defeat me? It is still quite early. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Orochimaru's neck elongated like a rubber band, stretching out unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, it coiled around a nearby tree trunk like a thrown rope. Before Sasuke could charge forward, with a slight exertion, Orochimaru's entire body was effortlessly pulled outside the range of Sasuke's attack, floating away like a kite. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. The balance of attack and defense had shifted, and Orochimaru's laughter echoed ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his hand seals and softly intoned, "Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique." As his voice fell, the hand seal solidified. In the next instant, a blazing sphere of fire, even stronger than the previous great fireball, surged towards Sasuke with the speed of lightning. The dynamics of offense and defense had transformed. At that moment, Sasuke found himself suspended in midair, akin to a stationary target, unable to retaliate despite his desperate attempts. How infuriating! Though Sasuke was still young, he had mastered the art of ultimate storm prior to his journey here. Thus, when it came to combat awareness, he was certainly not inferior to anyone. Quickly assessing the situation, Sasuke changed his hand seals midair and simultaneously yelled, 7 days breathing technique, second activation, open. With that proclamation, it was as if magic had been performed. Sasuke's form abruptly vanished from the air, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow that gradually faded, subsequently devoured mercilessly by the fire dragon bullet unleashed by Orochimaru. This is the 7 days breathing technique? This is undoubtedly the forbidden technique, 8 gates, once utilized by Might Guy. As he observed the golden chakra cloak enveloping Sasuke becoming increasingly radiant, Orochimaru trembled with excitement. His desire was not merely for the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, but rather for what it signified at this moment, that Sasuke could cultivate the 8 gates. This indicated that Sasuke excelled not only in Genjutsu and Ninjutsu, but also in Taijutsu, standing unrivaled. This perfect physique. I must possess you. Licking his crimson lips, Orochimaru suppressed his inner turmoil. With a mere shift of his form, he instantaneously accelerated, becoming a blur as he dashed towards Sasuke, who was charging at him once more. Excellent. Just like that. Seeing Orochimaru also making a move toward him, Sasuke was filled with exhilaration. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The sound of their clashes echoed like thunder, their forms intertwining and leaving behind afterimages. Although Sasuke's rank was merely that of a genin, at this moment, he was evenly matched against the elite Chunin, Orochimaru. This must equate to a level of 3 to 4 gates, indeed. The 8 gates is truly legendary. Could it be that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who once ganged up on a mere Leaf Village genin, ended up in such disarray? As he gazed upon Sasuke, whose eyes gleamed with an unsettling whiteness and whose entire being radiated an overwhelming presence, Orochimaru could not help but recall the tragic fate of the 7 ninja swordsmen from years past. Yet, concurrently, an audacious and curious thought surged within his mind. If Might Guy could unlock the 8 gates, what might be the limits of young Sasuke's potential? The more he pondered this, the greater his intrigue became. In an instant, Orochimaru could no longer contain the fervor that bubbled within him. With a swift movement, his speed surged several-fold. Without any forewarning, he launched a surprise attack against Sasuke, who was already deeply engaged in battle. At that moment, it seemed he had completely forgotten that Sasuke was merely a child. He regarded Sasuke as an equal adversary. Damn it! As he felt increasingly overwhelmed by the unfolding circumstances, the flustered Sasuke cursed inwardly. Snake Uncle, you treacherous one. You promised a friendly match. Yet you suddenly unleash your full strength without a word of caution. I am still just a lowly genin, like a tempest ravaging a parking lot. The tide of battle shifted once more in the blink of an eye. Sasuke found himself retreating repeatedly, falling into an absolute disadvantage, with defeat looming ever closer. Yet, at that critical juncture, Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly, 7 days breathing technique, 3rd activation, open. With a thunderous roar, it was as though gasoline had been poured upon a flickering flame. A fiery aura of chakra enveloped Sasuke, igniting with ferocity. In the next moment, his aura surged, rising like an imposing mountain, infinitely elevated. Indeed, the third activation of the 7 days breathing technique. This was the fourth gate of the 8 gates, the gate of woundedness. No sooner had he spoken than the two clashed once more, their forms intertwining in a flurry of movement. Amidst a whirlwind of illusions, the battle escalated further. Trees, once standing tall, began to collapse in their wake. If he could unlock the fourth gate, could he perhaps reach the 5th, 6th, or even the 7th and 8th gates? I have heard that each gate beyond the 4th serves as a critical juncture. Moreover, starting from the 5th gate, each level grants an adaptive fatal technique. So, to what gate could Sasuke truly ascend? Contemplating this, Orochimaru felt an involuntary shiver run through him, followed by a wave of hesitation. In truth, the shock that Sasuke imparted upon him far outweighed any sense of surprise. In other words, if Sasuke could effortlessly access the 4th gate, who could say that he could not unlock the 5th? And if he could access the 5th, who could ascertain that he could not breach the 6th? If he pushed further, could he potentially unlock the 8th gate? Orochimaru was deeply intrigued to discover the techniques associated with the 8th gate. For it was indeed the forbidden art that allowed Might Guy to single-handedly confront the 7 ninja swordsmen, rendering it of immense scholarly worth. One must introspectively ponder, if Sasuke were to unexpectedly unlock the 8 gates, would his ability to escape truly surpass that of the 7 ninja swordsmen? In other words, would such reckless behavior lead to him being swiftly annihilated by Sasuke in his 8th gate? Swallowing hard, Orochimaru finally mused. It's a gamble. He is but a child. The 7th gate is formidable. If he were to activate the 8th gate, then it would indeed be my misfortune. Orochimaru sought to test Sasuke's limits at this moment, intending to use it as a benchmark for future research. Thus, he once again employed the same tactic. Without offering Sasuke any forewarning, his speed surged dramatically. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru's acceleration evidently reached a transformative threshold. Upon unleashing his full potential, Sasuke was instantly sent flying, as if struck by a sack of rice. What the hell? This time, Sasuke could not suppress a stream of curses. What kind of contest is this? As an elite jonin, does Orochimaru not adhere to the principles of martial ethics? This was supposed to be a spar, yet it felt like a life-threatening attack. The situation had become convoluted, and Sasuke found himself in a state of urgency. The third activation had already reached the limit of the 7-day breathing technique to break the seal. Even with the system's rapid training, forcibly activating the 4th was unattainable. However, Orochimaru was now bearing down with fierce intent, clearly serious and not jesting. Realizing this, Sasuke no longer dared to hesitate. With a swift motion of his right hand, a resounding bang erupted, and amidst a cloud of white smoke, the sword of Indra materialized in his palm. Grasping the ninja sword, Sasuke's entire aura transformed. He resembled a towering peak, unyielding and imposing, exuding an inescapable pressure. Could this be the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Uchiha? Witnessing the palpable killing intent radiating from Sasuke, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with a frenzied delight. I am not mistaken. You truly can unlock the 5th gate. Haha. Yet, Sasuke offered no response. He suddenly recalled that Orochimaru had acted similarly last time, exhibiting a foolish grin before hastily increasing his speed without regard for martial decorum. This time, Sasuke was the first to recognize this detail. He smirked coldly, tightening his grip on the ninja sword. Haha, you cannot use the same trick on me twice. As his words faded, Sasuke's form once again dissipated into thin air, like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. What? He has completely disappeared. Upon witnessing Sasuke's sudden dissolution, Orochimaru's expression drastically changed. Yet this time, amidst his previous excitement, he lost composure. Before he could accelerate once more, an enraged shout resonated from the void before him. Dance of the Crescent Moon, second form, Star Tread. As the words hung in the air, Orochimaru's serpentine pupils narrowed in alarm. Unbeknownst to him, a sword had silently found its way to rest against his neck. Startled, he regained his composure after a few seconds, exclaiming in disbelief, This is indeed a space-time ninjutsu. When did you master the Flying Thunder God / of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru found himself momentarily speechless, only to quickly dismiss the notion. No. Not only is the Flying Thunder God / a forbidden technique of Konoha, but how could that old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen, allow a member of the Uchiha clan to learn such advanced ninjutsu? Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Sasuke refrained from explaining himself as he had done with Kakashi in the past. He was not yet familiar with this snake uncle. Moreover, given the current circumstances, with his cursed seal yet to manifest, the foundation of trust was entirely lacking. With this thought, Sasuke smiled, retracting the sword of Indra, and remarked, "Uncle Snake, one must value trustworthiness. You previously promised to share a portion of the cursed seal's power with me. Now you seem to be evading the matter. Are you feigning ignorance to slip by?" At these words, Orochimaru snapped back to reality from his earlier astonishment and, with a sinister smile, replied, "How could that be? A genius like you is perfectly suited for my cursed seal. Allow me to inform you, if you were to receive my cursed seal S enhancement, your power would ascend to a new level. As for how high you might rise, I once had a measure in mind, but now I cannot say for certain." With an air of excitement, Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke as if he were a lecherous old man beholding a beautiful maiden, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained fervor. "I'm aware of that, so hand it over." There was no need for further elaboration from Orochimaru. Sasuke understood that even under these circumstances, Orochimaru had yet to reveal the complete truth. This cursed seal was derived from the sage arts of the Richi cave. It could be deemed a youthful incarnation of sage techniques. With this power, Sasuke realized he would temporarily wield the essence of the sage mode. At that moment, even if he attracted attention, he would be more than equipped to safeguard his life in critical times. After all, the assassination attempt by the Kawamoto clan was still fresh in his memory. He would not allow himself to become overconfident simply because he had a system at hand, for even the most skilled swimmers could drown. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and elongated his neck towards Sasuke's throat. However, in the next instant, Sasuke seized him by the throat. "What are you doing? Ouch!" While the process of applying the cursed seal was straightforward, requiring merely a gentle bite from Orochimaru, it necessitated the mobilization of a significant amount of sealed cursed power within him. This required not only mental focus but also precise control over his chakra. Thus, during this process, Orochimaru could be said to be at a disadvantage, even against a mere genin, let alone the formidable Sasuke before him. Once again, you do this. Whatever one wishes to do, it seems one acts like a sly fox, neglecting to inform me beforehand and proceeding directly. With a flick of his hand, Sasuke sent the snake head hurled by Orochimaru back, then nonchalantly brushed off his hands and remarked, "Give me a small snake imbued with a curse mark. Once I return safely, I shall inscribe the curse mark myself." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled. "Why not inscribe it here? Rest assured, it will be swift and scarcely painful." "Not painful?" Sasuke retorted incredulously. "I trust you not at all." Furrowing his brow, he continued, "Just bring it. This is not merely a matter of pain. If Naruto and Sakura catch wind of this here, it will undoubtedly reach Kakashi-sensei's ears. If he inquires, it might be manageable. But if he inadvertently seals away the curse mark I painstakingly acquired, it would be a grievous loss." In truth, Sasuke's statement was incomplete. He harbored a fear that should Kakashi learn of this, he might relay the information to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Who was the third? Until now, he had been unaware. However, due to the warnings conveyed by Ibiki, he could not afford to lower his guard against that duplicitous old man. One misfortune leads to another. Although the earlier incident at the exam site was trivial, it was contingent upon his current lack of strength. In simpler terms, should the third harbor ill intentions, he need not wait for Sasuke's growth. Merely witnessing the contest between him and Orochimaru today could prompt the third to covertly act against him. Sasuke's caution pleased Orochimaru, who nodded in approval. If there remained any hope that Sasuke might avoid misfortune in this ninja world, Orochimaru, despite falling short of Itachi, ranked among the top 3. With this thought, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a small, slick snake emerged, glistening with mucus, quite unappetizing. "Here you go." Sasuke instinctively recoiled at the sight of the snake being offered with a grin. Goosebumps erupted on his skin, and he shivered involuntarily, expressing his distaste. "Uncle Snake, I am truly at a loss for words. Could you not provide a more ordinary specimen? I beseech you." Orochimaru, unfazed by Sasuke's reaction, chuckled mischievously. He then extended his right hand, and shortly thereafter, another small, pure white snake timidly emerged. "Now this is more like it. This will do." In stark contrast to the previous slimy creature, the pristine little snake appeared to Sasuke as an embodiment of elegance. Without waiting for Orochimaru to elaborate, Sasuke promptly accepted the snake and sealed it within a scroll. Seeing that Sasuke was not on guard against him, Orochimaru felt quite satisfied. He contemplated for a moment before adopting a more serious tone, gazing intently at Sasuke. Sasuke, after I leave, you must remain particularly vigilant against the third and Danzo. Those two old foxes. Orochimaru's words were clear to Sasuke. In truth, these two individuals had, to some extent, jeopardized their own positions. However, at present, Sasuke found himself lacking in power, rendering him unable to retaliate. Were it not for this, given Sasuke's current temperament, the third Hokage would certainly not escape unscathed if he dared to target him. Oh, Uncle Snake, if my memory serves me right, while Danzo may be dismissed, the esteemed third Hokage is, after all, your mentor, is he not? Sasuke inquired, laden with implications. He was keen to discern Orochimaru's perspective on the third Hokage, considering that he had once been one of the closest allies to the third among the legendary Sannin. A chilling chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he removed the mask of human skin from his face, revealing his true visage. My mentor is a master of disguise. In Konoha, he is revered as a paragon of virtue. But who truly comprehends that he is akin to Danzo? Similar to Danzo? Is that not somewhat excessive? Sasuke silently critiqued. Then pressed further. So, Uncle Snake, what type of person do you believe Danzo and the third Hokage truly are? Individuals who pursue grand ambitions by any means necessary. They are both such, albeit one is forthright while the other is duplicitous. One operates in the light, the other in the shadows. You must heed my warning and remain vigilant against these two. Otherwise, with the talents and potential you have displayed, you will undoubtedly fall prey to their machinations. Individuals who spare no effort? Orochimaru's words instantly reminded Sasuke of his previous encounter with Ibiki during the Chunin exams. He had initially thought that this was merely the third Hokage paving the way for Naruto. However, if viewed through Orochimaru's lens, the situation appeared far more dire. Noticing the hesitation on Sasuke's face, Orochimaru assumed that Sasuke was struggling to accept his assertions. After all, the third Hokage's reputation in Konoha was widely acknowledged. Had it not been for his former closeness as the third student, he might not have discerned the true nature of the man. Thus, for the sake of nurturing a suitable vessel for his future endeavors, Orochimaru made an unprecedented attempt to persuade Sasuke once more. I understand that you may find it hard to believe my words and perceive them as exaggerations. Yet, every word I speak is grounded in truth. At this juncture, as if resolved to convey a pivotal point, he abruptly shifted his line of questioning, asking Sasuke, do you know who the first and second Hokages were? This abrupt change in topic caught Sasuke off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. I know, what of it? Are you aware of why the Senju clan vanished from Konoha following the second Hokage? This question rendered Sasuke momentarily speechless. Indeed. Were not the Senju and Uchiha the two most powerful clans at the inception of Konoha? How had both clans seemingly disappeared? Observing the uncertainty etched on Sasuke's face, Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction with his gradual and persuasive rhetoric. Turning to continue, he added, if I do not speak, you, as a junior, would never fathom how the Senju clan was annihilated by that demon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in just a few short years. The third Hokage himself? Sasuke was taken aback. To be frank, he found it hard to believe. After all, the third was the publicly recognized Hokage. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. If this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Thus, rather than attributing this to the third, it would be more plausible to ascribe it to Danzo. In this way, Sasuke could still entertain a semblance of belief. Noticing Sasuke's expression of skepticism, Orochimaru offered a mysterious smile without refuting him, and directly continued, back then, I was still trailing behind my master in training, having just earned the title of one of the legendary three ninjas after the third great ninja war, basking in glory. Yet, at that moment, I was secretly assigned by my master to the root division of Konoha, working under Danzo. Was it that Orochimaru did not betray the third, but was covertly dispatched to Danzo by him? This assertion starkly contrasted with the widely accepted interpretations of the original anime, leaving Sasuke in a state of disbelief. Seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's peculiar expression, Orochimaru paused before continuing, before I departed. I was quite perplexed about the nature of the mysterious mission that necessitated my stealthy disappearance and covert involvement. Eventually, I deduced the truth. My task was to assist a group of scholars summoned by Danzo to study the cells of the first Hokage. They aimed to replicate the bloodline limit of Hashirama, akin to your Sharingan. At this juncture, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Sasuke. However, the cells of Hashirama possess a formidable backlash effect. Most of the test subjects in captivity would go into shock within mere hours of receiving the injection. Consequently, during that period, countless men from the Senju clan mysteriously vanished one by one. The third Hokage, on the surface, appeared extremely furious, adamantly claiming he would capture spies from other villages. Ahaha. But who could have guessed that the true mastermind behind all this was none other than him, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hiss. Sasuke inhaled sharply, questioning. Then why did he only capture men and not women? Haha, that would have been far too conspicuous. Moreover, allowing the situation to escalate would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt even more bewildered. Is that not significant? After all, so many people disappeared in quick succession. Haha, this is where my master-s brilliance lies. The Senju clan-s men, as long as they were healthy, were almost all captured as test subjects. Meanwhile, the women would gradually intermarry with other prominent clans, leading to their slow decline until their eventual disappearance. My explanation might not convey this clearly. If you truly wish to know, it would be prudent to investigate thoroughly the Senju clan. Aside from my unfortunate little apprentice Tsunade, are there any other purebloods remaining? Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as if struck by a sudden realization. The men were condemned to servitude for generations, while the women were destined to a life of shame. For reasons unknown, Sasuke recalled this infamous and venomous curse. In his 2 lifetimes, he had presumed this curse was merely a saying. Little did he expect to witness such a reality unfold before his very eyes. Astonishingly, it was orchestrated by a man of considerable repute. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke sighed heavily. But that was not the end of it. Orochimaru continued, recently, I received news that your Uchiha clan has been eradicated. Now, only you and your brother Itachi remain. Although reports claim that your brother acted out of noble intent, my understanding of my master suggests that the truth is far more complex. Do not forget, the Sharingan, much like Hashirama-s would release, is a bloodline limit, and their masters are bound by an inseparable bond. How could my master resist such temptation? Are you suggesting that my brother did not annihilate our clan? Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing in pursuit of clarity. No, you misunderstand me. That is not my implication. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. What I mean is that your brother must have been compelled by some circumstance to take such drastic action. The intelligence indicates it was for your sake, though I remain skeptical. After all, to slay one's own parents and obliterate one's entire clan for the sake of a brother seems profoundly disconcerting, does it not? Sasuke nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's assessment resonated with him. Indeed, this was a conundrum he had grappled with for some time. To annihilate everyone merely to safeguard a brother? The explanation provided by Konoha felt exceedingly strained. Furthermore, there was the division between the Hyuga clan's main house and branch families, and the generations of intermarriage among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, supporting a young blonde boy to marry into the Uzumaki clan, only to ambush and eliminate the formidable Uzumaki lineage when their guard was down, for the sake of easier management and to weaken the clans. Many unseen machinations had already transpired. Upon hearing this, Sasuke could not help but gasp in shock. How dark must this scheme be? Was Naruto-as father merely a puppet fostered by the third Hokage? Was the aim to lull the Uzumaki clan into complacency through marriage, only to secretly eradicate them? Indeed. Otherwise, with the lineage of Minato Namikaze, being the fourth Hokage or marrying into the clan renowned for its exceptional sealing techniques would be implausible. Even becoming a son-in-law seemed unrealistic. However, if the third Hokage was pulling strings behind the scenes, then everything would fall into place seamlessly. Regardless of whether the marriage materialized or not, as long as the Uzumaki clan did not refute it. The third Hokage's endorsement would surely lead to the exclusion of Orochimaru, supported by Danzo. When the Water Gate was elevated to power by 3 generations, the empty promises from the Vortex clan could finally be redeemed. This is akin to a con game, a Ponzi scheme of the Naruto world. All right, Orochimaru, I understand. Sasuke replied, forcing himself to remain calm. After hearing all this, do you still not wish to leave this place with me directly? Orochimaru inquired, his tone enticing. No, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just not the right time. You should return to the land of Waterfall and wait for me. Once I master the lightning release technique from Kakashi-sensei, I will naturally come to find you. What a joke. If we are to go, it must be when I am absolutely certain I can defeat Orochimaru. Otherwise, wouldn't that be akin to delivering a meal? Lightning release? Orochimaru was at a loss for words. He wanted to persuade Sasuke, yet he lacked the appropriate leverage. He was hardly proficient in lightning release. In contrast, Kakashi was renowned in Konoha as a prodigy in that field. After a pause and much contemplation, Orochimaru produced a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Sasuke. Here, take this. It may aid you in learning lightning release. What is this? Sasuke asked, puzzled, as he weighed the notebook in his hands. It contains my notes on natural sciences, with descriptions of the principles of lightning. You possess exceptional talent and a sharp mind. I believe you could easily score above 90 on any written test, right? In truth, Orochimaru considered his statement overly modest. After all, he had been a standout in his class at Konoha, consistently achieving perfect scores, never once scoring below 99. The reason was simple. The written exams in Konoha had a maximum score of 100. As he reminisced about his school days, Sasuke, indifferent to the conversation, reached for the notebook. Oh, I've never passed. What? A genius like you has never passed an exam? Enough, Orochimaru. I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again. Sasuke, having gleaned all he needed to know, did not wish to prolong the conversation with Orochimaru. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to depart. In an instant, Sasuke vanished, leaving Orochimaru staring blankly, not pursuing him but instead murmuring to himself, should I still attempt to take over this boy's body? He has such talent, yet he has never once passed a simple written exam. His abilities are promising, but could there be an issue with his intellect? Pondering deeply, Orochimaru's form seemed to dissolve, gradually transforming into hundreds of small snakes that slithered away in all directions, disappearing from sight. Sasuke, gasping breaths. Somewhere in the forest of death, Sakura gasped for breath, her complexion as pale as death. It turned out to be merely a nightmare. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, a lingering fear etched upon her face. Glancing at Naruto, still in a state of unconsciousness, a hint of worry crossed her features. It's so late. Could it be that something has truly happened to Sasuke? She shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. He is the brightest star of Konoha, and even Kakashi-sensei has fallen before him. What is a mere sound ninja compared to him? She murmured to herself, the relentless anxiety gradually subdued by her whispers. She understood that she could not falter now. With Naruto still unconscious and Sasuke untraceable, she could only rely on herself. Sakura, just as she pondered, Naruto's weak voice suddenly broke through, barely a whisper, whereas Sasuke. Why are only the two of us here? Pressing her lips together, Sakura replied, Sasuke is holding off the sound ninja who ambushed us. I believe he will catch up soon, however, upon mentioning this. The anxiety she had just managed to suppress surged back, weighing her down like lead. Naruto, mustering all his strength, sat up. No, we cannot. Team 7 is a whole. If Sasuke is in trouble, how can we hide here and do nothing? Before he could finish, darkness clouded Naruto's vision, and he collapsed again. After a moment of silence, Sakura, her expression complex, responded, Naruto, the enemy is incredibly strong. Do you really think we could be of any assistance if we return? We can't just sit back and do nothing. I am going to be Hokage one day. How can I hide behind others? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain conscious, speaking through clenched jaws. But have you considered that if we return and merely observe, we might become a burden to Sasuke? This statement hung in the air, enveloping them in silence. Indeed, Sasuke was overwhelmingly strong, although they were not in the same class. The passage of time had only accentuated their differences. Damn it. Trembling all over, Naruto's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Murmuring to himself, I will strive to catch up to him. If he works hard, I will work 10 times harder in secret. Sakura, you must do your best too. Sighing, Sakura cast a glance at the invigorated Naruto and shook her head with a subtle exhale. Can sheer talent truly be compensated for with effort? This was indeed a question worth pondering. Suddenly, in the midst of their silence, a shuriken, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind, shot towards them with alarming speed. Upon the hilt of the sword hung a high-level explosive talisman, fervently ignited, emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds that sent chills down the spine. Witnessing this, Sakura's delicate countenance transformed with alarm. In the fleeting moment of the talisman's combustion, she seized Naruto, making a desperate bid for escape. A thunderous explosion reverberated. Although Sakura's response was remarkably swift, the explosive talisman, being of a higher caliber, unleashed a force that even her timely evasion could not fully mitigate. Consequently, she was caught in the aftermath of the blast, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her spirit dwindling in an instant. Sakura! Naruto shouted in anguish, his own expression contorted by pain, compounded by his earlier injuries. He felt a numbing sensation enveloping him, rendering him utterly powerless. Awaiting Sakura's reply, The atmosphere shifted abruptly with the sound of rushing winds. Glancing towards the noise, three figures materialized nearby, their faces adorned with sinister smirks. Toss. Was it truly worth expending a high-level explosive talisman for these two fools? One inquired. Toss, a hunchbacked figure in peculiar attire, chuckled softly in response. There's no question of worth. These two imbeciles are wounded here. Sasuke must be lurking nearby, likely ambushed as well. We shall swiftly capture these two as bait, allowing us to ensnare Sasuke when he arrives to deal with their assailants. It aligns perfectly with our trap. At this juncture, Toss' lips curled into a chilling smile. Toss, that seems rather underhanded, don't you think? Teased Zack with a chuckle. Toss snorted dismissively, his voice cold as he retorted. Who instructed him to provoke me during the 302 exam? He claimed he wouldn't let me off the hook. Now, I shall see who is truly unable to let go. As consciousness gradually returned, Sakura's emerald eyes fluttered open, only to be met with the sight of the three figures, prompting her to exclaim in shock. It's you, the Sound Ninja. Oh, if I recall correctly, you were ambushed by the Sound Ninja previously. Zack was the first to react, his words laden with implication. Toss, with growing impatience, furrowed his brow and snapped. Enough with the chatter. Sasuke could arrive at any moment. Let us strike together and subdue these two in the shortest time possible, ensuring Sasuke remains oblivious to our intentions. Very well. No sooner had he spoken than the three figures trembled slightly before transforming into phantoms, charging towards the incapacitated Sakura and Naruto. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, Naruto's azure eyes began to flood with crimson veins, his expression twisting into a snarl. But at that moment, a furious shout rang out, followed by the sudden appearance of a green figure. Konoha Great Whirlwind. As it manifested, the figure executed a series of aerial kicks. Caught off guard, Tosu and his companions found themselves in a state of utter disarray. The three members of the Sound Ninja formed a tight triangle, supporting one another as they steadied themselves. Tosa furrowed his brow and threatened, Is it you? The thick-browed fellow who was expelled from the examination hall by the proctor? With one hand behind his back and the other extended, striking a familiar pose. Rock Lee replied with unwavering determination, I am the most splendid azure beast of Konoha. Rock Lee. Most splendid, indeed? The corners of the Sound Ninja's mouths curled in disdain. Zack, narrowing his eyes, warned, You'd best mind your own business, kid. This is a personal grudge between us and that one called Sasuke. If you choose to be blind to it, do not blame us for being impolite. As he spoke, the Sound Ninja shifted their stance, encircling Rock Lee in a fan-like formation, clearly prepared to strike at the slightest provocation. Having undertaken numerous missions, Rock Lee instantly grasped their intentions. Realizing the situation, he remained still, slowly unwrapping the bandages that encircled his hands. Crossing his arms, with a determined glint in his eyes, he declared, Teacher Guy, I know you disapprove of me using that forbidden technique so easily. However, I am left with no choice but to employ it now, because Sakura-chan is the one I must protect with all my strength. His resolute tone resonated powerfully. Sakura, stunned into silence. Sakura found herself at a loss for words. In her heart, she had only ever loved Sasuke. Yet, despite her affections, it seemed that her feelings for him were unreciprocated. The thick-browed lad and Naruto both harbored feelings for her, while the one she adored remained indifferent. Was this her fate? Oh my goodness! As Rock Lee unabashedly professed his feelings for Sakura in front of everyone, Naruto's composure shattered. Damn it! That thick-browed guy. I haven't even confessed yet. When did it become your turn? Frustrated thoughts swirled in Naruto's mind. If it had been Sasuke making the confession, he could have accepted it, considering Sasuke's exceptional prowess. If he were a girl, he might well have been infatuated with someone as talented and handsome as Sasuke, just like Sakura. But the first to confess was not Sasuke, but rather this thick-browed fellow. The realization deepened Naruto's sense of frustration, lamenting why he hadn't acted sooner while Sasuke was away. Now, the opportunity had slipped through his fingers. A solitary leaf gracefully descends. In this unique moment, it resonates like a clarion call for an impending assault. Although it emits no discordant sounds, its silence speaks volumes. With a whoosh, the three Sound Ninjas and Xiao Li vanished simultaneously from their positions. Logically, the trio of Sound Ninjas should have held a numerical advantage without even engaging in battle. Indeed, they entered the fray with such confidence. Yet, the outcome defied the expectations of all present. In a mere heartbeat, Xiao Li surged forward with astonishing speed. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, he delivered two swift kicks, sending the two comrades of Tours flying. What? This fellow is unexpectedly formidable? The sound ninjas were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the Shaoli, previously repelled by the examiner with a single strike, could unleash such terrifying explosive power. However, regret was futile at this moment. The only one yet to be ambushed, Tors, had not even discerned Shaoli's position. A chill raced down his spine, followed by the chilling voice of Shaoli behind him. It's over. Teacher Kai. I will prove that hard work can surpass the so-called genius in the eyes of the world. What? How could this be? Suspended in midair, devoid of any leverage, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Shaoli's form materializing behind him. Before he could devise a countermeasure, he felt a constricting sensation enveloping him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered white bandages tightly binding him to Shaoli. Does this kid have some peculiar obsession? Gritting his teeth, Tors mocked inwardly, realizing the dire predicament he was in. With no means to exert force, being further restrained by Shaoli exacerbated his plight. Cursed. Resigned to his fate, in the next instant, Shaoli enveloped Tors and flipped downward. In an instant, they resembled a singular, pointed projectile, plunging unhesitatingly toward the ground below. This. Naruto, Sakura, and the two sound ninjas who had been kicked away were aghast at the sight. At first, suspended in midair? Was this fellow intent on perishing alongside Tors? Sharing the same fate, Sak and his companion responded immediately. Without exchanging many words, they stepped forward in unison. Their hands formed rapid seals, and in an instant, 4 hands struck the ground with force. Simultaneously, they chanted with fervor, earth-style, groundquake core, as their incantation echoed. The ground beneath Shaoli and Tors erupted into layers of soft earth. It was as if the ground had been plowed in advance, like a cushion. It instantly caught Shaoli and Tos, providing a moment of respite. Ultimately, Tos narrowly escaped the fate of being obliterated. With his arms braced against the earth, he extracted himself from the soft soil, resembling a radish being pulled from the ground. Suppressing the shock within, he cast a sinister glance at the now disheveled Shaoli and remarked, "Heh, what do you think? Did you expect me to emerge unscathed?" In response, Naruto shouted defiantly, "You lack honor in battle. It was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, yet you resort to underhanded tactics." Hearing this, the 3 sound ninjas burst into laughter, exclaiming, "They say Konoha is the foremost village in the ninja world. I truly did not anticipate such naive fools to arise from it. Indeed, we shall disregard the principles of combat. What will you do about it?" As their laughter subsided, Tos stepped forward, his gaze sharp. "Kid, you chose to meddle in affairs that were not yours. We once offered you a chance, but you squandered it. At this juncture, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." With that, the 3 sound ninjas cautiously encircled the beleaguered Shaoli, wary of any sudden use of forbidden techniques. "Damn it, my body has yet to recover. What am I to do now?" Shaoli gritted his teeth, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face. The technique he had just employed was known as the Inner Lotus, a forbidden jutsu that temporarily sacrifices one's physical potential for a burst of power. Though potent, its repercussions were considerable. Given Shaoli's current state, he would need at least half a minute to regain enough strength to rise and retaliate. Yet, even with time running short, none among the trio had the strength to hold out for that duration. Meanwhile, from a distance in the grass, "Hey, Ino. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Shikamaru swiftly grasped Ino, who was about to recklessly charge into the fray. Ino trembled, seemingly responding to Shikamaru while also lost in her thoughts. I cannot simply stand by and watch Sakura suffer." "What? CHG?" Stuffing a chip into his mouth, looked at Ino in shock and asked, "Ino, weren't you avoiding Sakura all this time for Sasuke? Why the change now?" Clenching her fists, Ino interrupted, "I can bully her, but I absolutely cannot stand idly by while others do." Before she could finish, Ino attempted to charge out once more. The trio knew that, as the weakest group of newcomers in this exam, engaging in direct confrontation would likely lead to their defeat. Just then, a voice from the treetops rang out, dripping with disdain. "Hey, you 3, I don't care about the rest, but that guy with the thick eyebrows is our teammate. Before you act, you must think carefully, otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." Upon hearing these words, the 3 sound ninjas were momentarily taken aback. As sound ninjas, they possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to sound. Yet, curiously, despite this sensitivity, they had not detected when the newcomer had stealthily perched atop a nearby tree. As the gathered individuals turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld a youth with pure white eyes, arms crossed, and a slight smirk upon his lips, gazing down at the 3 sound ninjas without a trace of fear. "Niji, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lee exuberantly waved his hand and then, in excitement, turned to Sakura, exclaiming, "Sakura, we are saved." Niji is a presence stronger than Sasuke. He is indeed the true prodigy of this generation in Konoha. A true prodigy? Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately objected, without waiting for Sakura to respond. Let us not even discuss saving anyone. Are you deliberately provoking our Team 7 by saying someone is more talented than Sasuke? This chakra pressure Tosu, who was closest to Niji, felt the intensity most acutely. Slightly taken aback, he replied in a somewhat subdued tone, "My dear classmate, I had no intention of seizing your team scroll. Thus, if you simply take your companions and leave, we can consider this a misunderstanding, shall we?" Originally, one might expect the prideful Niji to outright refuse. However, to the surprise of Lee and Tintin, Niji paused and smiled, saying, "Very well." Upon witnessing this, Lee was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Niji, we are all from Konoha, why?" Why not? Before Lee could continue, Niji's eyes bulged with intensity as he directed a formidable pressure towards him, commanding, "Silence. In my eyes, there is only success and failure, not this Konoha or that." In Niji, the moment those words escaped his lips, both Tintin and Lee were left in stunned silence, feeling as though the Niji before them was a stranger, as if he had become an entirely different person. "Ha ha!" At this juncture, Sak greeted Niji with flattery, stating, "As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Your decisive actions and resolute demeanor will undoubtedly secure you a place in Konoha in the future. Losing a formidable opponent equates to gaining additional security." After all, they were currently plotting against Sasuke, aiming for a swift resolution. "Sakura, I am sorry." As the three sound ninjas drew nearer, Lee turned his head, feeling a sense of shame as he glanced at Sakura. He was helpless against their prowess. After all, the strength lay with Niji. If he chose to assist, that was a matter of goodwill. If he declined, that was simply his right. He could only blame his own inadequacies and his inability to defeat the trio of sound ninjas. The three sound ninjas, witnessing the unfolding scene, turned to exchange cruel smiles with Sakura and Naruto. Just when the three believed the matter was settled, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A shuriken abruptly embedded itself right before their feet. "You, Niji, how can you go back on your word?" Recovering from the shock, Sak's first instinct was to accuse Niji, perched atop the treetops, of toying with them. Despite Niji's formidable display of strength, they collectively believed themselves to be no less capable. Just as he was about to turn and confront Niji once more, a familiar yet intimidating voice echoed through the gathering. "Our Team 7 won't lift a finger to help. Besides, you three have been eager to trouble me, haven't you? Here I am, yet you pretend not to recognize your old acquaintance?" Turning toward the sound, the crowd was collectively stunned. Sasuke. It truly was Sasuke. He had finally made his entrance. "Sakura, And Tintin gazed at him as if they had spotted a prince on a white horse, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Humph. This guy finally couldn't resist jumping into the fray." Niji smirked, a cunning curve forming at the corner of his mouth. With his Byakugan, he perceived everything at once. "Is this the person Sakura admires?" "Indeed, he is quite handsome," Lee murmured, his gaze fixed. Even he, who believed effort could surpass talent, couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority at this moment. "Damn it, he's showing off again," Naruto grumbled under his breath. Although he felt a hint of dissatisfaction, this time it was overshadowed by a profound sigh within. The disparity was too great. It was no wonder all the girls were enamored with Sasuke, handsome and capable. Who could resist such charm? "Heh, kid, if you relinquish control of your body to me, I assure you, you will surpass this Sasuke 100-fold. At that moment, the Ninetales' voice echoed in Naruto's mind once more. "Get lost. I'm busy," Naruto retorted irritably. The Ninetales fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. The sound ninja trio, upon seeing Sasuke, appeared as frightened as mice confronted by a cat. After a prolonged silence, TOS stepped forward and addressed Sasuke. "Sasuke, it seems we've miscalculated today. We won't interfere with your affairs." Behind him, Sak and Kin couldn't help but smirk at this admission. To be honest, this concession left them feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, surrounded by the Konoha 12, there were no familiar faces. Otherwise, they would have truly lost face. Hearing this, Sasuke chuckled. "All right then, after all, we share no deep-seated enmity." Upon hearing this, the sound ninja trio collectively sighed with relief. However, in a mischievous twist, Sasuke suddenly changed his tone. "But how shall we account for your ambush on me this time?" As he spoke, Sasuke rested his chin upon his hand, adopting an expression of deep contemplation regarding his attire. Suddenly, with a dawning realization, he declared, "Never mind. Who could blame me for my benevolence? Let us make a deal. Hand over the scrolls in your possession, and this matter shall be considered resolved. What? The scrolls? The expressions of the three Sounding shifted in unison. While they could endure hardships for survival, encroachments upon their own interests were utterly intolerable. His eyes narrowed. In feigning calmness replied, Sasuke, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep? Sasuke erupted in raucous laughter. Just say whether you will comply or not. He understood that he must assert dominance over these three troublemakers who had always harbored dissatisfaction toward him. Otherwise, it would feel as if a blade hovered above his head, robbing him of restful slumber. Humph. Crossing the line of their patience, the trio could no longer contain themselves. With a cold snort, they retorted. If you wish to acquire our scrolls, you must first demonstrate your worth. Without any further prompting, they arranged themselves in a fan shape, surrounding Sasuke completely. Seeing this, Sasuke chuckled. Are you afraid I might flee? It seems I underestimated you last time. As he spoke, his figure began to dissipate slowly, like a wisp of smoke. What? What is this? It is merely an afterimage of him. Everyone present was taken aback. Be careful. His pupils suddenly constricted into slits, as if he had entered a sage mode of his own. No need for that. What? How is this possible? Before Sak and Jean could react, a ninja blade was already pressed against his throat. If I do not instill a modicum of despair in you, do you genuinely believe yourselves to be on par with the likes of me? TOS, at that moment, was utterly bewildered by Sasuke's words, standing frozen in place, unable to move. Hand them over, then. Whose hands are your scrolls truly in? Sasuke extended his hand. Sighing, TOS relented. Just give it to him. What? What kind of speed is this? Is he even human? Whether or not the scrolls mattered was of no concern to Lee, who stood there as if his soul had departed, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself. In terms of speed, he prided himself on being unmatched, specializing in body techniques. Yet, the speed Sasuke had just exhibited was beyond even what he could catch up to, even when opening the fifth gate. Perhaps only the speed of Teacher Guy could rival it. No, Lee, you are mistaken. Even Teacher Guy might not be Sasuke's equal in speed. What? In his daze, Lee turned around, only to find Neji and Tintin standing behind him, their presence unnoticed until now. Lee, are you all right? Every day? Tian would support the unsteady little Lee, her delicate face etched with concern. Yet, little Lee seemed to have undergone a transformation. As if oblivious to his current frail condition, and eagerly inquired, Ning-Ci, what did you say? Is it possible that this guy Sasuke has become so formidable that even Teacher Kai is no match for him? Upon hearing these words, Tian trembled slightly, her disbelief evident as she turned to the calm Ning-Ci, who stood with arms crossed. Ning-Ci, noticing her gaze, first nodded and then shook his head, saying, You may have misunderstood my meaning. I was referring to speed, not actual strength. Upon hearing this, little Lee and Tian exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes, confirming that what they had just heard was not mere illusion. Little Lee, still perplexed, asked, Teacher Kai, like us, is a top-tier martial arts practitioner. Could Sasuke's speed really be that extraordinary? Ning-Ci opened his eyes and gravely regarded Sasuke, stating, If I am not mistaken, Sasuke just employed a space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God Slash. Space-time ninjutsu. Little Lee and Tian both expressed their confusion, having never encountered such a term before. You should research it at the Ninja Academy upon your return. In simple terms, it is an abnormal forbidden technique akin to teleportation. Strangely, this space-time ninjutsu has been prohibited from study by the second Hokage. Yet, how could Sasuke, being the same age as us, have learned it? At that moment, from the bushes, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji emerged. Shikamaru had been listening intently to Ning-Ci's dialogue. Sensing Ning-Ci's train of thought faltering, he instinctively chimed in. I heard that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was an exceptional user of space-time ninjutsu. The fourth Hokage. This revelation was like opening a door, causing Ning-Ci's Byakugan to shine brightly. He murmured in disbelief, could it be that he and Naruto are brothers, the illegitimate son of the fourth Hokage? That cannot be true. Ino quipped, why not? Ning-Ci, momentarily flustered by the sudden illumination of thought, found his composure shaken. Ino chuckled awkwardly. The key issue is the discrepancy in their appearances, right? One is exceptionally handsome, while the other is rather lacking. Ning-Ci, Tian. Little Lee. Despite their sweeping success thus far, it seemed they were among the last few contestants to reach the central tower. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the trio of Team 7 arrived at the designated central tower at a leisurely pace. Sasuke calmly remarked, "It doesn't matter. As long as we possess the two scrolls of heaven and earth, we cannot be eliminated." As Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances regarding the scrolls, they turned their attention to the two scrolls in their hands, pondering, now that we have arrived at this central tower, is the purpose of these scrolls to be opened here? Without directly answering, Sasuke pointed to a banner before them and remarked, "You can discern the answer by looking there." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura raised their heads in unison. Above them hung a solitary plaque inscribed with the words, "If there is no heaven, one must traverse the world to gain wisdom. If there is no earth, one must strive in the fields to strengthen the body." What on earth does this mean? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "I think I understand, yet I don't. It feels like an enigmatic riddle." Sakura furrowed her brows slightly and replied, "It seems to suggest that if one lacks intelligence, one should read more. If one is clumsy, one should exercise more." Naruto's face darkened. "No, Sakura, are you sure that's truly the meaning? It feels somewhat insulting if we follow that line of thought." Sasuke chuckled. "Don't overthink it. That's precisely the meaning." Sakura pondered for a long moment before inquiring, "But what connection does the content of this plaque have with the scrolls we hold?" In response, Sasuke confidently smiled and stated, "Isn't it obvious? Konoha is urging us to engage in self-reflection." "What do you mean by self-reflection?" Naruto scratched his head again. With a grin, Sasuke addressed him. "If you believe you lack intelligence, then open the heavenly scroll. Conversely, if you think you are clumsy, then open the earthly scroll." It's akin to when Irika-sensei would ask each of us to introduce our strengths and weaknesses at the start of the school year. It serves as an assessment of one's self-awareness. Of course, it could also be seen as a form of indirect PUA. Pua? Both Naruto and Sakura frowned in unison. Though they did not voice it, they felt that Sasuke was spouting nonsense. Yet he articulated it so convincingly that they found it difficult to refute. After a prolonged silence, noticing Sakura still holding the scroll without speaking, Naruto couldn't contain himself and finally asked, "So, Sasuke, which scroll do you think we should open for the best outcome?" Naruto's reasoning was straightforward. If they opened the heavenly scroll, it would be akin to acknowledging oneself as exceptionally clever. However, opening the earthly scroll would imply declaring oneself a physically capable yet deficient individual. Either choice seemed disadvantageous. The crux of the matter was discerning which scroll would yield a higher score. After all, achieving success was paramount, even above personal dignity. Yet, he had expected Sasuke, who usually spoke with conviction, to provide a reasonably credible answer. At that moment, Sasuke, upon hearing the words, merely smiled. Responding as if in jest, "My suggestion is to open both scrolls simultaneously." What? Naruto and Sakura were utterly bewildered. Opening both the heaven and earth scrolls? Would this not be an admission of our own incompetence and disability to the hidden leaf? Considering this, Naruto's expression darkened as he said, "Sasuke, given the circumstances, let us not jest. Could you not simply articulate your thoughts?" Yet, Sasuke evaded Naruto's direct inquiry. Turning the tables, "Naruto, do you still remember what your aspiration is?" Without hesitation, Naruto, infused with fervor, declared with dramatic flair, "Of course, I aspire to become Hokage." Upon uttering these words, Naruto abruptly regained his composure and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Sasuke, do not stray from the topic. We are discussing the scrolls, not my ambitions. Did you think I would falter in this discussion? It seems you are not as foolish as I presumed." Clearing his throat, Sasuke scoffed, stating, "In this world, beauty did not exist until ugliness emerged to give it form. Strength, too, was born from the existence of weakness. Now that I have laid this foundation, do you understand why I urge you to personally open both the heaven and earth scrolls?" Though his words were philosophical, they were conveyed with clarity. Naruto pondered for a moment, then, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "I believe I grasp what you are saying, but how does this relate to our need to open both scrolls simultaneously?" The moment had arrived. Observing the situation, Sasuke laid bare his intentions. "You aspire to be Hokage in the future. Yet today's endeavor is merely to pass a Chunin exam, or even to be promoted directly to Chunin, which cannot possibly be your ultimate goal. While I may be strong now, what of the entire Hidden Leaf, or the entire shinobi world? Each generation of Hokage possesses great strength. Yet when viewed through the lens of history, or the vastness of the heavens, how does that strength measure up?" Seeing that Naruto and Sakura were deep in thought, Sasuke continued to guide them. "In the grand scheme of things, the Hidden Leaf is but a trifling matter. Today, we shall open both scrolls, not to confess our shortcomings, but rather to assert our ambition. Today, we may be weak, but that is confined to the present. Our current strength is fleeting. Is the Hokage powerful? Indeed. But how does that strength compare to that of the Sage of Six Paths? Is the Sage of Six Paths powerful? Certainly. But how does he measure against the source of chakra itself? This vast shinobi world knows no bounds and cannot be fully comprehended. Merely envying the strength of our predecessors is of no use. We must act from this moment forward. Let us transcend their limitations with our insatiable ambition. We must grow stronger. Stronger than them. Strong, strong, strong. These words resonated with an almost mystical power. In an instant, a peculiar golden light erupted in the eyes of Naruto and Sakura, akin to dry timber meeting a fierce flame, igniting fervently. Without uttering excessive words, they instinctively unfurled the two scrolls in their hands simultaneously. With a resounding bang, white smoke burst forth. Soon, amid the dissipating dust, Iruka's figure gradually materialized before the onlookers. "Iruka-sensei?" Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. They had not anticipated that simultaneously opening two scrolls would transport Iruka-sensei to their location. Iruka gave a thumbs up to the three members of Team 7, smiling as he praised, as expected of those Iruka, have chosen. "You truly have not let me down." His tone was filled with excitement, and his expression was one of delight. Observing this, Naruto furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Sensei, what do you mean by saying you are not disappointed?" He was eager to understand whether what Sasuke had previously mentioned aligned with Iruka's words, especially since that statement had greatly benefited him. "Oh, heh." Realizing his lapse, Iruka awkwardly scratched his head. "The fact that you were able to simultaneously unfurl the two scrolls indicates that you have recognized your shortcomings. Only by acknowledging one's flaws can a ninja muster the courage to improve. A ninja who can face their own reality will ultimately advance, driven by this newfound confidence. To become a formidable force. I do not know if this is how you perceive it, but since you opened both scrolls at once, it must reflect an indomitable will within you. This was indeed commendable. I have not misjudged you." Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback, and subsequently, they turned their gaze in unison towards the composed Sasuke, admiration evident in their eyes. Is a genius like Sasuke truly a blend of talent and allure? It seems there is more to him than that, for his perceptiveness is undeniably extraordinary. Having passed the introspection challenge through the scrolls, the three members of Team 7 followed Iruka into the inner sanctum of the central tower. There, they found themselves amidst numerous candidates from various ninja villages and ninjas from Konoha. Among them, Sasuke spotted Kakashi, Moonlight Gale, and Uzuki Yugao, notably atop the high platform. He even glimpsed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He truly possesses a benevolent and dignified countenance. Gazing at the kind yet solemn expression of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sasuke felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Had he not overheard Orochimaru's lengthy discourse regarding his teacher, he would not have harbored this lingering, peculiar sentiment. The Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. Just the thought of how Hiruzen had systematically weakened and ultimately eradicated Konoha's three prominent clans sent chills down Sasuke's spine, making the man before him appear exceedingly formidable. "Hey, Sasuke, look over here." Just as Sasuke stood lost in thought, Naruto, standing behind him, suddenly patted his shoulder and pointed excitedly at the figure of Sarutobi, Hiruzen atop the distant platform. "Sasuke, look, that's the third Hokage, Grandpa Hiruzen. Don't let his serious demeanor fool you. He's quite kind behind the scenes. Oh, by the way, you might not know this yet, but he's actually Konohamaru's grandfather, huh?" As he observed Naruto's innocent laughter, Sasuke felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. "Come behind the scenes?" He chuckled softly. "You probably don't realize just how ruthless your Hokage grandfather can be, do you?" At that moment, a daring thought struck Sasuke. What if Naruto were to discover that the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan was orchestrated in secret by the third Hokage? How would Naruto react then? Shaking his head, Sasuke mused. Most likely, this foolish Naruto would think it's all a joke, right? Silence. Silence. At that moment, Hiruzen's commanding voice echoed. "Now that everyone is present as the current Hokage, I wish to clarify the purpose of the Nin selection exam before the third round begins, so that you may gain a deeper understanding of its significance." The moment the third Hokage began to speak, the previously boisterous hall fell silent. After all, this was the strongest Hokage of the 5 great shinobi countries addressing them. Regardless of whether one hailed from Konoha or another village, here, respect was paramount. Seeing the room quiet down, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, holding his pipe in hand, and continued, "I believe it is essential for Konoha, as the host village, to explain the origins of the Nin exam. In the prior 2 rounds, I had asked the examiners if any of you wished to withdraw early, and it appears none of you did. I understand that this exam pertains to your future as shinobi, and I recognize that you are focused solely on the exam itself, without truly grasping the meaning of the CH-9 exam. Thus, I feel compelled to clarify that the CH-9 exam is not merely a test. It is a selection for the distribution of resources among the ninja villages. The competition comes first, the selection follows. Do you understand? Resource distribution selection? Among the group, only Naruto dared to inquire further. Grandpa Third Hokage, what do you mean by this resource competition? Could you elaborate? At this, all eyes turned towards Naruto, murmuring among themselves, who is this kid? So clueless. If the Hokage isn't explaining, it must be a sensitive topic that shouldn't be discussed openly. And now he has put the Hokage in a tight spot in front of everyone. Let's see how this dim-witted fellow fares after this. Contrary to what the others thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face bore no trace of anger as he slowly resumed his explanation. Do not be deceived by the vastness of the current ninja world. In truth, we are beset by a scarcity of resources, leaving little room for our survival as shinobi. While the 5 great ninja villages may appear as branches of the same tree, beneath the surface lies a tumultuous undercurrent. Can this even be openly stated? No. Sarutobi, have you become muddled in your old age? Sasuke's expression was peculiar. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Thus, in order to allocate resources, we have organized the Chunin exams. Of course, there is also the aim of selecting talent for our own village, yet that is not the crux of the matter. The primary focus is the annual distribution of resources. Your rankings will determine the allocation for the following year. At that time, a multitude of employers, wielding resources from various nations, will come to observe the 3rd exam. Hence, one could say that you are fighting for the glory of your respective villages. His tone was impassioned, though courteous, yet exuded an undeniable authority. The entire assembly was stirred by this lengthy oration, their spirits ignited. However, Sasuke felt a quiet disdain at the words. Resource allocation? How laughable. Are you not merely showcasing your village's strength to secure contracts for yourselves? If that is the case, why disguise it under the pretense of an examination? Why not simply engage in direct conflict? Now, here you are, a group of old men playing chess. While the youth of each village are sent to their demise for your trivial gains, you would forsake even the most basic principles for a paltry sum, would you? Though he harbored such thoughts, Sasuke found himself unable to withdraw from this absurd game. His prowess, while exceptional among his peers, was insignificant when viewed in the context of the entire ninja world. He could only bide his time in the Hidden Leaf village until he could cultivate his strength and reconsider his plans. The 3rd Hokage's words were startling, yet they seemed to create little ripple in the hall. In an instant, the candidates in the venue returned to their previous calm. Matters of resources were beyond their concern. After all, their futures were what truly mattered. At that moment, Mizuki Shikaka suddenly stood and said, "Now that the Hokage has spoken, allow me to elaborate on the preliminary events prior to the 3rd exam." Preliminary events? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto, ever the outspoken one, was the first to inquire. We have already passed 2 long examinations, and we just finished the 2nd round. Are we to immediately participate in the preliminary round for the 3rd? Clearing his throat, Mizuki Shikaku, appearing somewhat unwell, replied, "Initially, that was not our plan. However, the reality has far exceeded our expectations. The number of those remaining is simply too great. In order to prevent the audience and employers from feeling bored on the day of the 3rd exam, we must eliminate some candidates in advance. This is to maximize the excitement of the spectators on that day." Alas, the more Sasuke listened, the angrier he became. Such a Chunin exam seemed to reduce us, diligent ninjas, to mere guinea pigs. What kind of nonsense is this? I cannot help but wonder if there will be any odds set at that time. I must place my bets on my own invincibility. Having passed the 2nd exam in the Forest of Death, nearly all the candidates present bore some scars. Yet, despite this, none were willing to relinquish their future paths as ninjas. I withdraw. At that moment, a loud shout drew everyone's attention. It was Kabuto? Turning to look, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. As a pawn of Orochimaru embedded within Konoha, he understood that Kabuto's actions were to preserve his strength further. The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow and turned to the side to ask Mitarashi Anko. This child seemed somewhat familiar, immediately grasping her superior's intent. Anko opened the file in her hands and replied after a moment, "Kabuto, this is his 6th participation in the Chunin exam. He graduated from the Ninja Academy after 3 attempts." Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage nodded. "It seems I have been overly concerned. He is merely an average child." Anko pursed her lips and cautiously added, Lord Hokage, I wonder if you recall that this child, Kabuto, was actually found during the Kekkei battle. The Kekkei battle? He murmured softly, I see. With narrowed eyes, the third Hokage began to ponder. Is there anyone else who wishes to forfeit? Moonlight Gale asked 3 times. Seeing that no one in the crowd stood up, he slowly continued. Since there are none, I shall now begin assigning your opponents for the preliminary rounds. Without any delay. He waved his right hand. In the next moment, the large screen behind him began to scroll swiftly. After a few seconds, it came to a halt, displaying 2 glaring names. Uchiha Sasuke versus CHJR. Heavens, that unfortunate child. CHJR? Did you not check the date before stepping out? This guy is truly unfortunate, as if misfortune has come knocking at his door. The candidates who were not selected for Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, they began exchanging banter amongst themselves. The impending disaster had been averted, and the scene erupted into laughter. Sasuke and CHJR slowly stepped forward. Noticing that CHJR's expression was not particularly pleasant, it was unclear whether this was due to facing Sasuke or the harsh ridicule from those around him. Sasuke stepped forward and spoke first. You should concede. I believe you are aware of my strength. Unyielding, and having experienced such events, Sasuke understood that he could no longer remain inconspicuous. The expression on the face of the copper-armored opponent shifted drastically. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, he retorted, No. Do you think you are the only one who is strong? Others have reserves of strength too. His eyes gleamed with a frantic intensity, as if to bolster his own courage. Chuckling softly at the copper-armored figure's obstinacy, Sasuke felt a surge of arrogance. His sudden audacity stemmed from the fear that such confrontations would proliferate if he continued to play it low-key. If he remained overly discreet, everyone would be tempted to step forward and challenge him. How bothersome. Was there even a need for training under such circumstances? With this thought in mind, Sasuke declared, Make your move. I shall grant you an opportunity, allowing others to behold it well. He resolved that this battle must showcase a fraction of his immense power. An act of intimidation to establish dominance. You shall regret your reckless bravado. As his words fell, the copper-armored ninja formed hand seals with both hands. In the next moment, a vivid azure chakra materialized, visibly solidifying like a pair of gloves enveloping his hands. He then positioned himself, glaring intently as he prepared to pounce upon Sasuke. Chakra enhancement? Do you fancy yourself a Suma? Observing this, Sasuke raised an eyebrow and swiftly extended his hand forward. In an instant, a kunai materialized in his grasp. Striking with full force was out of the question. After all, he had already expended considerable chakra battling Orochimaru in the Death Forest. As for the Leaf Village sword technique, with the third Hokage supervising not far away, revealing that would be utterly unwise. After all, while rumors may circulate, allowing that cunning old man to discover his potential would be akin to inviting trouble upon himself. Is this Sakura? Am I hallucinating? Why does it seem that Sasuke has suddenly become much more low-key? On the second-floor platform, Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, who wielded a kunai. Sakura furrowed her brow in contemplation and, after a few moments, slowly responded, Perhaps he fears for his opponent's life? Who knows? Regardless, Sasuke will not lose. That's what matters. Naruto. Kakashi. No sword drawn? It seems this lad possesses a modicum of restraint. However, from the reports, this copper-armored fellow is indeed an extraordinary ninja. Sasuke might, perhaps, encounter a minor setback this time. Resting his chin on his hand, Kakashi leaned against the railing, wearing a bemused expression as he murmured to himself, Are we in for some entertainment? Neji remarked, arms crossed, speaking earnestly. Tion furrowed her brow, perhaps fearing that the one known as Chi Kai might be hurt. Sasuke truly embodied both charm and kindness, irresistibly captivating. Shaoli paused momentarily, then gravely concurred. Indeed, if Sasuke were to employ that previous space-time ninjutsu of his, would we even have a chance to play? We might as well head home. At this juncture, Shaoli cast a glance at Neji, noticing his less than pleased expression. He unwisely broached the subject. By the way, Neji, as the champion of the last Chunin exam, do you think you could withstand Sasuke's space-time ninjutsu? Scram. Neji retorted sharply, without a moment's hesitation. Shaoli. Tion. The arena fell into an eerie silence, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. In an instant, Chiton Kai's gaze sharpened. The next moment, like a wild beast, he lunged forward, palms outstretched, charging towards Sasuke, who stood not far away. Brimming with confidence and betting everything, he surged ahead. However, the very next moment, he found himself frozen, mouth agape. For before him, a glistening shuriken was poised just an inch from his chest, precise and elegant. Even in his stupor, did he dare to take a step forward? That would surely spell his doom. How could this be? Kai's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he murmured to himself, seemingly questioning the calm Sasuke across from him. Have you also mastered the same taijutsu as I? Sasuke smiled faintly. Do you truly believe that to be possible? But you see, when you recklessly charged in, you had already sealed your fate. Hearing this, Kai's face fell, and he slowly raised his hands as if to concede. Yet, just when everyone, including Sasuke, anticipated his surrender, Kai seized the moment, grabbing Sasuke's wrist that held the shuriken and grinning ominously. Ha ha ha. You fell for it, Sasuke. What? Sasuke regarded Kai with a look of utter confusion, suspecting the latter had lost his composure and was deluding himself. But in the next heartbeat, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. You can absorb my chakra? His legs felt light, yet his knees bore an unbearable weight, as if laden with lead. Shocked, Sasuke inquired. At this moment, Kai, exhilarated beyond measure, reveled in the fact that he had outmaneuvered the most outstanding newcomer of this generation. He swore this was the pinnacle of his career. In his excitement, he scoffed and replied, Indeed, this is my unique bloodline limit. Impressive, isn't it? After a brief pause, as if not yet satisfied, he swiftly added, However, regarding my bloodline limit, there is one aspect you have neglected. What have I overlooked? Sasuke gasped, drenched in sweat. At that moment, he was unsure if it was merely his imagination. Though chakra was depleting, he felt a subtle dizziness beginning to envelop him. Seemingly perceiving the confusion within Sasuke's heart, the man clad in copper armor smirked with delight, declaring, My bloodline limit is not simply about absorbing chakra. Upon activation, it also siphons the mental energy of the afflicted individual. To absorb mental energy as well. A realization struck Sasuke. No wonder his head felt so heavy all of a sudden. It was this fellow's bloodline limit covertly inflicting a debuff upon him. What sort of bloodline limit is this? It was akin to a ninja world's version of star absorption. He could not afford to delay any longer. If he continued, losing chakra would be the least of his worries. The crucial threat was his very life force, the mental energy. If he let his guard down, he might find himself sprawled on the arena floor, lost in slumber. On the elevated platform, a man with an unfamiliar face but strikingly familiar eyes observed the scene below, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself. Is he not drawing his sword yet? Suddenly, his gaze flicked towards the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was also spectating nearby. Are you contemplating whether that cunning old man can survive? It seems my words have reached you. This, Sasuke. Could it be that he fears injuring this chakra-absorbing foe and thus hesitates to unleash his full power? Naruto's lips twitched, his feline whisker birthmark shifting with emotion. He appeared as peculiar as he felt in that moment. Surely not, I believe. I think Sasuke merely intends to surprise us. At this point, Sakura could no longer contain herself. For on the arena floor below, Sasuke's form had begun to stagger. What mischief is this lad plotting? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Unlike others, he was among those who understood Sasuke best. He could not believe that Sasuke would deliberately hold back for any reason. Meanwhile, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, unnoticed by others, and remarked thoughtfully, This exchange with the copper armor is commendable. Beside him, Anko Mitarashi sighed and shook her head, saying, Alas, Sasuke has fallen prey to a lack of information against a fellow user of bloodline limits. If only he were aware of the copper armor's abilities, the circumstances would be quite different. The third's eyes narrowed slightly as he took another drag from his pipe, his tone growing stern. On the battlefield, no one will grant you absolute fairness. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he should possess a certain level of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Hondo's voluptuous form trembled slightly, and she nodded in rapid agreement. When the third Hokage uttered these words, she suddenly felt an odd illusion that he seemed to harbor an aversion towards the child, Sasuke. However, upon further reflection, Hondo shook her head, dismissing the thought. Surely, that could not be the case. She must be overthinking it. The third Hokage was not that kind of person. He merely wished to convey to her what the true battlefield was like. This is unfair. Clearly, Sasuke had already subdued that individual known as Chiku armor. Why had the match not been called off? Ino clenched her fists tightly, stepping forward, turning to shout loudly towards the group of examiners. Are you insane? Shikamaru's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he hurriedly stepped forward to cover Ino's mouth from behind. In a lowered voice, he whispered, Do you know what you're doing? Do you intend to instruct the third Hokage on how to conduct affairs? At these words, Ino instantly regained her composure. Indeed, the foremost principle of a ninja is obedience. This had been deeply ingrained in her mind since the very day she became a ninja. Not to mention that the third Hokage was present. Even the multitude of examiners surrounding her rendered her, a mere genin, utterly unqualified to overstep her bounds. With this realization, Ino hastily reined in her earlier recklessness. The third Hokage cast a glance at Ino from a distance. He said nothing further, merely taking a puff from his cigarette before turning to Yamenka Inoichi beside him, speaking in a somber tone. Inoichi, that golden-haired girl is your only daughter, is she not? Startled, Yamenka Inoichi's tall frame shuddered slightly as he replied in a flustered manner. Yes, Lord Third. The third Hokage nodded, and then, as if shifting masks, suddenly smiled gently and reassured him. No need to worry. I am not blaming you for anything. She is just a child, after all, nothing of great consequence. However, the third Hokage's tone abruptly shifted. But that child is rather spoiled. Her temper needs adjustment. If not, she may face severe repercussions in her future endeavors. Would you not agree, Inoichi? Yes, yes, yes. Yamenka Inoichi quickly affirmed. I will certainly discipline her more upon returning. Please rest assured, Lord Third. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage nodded. Truly worthy of being a core member of my Umbu. The future of Konoha lies with you all. You flatter me, Lord Third. Yamenka Inoichi bowed in response. Meanwhile, he observed the subtle expressions on the third Hokage's face finally settling. A sigh of relief washed over him. Others may not comprehend the temperament of the third Hokage, but after more than a decade in the Umbu, how could he remain oblivious? This was a man capable of devouring others without regurgitating bones. Every utterance is laced with the probing of one's own kin. The mind is clouded, steps feel unsteady, and the knees resemble those encased in plaster. Sasuke is acutely aware that he can no longer afford to delay. Even though the sinister figure of the third Hokage looms not far away, he must not resign himself to inaction. With this thought ignited, Sasuke summoned his spirit and bellowed. First activation. Oh, the disguised Orochimaru, observing from the sidelines, smirked subtly. Have you finally reached your limit? Once again, it appears he will resort to that technique. Tosu's pupils constricted sharply. It seems that the fellow in the crimson armor is destined for misfortune. Following his roar, an astonishing wave of chakra surged from Sasuke, rapidly enveloping him. An aura, akin to a cloak of chakra, wrapped around him, pulsating like flames. Vibrant and captivating. The third Hokage squinted at the spectacle. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Might Guy and inquired, Guy, have you secretly imparted your Eight Gates technique to this young man? Huh? Guy, equally perplexed by the scene below, was taken aback by the third's abrupt inquiry. With a hint of confusion, he replied, No, Lord Third, I truly have not. Not at all? The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, murmuring skeptically, Then from whence has this fellow acquired such forbidden techniques? You, feeling the overwhelming chakra radiating nearby. The crimson-armored figure's pupils trembled violently. How can you still possess chakra? This is impossible. Since his debut, he has ensnared countless ninjas with his star-stealing technique. Moreover, he has maintained a low profile. Nearly no one is aware of his bloodline limit's true nature. Those who do have almost all met their demise at his hands. Thus, he has held unwavering confidence in his bloodline limit. Yet now, the sudden surge of power from Sasuke has left him astounded, shattering his beliefs. What on earth is happening? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as if it had comprehended the turmoil within the crimson-armored warrior. Sasuke, with a slight smile, addressed him, Are you perplexed as to why I have suddenly regained chakra? At this, the crimson-armored figure instinctively nodded, as if ensnared by a genjutsu. With a devilish grin, Sasuke continued, You may excel at deception, but you remain oblivious to the fact that all schemes and stratagems are mere trifles in the face of overwhelming strength. At this moment, your underhanded antics are nothing more than the antics of a jester in my eyes. As if deliberately toying with him, Sasuke appeared and posed a question, yet ultimately refrained from providing a direct answer. The crimson-armored figure felt an unsettling chill, struggling to suppress the astonishment within, while employing the same tactics to buy time. He continued to absorb Sasuke's chakra, feigning innocence as he asked once more, You still haven't answered my question. I can sense it. Your chakra is nearly depleted. How can you still unleash such formidable chakra power? Sasuke, finish him off quickly, Naruto exclaimed, pacing anxiously. He is stalling for time. As if disregarding Naruto's words, Sasuke merely smiled faintly. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he turned and gestured an OK sign towards the upper floor. He then shifted his gaze back to the crimson-armored figure, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "In fact, I forgot to mention, the power I am exerting is not the chakra you speak of, but rather a simulation of chakra force utilizing a forbidden technique. Now that you are aware, I believe the game should come to an end." "What?" The crimson-armored figure's face paled in shock. "How is this possible? You must be lying to me." Having been in the field for many years, he felt confident that he had encountered more than his fair share of extraordinary feats. However, he had never heard of anyone mastering body techniques to such an extent. "You must be deceiving me." With this thought, the crimson-armored figure intensified his chakra absorption. Yet, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inexplicably suspended in midair. What is happening? Having been kicked skyward by Sasuke, the crimson-armored figure was clearly bewildered and utterly unaware of his predicament. Just then, a familiar yet chilling voice emerged from behind him. "I initially intended to keep things under wraps, but you have forced my hand." "What?" His pupils dilated as his expression froze, akin to encountering a ghost. He never anticipated that Sasuke would appear instantaneously behind him. What kind of speed is this? Could it be that this fellow specializes in body techniques? Yet, the records clearly stated that this once-in-a-century genius from Konoha was a master of Genjutsu through the Sharingan. The crimson-armored figure, who had relied on the advantage of information, now found himself ensnared by it. His worldview shattered, and his beliefs crumbled in an instant. However, Sasuke would grant him no opportunity for regret. With a sudden roar, he shouted, "Lion Esparache?" As his words fell, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the crimson-armored figure, who was sent reeling like a torn sack, continuously descending until it fell upon the cold and unyielding ground. It lay motionless, the expression on its face momentarily narrowing. Is it over? Naruto stood dazed, utterly unprepared for how swiftly events had unfolded, as if the narrative had been hastily accelerated. Indeed, he is a man of my choosing. Ino, disregarding everything, once again liberated herself. Women. Shikamaru turned away with a disdainful curl of his lip. I am so hungry. When will the meal commence? Choji patted his waist pouch, finding it entirely empty. The snacks he had previously prepared had long since vanished. This Uchiha lad is quite remarkable, the third Hokage mused thoughtfully. In response, Anko Mitarashi concurred. Yes, Lord Third, with proper guidance. This young man shall undoubtedly become a pillar of our Leaf Village in the future. Education is crucial, as you know. The Uchiha clan was once a distinguished lineage before their demise. Anko was taken aback. Yes, Lord Third. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Sasuke and ensure he does not engage in any mischief. Hiki. Kakashi turned to the side. Addressing Might Guy. You, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes. I never imagined you would secretly attempt to undermine me. Might Guy's face flushed red, and he waved his hands in a gesture of innocence. Kakashi, it's one thing for the Third to misunderstand me, but what about our relationship? How could you doubt me? You have changed. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly at this remark, feeling an odd sensation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed his teasing tone. Spare me the act. Who doesn't he admire a genius? In the future, when Sasuke is remembered in history, at least you will have a share of the credit for his mentorship. No need to pretend. It's already a well-established fact that you secretly taught Sasuke the Eight Gates technique. I want to hold it against you. After all, we are close, aren't we? Kakashi chuckled mischievously, completely shedding his usual cold demeanor. Sigh. Think what you will. Might Guy sighed, offering a rueful smile. Regardless, I am like yellow mud smeared on my pants. Whether it is or isn't, it's still a mess. Is this how it should be? Meanwhile, beneath the elevated platform, Sasuke, hands on hips, dissipated the fiery, golden aura surrounding him. He then turned to the prostrate figure of the bronze-armored adversary, who was struggling to rise yet remained immobile. I truly did not expect you to be so weak. I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already collapsed. The shrimp with a pig's heart, upon hearing this, let out a pained cry, nearly losing consciousness from the shock. How is this possible? He turned his head defiantly and exclaimed, You must be deceiving me. A ninja can only specialize in one or two of the three skills, taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu. How could one master them all? I have navigated the ninja world for many years. What have I not witnessed? You are lying. You must be lying. The 6 paths are the measures of 6. The crimson bronze armor once contemplated that he would eventually be defeated by a formidable opponent. However, he never imagined that he would not be swiftly vanquished. Rather, after successfully activating his bloodline limit and gaining the upper hand, he would be defeated. This was akin to a brutal incision across the path he had steadfastly believed in. "You are not entirely mistaken," Sasuke retorted, his words sharp as a dagger. "Indeed, it is rare for anyone in this world to master everything. However, what you overlook is that I am that singular exception." His tone resonated with an awe-inspiring authority, each word reverberating like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. How imposing! Such grandeur, although it may sound somewhat arrogant at first glance. Upon deeper reflection, one would find no grounds for rebuttal. "Do you see?" On the high platform, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes. His previously calm expression suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Mitarashi Anko and said, "At such a young age, he is arrogant due to favoritism. He will surely not go far." "Arrogant due to favoritism?" Mitarashi Anko was taken aback, then uncertainly responded, "Lord Third, isn't it normal for a genius to have a unique temperament?" The third raised an eyebrow. "Is it also normal for the entire Uchiha clan to be wiped out?" At these words, a chill ran through Mitarashi Anko. She finally understood that the third's previous remarks were not as she had imagined, but rather stemmed from an inexplicable disdain for Sasuke, this chosen one. But is it truly beneficial for the future of Konoha to treat such an unlimited potential with disdain? In the first match, Sasuke versus Crimson Bronze Armor, Sasuke emerged victorious. Hoshigaki Kasame took a long time to recover from his earlier shock. It was not that he doubted Sasuke would triumph, after all. He was among the few who understood the Konoha sword technique deeply. Yet, curiously this time, Sasuke did not employ the Konoha sword technique, but instead defeated the bloodline limit-wielding Crimson Bronze Armor using a form of taijutsu he had never encountered before. This once again reshaped Hoshigaki's perception of Sasuke. As the proclamation of victory echoed, Sasuke slowly turned to leave. Just then, Kakashi approached him from behind and said in a low voice, "Sasuke, do not wander off. The Chunin exams are underway, and Konoha is not entirely peaceful." "Not entirely peaceful?" Sasuke paused momentarily, then, with a knowing smile, replied, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I have faith in Konoha. It is believed that no rogue ninja from other villages would dare to act recklessly here. Moreover, you are well aware that my true prowess is far beyond what it appears. As long as you remain vigilant, that is sufficient." Sensing Sasuke's understanding, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. However, his concern lingered as he suggested, "Shall I escort you back to the Ninja Academy dormitory?" Did he discover something? Sasuke, with a calculated glance, replied, "No need, Kakashi-sensei. I still have the match with Naruto and Sakura to attend to. I am feeling a bit fatigued. So I would appreciate it if you could take care of them." Having said that, Sasuke ceased further conversation, adopting a weary demeanor as he turned to feign a staggered departure. In truth, he was entirely unscathed. Yet, to maintain the pretense before Sarutobi Hiruzen on the second floor, he had to sacrifice a bit of his dignity. After a prolonged moment, as Sasuke vanished around the corner, Kakashi abruptly shifted his gaze towards a shadowy corner of the elevated platform. At that moment, however, the area was devoid of any presence. How peculiar! His expression grew increasingly solemn. A familiar aura had just been detected. It seemed as though he murmured to himself, and without further hesitation, he quickened his pace and rushed out. In a dimly lit corner of Konoha, the environment was shrouded in darkness, with moss covering the surrounding walls. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Kakashi's figure materialized at the scene. He stood still, his demeanor increasingly vigilant, addressing the air before him with a cold tone, "Come out. You who once stood among Konoha's legendary Sannin, lurking in the shadows like a coward." As soon as the words left his lips, a man with a pale complexion and serpentine eyes, akin to a venomous snake, emerged with a chilling smile, revealing himself to Kakashi. It was none other than Orochimaru, the very individual who had previously struck a deal with Sasuke. Like an old acquaintance reuniting after a long absence, Orochimaru stepped forward, gazing at Kakashi with an air of nonchalance. "It's been a while. You have grown quite a bit, Kakashi," he remarked with a smirk. Kakashi, his face obscured save for one revealing eye, responded with a hostile tone, "What brings you to Konoha in secrecy? You are a rogue ninja now, and you are not welcome here." Orochimaru, seemingly indifferent to the hostility evident in Kakashi's expression, merely chuckled lightly, "I am not here for the likes of Konoha. I have long grown weary of this wretched place." "Not for Konoha?" Kakashi's expression darkened. "I care not for your hidden agenda. It would be wise for you to vacate Konoha immediately, otherwise. Kakashi's words trailed off as he curled his fingers into a hand seal. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted, accompanied by a menacing crackle. Yet, despite this display, Orochimaru remained utterly unfazed, hands in his pockets, unmoving. Around him, an ominous aura of purple chakra began to emanate, revealing his formidable presence. He disdainfully remarked, "Are you really going to take action?" As he felt the overwhelming presence of chakra that was not only equal to but subtly surpassed his own. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. He had anticipated that one of the legendary Sannin would be formidable, but he had not expected to find himself outmatched to such an extent. Orochimaru, though undeniably powerful, I could still match you in a fight if I were to exert my full strength. Match you in a fight? Orochimaru scoffed. I have already stated that I am not here for Konoha. I am here for the Sharingan, just like the right eye you have been concealing. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by Orochimaru's candidness regarding his intentions. However, upon further reflection, Kakashi was suddenly struck with realization. You have come here for Sasuke. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. Indeed, your intellect is sharp. It is no wonder your teacher chose you as Sasuke's mentor. Then, shifting the topic, he added, but if you believe you can stop me, by all means, give it a try. As Orochimaru turned to leave, Kakashi involuntarily exhaled in relief. The legendary Sannin, renowned from the Third Great Ninja War, was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, since he had not inflicted any tangible harm upon Sasuke yet. Kakashi concluded that his immediate priority should be to inform the third Hokage as swiftly as possible to avert any unforeseen calamities. With this thought, Kakashi dissipated the gathered lightning energy around him and, with a swift motion, vanished from the previously tense scene. In Konoha, Hokage's office. What? You say you have tracked Orochimaru within Konoha's borders? Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frail body trembled slightly. Although his face betrayed no signs of panic, the tightly clenched fist behind him revealed his inner turmoil. After a brief pause, he masked his shock and turned to Kakashi. Inquiring, since you've been tracking him, have you uncovered what Orochimaru intends to do in Konoha? He expected Kakashi's response to be vague, merely providing fodder for speculation. However, Kakashi bowed and replied, while I cannot ascertain if Orochimaru is deceiving us to disrupt our thoughts, he was unequivocal about his purpose. He has come for Sasuke's Sharingan. The Sharingan, Sasuke? Sarutobi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had previously intended to delve deeper into Sasuke's situation, but he did not anticipate someone would act so swiftly. No one understood the potential of his exceptionally gifted pupil better than he did. Orochimaru was a madman, a lunatic transformed by his twisted pursuit of so-called science. He was certain this individual would go to any lengths for the sake of his deranged experiments. Like a traitor to oneself, becoming a rogue ninja of Konoha. And this time, why has he suddenly fixated on Sasuke's Sharingan? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a deep contemplation. A few minutes later, he inadvertently glanced at Kakashi, who was standing by, and his murky old eyes suddenly brightened. Then, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, both possessed the Sharingan. Yet why does he not covet Kakashi's but has suddenly begun to focus solely on Sasuke? It must be Itachi. Undoubtedly. Itachi is employing a roundabout method to attempt to rescue his only living relative from the watchful eyes of Konoha by means of Orochimaru. As this notion took root, it spread like wild grass. Previously, he had received news of Orochimaru joining the Akatsuki after leaving Konoha. At the time, he dismissed it as mere rumor, but now it seemed plausible. This perfectly elucidated why Orochimaru later connected with Itachi and subsequently targeted Sasuke. With that thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure and addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, given this, I need you to wander around Konoha these next few days. Remember, if you encounter Orochimaru again, signal immediately and do not engage directly. The tree will be informed. Kakashi replied. Just as he turned to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen called him back. By the way, inform Yugao as well. His Shunshin technique will be needed. Kakashi paused, turned back, and respectfully said, Lord Third, Yugao is currently gravely ill. Is it truly wise to assign him such a perilous task? The third waved his hand dismissively. It is merely reconnaissance. He is not to engage in direct combat. Besides, his Shunshin technique is, to be frank, far more suited for this task than yours. Go now. Time is of the essence. At this point, any further hesitation from Kakashi would be seen as ingratitude. Thus, after a moment of internal conflict and a suppressed sigh, He turned and departed, his figure vanishing around the corner of the main gate. At the Ninja Academy, in Sasuke's dormitory, could Orochimaru be tampering with this little snake? Sasuke held the small snake firmly by its 7 inches. The little creature glared at Sasuke with bulging eyes, as if to say, "Don't mess with me." This was the small snake that Orochimaru had previously sealed with a curse mark. Its function was akin to that of an injection needle. The moment Sasuke released the seal, the creature instinctively lunged to bite his neck. After a long moment of contemplation, to be on the safe side, Sasuke summoned the system interface. System, please analyze the components of this little snake. Ding. The system responded almost instantaneously. A curse mark of the heavens has been detected within 1 meter of your vicinity. Would you like to implant it immediately? It appears I was correct. Upon hearing the system's reply, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Implant, heavenly curse mark, immediately. As soon as the words left his lips, the small snake that had been tightly grasped in his hand suddenly vanished into thin air. Immediately, an indescribable sharp pain surged through his veins like a river in reverse, beginning to wreak havoc upon Sasuke's body. The sudden shock rendered Sasuke almost speechless in pain. This was not due to a lack of composure, but rather a natural reaction of the human body when unexpectedly faced with an unknown stimulus. His expression tightened, adrenaline surged, time appeared to slow down, and it felt as though it had come to a standstill, with days stretching into years. After what felt like an eternity, Sasuke, who had been counting each second as if they were years, could no longer endure the torment. Darkness enveloped him as his body convulsed involuntarily, and he fainted. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it felt as though countless centuries had slipped by in a haze. Within the chaotic and dark void of his consciousness, fragments of memories began to reassemble like shattered glass. Past and present intertwined, moments flashing by as swiftly as a fleeting glance. At a certain moment, Sasuke jolted awake. He sat up abruptly, his vacant eyes gradually clearing, gasping for breath as he murmured to himself, I made it. He had never anticipated that a mere curse mark would nearly cost him his life. Just as Sasuke regained his awareness, still somewhat bewildered, a system notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully merging with the power of the heavenly curse mark. Due to the curse mark's power, the Indra's sword has upgraded successfully. Please check your inventory. The Indra's sword had actually upgraded due to the heavenly curse mark? Sasuke felt a surge of joy at this revelation. Although the situation was absurd, he understood that the Indra's sword was unlike any other ninja blade. It was a 6-path level weapon intrinsically linked to his spirit. Previously, he had always complained that aside from its hardness, it was of little use. However, it now seemed that the true strength of this sword lay in its ability to grow alongside him. Much like a system, it possessed the potential for infinite growth in the future. Excited by this thought, Sasuke could hardly contain himself, overflowing with exhilaration. With a flick of his wrist, the Indra's sword was summoned into his hand in an instant. The chilling blade, resonating with a shriek, leapt into his grasp. In that moment, the sword shed its previous facade, revealing its true brilliance. The blade bore the black, hook-like heavenly curse mark, which adorned it like a tattoo, lending it an unparalleled allure. What a magnificent sword. Wait. Oh no. With a loud clatter, the Indra's sword slipped from his grip and crashed onto the dormitory floor. The triumphant expression that had graced Sasuke's face froze instantly, as if cast in plaster. Why had the sword suddenly become so heavy? The ninja blade, intrinsically connected to Sasuke's spirit, did not possess the ability to speak, but upon hearing his complaint, a wave of aggrieved thoughts resonated within him. You still feel wronged? Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smirk as he muttered, clearly vexed. Has this sword undergone such a significant transformation due to the heavenly curse seal? Upon regaining his composure, Sasuke quickly contemplated the possibility. Nevertheless, even so, the Indra's sword could not be forsaken. He summoned all the chakra from his dantian and forcefully lifted it. With a resonant clang, the sword cried out, its momentum surging. Clearly, this display surpassed the previous Indra's sword, just as Sasuke had surmised. This legendary 6-path weapon was indeed deserving of its reputation, having evolved. Yet, amidst his elation, troubles loomed. Although the current Indra's sword was undeniably more formidable, it had transformed into a weighty object akin to ninjutsu, requiring chakra for movement. Ironically, Sasuke was a child lacking in chakra reserves. Even with the system he bore, this flaw remained unresolved, seemingly a balance issue. After much contemplation, Sasuke eventually sighed, resignedly stating, "It seems I must resort to consuming medicine vigorously before making my move." The soldier's rations were a commendable item, Though their taste left much to be desired, Sasuke had no alternative but to endure the discomfort in his stomach. Just as Sasuke had stored away the now tattoo-adorned Indra's sword, the dormitory door was flung open with a loud bang, and Naruto barged in, grinning broadly. "Sasuke, I was beginning to worry about you," he exclaimed, his lack of awareness for boundaries evident. Upon seeing Naruto's unceremonious entrance, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he retorted with annoyance, "Must you always burst in without knocking? You nearly startled me to death." Unfazed by Sasuke's reprimand, Naruto replied, "I just wanted to surprise you." "Surprise? More like a fright." Sasuke raised an eyebrow, countering, "So, what exactly do you want?" With a mischievous grin, Naruto leisurely stated, "I wanted to remind you that we both have our final third exam coming up. Thought we could celebrate." "Celebrate?" Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, impatience creeping into his tone. "There's nothing to celebrate. It's all quite expected." He had assumed that the unexpected entrance was either Danzo or the third Hokage, and thus, he lacked the spirit for celebration. Yet, Naruto suddenly grasped Sasuke's arms, pleading, "Wait. Do you remember the promise you made back in the Land of Waves?" A furrow appeared on Sasuke's brow. "What promise did I make you?" With a cheeky grin, Naruto responded, "When you took down those 4 Chunin, you promised me a feast of unlimited ramen upon your return. You can't back out now." "Damn." Sasuke could not help but curse under his breath. After all the circling around, it turned out that Naruto had been waiting for him. All right, this afternoon. Invite Sakura and Kakashi-sensei, and I will meet you at Ichiraka Ramen." "Sasuke, you are simply too cool." "Sasuke." Soon, afternoon arrived. At Ichiraka Ramen. Kakashi-sensei, has tea come yet?" The 3 members of Team 7 sat inside Ichiraka Ramen. Once Naruto finished his boasting, Sasuke finally inquired. Sakura replied, "It seems that the teacher was dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to carry out some special mission. So neither Naruto and Mōra have seen him today." "A mission?" "At this crucial juncture of the Chunin exams. It is precisely when Konoha needs its personnel. How could someone as capable as Kakashi be sent out on a mission at such a time?" Noticing the puzzled expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto slurped a mouthful of ramen broth and, feeling satisfied yet smug, remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, well? I heard he was sent out by the 3rd Hokage to patrol Konoha." "Patrol?" At this, both Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed in confusion almost simultaneously. Suddenly recalling something, Naruto's expression grew serious as he turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, regarding Kakashi-sensei being sent out to patrol, this is related to you." "What do you mean?" Sasuke asked. "I overheard the 3rd Hokage mention that there is a rogue ninja named Orochimaru looking for you." Upon hearing this, Sakura exclaimed, "Just a rogue ninja? Does it warrant a skilled jonin like our teacher to personally intervene?" After all, Kakashi had already surpassed the level of an elite jonin in Sakura's heart after defeating the formidable Zabuza in the Land of Waves. Naruto, with a grave expression, replied, "You may not know, but that person is significantly stronger than our teacher. The 3rd Hokage mentioned that before he defected from Konoha, he was one of the 3 disciples personally trained by him." "What?" At this revelation, Sakura's emerald eyes narrowed. Then, why would such a figure seek trouble with Sasuke? Well, it seems that it's because Sasuke's reputation as Konoha's #1 genius has spread too far. Orochimaru has actually been discovered? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure and turned to Naruto. "Has that Orochimaru been apprehended by Konoha?" In response, Naruto reassured him, "Don't worry. Although they haven't caught him yet, Konoha has already dispatched elite Umbu members. Also, Kakashi-sensei asked me to tell you not to wander around unnecessarily. Not apprehended." "That's good." Upon hearing that Orochimaru had not been captured, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had already acquired the curse mark of heaven, he was still yearning for the true sage mode of the Richi Cave. However, the true location of the Dragon Cave is likely known only to Orochimaru. If Orochimaru were to be apprehended at his most vulnerable, where in the vastness of the ninja world would one find the whereabouts of the Dragon Cave? Ah, right. Naruto suddenly recalled something. He deliberately sought to divert the conversation from what they perceived to be a grave topic, stating, "The 3rd round of the Chunin exams will not truly commence until a month from now. Sasuke, can you guess who your opponent will be?" He chuckled mischievously. "My opponent?" Sasuke initially intended to feign ignorance, but upon seeing Naruto's infuriating expression, he promptly decided against it. "Is it that sand ninja from a few days ago? The one carrying a gourd?" "Huh, how did you know?" Naruto exclaimed. "Just a guess," Sasuke replied nonchalantly, rising to settle the bill. However, Just as he was about to exit the Ichiraka ramen shop, he suddenly seemed to recall something. He turned back to Naruto and Sakura, saying, "I will be entering seclusion for a month to train. If you have no urgent matters, please refrain from seeking me out. Rest assured, I will not wander off until the Nin exams conclude." With that, Sasuke departed without a backward glance, vanishing around the corner of the shop. Time passed swiftly. Another night slipped away amidst Sasuke's training. On this day, Sasuke stepped out onto the bustling streets of Konoha, preparing to seek out the portly owner of the ninja tools shop to purchase some soldier pills. After all, with his ninja sword becoming increasingly cumbersome, he could no longer ignore the issue of lacking chakra. The only solution he could conceive was to carry a power bank, allowing him to consume medicine while engaging in battle. The sun shone brightly, the sky a boundless blue. His spirits were high. Ever since the last encounter with the shop owner, who helped him resolve issues regarding his sword, their relationship had grown increasingly amicable, evolving into close cooperation. "Ah, Sasuke, what do you intend to buy today?" The ninja tool shop owner, spotting Sasuke from a distance, greeted him cheerfully. In good spirits, Sasuke replied with a smile. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. In the next moment, as if having discovered an extraordinary quarry, his eyes darted, completely disregarding the shop owner. It was as though he had become blind to his presence, walking straight past the shop's entrance. This fellow is peculiar." The shop owner was taken aback. Then, ever the astute observer, he followed Sasuke's gaze. But with just a glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. It took him quite a while to recover from his shock. Wiping his mouth, he murmured in a daze, "No wonder that kid Sasuke would suddenly transform like that. He is truly impressive." Inside a tavern, Sasuke, with unwavering focus, sought out a comfortable seat and settled down. Shortly thereafter, a server approached, noticing Sasuke's youth, and advised, "Young man, at your age, you should refrain from drinking. Perhaps you should." Before the server could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Sasuke. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sasuke averted his gaze from the server. Subsequently, a stack of bills was slapped onto the table as he lowered his voice and stated, "Do you see that enchanting beauty over there? Today, I shall cover the entire bill for her table." Upon hearing this, the server was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively turned to follow Sasuke's pointed finger. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Although she was just another woman, one had to admit, she was stunningly voluptuous. No wonder this young man was utterly captivated at such a tender age. However, the server did not serve Sasuke any alcohol. Due to the regulations of Konoha, one of insufficient age was prohibited from drinking. Sasuke remained oblivious to the server's thoughts. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on a woman in the distance. She possessed a curvaceous figure, her waist delicately slender. Her golden hair, complementing her fair skin, made her stand out even more vibrantly in the tavern. Particularly now, with her cheeks slightly flushed and her alluring eyes, she emanated a desire that was irresistible to men. Sasuke had no doubt that if Jiraiya were to witness this scene, he would likely be inspired to create a second season of Paradise of Passion on the spot. Indeed, she was the woman Sasuke had encountered most frequently in his past life's literature, Tsunade. While Sasuke had not anticipated Tsunade's overwhelming allure, his thoughts were not consumed by any inappropriate notions. Instead, upon seeing her for the first time, a remedy for replenishing his chakra suddenly occurred to him. This was none other than Tsunade's renowned ultimate forbidden technique, the sealing technique of Ine. As the name suggests, this technique served as a great charging device, sealing as much chakra as possible within oneself. When the time came for battle and his chakra reserves were depleted, he could unseal it, unleashing an infinite barrage of power, catching his enemies completely off guard. Whether he could indeed surprise his foes, Sasuke did not know. Yet, this was undoubtedly the most reliable method for him to regain his chakra. He had to secure Tsunade. This Ine sealing technique would surely be his, for the most handsome man of Konoha would claim it. With this thought, Sasuke's excitement intensified. He did not know Tsunade personally, and he was aware that her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had perished prematurely due to years of conflict with the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Sasuke was uncertain of Tsunade's attitude towards him. In other words, if Tsunade were to discover that he was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, she might very well turn on her heel and walk away. Thus, Sasuke resolved to proceed cautiously. He intended to leverage his own advantages, utilizing his charm to first win Tsunade's trust. In due time, everything would fall into place, and Tsunade would willingly offer up the Ine sealing technique. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly realized that the moment before, Tsunade, who had been drinking not far away, had vanished without a trace. Where could she have gone? Upon noticing Tsunade's disappearance, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. The legendary Sannin of Konoha seemed to have evaporated into thin air. With the exam approaching in a month, he couldn't afford to lose her. Where would he search for Tsunade? With this thought, Sasuke sprang from his seat in a flash, appearing before the waiter who had just served them, urgently inquiring, "Excuse me. Did you see where the lady at that table went?" Despite his anxiety, Sasuke maintained his composure. After all, it was entirely possible that Tsunade had merely slipped away to the restroom while he was distracted and would return shortly. Indeed, upon hearing Sasuke's question, the waiter's expression shifted as he pointed toward the entrance, saying, "Didn't that stunning lady swagger out just a moment ago? Were you so focused on her that you didn't notice?" The word swagger carried a deeper connotation. Under normal circumstances, Sasuke would have been tempted to retort. But given the gravity of his situation, he had no time for banter. He turned away, his form barely wavering. In the next instant, a puff of white smoke erupted, and a wooden log appeared in his stead, while Sasuke himself had vanished. The waiter gasped, taken aback for a moment before muttering, "I never imagined. I thought he was just some spoiled rich kid, but it turns out he's a genuine high-ranking ninja." A glimmer of admiration flickered in the waiter's eyes. Handsome and powerful, who wouldn't he be captivated? To her, someone who could perform a simple body flicker technique was akin to a deity. Following the direction indicated by the waiter, Sasuke executed a body flicker technique and dashed out of the establishment. As he pursued, he found himself in a narrow alley not far from the hotel, which was devoid of life save for a solitary trash bin. Could it be that I pursued the wrong direction? Sasuke gazed into the dead-end alley, contemplating that the direction the waiter had pointed to seemed to lead here. Disappointment etched itself across his features. It was evident he had lost her. Sighing, he lamented his fate. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a melodious voice, rich with allure, echoed from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, Sasuke paused for a moment, and then, as if he had heard the voice of an angel, he quickly turned to find none other than the captivating Tsunade. "You knew I was searching for you?" It is often said that a man in love exhibits an intelligence akin to that of a child. At this moment, Sasuke undeniably embodies such a state. However, his affections are not directed towards Tsunade. Instead, from the very first glance upon seeing her again, his gaze fixated intently on the diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. What on earth is wrong with this boy? Why does he possess such an odd look in his eyes? It bears a striking resemblance to the way Jiraiya typically gazes at me. Clearing her throat to dispel her wandering thoughts, she composedly inquired, "Spare me the circumlocution. Speak plainly. What is it that you seek from me?" "There is hope." Noticing the somewhat disordered sequence of Tsunade's words, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind as her cheeks subtly flushed. Sasuke, feeling emboldened, took a step closer to her, excitement evident in his voice. I have feelings for you, big sister. I wonder if we could pursue a deeper relationship." With that, he adopted an exceedingly obedient demeanor, akin to that of a little puppy. Alas, he found no other recourse. Unable to best Tsunade in combat, and lacking knowledge of the whereabouts of the sealing technique scroll, he was left with no choice but to leverage his most formidable asset aside from his combat prowess, his striking appearance. "You." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, taking quite some time to process Sasuke's declaration. Her delicate features flushed a shade of crimson, and she swiftly adopted an expression of anger, stating, You had better vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for hitting you." As she clenched her fist and swung it forcefully toward Sasuke, it became evident that his charm was of little use. If he did not clarify his intentions, he would likely have to withdraw. Thus, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Oh, come now, big sister. Truth be told, I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I was merely teasing you, hoping to lighten the mood." "Humph." Tsunade retracted her fist, her tone adopting a somewhat masculine irritation. "What is it? Speak." Sasuke scratched his nose, pausing momentarily before continuing. "With the Nin exam's third round approaching, my chakra has been running low, so I was hoping you could teach me the sealing technique." "Just in case." "Absolutely not." Tsunade interrupted him before he could finish. "You should seek someone else. Not only do I already have students, but even if I were to take on more, I would certainly not accept a lecherous boy like you. The sealing technique is, after all, regarded as a forbidden art, and Tsunade would not easily impart it to a complete stranger." "I knew it." Sasuke sighed inwardly but was compelled to force a smile. "Just this once, big sister, with your beauty and my good looks. Imagine the impression we would make if we were to strut down the street together. I think you're asking for a beating." As soon as the words left her mouth, Tsunade suddenly sprang into action. With a swift step forward, her right fist clenched tightly, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind. She launched herself towards Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would turn hostile so abruptly. He certainly remembered her legendary strength, capable of shattering even the Susanoo with a single blow. If he were to receive such a strike with his slight frame, he would surely perish on the spot. In that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke swiftly channeled chakra from every corner of his body, concentrating it into his right fist. Simultaneously, he let out a fierce shout. 7 days breathing technique. Third activation, open. Instantly, his pupils transformed into a brilliant white, and a formidable aura of fiery chakra enveloped him in concentric circles. It danced around him like golden flames, flickering wildly. With a thunderous explosion, the area surrounding the two erupted violently, akin to a detonating explosive tag thrown onto solid ground, producing a cacophony of blasts. In the next moment, Sasuke staggered back several steps, causing the ground beneath him to crack into a vast network of spiderweb-like fissures. His right fist trembled uncontrollably behind him. So powerful, Sasuke murmured unconsciously. This was the strongest individual he had encountered since his arrival in the ninja world. The sheer force was utterly devastating. Sasuke had no doubt that if Tsunade exerted even a fraction more of her strength, his entire arm could very well be obliterated. And this was merely the outcome of their clash at the third activation level. What if he had not mastered the 7 days breathing technique beforehand? Retracting her fist, Tsunade stood motionless, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Internally, she was astounded. What kind of monster is this? At such a young age, he was able to withstand my punch. In truth, she had meticulously calculated the distance of her strike, intending to halt her fist just 3 inches from Sasuke's face. Yet, to her astonishment, even with less than 30% of her power, this seemingly mere genin had managed to take her punch head-on. Moreover, when scrutinizing the situation, she realized it was a surprise attack on her part, while the mysterious boy before her had countered. What kind of creature is this? Have I been so out of touch during my travels these past years? When did Konoha produce such an extraordinary genius? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Tsunade refocused her gaze on Sasuke, her expression subtly shifting. Hey, kid, what is your name? You're asking for my name? One punch isn't enough. Are you worried I might escape? Contemplating a follow-up strike? Sasuke contemplated. While he sought to approach Tsunade, he understood that being proactive could be a double-edged sword. With that thought, he resolved, a dead comrade is better than a dead companion. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Tsunade and replied, I am Naruto, a member of Kakashi-sensei's Team 7. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Tsunade stood still, murmuring to herself. After a while, as if a thought had suddenly struck her, a mischievous smile appeared on her face as she looked at Sasuke. Though I have never seen Naruto's visage, I am aware that he is the child of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Oh, is there a problem? Upon witnessing the ambiguous smile on Tsunade's face, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of alarm. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his composure. He understood that in such a scenario, the more he spoke, the greater the risk of exposure. Thus, he decided to take the initiative, returning the question. With a smile, Tsunade, seemingly with hidden meaning, explained, the 4th Hokage, Minato, had blonde hair, while his wife, Kushina, possessed red hair. From a genetic perspective, could you elucidate how your black hair fits into the equation if you truly are Naruto? Indeed, it seemed that a woman with ample bosom was also remarkably astute. The rumors appeared to hold a grain of truth. A shiver ran through Sasuke as he inwardly lamented his predicament. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, only pausing for a moment before feigning nonchalance and replying, Big sister, you see, I dyed my hair. At that moment, Sasuke began to regret his words. Yet, with the situation as it was, he could only grit his teeth and continue the charade. Tsunade let out a playful chuckle. Although unintentional, her smile appeared exceedingly tempting to Sasuke as she remarked, I have encountered both Minato and Kushina. It is rather peculiar that you bear no resemblance to either of them. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, and observing Tsunade's expression, it became evident to Sasuke that if he continued to stubbornly weave lies, he might soon find himself in dire straits. Sighing, he spread his hands in resignation and finally conceded, Big sister, you are both beautiful and clever. I never anticipated that my words would be unraveled by you so swiftly. Stop flattering me. Tsunade was entirely unfazed by Sasuke's flattery. Now, tell me, who are you really? What is your purpose in following me? Her tone was grave, and her gaze icy. This left Sasuke somewhat speechless. After all, wandering about in broad daylight with the Konoha headband. Could he truly be mistaken for a spy from another village? At that moment, he found himself wishing to retract his previous compliments directed at this seemingly beautiful, yet dim-witted woman. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke replied solemnly, "My name is Sasuke, a student of Kakashi-sensei's Team 7. Although I did not disclose my true name to you at the outset, with the Chunin exam approaching, I genuinely require your assistance with the Yin seal." Sasuke. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Then her chest heaved slightly, and she exclaimed in astonishment. "You are the prodigious genius, Sasuke, who has recently been making waves in Konoha. If there is only one person named Sasuke in Konoha, you must be referring to me." Sasuke subtly acknowledged. At this juncture, he felt no need to conceal his identity any longer. Perhaps his strength could serve as a bargaining chip. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade remained contemplative, lost in thought, her expression complex and indecipherable. Sasuke sensed that he ought to take the initiative to secure the Yin seal. Thus, he suddenly remarked, "Senpai, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. As long as you are willing to teach me the Yin seal, I will comply with any request." Upon uttering these words, he noticed Tsunade's expression shifting to a somewhat awkward demeanor. Sasuke, being astute, quickly realized the impropriety of his statement and interrupted. Also, money is not an issue, big sister senpai. Just name your price." "Big sister senpai?" Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. It was the first time in her life that she had been addressed in such a manner by a young lad. Regaining her composure, she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, stating, "Forget about the Yin seal. As I mentioned earlier, I already have students and will not be taking on any more. Furthermore, even if I were to accept another student, it would certainly not be someone like you, so you should abandon that hope. After all, the Yin seal is a forbidden technique of Konoha." Thus, even though Sasuke was a resident of Konoha, studying forbidden arts required particular qualifications and lineage. It was not something one could simply wish to learn. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sasuke's spirits plummeted. However, he quickly regained his composure. Good things come to those who wait. He was determined to acquire the Yin seal. Not even Jesus could stand in his way. With this thought in mind, Sasuke added, "I know that you, Tsunade, have been unable to let go of the comrades lost on the battlefield. I possess a technique called Edo Tensei that can assist you in resurrecting those you wish to bring back. Might we arrange a trade?" Sasuke boldly presented his proposition. Tsunade's expression shifted as her emotions stirred. Then, suddenly, her demeanor changed drastically, and she retorted with fury, "Do you think I would believe you?" Sasuke stood his ground. "I previously encountered a man named Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He remarked on my talent and suggested I would be well suited to be a student. He even claimed that if I was willing to learn scientific knowledge, he would impart a series of forbidden techniques from Konoha, one of which is the intriguing and miraculous art of resurrection." Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she leaned forward, gazing at Sasuke. "Have you encountered Orochimaru?" As one of the legendary Sannin, she understood Orochimaru's nature well. If Orochimaru wished to evade someone, even she would find it nearly impossible to meet him, let alone the young Sasuke. "Indeed," Sasuke nodded. "As long as you promise me, sister, I shall one day fulfill this moment's commitment and assist you in realizing your aspirations." At this, Tsunade was finally somewhat moved. Although Sasuke's words seemed like mere fanciful promises, forever emphasizing some distant future, for Tsunade, who spent her days languishing in alcohol, having a glimmer of hope was far better than none at all. With this thought, she clenched her fists tightly and, with a complex expression, inquired once more, "How can I trust you?" Almost there. Just one step away. It was time to reveal true prowess. With this contemplation, Sasuke, without hesitation, summoned the previously inscribed heavenly curse mark. In the next instant, countless black symbols resembling shuriken adorned his body. A surge of terrifying chakra emanated around Sasuke, enveloping him in an unsettling aura. At that moment, Sasuke spoke solemnly, "Now, you must be inclined to believe me, right?" Feeling the overwhelming power of chakra radiating from Sasuke, Tsunade stood frozen in place, astonished not merely by the sheer force but by an indescribable sensation, something almost surreal. Although she had never witnessed such power, it bore an unsettling familiarity akin to the wet-bone forest. This was a force beyond the realm of chakra. Sage art, Tsunade pondered, though her shock was undeniable. Observing her reaction, Sasuke smiled and waved his hand, retracting the heavenly curse mark in an instant. After staggering a few steps, he remarked, "What do you think, elder sister? Based on this power, I haven't deceived you, have I? Such a profound power could not have been granted to him by Kakashi. Could it be Orochimaru? Indeed, Sasuke nodded. This is indeed the sage power bestowed upon me by Orochimaru. You are no stranger to the three great sanctuaries, Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, as one of the Sannin. Mayaboku Mountain. Tsunade mused thoughtfully, sensing an opportunity. Sasuke pressed on. The Wetbone Forest is the domain of healing techniques. Mayaboku Mountain masters natural arts, while the Dragon Cave possesses a unique mastery over the arts of reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation can revive the dead, allowing souls to return to this world in a different form. These are merely a fraction of the forbidden techniques that Orochimaru has shared with me. The allure of such power was undeniable. But I ponder, how could someone of such esteemed rank as one of the legendary three ninjas possibly take notice of a mere, albeit somewhat handsome, impoverished youth like myself? Thus, dear sister, if I am to successfully attain the technique of impure world reincarnation, it is imperative that I secure the first position in this Chunin exam. Only then would it be deemed credible. The most crucial step toward achieving that coveted first place lies in mastering the sealing technique to compensate for my chakra deficiencies. Sister, do you believe this approach is feasible? Sasuke rambled on. In truth, aside from knowing that Tsunade could summon a slug capable of healing, he was rather oblivious to the specific mysteries held within Mount Mayaboku in the Dragon Cave. Despite having a certain disdain for his own nonsensical bravado, he found himself compelled to indulge in such folly for the sake of his personal growth. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, her thoughts seemingly drifting to distant memories. It had been many years since anyone had addressed her in such a manner. Long ago, there was a boy who persistently called her by that name. His name was Nawaki, her only brother, who perished during the Third Great Ninja War. In that moment, Sasuke refrained from interrupting Tsunade's reverie. After a lengthy silence, she regained her composure, brushed away a few tears from the corners of her eyes, and gazed at Sasuke, softly inquiring, "Can you truly accomplish what you claim?" To this, Sasuke shook his head and replied, "Sister, this is merely one of the forbidden techniques that Orochimaru briefly mentioned to me. I have yet to study it systematically, to understand its effects. I must first achieve a commendable score in the Chunin exam, which will grant me leverage to discuss the impure world reincarnation with Orochimaru. Therefore, I cannot guarantee anything at this moment. I am simply an honest child. Though playful banter is all well and good, when the time comes for seriousness, one must not jest." Before his arrival in this ninja realm, Sasuke had heard a wise saying, in the presence of those stronger and more experienced than oneself, it is unwise to boast. Otherwise, one risks permanently losing their trust. Indeed, upon hearing Sasuke's words, Tsunade's expression shifted from one of fleeting excitement to calm resolve as she stated, "Very well. I shall place my faith in you this time. However, let me be clear, the sealing technique is classified as a forbidden art not solely due to its formidable capacity to store chakra. Mastering it is no easy feat, especially with only a month remaining until the exam." Ultimately, she was swayed by Sasuke's sincerity. Just as Sasuke had surmised, had he assured Tsunade of his success, she would have undoubtedly rejected him without hesitation. It was not as complicated as he believed. Tsunade, who had always lost in gambling, understood that nothing in this world is absolute, much like her fondness for games of chance. At last, upon hearing Tsunade relent, Sasuke ceased his pretense entirely. Excitedly, he responded, "Sister, if you hand me the scroll, I promise to master it within one night. If I fail, I will willingly concede." "One night?" Tsunade frowned, scrutinizing the overly made-up youth before her, her earlier assessment of him now in doubt. Sensing the uncertainty on Tsunade's face, Sasuke rapidly added, "Sister, I speak the truth. Thus, I shall stay with you tonight." Wait. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure if it was the lingering effects of the tavern's spirits or some indescribable notion stirring within her. "Very well, you may accompany me home today. The cursed seal scroll resides there. I had intended to mentor you for a while, but since you are so confident, we shall proceed as you suggest. One night. Just one night, I will grant you that." As she spoke, Tsunade delicately twirled a green onion-like finger. "Rest assured, sister." Sasuke affectionately called her sister. The intimacy palpable. There was a truth he had never uttered, one he would never disclose to others. He possessed a system. Even if only 3 seconds were afforded to him, it would suffice for him to demonstrate his prowess. "No time to waste. I have matters to attend to." Tsunade regarded Sasuke, stroking her chin. "You shall return with me, and once I return tonight, we can commence." "All right, dear sister." Tsunade turned, and Sasuke followed closely behind, beaming. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, Tsunade, truly worthy of the fourth Kazekage. Had he not been ensnared by my snake venom in advance, today would have been quite troublesome, Orochimaru said, lifting the now motionless fourth Kazekage, Raza. A severed bone protruded from his back, a fatal blow that rendered even discovery futile. Kabuto stepped back, his eyes gleaming, and remarked, "Fortunately, I brought along Kanemitsu this time. Are you unharmed?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru regained his composure, glancing at Kanemitsu, blood trickling from his lips. "To alleviate my Lord S. burdens is Kanemitsu's duty." Coughing slightly, Orochimaru waved his right hand, and in an instant, a multitude of small snakes erupted from his arm. They swiftly enveloped Raza's lifeless body, as if obeying Orochimaru's silent command. In the blink of an eye, Raza was drawn into a sandpit, vanishing from sight. Observing the successful ambush on the fourth Kazekage within the land of wind, Kabuto, with his white hair parted in the middle and an air of confidence, could not contain his curiosity, "My lord. Why risk our safety to assassinate the Kazekage at this critical juncture? Not long ago, in the village of Konoha, I was discovered by that fellow Kakashi." "What?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's words left Kabuto momentarily dumbfounded. This was undoubtedly a momentous revelation. After all, Kakashi's discovery of Orochimaru indicated that Konoha had begun to be wary of their group. It was one thing for them to remain hidden. It was quite another for them to audaciously plot against the fourth Kazekage. Nevertheless, if their plan succeeded, it would be advantageous. However, should they fail, the recently occupied land of Waterfall would quite possibly face encirclement by the Wind and Fire nations. Contemplating this, Kabuto could not help but urge, "Lord Orochimaru, your actions are rather impulsive." As someone favored by Orochimaru, Kabuto's hesitation was swiftly noted. Orochimaru chuckled in response, "In these tumultuous times, if we, as a minor faction, do not take bold risks, we might find ourselves sidelined. Even our recent acquisition of the land of Waterfall may not have been possible. However, having been trained as a spy in various ninja villages from a young age by Orochimaru, Kabuto's long-standing professional demeanor instilled in him a belief in a more methodical approach. He felt that one should not always resort to reckless gambits. Observing Kabuto's concern, Orochimaru interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said with a smile, "Kabuto, you possess many commendable qualities, but your caution is excessive. Remember, sometimes opportunities are fleeting. If you fail to seize them, you will only have yourself to blame in the future. My mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, achieved such success precisely because he never shied away from employing any means necessary in the shadows. Although I, as a researcher, often look down on such superficial individuals. Their decisiveness and ruthlessness are indeed qualities we should learn from." "Understood," Kabuto replied thoughtfully. Meanwhile, at Tsunade's residence, a moment of triumph erupted. "I did it. I succeeded." Under the silvery moonlight, precise as frost, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a diamond-shaped mark identical to Tsunade's materialized on his forehead. Within the diamond, a flash of purple light flickered. Subsequently, streams of chakra, delicate as flowing water, quietly surged into Sasuke's body, nourishing him silently. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 18. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the forbidden technique, in sealing, achieving a milestone." As his consciousness gradually coalesced, the system's congratulatory prompts rang continuously. The sensation was exhilarating. Sasuke rose, fists clenched, an indescribable feeling of fullness coursing through him. At that moment, he even felt as though with his newfound strength, he could obliterate a planet with a single blow. After a lengthy period, Sasuke finally emerged from this exhilarating reverie. One must not forget the well-digger when savoring the water. The accomplishments of this moment are inseparable from the presence of this enchanting beauty beside me. "Oh, thank you, Tsunade-sama." My gaze drifts to the past, our eyes meeting perfectly. I catch a glimpse of her somewhat dazed expression, and the rosy glow of her cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring. As a young man brimming with vitality, Sasuke naturally finds himself a tad flustered. His mind is a chaotic whirl of thoughts from his previous life. You truly learned the shadow sealing technique in just one night. How is that possible?" Tsunade mutters, her eyes scanning Sasuke from head to toe, seemingly intent on discovering what remarkable qualities he possesses that allowed him to master such a forbidden technique overnight. It took her years of diligent research to merely glimpse its intricacies, and only in recent years had she managed to grasp it. Yet here stands this young man. This night is destined to be extraordinary. Sasuke has conquered the shadow sealing technique through his own system, thereby indirectly winning Tsunade's admiration. Hee. Sasuke shyly scratched his head, breaking Tsunade's reverie. With a sweet smile, he said, "Tsunade-sama, you are simply too beautiful. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that? I fear I might lose control." Sasuke boldly piled on the flattery. With the shadow sealing technique now his next objective is to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tsunade. As long as no one else discovers his mastery of the technique, it could serve as a formidable new weapon to replace the Konoha flowing sword style. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. After living for so many years, she ought not to be so easily flattered by an inexperienced young lad. Yet, upon closely observing this fellow, she suddenly realized that Sasuke is indeed quite handsome. Her former lover was also a striking young man in his prime, but in terms of pure appearance, this boy not only matches but perhaps even surpasses him. Oh, that seems a bit excessive. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Sasuke recognized that he should temper his advances. He then turned to a nearby wall adorned with photographs, cleared his throat, and pointed, "Tsunade-sama, is the person in that photograph your family?" Her thoughts interrupted. Tsunade followed his gesture, momentarily taken aback before slowly expressing her sorrowful reflection. "The one on the left was my lover. The one on the right is my only brother. They both perished in the Third Great Ninja War." Her tone was somber, and her demeanor appeared profoundly melancholic. Cursing himself for his thoughtless words, Sasuke realized he had inadvertently touched upon Tsunade's recently buried pain, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "I apologize, Tsunade. It's quite all right." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, raising her gaze towards the photographs adorning the wall, although they have all perished on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. "At least now there is you, which brings a glimmer of hope to our days." Perhaps Tsunade's words were too poignant, or perhaps it was simply the instinct of a man. Sasuke felt a surge of masculine instinct rise within him. Silently, he enveloped Tsunade's voluptuous form in his embrace, and, in a tone that carried a hint of emotion, murmured, "Tsunade, you need not grieve. If the impure world reincarnation proves futile in the future, I, Sasuke, shall be your lover and your brother." Upon hearing these words, Tsunade, nestled in Sasuke's arms, trembled slightly, swiftly breaking free from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, exuding the shyness of an exquisite 18-year-old maiden, radiant and enchanting. And no, that's unnecessary. Her gaze flickered, as though, in that moment, their roles had reversed, and the figure she held in her memory had transformed into Sasuke. Before long, her perception shifted back to that person. The boundary between the virtual and the real blurred incessantly. At that moment, Tsunade found herself unable to discern whether it was her first love or the deeply affectionate Sasuke standing beside her. Goodness, as a normal man, I might find it hard to resist. His heart raced, breaths came in quick succession. Sasuke felt as though a single glance more would lead to an explosion, and any closer would result in melting. Yet, amidst this whirlwind of emotions, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted. "Lady Tsunade, it's bad. Something has happened." This cry rang out like a clarion call. The two soon regained their composure, awkwardness enveloping them as they averted their gazes. What is it?" Tsunade, her face flushed, hurriedly stepped away from Sasuke's gaze, taking several quick strides to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of the bespectacled Ebisu, momentarily taken aback. It was impossible for a man like him to remain unaffected by a woman of Tsunade's caliber. As soon as the door opened, his eyes instinctively roamed within, as though he were searching for prey, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. However, as his gaze swept inside, he was rendered speechless. For there, within Tsunade's room, stood a man. Coupled with the lingering blush on Tsunade's face from just moments ago, Ebisu's imagination ran wild, and his expression began to shift into something lecherous. "Speak quickly," Ebisu urged, his demeanor revealing his thoughts. Tsunade, perceiving his expression at such close quarters, felt irritation bubbling within her and promptly delivered a resounding slap to Ebisu, who had concocted his own narrative. The force was overwhelming. Ebisu, caught off guard, was sent flying. After rolling on the ground several times, Hibiki finally managed to stabilize himself, wiping the blood from his nose. He appeared both disheveled and aggrieved as he replied, "Lady Tsunade, the Umbu members were ambushed last night, and unfortunately, Moonlight Gale was killed in battle." "What?" This time, without waiting for Hibiki to finish his sentence, both Sasuke and Tsunade exclaimed in unison, disregarding all notions of hierarchy. Upon hearing that Moonlight Gale had perished, Sasuke could no longer maintain his composure. In an instant, he dashed to Hibiki's side. the chakra swirling around him like a raging river. His crimson eyes glowed fiercely, the diamond mark on his forehead flickering ominously. Grasping Hibiki by the collar, he asked in a voice as cold as ice, "Are you saying that Senior Moonlight Gale was killed last night?" The abruptness of the revelation left Sasuke in a state of shock, coupled with the overwhelming aura of chakra radiating from him. Hibiki felt as though he were facing a shadow. He swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he replied. Yes, it was Senior Moonlight Gale under the pressure of Sasuke's formidable presence. Hibiki instinctively referred to him as Senior as well. At that moment, he completely forgot that he had graduated from the same ninja academy as Moonlight Gale and Kakashi. In terms of seniority, considering his status as Kakashi's student, it was possible that Sasuke should actually address him as Senior. Such incredible speed. Tsunade, too, was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. After a long pause, she murmured, "To master Ein sealing to such perfection in just one night? Could this fellow be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths?" For reasons unknown, she was suddenly reminded of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, the man once revered as the god of shinobi. If one were to compare Sasuke to her grandfather, she did not pursue that line of thought further, for at that moment, she noticed Sasuke half kneeling on the ground. His face contorted in agony as he began to wail, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Why did I forget about Maki's trial?" Witnessing Sasuke in such despair, Tsunade felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Was this not akin to her own loss of a beloved and a brother? That pain, after all these years, still lingered in her memory with that thought. She disregarded Hibiki, who appeared utterly bewildered, and approached the half-kneeling Sasuke. Opening her arms, she gently enveloped him in her broad and comforting embrace, speaking softly to console him. "Let the past remain in the past. This is not your fault. No one could have anticipated such a tragedy." Yet upon hearing those words, Sasuke only felt a deeper anguish within him. He reflected on the journey that had brought him here. If it had not been for Moonlight Gale bestowing upon him the Indra's arrow, how would he have attained the renown he held today? On the day when the heavenly thunder tempered the sword, even a blind man could discern that Indra's sword was extraordinary. Yet, Moonlight Gale displayed no hint of covetousness. Not only that, but he also aided in concealing from the Konoha Anbu, who were hastening to investigate. Each event and scene unfolded like a tremendous boon. There was indeed an opportunity to save Moonlight Gale, and yet, due to his own negligence, a tragedy had inadvertently come to pass. "Maki, you must die. Even if Konoha were to ally with you afterward, I shall never forgive you." With this thought, Sasuke silently vowed, his fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. Is this an illusion? Hibi looked on in astonishment, witnessing Tsunade selflessly open her generous embrace to Sasuke, as if nurturing him. He could only lament that he was not Sasuke at that moment. After a long while, he finally emerged from his shock, though not by his own volition. It was Tsunade's almost predatory gaze that forcibly roused him from his stupor. A chill of murderous intent coursed through him. Hibi shuddered involuntarily, quickly waving his hands awkwardly at Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, I am merely a messenger. I saw nothing. Please, continue. Continue, haha. You had better not have seen anything. Do you understand?" Tsunade warned, still cradling Sasuke. "Why yes, understood, Lady Tsunade." Hibi retreated, dejected. Realizing that Lady Tsunade had a preference for youthful charm, it seemed necessary for him to rejuvenate his appearance upon returning home. A week later, in an open space behind the ninja school, crackling arcs of lightning danced in Sasuke's palm like venomous serpents. They behaved like mischievous kittens, repeatedly shocking Sasuke, leaving him battered. Yet, in that moment, he seemed impervious to pain, practicing tirelessly without respite. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Sasuke, I know Moonlight Gale's death has profoundly affected you. However, you need not push yourself so hard. We will apprehend the culprits soon. Just focus on preparing for the third exam and avoid injuring yourself." Sasuke remained silent, obstinately continuing his practice of the Raikiri that Kakashi had taught him. This time, the system was of no assistance. With no scrolls available, he relied solely on oral tradition. Nevertheless, this was the familiar form of Sasuke, and without the system's support, he felt somewhat foolish. After a day of relentless practice with the Raikiri, he bore wounds all over but achieved nothing of substance. No, time is running short. Sasuke contemplated anxiously. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his feet, and his knees buckled, causing him to kneel to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his chakra had been completely depleted. Sighing, Kakashi approached Sasuke, exhaling deeply before assisting him to his feet. "It seems you are not particularly fond of lightning-style chakra," he remarked. "How about I teach you a different ninjutsu instead? Perhaps the earth wall technique. The mention of the earth wall technique elicited a bitter smile from Sasuke. The idea of switching from lightning to earth was utterly unappealing to him. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. This was not merely an issue of talent, but rather a matter of the system's support for reading scrolls. Reluctantly, he asked again, Kakashi-sensei, is there truly no scroll for the lightning cutter? In response, Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why not learn directly from me? After all, if you cannot grasp it through personal instruction, how could you possibly succeed with a scroll? Sasuke, undeterred, nodded and replied, yes, I tend to be introverted, preferring to delve into my thoughts in solitude. Thus, Kakashi-sensei, could you assist me in obtaining the scroll for the lightning cutter? Absolutely not, Kakashi replied, his tone firm. Sighing once more, Sasuke mustered some strength to rise from the ground, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. Perhaps you are right. It seems I am fated to be without the lightning cutter. With a wave, he walked away, his figure appearing profoundly desolate in the twilight glow. Experiencing such setbacks for the first time must be difficult for you, right? Kakashi murmured to himself as he watched Sasuke's forlorn silhouette. Nevertheless, this is an inevitable part of your growth. After all, who in this ninja world can navigate their path without encountering obstacles? As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, his thoughts drifting far away. Wait, Sasuke, why are you covered in injuries? On his way back to the dormitory, Sasuke ran into Naruto, already in a foul mood. He was not inclined to share the truth with Naruto's light-hearted banter. Instead, he forced a semblance of a smile and replied, it's nothing. Just a tough training session with Kakashi-sensei. I haven't bathed all day. By the way, you seem particularly cheerful. Do you have some good news to flaunt? Naruto chuckled heartily, sheepishly scratching his head. Heh, you guessed it. Look. With that, Naruto changed his hand seals, and in the next moment, a shadow clone appeared beside him. Soon, the two began to mold chakra into orbs. Before long, a round, swirling Rasengan materialized in Naruto's palm, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Look at this, Naruto said proudly, holding the Rasengan aloft. What do you think? Impressive, right? He had initially expected Sasuke to scoff at his display. After all, a genius like Sasuke, training alongside Kakashi, should have acquired some impressive new ninjutsu. Yet, the outcome was quite unexpected for Naruto. Sasuke did not exhibit his usual impassive demeanor. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his expression complex as he inquired, Naruto, did Kakashi-sensei teach you that Rasengan as well? Naruto paused momentarily. Well, not entirely. There's also the lecherous pervert Jiraiya. Jiraiya had returned, and the legendary trio of Konoha was reunited. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto cheerfully elaborated, Sasuke, you have no idea. That perverted old man, despite his questionable morals, often sneaking glances at women bathing, truly possesses remarkable skills. He effortlessly creates the elusive Rasengan, appearing as though it requires no effort at all. However, it is peculiar. Sometimes he seems rather eccentric. He often tells me I am the child of destiny or something, claiming he will take me to Mount Myaboku to learn sage techniques. It's utterly baffling. Has the main plot progressed this swiftly? Sasuke mused for a long moment before looking up at Naruto, asking, do you not wish to learn sage techniques? Of course I do, Naruto replied with a chuckle, clearly in high spirits after mastering the Rasengan. But that lecherous old man seems a bit eccentric. Who knows if he is merely jesting with me? Sasuke interjected. By the way, I'm curious about how you learned the Rasengan so quickly. Was he consulting you? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck him, and he exclaimed joyfully, to be honest, it's not that complicated. It's merely a matter of some skill involved. Sasuke's expression revealed his frustration, prompting Naruto to boast further. Do you know how I managed to mold this orb in my hand? No, I don't, Sasuke replied. It's all about chakra control, Naruto declared proudly. The lecherous old man said that as long as your chakra control is on point, you can shape the various attributes of chakra within you into any form to combat your foes. Chakra control. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Those 5 words resonated with him, evoking a sense of familiarity. He suddenly felt as though he was on the verge of grasping something elusive. Yet he could not quite place it. Where had he encountered this before? He murmured to himself. Observing Sasuke's perplexity, Naruto leaned closer, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Stop overthinking it. When did your memory become so poor? Chakra control was the very first lesson Kakashi-sensei taught us in the Land of Waves. Did you forget so quickly? The first lesson in the Land of Waves. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Sasuke's mind as Naruto's words sparked a new train of thought. The first lesson from the Land of Waves, the system. Yes, The system is indeed present within this. In his excitement, he unwittingly revealed his greatest secret. Fortunately, Naruto, in his typical exuberant manner, gazed at Sasuke in utter bewilderment, inquiring, What? What are you talking about? Sasuke's expression was peculiar. Had he not known Naruto's eccentric nature, he might have doubted whether this fool had picked up some bad habits from Jiraiya. All right, Naruto, I appreciate your sharing. Once the third exam concludes, I shall treat you to ramen. With that, Sasuke eagerly turned to leave, intent on returning to his dormitory to upgrade his chakra control using the skill points he had accumulated. Previously unaware of the significance of this ability, he had only now grasped its true value thanks to Naruto's timely reminder. Mastery of chakra control was the fundamental key to learning and creating ninjutsu. In comparison to the fireball technique he had previously invested in, this newfound skill was undeniably a far more worthwhile investment. At that moment, Sasuke found himself regretting the waste of precious skill points that could have been allocated to chakra control much earlier. Hey, this is what you said. Upon hearing Sasuke's remark, Naruto's small vanity was instantly gratified. Sasuke had praised him. Moreover, he would be treating him to noodles. Such an opportunity to reap benefits could not be easily overlooked. Observing Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto cupped his hands to form a megaphone and, noticing that Sasuke merely waved a hand without turning back, he called out once more, Hey, this is what you said. Remember, you cannot go back on your word. That night, under the silvery moonlight, tranquil as water, Sasuke felt a surge of determination. With a firm voice, he commanded, System, display the panel. Name, Uchiha Sasuke Faction, Land of Fire, Konohagakure Level, 20-14-000. 000. Attribute points. 0. Note, directly consumed to enhance the attributes of the binder. Skill points. 0. Note, directly consumed to elevate the skill levels of the binder. Achievements. Soul Seizure acquired 6 paths grade ninja tools absorbed a portion of the 6 paths natural energy received the curse mark of heaven. Attribute panel. Physique. 50 agility. 76 intelligence. 40 charm. 1200 skill panel. Substitution technique. Level 5 transformation technique. Level 5 clone technique. Level 5 shadow clone technique. Level 5 chakra control. Level 5 physical technique. Level 6 illusion technique. Level 5 ninja tool throwing. Level 3 fire release. Fireball technique. Level 4 10 Leaf Village swordsmanship. Crescent moon dance. Level 6 99. 9 Leaf Village swordsmanship. Hazy moonlit night. Level 0 not yet trained. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Level 3 chakra control. Level 7. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Within the confines of his dormitory, Sasuke sat cross-legged. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, arms outstretched, and a crackling bolt of lightning, a swirling orb, materialized in his hands. This was precisely the lightning blade that he had struggled to master during the day, along with the wind release Rasengan that Naruto had flaunted before him. Sasuke approached the window, gazing intently at the waning moon hanging high in the night sky, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Maki. Regardless of whether Konoha aligns with the Sand Ninja according to the main storyline, your life is as good as mine. In this tumultuous era of conflict, right and wrong seem inconsequential. One must act according to their own desires to achieve their ends. Maki, a person of unpredictable temperament, remained an enigma to Sasuke. Yet, the moonlight and fierce winds had bestowed upon him great favors, and this debt must be repaid. 3 days prior, in the rest area of Sunagakure, the night was dark and the winds howled, with the sound of shifting sands echoing ominously. Rows of wind chimes swayed in the moonlight. Reminiscent of the turmoil etched upon Gaara's face, a visage twisted in torment. In the distance, the elite Jonin and Maki stood alongside Kabuto, both pairs of eyes fixated on the unfolding events. Noticing this, Kabuto spoke first. That girl from your village, Ino, seems a bit off. Though his words bore a hint of prejudice, Maki, an elite Jonin of Sunagakure, was unfazed. After a pause, he sighed and replied, That's just how she is. She becomes uncontrollably irritable on nights of the full moon. Suddenly realizing something, Maki inquired, We have ventured beyond the borders of Konoha, a place inherently unsafe. Our conversation could easily be overheard by Konoha's ninjas. Why have you summoned me here? With a mysterious smile, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, I wanted you to witness a spectacle. A spectacle? Maki's face displayed confusion. To view a spectacle in Konoha? Surely, this man must have lost his mind. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Maki's eyes widened in alarm. for in his line of sight, Tosu from the Sound Village had inexplicably appeared beside the nearly unhinged Gaara. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Maki turned to Kabuto with urgency. Quickly, tell your people to keep their distance from Gaara. Otherwise, he will surely perish. He emphasized the last 3 words with weight. Yet, Kabuto wore a calm smile, seemingly indifferent to Maki's warning. He shrugged and replied, "Don't worry. Tosu is someone we intentionally sent." What? Upon hearing this, Maki's pupils constricted in disbelief as he asked, "Are you truly willing to let that person named Tosa die?" He pondered whether TOS had committed an act of betrayal against Orochimaru's faction. However, Kabuto replied, "This is an experiment. It is to ascertain the veracity of your claims." After a few seconds, Maki suddenly realized from Kabuto's words that individual named TOS will perish. You will come to regret it. But it matters not. He is merely a pawn, nothing of great consequence. Apologies, my seemingly loathsome red-haired acquaintance. As I am the one left out in this round, I shall likely take your place in battling Sasuke. At this point, Tost's expression turned somber. Before departing from the land of waterfalls, he had been confident in his ability to sweep through opponents of his rank. Yet, upon arriving in the expansive realm of Konoha, he became acutely aware that his meager strength was adequate only against the Sound Ninjas, but woefully insufficient beyond that. Especially the memory of his previous encounter with Sasuke in the Forest of Death still haunted him. When it came to speed, TOS boasted the velocity of sound, claiming to have never been bested. Yet, before Sasuke, he had been effortlessly defeated in a single stroke, rendered powerless, although he had been somewhat careless. One must honestly question whether his prideful speed could truly contend with such an opponent. With this thought, TOS suppressed his trepidation. For a ninja, the greatest taboo is to succumb to fear before the battle even begins. If he could not successfully defeat Sasuke in Konoha, he knew Sasuke would inevitably become a lingering specter on his path to growth, an inescapable shadow. Thus, let him serve as the stepping stone for my advancement. He murmured, then turned his gaze toward Gaara, whose expression was one of anguish, and took a step forward, leaping before him. Gaara was taken aback that anyone would dare approach him on this full moon night. He paused momentarily, then, as if summoning the last remnants of his strength, slowly uttered, "What are you doing here? You should leave." His words were nearly a shout, sounding like a reprimand. TOS was not angered. Instead, he replied with a chilling smile, "Leave? I have come here tonight to eliminate you. Why would I depart? You are quite amusing." Gaara's dark circles had intensified, and his pupils were laced with blood vessels. His body trembled, and suddenly, a massive hand materialized behind him. This hand, formed entirely of yellow sand, resembled a wing, constantly shedding grains. What is this? Seeing this, TOS felt a surge of panic. His confidence began to wane. He was perplexed as to why there were so many monsters beyond the Sound Village. It was not surprising to encounter such creatures. But why were they all congregating at the Chunin exams? With this thought, TOS began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Sasuke was one thing. After all, he was in a lucid state, and no matter how strong he was, there still existed a measure of restraint in his actions. Yet the fellow before me now resembles a madman. The chakra radiating from him is nothing short of terrifying. We must flee swiftly. This individual could very well be another Sasuke. With hesitant steps, I began to retreat, raising my guard defensively. But at that moment, Gaara seemed to transform entirely. His gaze shifted coldly toward Tors, and he uttered chillingly, "Since you have arrived, do not even think of leaving." Upon hearing this, Tors understood that there was no evading this confrontation. Without a second thought, he raised his right hand, channeling his chakra's might, and bellowed, "Ninja art, sonic wave surge." With a thunderous roar, an invisible shockwave surged forth at the speed of sound, hurling towards Gaara. In an instant, the sky was consumed by swirling sands, obscuring all vision. Ha ha. Witnessing this, Tors threw his head back in laughter. "You put on quite the intimidating act, yet you will perish from my ambush." He intended to add that it was nothing more than that, but before he could finish his thought, the swirling sands dissipated to reveal a cracked circular sand shield protecting Gaara. With a swift motion of his hand, the shield vanished, and Gaara, his eyes wild with madness, shouted at Tors, "Die!" The scene resembled that of a famished wolf fixating on its prey, merciless and frenzied. This was dire. Tors, known for his invincibility among the Sound Ninja, was no ordinary foe. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he did not hesitate. His form flickered as he attempted to escape. However, just as he soared into the air, a chilling scoff echoed beside him. "Ninja art, sand binding." As if ensnared by precise chains, Tors was ultimately unable to evade capture. In that fleeting moment before escape, he was yanked back to the cold ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. You. He could hardly believe it. This individual possessed the speed to seize him, who was desperately trying to flee. What was happening in this world? Why were so many monsters suddenly emerging? First Sasuke, and now this red-haired lunatic? Was he, the esteemed sound ninja, destined to become a mere joke here? Lost in such thoughts, the already enraged Gaara showed no mercy. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, a terrifying force. Torse, his feet firmly ensnared, realized he could not escape this time. Gazing up at the massive hand bearing down upon him, its shadow growing ever larger in his vision. A question unexpectedly arose in his mind. In this moment, in the land of the leaf, who was truly stronger, Sasuke or this deranged redhead before him? Yet time offered him no further chances. The ninja world is merciless. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. And with another resounding crash, all was lost. A colossal hand of sand descended from the sky, and under this immense impact, Toshi was abruptly shattered into a mist of blood, dissipating into nothingness. Not far away. Witnessing this scene, Maki inquired with a stoic expression, "How is it? Are you satisfied now?" His tone was frigid, devoid of emotion. It was evident that he remained irked by the earlier provocation from Kabuto. Sensing Maki's discontent, Kabuto chuckled and replied, "Do not be so petty. Our actions were merely to ascertain Gaara's strength. After all, you are aware that plans have shifted, and we are preparing for a significant operation." "Another major operation?" Maki echoed. Perplexed. Is it not to sabotage the Chunin exams, ensuring Gaara secures first place? This had been previously agreed upon by both parties. No. Kabuto waved his hand dismissively. "You may not yet realize that my true identity was uncovered by Kakashi a few days ago." What? Maki's heart sank at this revelation. He thought, how could you still dare to appear in the Sand Ninja Village's rest area after being discovered? If the Leaf Village caught wind of this, the consequences would be dire. Observing Maki's expression, Kabuto smiled and said, "Thus, we are left with no retreat. Lord Orochimaru has decided to shift from sabotage to a surprise attack." Suddenly, a plan to ambush the Leaf Village? Maki was taken aback by Kabuto's words. What kind of entity was the Leaf Village? It was the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. The thought of launching a surprise attack was sheer folly.